No, I regret it. I don't want to die. If I die, what will happen to my child? It is already so hard for me to survive in this society, and my child is only 2 years old. Without me, how are the two of them supposed to live? Bang. Shang Yun. Get up. A bald man in a coarse, earth-yellow monk robe with a fleshy face and big ears kicked open the already dilapidated door. His pale round belly jutted forward as he stood just one step outside the room. Wearing an expression of disgust, he used his short, thick right hand, shaped almost like a pig's trotter, to fan away the dust stirred up before him while shouting into the room. Shang Yun, get up and get to work. On your very first day, after joining, you already dared to sleep in. We did not take you in so you could enjoy yourself. As the dust settled through the doorway, one could see the dim interior of the room. The corners were piled high with dry grass on which a small boy lay. Because he was so thin, he looked only about 7 or 8 years old. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, his body curled up amidst the straw. So you didn't hear me, huh? Get up. The fat monk nudged a stone by his foot and kicked it up. The stone traced a neat arc through the air and landed squarely on the boy's forehead. Thud. The boy felt a sharp pain at his forehead and jerked upright, his face contorted in pain. He raised his right hand to rub the swelling on his brow and half opened his left eye to look around the room. Emma, my head hurts. Huh, where is this? Didn't I die? Could this be the underworld? Yes, someone like me deserves to go to hell. But what about my child? Without me, how will my child live? Who else could protect him the way I do? The room was extremely simple and bare, small enough to be taken in at a single glance. In the roughly 30 to 40 square meters, dry grass was piled in a ring along the walls like crude nests. Shang Yun was sitting on the straw facing the doorway and could clearly see the fat monk standing there. Fifth senior brother. Shang Yun called out in doubt, for some reason feeling that he recognized the man before him. You're awake. Since you're awake, hurry up, get the fire going, and start cooking. It's almost noon. Your senior brothers will be back soon to eat. Don't even think about slacking off. That kid Kellen ran off last night, so now all the odd chores are yours. If you don't finish your daily tasks, just wait for a beating. Fifth senior brother turned around and walked away as he spoke, as though he could not be bothered to spare Shang Yun another glance. Shang Yun watched his fifth senior brother's back recede into the distance, then closed his left eye and sank into deep thought. Indeed, Shang Yun had transmigrated. From what he could tell, his soul had taken over the body of another boy, also named Shang Yun. The boy was an orphan who had never known his parents and had been raised by the village, living for 10 years on the shared meals of many households. Not long ago, the village chief's older daughter, Sister Miao Miao, was married. While helping in the kitchen, Shang Yun listened to the crackling of firewood beneath the stove, thinking about the delicious food he would soon taste. He fell asleep in the firewood pile. When he woke, it was already dusk. Stepping outside, he discovered that everyone in the village was dead. Aside from himself, all 167 villagers had been slaughtered, not even the children spared. Sister Miao Miao was dead, and even Da Huang, the big yellow dog that always wandered near the village entrance, had not escaped. Judging from the wounds, they had all been shot. Terrified, Shang Yun hid again in the village chief's kitchen after confirming that no one else was alive. He did not dare to bury the bodies, afraid the killers would return. He was not foolish. He did not know what lay beyond the village and did not dare to rush out blindly, nor did he know where it might be safe. Thinking that he had survived earlier precisely because he had been in the kitchen, he returned there to hide. The kitchen also had food which he thought would let him endure for a few more days. For 3 days he lived in constant fear. Then people from several nearby villages arrived, found Shang Yun in the kitchen, and told him what had happened. It turned out that a band of mountain bandits had come down from Tsui Mountain near several villages to extort protection fees. When the villages refused, the bandits decided to kill as a warning, planning to massacre one village to frighten the rest. By coincidence, Shang Yun's village was holding a wedding, and the bandits believed that slaughtering it at its liveliest would have the greatest impact. Thus his village became their target. After wiping out the village, the bandits went to the other villages to deliver their message. Once the other village chiefs confirmed the truth, they outwardly agreed to pay, but claimed they needed 3 days to gather the money, and the bandits accepted. But everyone knew that bandits had no sense of honor. If they could wipe out one village, they could wipe out a second. Even if they managed to scrape together the money this time, what about the next? So after some discussion, they decided to pretend to keep collecting money in broad daylight as a show for the bandits, while secretly calling the police and sending people out in secret to seek help from the monks of Duolin Temple to eliminate the bandits. They promised to donate all the gathered money to Duolin Temple as an offering. The monks of Duolin Temple agreed. Working together with the police, they wiped out the bandits overnight. Only then did the villagers come to help collect and bury the bodies. Realizing he was now homeless and deeply impressed by how powerful the monks of Duolin Temple were, able to defeat armed bandits, Shang Yun wanted to become their disciple and learn martial arts. When he reached the temple, he discovered that apprenticeship was not free, nor was martial training. To take a master and learn the art, one had to pay 100,000 yuan. Without money, there was nothing to discuss. Unwilling to give up, Shang Yun begged and pleaded. Only then did fifth senior brother agree to accept him as a menial disciple, saying that if he did chores for 10 years and performed well, he would help recommend him as a formal disciple. Overjoyed, Shang Yun agreed without a second thought. After that, he was brought to this broken-down room and told that this would be his sleeping quarters. Just as Shang Yun, full of ambition, was psyching himself up to work hard and imagining how after 10 years of perseverance he would finally learn martial arts, a small bald boy about the same height as him walked in from outside. The little bald boy was quite peculiar. He had no nose. He introduced himself as Kellen. Yes, it was Kellen. That's right. This was the world of Dragon Ball. By the time he recalled all this, Shang Yun had already realized how serious the situation was. This was not the underworld. He had transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball. Kellen had told him that the monks of this Duolin temple were hypocritical villains. The promise that 10 years of chores would lead to promotion was a lie. They merely wanted free labor, even beating and abusing people for their own amusement. Unable to endure such treatment, the menial disciples all ran away. The monks did not bother to pursue them, nor did they care in the least. As long as someone did the work, they did not care who it was or how much they did. Kellen said he was also planning to escape that very night to seek training from a true martial artist. He had even urged Shang Yun to flee with him. Otherwise, once he was the only menial disciple left in the temple, all the chores would fall on him alone, exhausting him to death in a single day. The body's previous owner had not believed him, thinking that becoming a formal disciple was extremely difficult and that spots were limited. He suspected Kellen only wanted to trick him into leaving and reduce a competitor, so he ignored him, lay down, and went to sleep, looking forward to getting along well with his senior brothers the next day. Kellen looked at Shang Yun, who continued to ignore him and seemed to see his former self. Shaking his head, he said, "I will stay for a day in the village at the foot of the mountain to prepare some supplies. If you figure things out, come and find me, and we will set out together." When Kellen finished speaking and saw that Shang Yun was still indifferent, he turned his head and walked away. At this thought, Shang Yun's mind finally cleared, and he understood his present predicament. He had transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball, that very world where almost anyone could blow up the earth with ease. Fortunately, this seemed to be the very beginning of the story, when everything was still possible, perhaps even traversing time and space to return to his original blue star. Supporting his forehead with one hand, Shang Yun recalled the life he had lived on Blue Star. Before his transmigration, Shang Yun had been an ordinary man on Blue Star, raised under the red flag in a typical family. His home life was average, though there were worries along the way. His growth had been largely carefree. He graduated from a lesser-known university, and his family, thinking his temperament too honest, sent him to join the army. After enduring 2 years of service, his family planned to pull some strings to help him become a non-commissioned officer. Yet, just as all the arrangements were made, he himself could no longer bear it, and strongly demanded to be discharged. His family, helpless and unable to retrieve the favors they had already paid, could only settle for second best, and found him a job. The job was idle and easy, mostly sitting in an office. His superiors took special care of him, rarely assigning him tasks, and even when there were chances to earn extra money, they would deliberately give those opportunities to Shang Yun. Yet he took it all for granted, timid and conflict-averse, constantly quarreling with colleagues over trivial matters, while always believing the fault lay with others, grumbling under his breath again and again. His leader knew Shang Yun had entered through connections, and though displeased, chose not to confront him. Later, by coincidence, Shang Yun met a high school classmate, and the two quickly fell into a passionate romance. Though both families opposed the relationship, they still resolutely obtained a marriage certificate and became husband and wife. Shang Yun possessed no particular skills and had no savings. Life for the two of them was frugal, yet with both holding jobs, their days flowed steadily on like a thin but continuous stream. At the start of that year, after weathering 3 years of the pandemic, a massive wave of layoffs arrived, and 30-year-old Shang Yun was dismissed. The official reason was the expiration and non-renewal of his contract. Their child was only a year and a half old. After discussing with his wife, they considered hiring a nanny, which would cost $6,000 a month. In that bleak economy, what job could guarantee $6,000 in monthly income? In the end, they decided he would care for the child during the day and deliver food at night to help support the family. Half a year passed like this. Not long ago, Shang Yun quarreled with his wife again, still over money. She had not been laid off, but her company had not paid salaries for half a year, making life increasingly difficult. She felt Shang Yun was incompetent while he believed he had already done his utmost, wondering which man would willingly stay home with the child. In this frantic urge to earn money, Shang Yun was deceived by a telecom scam, one of those rebate and commission schemes. He had no savings, yet under the scammer's manipulation, he borrowed a total of 500,000 from various online platforms and banks. He was completely brainwashed. Even when transferring money to the scammers, he urged them to hurry and accept the funds. He went an entire day and night without sleep, led by the nose by the scammers, thinking only of retrieving his money as quickly as possible. Not for a single second did he stop to consider whether he was being deceived. Even when an anti-fraud officer called to ask if he had been scammed, he said no, while simultaneously transferring another 50,000 to the fraudsters. That 50,000 had taken him an entire night to cobble together from various lending platforms, and it was the last sum he could borrow. He realized he had been duped only when his money was gone, and he could borrow no more. Yet the scammers still claimed there had been an operational error, and another 100,000 was needed to activate the process, urging him to find a way to raise the funds. But he truly had nothing left. He never imagined that someone as smart and as poor as he believed himself to be could still be swindled. It perfectly validated that saying you have not been scammed, not because you are so clever, but simply because you have not yet met the script tailored to your weakness. Standing on the balcony, he cursed the scammers loudly. After a day and night without rest, his mind had been swinging ceaselessly between hope and despair. He thought of how he could ever repay that 500,000, of the disappointment in his family's eyes of how someone like him could ever teach his child. His head was filled with nothing but hopelessness. He leapt from the balcony and, afraid, even then, that he might survive, he made sure to dive headfirst. Yet in the instant his feet left the balcony, he thought of his child. The boy was nearly 2 years old. How could he grow up without a father? Without a father, how would he live, and who could protect him the way only a birth father could? Shang Yun regretted it. He woke up from his madness. He no longer wished to die. Yet watching the ground rush up to meet him, he was filled only with despair and could do nothing but scream in terror. Up. The vision in his mind ended there, yet the turmoil in his heart would not subside, and within his chest he was still roaring. Oh, I don't want to die, I must not die, though I have to protect my child. Child, without a father, how could you live? Soon Shang Yun reacted. This was the world of Dragon Ball, a world where time and space could be traversed, and where the 7 Dragon Balls could grant wishes. As long as he found the 7 Dragon Balls, he could return and protect his child. But the level of power in this world was terrifying, especially later when Super Saiyan would appear and combat strength would soar like rockets. With a flick of a finger, an ordinary person could blow the earth apart. As a mere normal human, how could he survive here, let alone gain strength? In his previous life, he had been far too arrogant. His abilities were mediocre, yet he looked down on everyone, ignorant of the vastness of heaven and earth. He thought he survived purely on his own merits, though he knew nothing and refused to learn anything. After hearing a few lofty sayings, he would flaunt them everywhere to show off his talent. He believed that by caring about nothing and clinging to no obsession, he would have no weaknesses and no handle by which others could threaten him. Yet in truth, he did care about fame and fortune, always wishing to stand out and be acknowledged while still unwilling to study or improve. He was impulsive, restless, and quick-tempered, blaming heaven and earth whenever things went wrong. Even when he knew he was in the wrong and could admit his faults, he remained unwilling to change, repeating the same mistakes again and again. Such an outcome, he realized, was his own doing, an inevitable result that was bound to arrive sooner or later. He thought of how many times fate had tried to warn him throughout his life. If only some small setback had been enough to make him see his true nature and change, how wonderful that would have been. But he had never done so. This, he sighed, was fate. Every path had been his own choice. The final result was destined. Even if he had somehow escaped that catastrophe, another would surely have followed, perhaps even harsher, even more despairing. Since he had been given this second chance through transmigration, he would truly change himself, reshape his mindset, and correct his flaws. After all, what one can change are merely flaws. What cannot be changed are weaknesses. He had to make proper plans and no longer drift aimlessly without goals. On the road of life, fate might be decreed by heaven, but fortune could be altered. Change fortune often enough, and destiny itself would inevitably shift. Shang Yun stood up and tidied his clothes. Although they were covered in pudding, at least they were clean. It seemed that his previous self was a diligent person. Shang Yun now sought inner purity, but he was still unable to achieve it. For now, he could only remind himself through external cleanliness. As everyone knows, the verse by the 6th patriarch, Hui Nung, the Bodhi tree is originally without a tree, and the bright mirror is also not a platform originally. There is nothing where can dust settle. The verse is simple and easy to understand, advising that one should keep the heart free of distractions. The heart is inherently pure and flawless. Oh, what need is there to discard distracting thoughts? Yet as one ages, thoughts naturally multiply. Knowing this, yet being unable to do so, it is better to settle for a lesser goal and first learn Shin Shio's verse. The body is the Bodhi tree. The heart is like a bright mirror. One should constantly wipe it clean lest dust settle upon it. Very few can achieve this, and at least Shang Yun admits he cannot. He decided to put aside matters of the heart and focus first on managing external affairs. Having tidied his clothes, Shang Yun hurriedly ran out of the house. His fifth senior brother had already left for a while, and if he delayed any longer, he would surely face punishment. Although he wanted to escape, it would be great to avoid a beating first. After all, in the original storyline, Clin fled only after he could no longer endure being beaten. When he entered the mountain gate yesterday, his fifth senior brother had already shown Shang Yun the way. So Shang Yun ran straight to the kitchen without hesitation, seeing his fifth senior brother's stout figure blocking the kitchen door from afar, hands on his hips, seemingly on the verge of anger. Shang Yun quickened his pace and pretended to be out of breath, saying, "Fifth senior brother, I'm here. I just went to the restroom, or I'll wash my hands and start cooking now. Hurry up. The eldest senior brother and the others are coming back soon." His fifth senior brother waved his hand impatiently and walked away. "All right." Shang Yun quickly responded, not daring to neglect it, fearing punishment. If he got hurt, it might affect his subsequent escape. Upon entering the kitchen, he immediately saw 3 stoves, each with a large pot. Goodness, they were truly large. They were big enough for Shang Yun to take a bath in. With only a dozen or so people in the temple, they could really eat a lot, but it was understandable as martial artists consume more. Just think of Sun Wukong. Now escaping was definitely too late. At this moment, the eldest senior brother and the others were likely climbing the mountain. If he ran down now and happened to run into them, it would be disastrous. He could only obediently cook. However, time was limited. What should he cook? As Shang Yun contemplated what dishes to prepare, he had already started gathering firewood in his hands to get the fire going. Regardless of what he would make, the first step was to start the fire. Looking back at the vegetables beside him, there were indeed many varieties: chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Monks could eat meat, but they had to do so discreetly. Fortunately, these meats had already been cleaned. If he had to cook them one by one, it would take ages. It was better to stew them all in one pot, he thought. That's right. Shang Yun remembered seeing on a certain video platform that one could put many ingredients in a pot, stew them well, and then divide them into plates. One pot could even yield 18 dishes. Thinking of this, Shang Yun quickly began his work, simply rinsing the ingredients. As long as there was no visible dirt, it would suffice. He didn't wash the meat. That was too troublesome. He tossed all the ingredients into the pot, added water, spices, and covered it. Then he steamed a pot of rice and boiled a pot of seaweed egg drop soup. All right, just wait for it. Soon the aroma wafted out. Shang Yun first picked out the cooked dishes to eat, as he needed sufficient energy for his impending escape. Feeling that it was about time, he didn't care whether everything was fully cooked or not. Anyway, it wasn't for him. He served the dishes into plates, managing to divide them into more than 20 dishes. "Shang Yun, what dishes have you made? Hurry and bring them up." I could smell the aroma even down the mountain. The eldest senior brother had returned, followed by other senior brothers. "The eldest senior brother is back. Please sit down or I'll bring it right over," Shang Yun said with a flattering smile, bending over. Quickly, the food was laid out on a long table, and the senior brothers sat in a circle waiting for the eldest senior brother to speak. "Let's eat," the eldest senior brother said while eating. "Shang Yun has done well. This is really good." The previous handyman disciples were simply incomparable. "Thank you for the compliment, eldest senior brother," Shang Yun replied again in flattery. "Eldest senior brother, you and the other senior brothers enjoy your meal. First, I'll go chop some firewood." Without even raising his head, the eldest senior brother, his mouth full of food, simply grunted in response. Shang Yun, carrying a bamboo basket and an axe, headed down the mountain, careful not to take too much lest it arouse suspicion. At this moment, the eldest senior brother glanced at Shang Yun and said to the fifth senior brother, "This Shang Yun is decent. Keep an eye on him and don't let him escape." The fifth senior brother seemed to have his entire head in the bowl, and amidst his busy eating, he replied, "Rest assured, eldest senior brother. Shang Yun is very honest. He only wants to follow us to cultivate." Shang Yun jogged carefully and finally made it down the mountain, heading straight for the location he had agreed upon with Clin, which was the noodle shop in the village at the foot of the mountain. Panting heavily, Shang Yun rushed into the noodle shop, fearing that if he arrived late, Clin would have left. Therefore, he dared not pause for a moment. Now Shang Yun was very grateful that he had eaten beforehand, otherwise his small 10-year-old body would have struggled to keep up. Finally arriving at the noodle shop, Shang Yun dashed inside. There weren't many people inside, and Shang Yun immediately spotted Clin sitting by the window. Clin was truly easy to recognize. Balding, flat-nosed, short in stature, wearing a training outfit just like in the comics. At that moment, Clin was eating noodles. "Clin, I'm here," Shang Yun shouted, gasping for breath as he walked toward Clin. Hearing someone call his name, Clin paused his eating, and his first reaction was to grab the package on the table and jump out of the window. Seeing Clin jump out the window, Shang Yun hurriedly followed suit. By this time, Clin had already run a good 10 meters away. At this moment, Shang Yun's stamina had recovered. After all, he had just learned the Heart Sutra. Although he was still a novice, it was enough to replenish his energy. Shang Yun shouted while chasing Clin, "It's me, Shang Yun." "Shang Yun, is it really you? I thought the senior brothers were chasing after me." Clin stopped and turned to look at Shang Yun, surprised. "Yes, it's me, senior brother Clin." The two embraced excitedly. It was hard to believe that the two who had only met once could be so close. Perhaps they shared similar experiences. Both orphans, both teenagers, all wanting to live well, and both confused about the future. At the most helpless time, having someone to accompany them was better than being alone. "Senior brother Clin, I was worried you would forget about me. I didn't dare to stop for even a moment after coming down the mountain. Fortunately, you didn't leave. By the way, why did you run away the moment you heard me call your name?" "I wanted to leave early, but thinking you might suddenly come to your senses, I decided to wait a bit longer. If you don't arrive before dawn tomorrow, you'll have to run away, and as for the reason, you'll have to figure that out." Kellen pulled Shang Yun to sit by the roadside. "It's because I suddenly thought that if you ran away, there would be no more servant disciples in Duolin Temple for a while. The senior brothers on the mountain didn't chase after us before because there were still other servant disciples working, but now that there aren't any, they will surely come after us." Kellen seriously analyzed the situation for Shang Yun. "Oh, that shouldn't be possible, right? Duolin Temple is the strongest force within dozens of miles. There should be many people coming to learn and cultivate. How could there be no servant disciples?" At this point, Shang Yun no longer felt the earlier excitement and was now in a state of panic. If those senior brothers came after them, the two of them wouldn't stand a chance. The reason they weren't chasing us before was that Duolin Temple had no shortage of people. Too many came to seek apprenticeship, and there were always penniless kids coming to be servant disciples. Now it's different. The situation for the servant disciples in Duolin Temple has become tough, and that's no longer news. The servant disciples who escaped earlier have already spread the word. At first there were just 1 or 2 people, and people didn't believe it. But as more people escaped, doubts began to arise. Now there are far fewer people going to Duolin Temple to seek apprenticeship, especially the poor, who dare not go up. Otherwise, the senior brother wouldn't be bringing people down the mountain to recruit disciples. I heard all of this at the noodle shop just now. Seeing that Shang Yun didn't believe him, Kellen hurriedly explained. "Oh, what should we do? Let's run quickly. Do you know which direction to go?" Shang Yun said anxiously. No wonder there were only a dozen people in all of Duolin Temple. "Don't think about running yet, we need to hide." Kellen stared ahead, patted Shang Yun, bent down, and crawled toward the bushes. "What?" Shang Yun turned his head and saw 3 monks from Duolin Temple swaggering into the noodle shop, led by the 5th senior brother. Immediately, he dared not make a sound and crawled into the bushes behind Kellen. The bushes were less than 10 meters from the noodle shop, and Shang Yun and the others did not know what was happening inside, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. At this moment, Shang Yun remembered that he could use the Heavenly Eye technique, but it required mental energy to activate, and given Shang Yun's current state, he wasn't sure if he could use it. "Let's give it a try." Shang Yun concentrated, his mind focused on the wall of the noodle shop, silently chanting, "Activate Heavenly Eye." Suddenly, the wall in front of him became transparent, and he saw the shop owner inside talking to the 5th senior brother, who was turning his head to look at the spot where Kellen had jumped out. Shang Yun thought this was bad and was about to tell Kellen, but suddenly everything went dark and he collapsed to the ground. It seemed he was too mentally drained. Fortunately, he would regain consciousness in a bit, but he couldn't use the Heavenly Eye technique again. Perhaps this is the limitation of a righteous sect's abilities. If you can't use it, you can't use it. It won't let you harm yourself by forcing it. But he had only used it for 3 seconds. Kellen saw Shang Yun on the ground with his butt sticking up, thinking he had accidentally fallen, and hurried to help him up. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, senior brother Kellen. They must be here to catch us. What should we do?" Shang Yun shook his head. "Run. Which way should we run?" "I don't know." Don't say how they're coming out." The two quickly lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound or move, both with their butts sticking up. Listening to the footsteps gradually approaching and then gradually disappearing, the two still didn't dare to look up. "Senior brother Kellen, have they gone far?" Shang Yun scratched his butt and asked softly. "They should have gone far." Just to catch us 2 servant disciples, they even sent 3 people. They really do take this seriously. The 5th senior brother has strong strength and defense, but his speed is lacking. He must be here to lead the team and play around a bit. The real effort is being put in by those 2 people. Kellen also didn't dare to look up. After a moment, Kellen said, Shang Yun, I've thought of a plan. If we run together, we definitely won't get away. Let's split up and run in opposite directions. We'll meet at Donglan City in the east. The first one to arrive should wait at the first restaurant in the far east of Donglan City. All right, but just as Shang Yun was about to agree, he heard, Haha, you 2 are lying in the grass like pigs eating food. Let's see where you run now. It was the 5th senior brother. What should we do? Shang Yun and Kellen hurriedly turned to run, but found that 2 people were already standing behind them, arms crossed, looking at them with amusement. Shang Yun looked at Kellen, who was trembling all over. Shang Yun saw that although the 3 were surrounding them, they hadn't entered the bushes due to the damp soil, so they could still escape. Seeing Kellen gradually calm down, Shang Yun patted him. The 2 exchanged a glance and suddenly pushed each other, running in opposite directions. At this moment, the 3 from Duolin Temple had not yet reacted and probably didn't expect that under such circumstances the 2 would still dare to run. Quick chase, shouted the 5th senior brother. The other 2 ran in separate directions to pursue. Shang Yun didn't even know which direction he was running in, but he was sure it wasn't towards Duolin Temple. No matter, he just needed to shake off the pursuers behind. Just as he was thinking of putting in more effort, he felt a sharp pain in his back, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Due to inertia, he slid forward a bit and ended up with a mouthful of mud. Fortunately, it was all mud, so he wouldn't get hurt. Before he could turn around, someone grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The person carried Shang Yun, walked in front of the 5th senior brother, and threw him down. By that time, Shang Yun could no longer stand up. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? With your small frame, you dare to resist. If it weren't for how good you are at cooking, I would have killed you today. The 5th senior brother said triumphantly. First, take him into the noodle shop. Shang Yun was lifted again. As they walked into the noodle shop, it was almost dark and there were no customers left. The owner hurried over. A man who looked to be in his 30s clasped his hands and said, 5th senior brother, did you catch him? Come quickly, the food is all prepared. Shang Yun realized at this moment that this noodle shop was also under the ownership of Duolin Temple. No wonder they found out so quickly. There must be quite a few people from Duolin Temple in this village. Good, eat, it's almost dark. First, lock this little brat in the firewood room. Once we find Kellen, we'll go back together tomorrow. Upon hearing there was good food, the 5th senior brother's eyes squinted with joy as he turned to the disciple carrying Shang Yun and said yes. The disciple carrying Shang Yun was about to go to the backyard. Boom. A loud noise came from outside. From the entrance, a stone pillar was seen leaning into the ground, and a person came down from the pillar. This person had long black hair braided into a long braid and looked to be a middle-aged man. His expression was gloomy, with a triangular face, a goatee, and a sharp chin, presenting a very villainous image. He was dressed in traditional attire with a peach-colored top, and as he slowly walked towards the noodle shop, one character was visible on his clothing kill. Shang Yun was already on the verge of fainting, but the loud noise startled him awake, and as he opened his eyes, a surge of shock filled his heart. The killer Tao Bai. Where is this? The coordinates should be correct. The target should be nearby. Tao Bai muttered to himself as he walked towards the noodle shop. Is this Duolin Temple? Tao Bai said coldly, his eyes fixed on several people in the noodle shop. The aura was so strong that the shop owner was terrified and sat down on the ground. Who are you? What do you want at Duolin Temple? At this moment, the 5th senior brother was already sweating coldly on his forehead. The strongest killer, Tao Bai. Tao Bai. The killer Tao Bai, who has never missed a mark. Tao Bai. The 5th senior brother was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Tao Bai, what do you want in our Duolin Temple's territory? This is not a place for you to run wild. It seems I have arrived at Duolin Temple. My control remains accurate, Tao Bai said coldly. Take me to see the abbot of Duolin Temple. What do you want with our abbot? Upon hearing that it was about finding the abbot, the 5th senior brother relaxed his body, thinking that she must be a friend of the abbot, since the abbot was not exactly a good person in his eyes. At this moment, Shang Yun had been thrown to the ground, lying there afraid to move, even breathing cautiously, because he knew how terrifying Tao Bai's combat power was, as she could kill them without even needing to use her tongue. Kill, lead the way, and I won't kill you for now. What, you want to kill the abbot? Just because of you, Tao Bai, don't think that after killing a few ordinary people, you can claim to be the #1 killer in the world and truly be invincible. The 5th senior brother might have thought of the abbot's strength, or perhaps was used to being domineering in Duolin Temple. He had already lost his previous panic and instead stood with his hands behind his back, taking a few steps towards Tao Bai Bai to show his dominance. But he was not foolish. He knew to keep his distance until he understood the other party's strength. I hate uncooperative people the most. They should all be killed. Tao Bai Bai turned sideways, hands behind her back, no longer looking at the others. She walked to the dining table looking at the spread of food. It seems you haven't eaten yet. It looks like you'll have to become starving ghosts. The fifth senior brother seemed to have some attachment to food. Upon hearing that they couldn't eat, he immediately became greedy, his mind blank. He no longer tested Tao Bai Bai's strength and shouted, "Let's go all out. Kill him." The monk who had previously been holding Shang Yun hesitated for a moment, but then charged forward with the others. Although hesitant, he was quick and soon surpassed the fifth senior brother, rushing towards Tao Bai Bai, raising his right hand, fist clenched ready to smash down, as it seemed Shang Yun previously had not wanted to be hit by this move. Humph! Tao Bai Bai snorted coldly with disdain, slowly dropping her right hand from behind, and suddenly slapping down on a pair of chopsticks placed on the dining table, sending them flying towards the monk. Thud thud. There were two muffled sounds, and the monk flew back faster than he had come, crashing into the fifth senior brother, both falling to the ground right next to Shang Yun. Shang Yun squinted and saw that each of them had a chopstick lodged in their foreheads, their eyes wide open, dead. Meanwhile, Tao Bai Bai was pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Shang Yun continued to play dead, while the noodle shop owner was now slumped on the ground, a puddle of water between his legs. He was scared, urine out. Tao Bai Bai frowned, considering whether to kill the noodle shop owner as well, but then glanced at the nearly dead Shang Yun and said to the shop owner, "Do you know the abbot of Duolin? Lead the way." I know, I'll take you right away," the shop owner said in panic, hurriedly getting up, not caring about his wet pants, and smiled obsequiously. "Let's go." Yes, after you." The owner hurriedly led the way in front. "Stay behind," Tao Bai Bai said coldly, glancing back at Shang Yun, who was near death and too lazy to act. Yes. The owner hurriedly bowed and ran to the back. Shang Yun remained motionless on the ground, squinting his eyes to watch the two gradually move away. In fact, Shang Yun was not just pretending to be dead, he was also operating the Heart Sutra of Prajna. The Heart Sutra of Prajna was the supreme mental method he had comprehended from the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, possessing a neutral and harmonious nature, accumulating power slowly and nearly gathering all the advantages of Zen internal strength. However, to comprehend and improve it, one had to rely on personal enlightenment and Buddhist nature. Shang Yun had already mastered the Heart Sutra of Prajna. At this moment, he operated it with all his might, quickly recovering his physical strength and spirit while also healing his bodily injuries. After about half an hour, Shang Yun slowly opened his eyes, observing his surroundings. Noticing no movement, he stood up, clearly having recovered. Shang Yun wore an expression of having survived a disaster. Fortunately, Tao Bai Bai appeared, allowing him to escape once again. As he relaxed, he suddenly felt very hungry. He thought of the delicious food on the table, looking back to see it still sitting intact, truly a feast. There were even 3 roast geese. Tao Bai Bai's control was truly strong. He stepped over the bodies of the 2 men on the ground and headed straight for the food on the table, grabbing food and stuffing it into his mouth. Shang Yun thought he needed to eat his fill and then run away. Although he didn't know what the situation was on the mountain, he knew this place was not suitable for long stays. In the 36 stratagems, running away was the best plan, and since it was safe now, he needed to eat first. Once Shang Yun had eaten his fill and drunk enough, he found a tablecloth to wrap up the roast goose, roasted duck, and other easily portable food before setting off towards the east. While carrying the bundle, Shang Yun noticed that his physical strength seemed to have improved. Carrying so much didn't feel overly strenuous. Upon careful thought, it should be the effect of the Heart Sutra of Prajna. It seemed he had underestimated this mental method, and it was clear he needed to practice diligently. In fact, the Heart Sutra of Prajna was not a still practice. It did not require quiet meditation to cultivate. It could be practiced in conjunction with all activities in life. As the saying goes, walking, standing, sitting, lying down, eating, drinking, playing, and enjoying are all forms of cultivation. However, such cultivation requires controlling one's mental state, maintaining focus and immersion. The mental method would operate on its own. The more focused one was, the faster it would operate. But if one became distracted, the mental method would stop, and the speed of self-cultivation would depend on personal talent. Such an invincible mental method, I must master it. Shang Yun thought, but he also knew that haste makes waste. He silently recited the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, eliminating distractions, comprehending its Zen meaning, and improving his character, waiting for everything to come to fruition. At this moment, Shang Yun's heart gradually no longer held fear and anxiety. The clouds of survival crisis that had lingered in his mind were also dissipating. It was not that he was no longer fearful or anxious. He simply understood that these emotions would not help the situation. It was better to remain calm and focus on the present task. What Shang Yun needed to do now was, Shang Yun traveled eastward, eating food from his bag when hungry and drinking from the river when thirsty. Though he appeared to be in a hurry, his heart was remarkably calm, unburdened by the past, and unafraid of the future, embodying a sense of carefree wandering like a wild crane. While drinking at the riverbank, Shang Yun noticed fish playing in the water. Though he paid little attention, he felt a connection, as if he could foresee the fish's next movements and the direction they would turn. With his eyes closed in contemplation, he sensed a subtle stirring from afar. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended nature and realized your true heart. Your state of mind has improved, and you have preliminarily entered the realm of unity of knowledge and action, gaining the divine ability of heavenly ear insight. As Shang Yun focused on his journey, he heard the voice of 9527 by his ear. My realm has improved, and I've comprehended a new skill. Shang Yun exclaimed joyfully. 9527 opened the attribute panel. Sure, host. A transparent panel appeared before Shang Yun. Host Shang Yun. Age 10 years. Mental method Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra. Realm unity of knowledge and action. Knowledge is the beginning of action, and action is the completion of knowledge. Divine ability heavenly eye insight, able to see the suffering and joy of all beings across the 6 realms and perceive all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Current level is beginner. With a heart of compassion and mercy, the host can see through a radius of 10 meters. Heavenly ear insight, able to hear the suffering and joy of all beings across the 6 realms and various sounds in the world. Current level is beginner. With a heart of compassion and mercy, the host can clearly hear all sounds within a 10-meter radius. Mental method Prajna Heart Sutra, gained from the Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra. Current realm is refining essence into chi. Martial skill Prajna force, gained from the Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra, an unparalleled method of chi manipulation that can be integrated into any martial skill with a force that is unmatched in a realm without limit. Each increase in realm doubles the power of the previous one. Combat skill none. 9527. It doesn't seem like much has changed for me. Shang Yun looked at the attribute panel, feeling that there wasn't much difference. Only the realm had changed, and he had gained the divine ability of heavenly ear insight, while everything else remained unchanged. The host's state of mind has entered the unity of knowledge and action. As long as the heart remains steadfast, inner demons will not arise, and during cultivation the host will not be disturbed by external matters, achieving a state of being undistracted and fully focused on cultivation. So my cultivation efficiency has increased. What about heavenly ear insight? The divine ability should be quite powerful, but why is it like heavenly eye insight with only a 10-meter range? Using heavenly ear insight must also consume mental energy, right? Then won't I be unable to use it for long? Shang Yun expressed his concern. Using heavenly ear insight consumes mental energy, but it also passively enhances the host's hearing. Even when not activated, the host can still hear nearby sounds, although they won't be as clear and detailed as when activated, similar to heavenly eye insight, which can enhance the host's vision even when not in use. 9527 explained. Heavenly eye insight and heavenly ear insight are 2 of the 6 divine abilities in Buddhism. Buddhist scriptures state that these abilities can only be comprehended by those with great wisdom, great fortune, and great perseverance who have undergone 500 lifetimes of tribulations. Among them, the ability of leakless insight can only be understood by the Buddha himself. 9527 added, thus the challenge lies in comprehension. Once understood, it only requires maintaining the state of mind and continuing cultivation to enhance one's abilities. Remember, do not use divine abilities for evil deeds, or else once the heart is broken, the divine abilities will dissipate. Alright, I understand now. Shang Yun grasped the essence, realizing that while the beginning is difficult, once one achieves the first step, progressing from 1 to 10 becomes much easier. At the same time, Shang Yun understood that he must not use divine abilities for wrongdoing. However, what constitutes wrong is defined by his own heart. Only by committing acts he believes to be wrong would his nature be imperfect, and only with a perfect heart can he comprehend and utilize divine abilities freely. Then the penetrating function of heavenly eye insight has become a one-time use. Regaining his composure, Shang Yun continued on his way. Gradually, he could see scattered houses and occasionally spotted people farming and herding cattle, indicating he was nearing a city. Gradually, the number of houses increased, and asphalt roads began to appear. Upon reaching the western city, he found it truly bustling. Shang Yun recalled that Bulma's home was in the western city, and coincidentally, it was not far from Master Rose's came house. Shang Yun walked towards the eastern side of the city. Although he was curious about the surrounding scenery, he did not stop to watch, having mastered the ability to remain undistracted and adhere to his true heart. While walking and inquiring, he finally found the first restaurant on the eastern side of the city. Coincidentally, it was a noodle shop called Have a Noodle. Shang Yun went in to ask, but found no news of Clin. He presumed Clin had not arrived yet. Shang Yun was not worried about Clin's safety. In fact, Clin's strength was quite adequate, but he was intimidated by his seniors and afraid to resist. However, he had the courage to run away, and for his life, he was quite fast. Having finished his food, although Shang Yun could maintain a sense of self-sufficiency, the appetite of a martial artist is ultimately insatiable. As his Prajna Heart Sutra improved, his appetite gradually increased, and he was now quite hungry. Looking at the noodle shop ahead, Shang Yun fell into contemplation. Indeed, Shang Yun found a dishwashing job at the noodle shop, which provided meals and accommodation and paid 60 yuan a day. Shang Yun was quite satisfied, or in fact, he wanted to tell the owner not to pay him any salary, just to provide meals, as he knew he ate too much. Fortunately, the owner was a down-to-earth person, saying that young people working should earn money, and if they ate a lot, so be it. Young people need to eat to have the strength to work. Thus, Shang Yun settled in the noodle shop, helping with dishwashing and various other tasks during the day, keeping busy and sleeping well at night. Clearing his mind, he devoted himself to work and contemplated life. Meanwhile, Shang Yun's Prajna Heart Sutra was also improving. Initially, he did not notice, but just yesterday afternoon, while feeding the cattle, he felt something stir in his heart. Looking up at the sky, he saw a stone pillar streaking overhead with a person standing atop it, none other than Tao Bai Bai. Shang Yun watched the stone pillar swiftly disappear into the horizon, feeling no waves in his heart. At first, he thought that his heart had improved, and he had overcome his fear. But upon reflection, given the killing intent radiating from Tao Bai Bai, he felt not only unafraid, but also a surge of eagerness, wanting to battle Tao Bai Bai, which was quite strange. It seems that his strength has increased, instilling confidence in him through his body. At the same time, Shang Yun confirmed one piece of information: since Tao Bai Bai was still alive, then the abbot Lin should have already been killed by Tao Bai Bai. Speaking of which, Tao Bai Bai really is dedicated. He is either killing or on the way to kill. After 2 more days, they finally awaited Clin, who did not appear to be in a frantic escape mode, suggesting he had made his way here at a leisurely pace. Clin, carrying a large bundle on his back, rushed over as soon as he spotted them. The two embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces, each worried about the other being captured. Although Shang Yun believed Clin could escape, seeing him in person finally eased his mind. After a moment of emotional exchange, Clin suddenly said mysteriously to Shang Yun, during my journey, I inquired about any eminent martial artists, and actually found out that the legendary Master Wu Tian, known as the Turtle Sage, resides near this city, likely positioned to the east over the sea. I also learned about Master Wu Tian's preferences. If we cater to his tastes, we should be able to become his disciples. Hee. Shang Yun watched Clin, who was brimming with excitement, quietly listening without interrupting his plan. Shang Yun understood that everyone has their own fate, and hastily interfering with another's opportunities could lead to unforeseen consequences. The greatest kindness one can show is to focus on oneself and not excessively influence others, even if they are in suffering, as that is their own opportunity. Only when one is in a low point can they learn more. Extending a hand to help them could inadvertently disrupt their fate. Additionally, Shang Yun was acutely aware that speaking too much could lead to losses. He could not explain how he knew this information. If it altered the plot, he would lose the advantage of foresight, rendering his efforts counterproductive. The two reached a unanimous decision to depart the next morning. Initially, Clin wanted to leave immediately, but Shang Yun stopped him, noting that it was already dusk and night on the sea was perilous due to rough winds and waves. Shang Yun greeted the boss, as he would not be returning to work the next day. He took out the money he had earned over the past few days to buy a small boat, some provisions, and fresh water. In the evening, he treated Clin to a meal. Although it was simple fare, they both left satisfied. That night, the two shared a bed, both open-minded individuals who slept soundly. The next morning before dawn, they rose early, greeted the busy boss, and set off with their respective bundles. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before them as they took turns rowing the boat, relying solely on the sun to navigate. Perhaps there was a fateful connection between Clin and the Turtle Sage, for before nightfall, they finally spotted a small island. The island was small with a house situated in the middle. As they approached, they saw two figures on the island, an elderly man with a bald head, thin and frail, sporting a bushy white beard, a large turtle shell on his back that bent him over, and holding a wooden cane. Beside him stood a young boy with thick hair, wearing a white tank top and blue pants, carrying a red stick on his back, the material indiscernible. At this moment, Shang Yun was rowing while Clin rested. The two on the island had noticed them, their faces filled with curiosity. As Shang Yun brought the small boat to the shore, Clin eagerly jumped out, attempting a standing long jump. However, the weight of his bundle caused him to crash headfirst into the sand. Shang Yun was speechless while Wukong stared in astonishment. Clin nonchalantly pulled his head out of the sand and dusted himself off, just as Shang Yun also disembarked. The two expressed their intentions, and at first the turtle sage appeared contemplative, ready to refuse. However, upon receiving the tribute from their bundle, he changed his tone. I rarely take on disciples, but seeing your sincerity, I will agree to accept you only if you complete one more task. Little Wukong also greeted them, and the three introduced themselves. Master Wu Tian, what is the task you have in mind? We assure you we will complete it. Clin squinted confidently. The turtle sage, embodying the demeanor of a wise recluse, placed his hands behind his back and said, go find a girl and bring her to the island, but she must come willingly. After hearing this, their expressions varied. Wukong, being naturally naive, did not grasp the implication, while Shang Yun understood the plot. Clin initially wore a shocked expression, but eventually agreed with a squint. Subsequently, the turtle sage summoned the Kintown and pretended to demonstrate how to ride it, only to comically tumble over, revealing that the Kintown could only be ridden by those with pure hearts. The three attempted to ride it, but Clin was unable to, his thoughts aligning with those of the turtle sage, making them an ill fit. Wukong, of course, was pure-hearted, and though Shang Yun could not achieve pure simplicity, he had reached a state of clarity, making him pure enough to ride. To accommodate Clin, the three ultimately chose to row to the shore and then walk in search of the girl. They searched for a long time and encountered many girls. After inquiring, most responded with accusations of being a pervert, until they finally spotted a blue-haired girl named Lan Qi surrounded by police. Wukong mistakenly thought the police were bullying the girl and heroically rescued her. Upon evaluation, Clin found Lan Qi met the turtle sage's criteria and thus decided to take her back. Shang Yun did not intervene. He cooperated throughout the search. He understood Lan Qi's dual nature, but also knew that her destructive capacity would not harm them. Conversely, bringing Lan Qi to the island would neither disadvantage the turtle sage nor detract from the island's life, adding some fun instead. On the way back to the small island, Lan Qi did not sneeze, and Wukong and Clin failed to witness her true power. However, upon seeing her, the turtle sage was quite pleased and finally agreed to take Wukong and Clin as disciples. Thus, all three successfully became disciples of the turtle sage, embarking on a unique and arduous training journey. Firstly, they underwent basic physical training, which is fundamental. Regardless of the skills and combat techniques one learns, true effectiveness hinges on physical foundation. Even Shang Yun's Prajnapam relies on such foundational abilities, and no matter how many levels one enhances, or how much one multiplies their power, without a solid foundation it is futile. Of course, the turtle sage's training was never solely about enhancing physical strength, it was also about purifying and elevating the spirit. Every morning the three had to rise early, carrying heavy milk crates, delivering milk to the island's residents from door to door. They needed to run quickly on rugged mountain paths to build leg strength and endurance. Along the way they encountered various obstacles, such as steep slopes, muddy paths, and rushing streams, but they had to overcome these challenges to ensure the milk was delivered on time. This training not only tested their physical strength, but also cultivated their sense of responsibility and perseverance. Then came the plowing, where it was revealed that the turtle sage owned a vast expanse of farmland. No wonder he had always been curious about how the turtle sage managed to eat. While living in seclusion, did he eat fish every day? The turtle sage instructed the three to use farming tools to till the land in preparation for planting crops. This was an extremely laborious task, requiring them to exert themselves continuously, thus strengthening their arm and waist muscles. During the tilling process, they also learned patience and meticulousness, for only by treating every inch of land with care could they ensure the healthy growth of the crops. There was also weighted running training, where the three would bind heavy turtle shells to their bodies and engage in long-distance running exercises, much like the turtle sage. Whether on the beach or in the forest, they had to persistently run, continuously challenging their limits. As time went on, they would gradually increase the weight to enhance their physical strength and endurance. Once their basic physical abilities improved, the turtle sage began training them in combat techniques. The first part of their training focused on basic moves, with the turtle sage personally teaching them various martial arts fundamentals such as fist techniques, kicking methods, and grappling techniques. They needed to practice these moves repeatedly until they could master and execute them fluently. The turtle sage had very strict requirements for their movements. Each technique had to be performed accurately, powerfully, and swiftly. They would engage in unknown sparring to test their learning outcomes and continually refine their skills in actual combat. To improve their reaction speeds, the turtle sage employed various methods for training. For instance, he would suddenly throw stones or balls at them, prompting them to evade quickly, or he would issue sudden commands during their training, requiring them to respond with corresponding movements. This training not only tested their physical reflexes, but also honed their mental agility. The three would frequently engage in combat drills to assess their martial arts proficiency. Under the guidance of the turtle sage, they participated in structured competitions or free-fighting bouts. In actual combat, they would constantly attempt new techniques and strategies, learning how to deal with different opponents and situations. The turtle sage observed their performance from the sidelines, providing timely guidance and suggestions. These were experiences that Shang Yun had never encountered in his past life, and were precisely what he needed. With the insight system, Shang Yun understood that other people's skills ultimately belonged to them. Even if he learned them well, there would still be limitations. Thus, he aspired to master these techniques and, combined with the cultivation philosophies from his previous life, create his own martial art. However, Shang Yun was overly ambitious, as there were too few references for him, and even if he could create something, it would not surpass the techniques taught by the turtle sage. It was better to focus on learning the turtle sage's techniques. In fact, Shang Yun had already reached an impressive level in practicing the Heart Sutra of Wisdom. The energy he cultivated was akin to the Nine-Yang Divine Art, the Divine Light Sutra, and the muscle-changing sutra from his past life, a powerful fusion of internal strength that could enhance his bone structure comprehension and strength rapidly. It also allowed him to learn his opponent's techniques quickly. However, it did not comprise techniques of its own. Its only practical combat function resembled the King's Fist of the North Realm, but it was even better. The turtle sage also taught the three how to meditate. They would sit quietly in a serene place, closing their eyes and concentrating, eliminating distractions to achieve peace and relaxation of the mind. Through meditation, they could enhance their focus and willpower, thereby strengthening their inner strength. They also learned to endure pain and overcome fear. The turtle sage would subject the three to rigorous training, such as standing for extended periods under the scorching sun or soaking in cold water, to develop their endurance and willpower. In these training sessions, they needed to learn to endure pain, persevere, and not give up easily. To help them overcome their fears, the turtle sage would set up challenging scenarios, such as facing fierce wild beasts or training at great heights. Through these exercises, they could gradually conquer their fears, becoming braver and more confident. During their training on Turtle Island, the three underwent comprehensive training that not only improved their physical fitness and martial arts skills, but also cultivated strong willpower and noble character. After learning to meditate, Shang Yun hardly slept anymore. Each night after training, he would sit cross-legged, focusing on meditation. This practice, combined with the Heart Sutra of Wisdom, not only enhanced his strength, but also allowed him to recover quickly in terms of physical and mental energy. While meditating, Shang Yun would also reflect on the day's training, considering his shortcomings and simulating combat scenarios in his mind, ultimately realizing that his weakness lay in defense. The defensive techniques from Dragon Ball were quite straightforward. They either involved equipping defensive gear or crossing one's arms in front to absorb blows by channeling internal energy to the area needing defense, relying purely on physical resilience. Therefore, Shang Yun sought to create a defensive technique. While offense is the best defense, the current situation was too perilous. What Shang Yun needed was a technique that would allow him to fight confidently without worrying about sneak attacks. There were countless defensive techniques to draw from. In his past life, the number of defensive martial arts and novels was innumerable. What Shang Yun needed to do was combine the combat style of Dragon Ball and select suitable martial arts for creation. Firstly, he did not need too many techniques. The combat skills taught by the turtle sage were sufficient. Coupled with the heavenly eye and heavenly ear, he could accumulate combat experience through battles. Moreover, the combat techniques in Dragon Ball were quite rudimentary, requiring no overly intricate skills. They relied more on physical fitness. As long as one had a strong physique, their combat power would be formidable. The techniques remained the same. It was a matter of whether one's attacks were strong enough or fast enough. Thus, what Shang Yun needed were techniques like the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt, which could withstand damage and even rebound it, as well as techniques like the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill and the indestructible skill from the heavenly pool monster, which could enhance overall physical attributes. Having determined his direction, Shang Yun continued to train alongside the Turtle Sage while contemplating the Heart Sutra of Great Wisdom. He also proposed various methods for channeling internal energy to the Turtle Sage, who was astonished, not expecting Shang Yun to cultivate energy techniques so quickly, which also piqued his curiosity. After 3 years of training, the combat abilities of the three had significantly improved. On the surface, it appeared that Wukong was the strongest, followed by Krillin, with Shang Yun being the weakest. However, Shang Yun had never unleashed his prajna energy, so he did not know who was stronger after a doubling of attack power. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending a new ability. Prajna energy has been upgraded to Diamond Prajna energy. The long-awaited mechanical voice of 9527 suddenly rang out. Shang Yun habitually opened his attribute panel as he would occasionally check it over the past 3 years to see if he had grown stronger or comprehended new abilities. Shang Yun called out in his heart, "Open the attribute panel." Host Shang Yun. Age 13 years. Mental method Maha Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. Realm unity of knowledge and action. Knowledge is the beginning of action, and action is the realization of knowledge. Divine ability heavenly, able to see the suffering and joy of all beings in the 6 realms, as well as all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Current level is beginner. Awakening the heart of compassion and mercy allows for X-ray vision within a 10-meter radius. Heavenly ear, able to hear the spoken words of the 6 realms regarding suffering and joy, as well as various sounds in the world. Current level is beginner. Awakening the heart of compassion and mercy allows for clear hearing of all sounds within a 10-meter radius. Cultivation method Prajna Heart Sutra Level 1 comprehended from the Maha Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra, a supreme method of Qi cultivation. Current level is refining essence into Qi. Martial skill Diamond Prajna Force Level 1 comprehended from the Maha Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra, a supreme technique for circulating Qi that can be integrated into any combat technique with unmatched strength that significantly enhances physical quality. When in operation, a diamond-like form appears around the body, and as long as this form remains unbroken, all damage can be reflected back. The realm has no upper limit. With each level increase, physical quality doubles from the previous level. Combat skill Turtle Sage Style Turtle School Ki Blast. Shang Yun comprehended the Diamond Prajna Force based on the Prajna Force, which can enhance physical qualities in all aspects. It is estimated that reaching an advanced realm should be similar to the ultimate freedom technique, essentially impervia. In the 2nd year of training under the Turtle Sage, Shang Yun's attribute panel showed an increase in combat skills, with the Turtle Sage style having nearly mastered the combat techniques of the Turtle Sage. The system collectively refers to this as the Turtle Sage style. Shang Yun learned the Turtle School Ki Blast during his battle with Sun Wukong. On this day, the three prepared early, waiting for the Turtle Sage's special training. The Turtle Sage ambled over and said, "Today there will be no training. I have good news for you. Your training is over, and from now on you must cultivate on your own. The master leads you to the door. Cultivation relies on the individual." "Oh really? Our training is over, but I don't feel any stronger," Krillin said with a puzzled look at the Turtle Sage, clenching his fists. "Take off your turtle shells and jump with all your might," the Turtle Sage said mysteriously. The three with curious expressions complied. "Wow, I'm jumping so high," Krillin exclaimed excitedly, followed by Wukong's equally enthusiastic voice. Shang Yun also tried and managed to jump about 20 meters high from the ground. It was truly astonishing, and Shang Yun was also filled with excitement, though not as much as the other two, who kept bouncing repeatedly. "Your strength is considerable, but you still cannot fully control it. You need to engage in combat to gain full mastery. Therefore, I want you to participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament on May 7th, 750 AD. This tournament will take place on a small island near South City. Now let's set off." The Turtle Sage gave Shang Yun a meaningful glance. After greeting Lan Chi, the four set off towards South City. Upon arrival, the Turtle Sage instructed the three to register and wait for arrangements while he disappeared without a trace. Shang Yun knew that the Turtle Sage would also participate in this tournament, but he would be in disguise under the name Chung Long. This was to ensure that the other contestants, who would not be equal opponents for the three, could help them master their strengths through battle, while also understanding that there are always greater beings. The competition takes place in a large arena divided into preliminary and final match areas. The preliminaries occur in an indoor sports hall with multiple competition zones. The finals are held on an outdoor stage set up in a square surrounded by spectator seating, allowing the audience to view the matches from various angles. With many spectators present, the atmosphere is vibrant as everyone arrives with anticipation to witness who will become the world's best martial artist. Whenever there are exciting matchups, the audience cheer, clap, and shout to support the contestants. A total of 137 contestants are participating. The preliminaries use a draw to group the contestants into different zones. Each zone conducts unknown matches, being thrown out of the ring or losing consciousness counts as a loss. The match duration is 1 minute, and if no winner is determined, the referee will decide the outcome. Each zone has 2 advancement spots, ultimately selecting 8 contestants to progress to the finals. The top 8 will compete in elimination rounds on the outdoor stage. The competition process becomes even more intense as it is clear that everyone is among the strongest in the world. To compete for the title of the world's best, contestants must give their all and showcase their utmost strength. There are dedicated staff members responsible for organizing and managing the matches, such as drawing lots and scheduling matches. The referees oversee the competition to ensure fairness and impartiality, determining the winners according to the rules. A medical team is on standby at the venue, ready to take injured contestants to nearby hospitals for treatment. Fortunately, the 3 did not end up in the same competition area, which means their abilities should allow them all to reach the finals. While waiting, Wukong introduced Krillin and Shang Yun to his friends Yamchu, a handsome boy with black spiky hair, and Bulma, a beautiful girl with long blue hair, along with the chubby pig Oolong. One must say Bulma is truly beautiful at this time. She should be 17 years old at the prime of her youth. As the preliminaries proceeded, Krillin encountered a senior brother from the Doran Temple. Due to being bullied by seniors in the temple before, Krillin always felt that seniors were unbeatable, instilling fear in him. Thus, he remained defensive, dodging and never daring to strike back. Krillin, fight back. He's really weak. Don't be afraid, Wukong shouted in concern after finishing his match and seeing Krillin's state. At this moment, Shang Yun had just finished a match and, seeing Krillin's situation, wanted to advise him, but Wukong spoke first, so he remained silent, realizing that sometimes it's better to support quietly from behind. However, Krillin still did not dare to attack. Perhaps this fear was deeply ingrained in him. Shang Yun thought for a moment and shouted, Krillin, stop dodging, just stand there and take a punch from him. Krillin turned to Shang Yun, puzzled. Take a punch from him. Shang Yun gave Krillin an affirming look in response to the surprised gazes of others. Krillin knew that Shang Yun wouldn't deceive him and realized that avoiding was not a solution as time was running out. Just as Krillin hesitated, his senior brother's attack was already upon him. With no time to hesitate, Krillin crossed his arms and braced himself for the punch. Ha, Krillin, are you scared, silly? Ha, the senior brother boasted. Krillin looked confused as suddenly he seemed to think of something and turned sharply to look at Shang Yun, who again gave Krillin a determined look. With a loud bang, the senior brother crashed against the wall, having been kicked out by Klin. Klin had won. Excited, Klin jumped off the stage and punched Shang Yun in the chest, saying, "Thank you, Shang Yun." Shang Yun smiled, saying nothing more. This left everyone puzzled, with Bulma being the first to break the silence, asking what is going on. We tried to persuade him for so long to no avail, yet Shang Yun said to let Klin take a punch. Why has Klin suddenly lost his fear? Shang Yun looked at Klin, who chuckled and said, "Thank you all for your concern, but at that moment I couldn't think. All I could see was the scene of being bullied by my senior brothers, unable to resist. However, after taking a punch from my senior brother, I realized that it didn't hurt like before. I couldn't even feel the pain. That's when I understood that I had become strong and my senior brother was no longer my opponent." Everyone suddenly realized that no amount of words could compare to personal experience. Bulma stared wide-eyed at Shang Yun, her face full of curiosity. As the competition progressed, the preliminaries were nearing their end, and Shang Yun encountered an interesting opponent, Lan Fong. "Hello, handsome brother, am I pretty?" Lan Fong bent over, revealing her fair skin, one hand on her hip, and the other playfully pointing her finger at her lips, throwing a flirtatious glance at Shang Yun, shyly asking, "Pretty?" Shang Yun replied calmly, hands behind his back. He simply stated what he thought. "Then will you be able to hit a beautiful sister? Sister is just a weak little girl. Why don't you jump down from the stage and let me win, okay?" Lan Fong continued to act cute. At this moment, Yamcha and the turtle hermit disguised as Jackie Chan were drooling, while Bulma crossed her arms, muttering disdainfully, "Him shameless." Everyone looked at Shang Yun with curiosity, eager to see how he would react. "No," Shang Yun replied flatly. In truth, Shang Yun felt a bit shy, as he was in his puberty, filled with youthful vigor and facing a stunning beauty who looked as if she would come over if he agreed. At the same time, Shang Yun was very curious about what experiences would lead Lan Fong to use her beauty to confuse her enemies. After all, to Shang Yun, Lan Fong was quite powerful, and such experts usually held a sense of pride and rarely resorted to such lowly tactics. But Lan Fang not only used them skillfully, but did so in front of a large audience. Shang Yun remembered from his past life reading comics that Lan Fang in a fight against Nan Wu used the strip tactic, removing her outer clothing to expose her underwear, attempting to distract Nan Wu and making the innocent Nan Wu blush and retreat to the corner of the stage. However, Nan Wu, remembering his mission to buy water for his hometown, closed his eyes, remaining calm as still water, successfully evading Lan Fang's attack and jumping behind her to knock her out with a chop, ultimately securing victory. Had Lan Fang encountered immense grievances, forcing her to rely on her beauty for survival, leading her to become accustomed to it. Not good. Shang Yun continued to speak calmly while he fully activated his Tian Air Tong and Tian Yin Tong, focusing on Lan Fang, trying to perceive her inner world through these two divine abilities. To outsiders, Shang Yun seemed dazed, appearing somewhat foolish. Tian Air Tong and Tian Yin Tong are divine abilities unrestricted by time and space. Over the past 3 years of training, although there was no visible increase in his attributes, Shang Yun knew he had made some progress. Each time he fought against Wukong and Klin, he could vaguely sense their thoughts and upcoming moves. Lan Fang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting a man to be unmoved by her beauty. Just as she was about to change her approach and continue her seduction, she noticed the boy across from her, though calm, was staring at her intently with bright eyes. There was no desire in his gaze, only curiosity and compassion, which made her feel as if she had been seen, through causing a wave of extreme discomfort. She abandoned her seductive tactics, assuming a combat stance, ready to attack. Then sister is going to attack now. Handsome brother, I'm just a weak girl, so please be gentle. Lan Fang instinctively acted weak, and then took the initiative to strike, charging at Shang Yun. As she got close, she kicked out with all her strength, trying to knock him out of the ring before he could react. At this moment, Shang Yun was focused on performing his two divine abilities and was unaware of Lan Fang's attack. However, the sensations from those abilities prompted his body to evade, allowing him to dodge the kick. Seeing that Shang Yun had evaded, Lan Fang quickly retracted her leg to avoid falling off the stage, turning back to look at Shang Yun, who was still staring blankly at her. He's just pretending to be foolish. Lan Fang felt a surge of anger in her heart and continued to attack, but Shang Yun dodged each of her strikes. Shang Yun, unaware of his bonus actions, was experiencing a rapid depletion of mental energy, and in his vision, he saw the first half of Lan Fang's life unfolding behind her. In a northern archipelago, there was a girl named Lan Fang. Her father had passed away when she was very young, and she had almost no memories of him. Later, her mother struggled to survive alone and remarried, leading her into a childhood shrouded in darkness. Due to her beauty, she suffered sexual harassment from her stepfather from an early age. During those days, fear was her constant companion, and her soul was eroded by endless pain. However, fate seemed to take a turn one day. After her mother passed away, when she was once again harassed by her stepfather, a passing master appeared like a deity, saving her. The master, filled with compassion, took her in. Lan Fang seemed to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. She longed to change her destiny, so she decided to learn martial arts from the master. Initially, she was filled with hope and anticipation, believing she had found a new direction in life. But she never expected that the master was also someone who coveted her beauty. One quiet night, a nightmare descended as the master raped her. At that moment, Lan Fang's world collapsed, and despair engulfed her like a tidal wave. She had considered suicide to end her painful life. But thinking about letting the master continue to evade responsibility ignited a burning rage in her heart. Thus, Lan Fang decided to endure humiliation for the sake of revenge. She used her beauty to actively serve the master just to gain his trust and learn martial arts. Days passed, and Lan Fang grew stronger in her pain, her heart becoming gradually empowered, no longer fragile enough to wish for death. Silently, she accumulated strength, waiting for the moment of revenge. At last, when she had achieved her goals, Lan Fang personally killed her master. In that moment, she felt a release as years of pain and hatred were liberated. From then on, Lan Fang embarked on a journey through the wandering world. She helped the weak and became an embodiment of justice. However, when faced with formidable opponents, her past experiences led her to habitually use her beauty to seduce, then strike when they were unprepared. She knew this might not be the most righteous method, but it was her way of surviving in this cruel world. Gradually, Lan Fang began to desire a change in her life, yearning for a brighter existence, yet she was unsure of how to proceed. She wished to participate in the world's foremost martial arts competition, hoping to prove herself and earn the respect and admiration of others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initially comprehending the divine ability Fate Insight. which allows knowledge of oneself and the myriad lives of the six realms across countless lifetimes and deeds. It not only reveals one's past experiences, but also the circumstances of other beings' past lives, such as former identities and their deeds of good and evil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering a combat technique. The technique description states that when the host senses they cannot evade an opponent's attack, they can enter a state of extreme calmness and activate the technique, allowing their instincts to execute a dodge, which will greatly consume mental energy. The voice of 9527 interrupted as Shang Yun was contemplating Lan Fong with compassion, wanting to offer guidance. Please name the combat technique. Zen awareness. Spirit evasion technique. Shang Yun thought this technique required a tranquil state of mind, as if possessing spiritual awareness to evade attacks, thus, he chose this name. Named Zen awareness. Spirit evasion technique. Please check your attributes host. Open the attribute panel. Shang Yun was quite curious about Fate Insight. Host Shang Yun. Age 13. Mental method Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra. Realm unity of knowledge and action. Knowledge is the beginning of action. Action is the fruition of knowledge. Divine ability heavenly. I can see the sufferings and joys of all beings in the six realms and observe all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Current level beginner can perceive within a radius of 10 meters with a heart open to compassion and pity. Heavenly ear can hear the voices of all beings in the six realms regarding their sufferings and joys, as well as various sounds in the world. Current level beginner can hear all sounds within a radius of 10 meters with a heart open to compassion and pity. Fate Insight can know oneself and the myriad lives of the six realms across countless lifetimes and deeds. Current level beginner can perceive the experiences of others in this life with a heart open to compassion and pity. Cultivation method Prajna Heart Sutra. First level understood from Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, the supreme method of cultivating Qi. Current realm refining essence into Qi. Martial technique Diamond Prajna Fist. First level understood from Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra, the supreme method of circulating Qi can be integrated into any combat technique with unparalleled might, greatly enhancing physical attributes. When activated, it forms a diamond manifestation around the body, which can rebound all damage until the manifestation is broken with no upper limit to its realm. Each level up doubles physical attributes. Combat technique Turtle School, Turtle Style, Energy Wave, Zen Awareness. Spirit evasion technique. This Fate Insight can perceive the past deeds of oneself and others, even sensing the reincarnations of previous lives spanning hundreds or thousands of lifetimes. However, currently at the beginner stage, it can only see the experiences of the other in this life, and it requires a heart of compassion for others to use this divine ability, meaning one must not harbor ill intentions, or it will fail. This beginner divine ability indeed has quite a few limitations. And Zen awareness. The spirit evasion technique requires a calm state to be executed, and each successful execution consumes a significant amount of mental energy. It seems impossible to teach it to Wukong and the others, as Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan transformation needs to maintain a state of anger. After gathering her composure, Shang Yun looked at Lan Fong again. At this moment, Lan Fong was already sweating, taking off her top, revealing her underwear, soaked with sweat, exuding the allure of a mature woman. At this moment, the turtle sage appeared as if he were drunk, his face flushed and ready to burst. Wulong had a lecherous expression, drooling onto the ground, and even Yamucha was shyly looking down, his eyes constantly darting toward Lan Fong, worried about being seen by Bulma. Brother, please don't bully your sister. I'm so tired, just let me hit you once. Lan Fong rubbed her eyes with both hands, pretending to cry. Lan Fong, the pain you once experienced has passed. Why must you carry it again? Shang Yun unleashed the first level of Diamond Prajna Fist, emitting a faint golden light around him, giving off a dignified aura. Moi. Lan Fong was somewhat confused, not knowing what Shang Yun was up to, but seeing his current demeanor, she dared not continue her seduction and assumed a defensive stance. You possess kindness in your heart, willing to help the weak, and you have also fallen into confusion due to excessive killings, seeking redemption through releasing life. But do you know that true release is actually letting yourself go? Only with a calm heart towards life can one attain true happiness. Apart from the pain inflicted by the body, all other suffering is imposed by your own thoughts. Everything that happens to you is an experience you must undergo. Life is merely an experience. Any tribulations arranged by fate will pass. If you cannot endure, they will not be placed upon you. You are a brave girl. You have once conquered your own cowardice, but now what you need to overcome is not me, but your own inner self. Shang Yun cultivated the Prajna Heart Sutra, and with the enhancement of the Diamond Prajna Fist his voice could reach deep into Lan Fang's soul. Lan Fang lowered her arms that were crossed in front of her chest and looked at Shang Yun. Who exactly are you? How do you know this? After speaking, she quickly charged forward, launching another round of attacks. At this moment, Shang Yun no longer avoided her, allowing her to strike his body. He only used his arms to block when she attacked his lower body. A woman can be truly terrifying when enraged, as she attacked the lower body of a 13-year-old child. It seemed Shang Yun had truly struck a nerve, provoking her fury. Gradually, Lan Fang stopped. Her underwear was nearly drenched. She was exhausted and had vented her frustrations sitting on the ground, looking at Shang Yun, too tired to speak, wondering what kind of monster this was. Let go of others' wrongs, free your heart. Everything begins from the heart. See it lightly and live lightly. Shang Yun calmly spoke again. At this moment, he was not at ease either. Although he had not been injured, his internal energy was nearly depleted. The Diamond Prajna Fist, while not having side effects like the King Kai's Fist, still consumes the vital energy cultivated from the Prajna Heart Sutra. Normally, with Shang Yun's energy reserves, he shouldn't exhaust it so quickly, but he had chosen to endure the damage instead of dodging, which greatly drained his energy. At this moment, Lan Fang gasped for breath, calming her mind to ponder Shang Yun's recent words as if she began to understand something. Slowly standing up, she picked up the clothes on the ground, dressed herself, adjusted her outfit, and with a deep glance at Shang Yun, turned and leaped off the stage amidst everyone's bewildered expressions. Shang Yun let out a sigh of relief, retracting his Vajra Prajna technique, and looked at the host, saying, "You may announce it now." "Huh. Oh, I declare that the winner of this match is Shang Yun. Shang Yun has won and successfully advanced to the finals." Soon the 8 finalists were determined. They were the transformed Master Rashi as Jackie Chan's son Wukong, Krillin Yamcha, Nam Bartoli Jiren, and Shang Yun. The finals were also randomly paired. The first match was Krillin versus Bartoli. Bartoli was a foul-smelling person who fought using various body odors and disgusting attacks, such as sticky phlegm. Upon realizing Bartoli's tactics, Krillin felt uncomfortable and dared not engage in close combat. The audience, even from a distance, couldn't bear it and retreated. Ultimately, Bartoli sat on Krillin, releasing a foul fart that knocked him out. Just as Bartoli was about to deliver the final blow, Shang Yun shouted to Krillin, "Krillin, wake up. It's all an illusion, something your mind has conjured. You don't have a nose, you can't smell the stink." After Krillin came to his senses, he quickly defeated Bartoli and in a retaliatory manner farted in Bartoli's face, causing the foul-smelling man to faint. The host, wearing a gas mask, stepped onto the stage to announce Krillin's victory. Next was Yamcha's turn. Yamcha had poor luck. His opponent was Master Wu Tian, who had transformed into a dragon. Yamcha launched a fierce offensive against Master Wu Tian at the start, unleashing his special move Wolfang Fist, but to Master Wu Tian, it was merely child's play. Within a few moves, Master Wu Tian knocked Yamcha off the stage, and Yamcha regrettably lost. Master Rashi advanced. Next was Sun Wukong against Jiren. Jiren was an overweight pterodactyl whose special move was magic chewing gum, which could immobilize the target, leaving them to be beaten passively. At the start of the match, the two exchanged blows vigorously. Jiren, being massive, boasted a strong presence, but there was a gap in strength compared to Sun Wukong. Later, Jiren temporarily trapped Sun Wukong with magic chewing gum and launched a furious onslaught. However, Sun Wukong ultimately broke free, and seeing the situation turning against him, Jiren immediately raised a white flag in surrender. Sun Wukong emerged victorious. Next was Shang Yun against Nam. Nam was a respected martial artist who participated in the world's No.1 martial arts tournament, not for fame or fortune. Coming from a village severely lacking water, his aim in joining the tournament was to win the prize money to help his village with their water issues, showcasing his kind heart and strong sense of responsibility. Nam was very powerful and resolute, a true ascetic. In his past life, while reading comics, Nam could ride the Nimbus, which only the pure-hearted and clear-minded could do. Nam's ability to ride the Nimbus indicated his relatively pure heart, free from too many evil thoughts. The two stepped onto the stage, bowed to each other, and assumed combat stances without attacking, both searching for weaknesses in each other. As time passed, the audience grew impatient, shouting and cursing. However, both were resolute individuals, undeterred, still observing one another. Sun Wukong and Krillin watched the two with curiosity. Even Master Rashi, who had been chatting with beautiful women, began to appreciate Shang Yun, surprised at his character. Finally, under pressure from the audience, the host had to step up and urge the two to start fighting, at least to make a move. Shang Yun nodded with a smile, placing his hands together, and said to Nam, "Master Nam, please make the first move. I excel at defense." Nam was slightly taken aback, not expecting Shang Yun to address him as master. He felt a bit awkward, but also held great admiration for Shang Yun's earlier performance. However, he needed to win the match as his villagers were depending on him. Then I must offend you, Nam said again, bowing with his hands together. After seeing Shang Yun nod, he quickly charged at him. Nam launched a rapid dual-handed attack towards Shang Yun's chest. Since Shang Yun was already in a defensive position, he naturally avoided being hit, stepping back repeatedly to create distance as Nam pursued relentlessly, changing his attack patterns continuously. Shang Yun still did not counterattack, only retreating and maneuvering his body to dodge. As they approached the edge of the stage, Shang Yun suddenly stopped retreating, pushed off with his feet leaping into the air, and performed a somersault to land behind Nam. As his left foot touched down, he forcefully pushed off again and raised his right foot to kick Nam, who was about to run off the stage. At this moment, Nam felt a bit flustered, not expecting this seemingly simple boy to resort to tricks. He hurriedly retracted his legs, flailing his arms to slow his momentum, but as he was near the edge of the stage, despite slowing down, he still went off the edge. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Nam turned and crouched at the edge of the stage, his legs bent, avoiding contact with the ground outside the stage. Just as Nam was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Shang Yun rushing towards him, a foot nearly about to kick him in the face. Just as Nam panicked, Shang Yun suddenly stopped a meter away from him, smiling at Nam. Nam, using all his strength, climbed back onto the stage, looking at Shang Yun with confusion. Shang Yun smiled and said, "Master Nam, you were careless. One should know that even when wrestling with a rabbit, one must use full strength. You must not hold back just because I'm a child." Hearing this, Nam understood that Shang Yun was showing him respect, and with hands together, he said, "I have learned." Master Rashi, playing the role of Jackie Chan, also set aside his playful mood and watched Shang Yun's battle seriously, thinking to himself that this kid is good, not driven by fame or fortune. He would surely surpass me in the future. The two assumed combat stances once again and simultaneously launched attacks, clashing together. Nam's attacking style was characterized by large, powerful moves, showcasing strong offensive capability. Shang Yun was aware of his lack of experience in battles and knew he was no match for Nam's strength. He aimed to use this match to hone his combat skills and experience, not intending to use the Vajra Prajna technique, instead opting to engage in battle using the turtle school techniques against Nam. The two exchanged punches and kicks, taking turns attacking. Initially, Shang Yun was consistently hit and rarely landed a blow on Nam. Although Nam's moves were wide and powerful, they were not slow and had rhythm, always finding openings to dodge and counterattack during Shang Yun's assaults. As Shang Yun faced continuous attacks without a fierce counteroffensive, he felt as though many were attacking him simultaneously, leaving him somewhat defenseless. Fortunately, having trained in the Vajra Prajna technique, even without using it, he passively increased his physical defense. After enduring dozens of strikes from Nam, Shang Yun gradually adapted to the rhythm of Nam's attacks and began to strike back. Every thought and intention is a cause, and what one experiences in the present is the effect. The world remains unaware of the law of cause and effect, and who has ever escaped its grasp? Shang Yun wished for Nan Wu to be his sparring partner and to give his all. Thus he deserved the beating he received. However, this very beating made him realize another shortcoming: he lacked a powerful explosive technique. Although he had already learned the Kamehameha, he felt it was still insufficient in terms of explosiveness and surprise. Moreover, the Kamehameha became somewhat ordinary in the later stages as Sun Wukong and his companions practiced a method of distributing their chi throughout their bodies and then concentrating it at a single point for their ultimate techniques. This approach was actually quite crude, as the speed of chi accumulation was slow, requiring an extensive amount of time to gather energy. During an explosive moment, one could not output too much at once because the chi circulated too slowly and the endurance couldn't keep up. Shang Yun was practicing the Heart Sutra of Prajna, focusing on the upper, middle, and lower dantians. Currently, he was at the realm of refining essence into chi and was still cultivating his lower dantian, located 3 fingers below the navel. Normally, internal chi was stored in the dantian and could be summoned directly from there when needed, allowing for quicker and more efficient output. Yet he still could not escape the predicament of insufficient true chi limits. What he needed was the ability to fight beyond his level. Fortunately, he possessed the Nirvana Enlightenment System and had already mastered the Mahaprajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. He just needed to comprehend the skills from it. The two continued to fight fiercely, with Shang Yun gradually managing to fight back instead of being pressed down. At times, he could even land hits on Nan Wu. Shang Yun knew that without using the Diamond Prajna technique, his strength was inferior to that of Nan Wu. However, he thought that such situations would arise frequently in the future, So he wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could gain insights into new combat techniques. In circumstances like these, what Shang Yun needed was an ability that could block his opponent's attacks while simultaneously delivering a powerful counterattack. Ideally, he sought techniques that could double his power, akin to the Kamehameha and the Spirit Bomb. With direction came motivation. While contemplating, Shang Yun retaliated, and the spectators, including Clin, looked on in confusion, murmuring why as Shang Yun's attack slowed. Just a moment ago, he was able to counter several times, but now he can only take hits and occasionally retaliate, and even then he misses. Indeed, what's going on? Sun Wukong and Bulma also expressed their confusion. Yamucha observed Shang Yun and Nan Wu on the stage deep in thought, yet he remained silent, turning his gaze toward the character portrayed by Master Roshi. It's enlightenment. He's experiencing a moment of clarity, or perhaps a battle enlightenment. This kid has quite the fortune, Master Roshi remarked in astonishment. At this moment, Nan Wu also sensed something was off with Shang Yun. Seeing Shang Yun in a daze as if lost in thought, he considered jumping out of the fight to inquire about the situation. Nan Wu, do not cease your attacks. Shang Yun is in a moment of enlightenment and should be creating a combat technique. He needs you to apply pressure on him right now. Master Roshi, perceiving Nan Wu's intentions, quickly shouted out, knowing this was his disciple's opportunity and that it must not be missed. Many people go a lifetime without such chances. Upon hearing this, Nan Wu understood and thought this kid really has a deep fortune. He then fully focused on supporting Shang Yun. The audience, unable to discern the underlying significance, murmured about the two acting, while the host, under pressure, attempted to remind them with a microphone, only to be stopped by Clin. At this moment, Shang Yun's thoughts raced like lightning as he continuously mobilized his true chi, attempting to unleash an attack that exceeded his normal strength. However, after numerous attempts, he could only manage to increase his power by about tenfold at most, and that was during full output. But future enemies would certainly not be merely 10 times stronger than him. Just when Shang Yun was at a loss for what to do next, Nan Wu threw a straight punch. Shang Yun stepped back, turned, and deflected Nan Wu's punch, while simultaneously kicking at Nan Wu's feet. Nan Wu stumbled and fell to the ground, having been careless in focusing solely on attacking Shang Yun and forgetting to defend. Seeing Nan Wu fall, a glint of brilliance flashed in Shang Yun's eyes. It was indeed true that in his past life there were many techniques that allowed the weak to overcome the strong by redirecting the enemy's attacks back upon them. Some techniques could even combine their own attacks with the redirection, like the star shifting, the great transfer of heaven and earth, the flower moving wood, and Tai Chi. Thus Shang Yun closed his eyes, contemplating these techniques, intent on creating an attack style suitable for the Dragon Ball world. Nan Wu, having fallen on the ring, was also momentarily stunned. Coming to his senses, he blushed and quickly sprang back to his feet, like a carp leaping from the water, ready to continue his assault, only to be halted by Master Rose's shout. Hold off your attacks for now. Shang Yun is at a critical moment and needs quiet, Master Roshi urged urgently. Upon hearing this, Nan Wu stood still. At this point, Shang Yun had a general direction in mind, but was unsure of the fundamental basis for the technique. Reluctant to give up, he silently recited the Mahaprajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. When he reached the phrase, all phenomena are empty, Shang Yun felt a tremor in his heart. All phenomena refers to the 5 aggregates: form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. All sentient beings in the world are formed by the combination of the 5 aggregates. All phenomena are empty implies that the 5 aggregates are impermanent, illusory, and lack inherent existence. One should not cling to them to attain liberation from suffering and transcend the cycle of birth and death. This means that everything is illusory and deceptive, all is empty. Therefore, a layer of empty spiritual domain should be formed around him. Any attack that contacts this spiritual domain will be decomposed and transformed into the domain, allowing him to redirect the disintegrated energy back into his own attacks. As for whether he should absorb these abilities into himself to enhance his strength, Shang Yun did not consider this. Every person's abilities possess their own attributes, and the energy produced may carry their emotions. Indeed, emotions should not be underestimated. They can enable a person to unleash power beyond their imagination. For example, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan transformation requires anger as an emotional catalyst, while Yang Hua's soul-stirring palm from the previous life necessitates sorrowful emotions. The more profound and intense these emotions are, the greater the increase in power. However, these ultimately are not the righteous path. Emotions are not always positive. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, and dread can each produce unexpected effects, but they can also harm one's vital organs and spirit. This is why Sun Wukong later died of heart disease. Anger can easily affect the heart, and this is part of the reason. Shang Yun's cultivation is Zen, so he naturally does not need to rely on these emotions. Simultaneously, if he were to lose his original intention in pursuit of power, he would not need an enemy. He would internally shatter his own mental state and cripple his own martial arts. Time seemed to stretch on, yet it passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. Nanmo felt a wave of energy emanating from Shang Yun, prompting him to raise his hands defensively before his chest. Shang Yun's body trembled, his aura skyrocketing as he awakened from his enlightenment. He had broken through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita. The Heart Sutra of Wisdom has been enhanced, and the current realm is the second stage of refining Qi into spirit. The mechanical voice of 9527 appeared just in time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating a battle technique. Description of the battle technique: the host enters a state of meditative tranquility, allowing a void spiritual domain to form around him capable of decomposing, phasing, and absorbing all attacks. The absorbed energy can be unleashed or dispersed into the air. However, if the attack exceeds the host's strength by a large margin, the spiritual domain will break, causing the host to suffer both mental and physical damage. The size of the spiritual domain increases with strength and can envelop others. Please name the technique. Meditation. Void spiritual domain. Shang Yun exclaimed excitedly in his heart. This was his first time actively creating a battle technique, and such an impressive one at that, naturally filling him with excitement. What about the previous enlightenment? The technique of spiritual evasion was created by controlling Shang Yun's body with the powers of heavenly eye and heavenly ear, akin to a gift for Shang Yun, with no process of creation, thus there was no reason to be overly excited. Shang Yun snapped back to reality, recalling the match. He wasn't in a hurry to check his attribute panel. With his hands pressed together, he expressed to Nanmo, "Thank you, Master Nanmo." Nanmo shook his head repeatedly, saying, No, you are too polite. I haven't done anything. What did you comprehend? May I witness it? It's just a defensive technique. I would appreciate it if you could provide some guidance, Master Nanmo. Shang Yun said humbly, noticing the impatience of the audience below. He understood that they had been on stage for too long. The audience was made up of ordinary people there to watch an exciting match, and without any excitement, their mood soured. Master Nanmo, the audience can't wait any longer. Let's determine the winner with one move. Please show your ultimate technique. Shang Yun smiled. Ultimate technique. My ultimate move is extremely perilous. Anyone struck must sleep for 10 days and nights before waking. Are you sure? Shang Yun nodded lightly. All right, prepare to receive it. Nanmo no longer hesitated out of respect for Shang Yun. He pushed off forcefully with his feet, leaping into the air, reaching over 100 meters in height, evidently using all his strength. At the apex of his jump, he crossed his arms in front of him and dove headfirst, shouting, "Sky Cross Punch." Shang Yun had always been curious about the Sky Cross Punch in his past life. This technique boasted immense attack power, but was too singular and lacked flexibility. It could only dive down. One could simply dodge it. Now that he faced it, he discovered it was not so simple. Nanmo could twist his waist in midair to change direction. To dodge, one could only do so when Nanmo was about to touch the ground with no room to change direction. However, the competition stage was limited in size, and no matter how one dodged, they remained under the threat of Nanmo's Sky Cross Punch. Shang Yun did not wish to evade. He wanted to see the effect of his new battle technique. Meditation. Void spiritual domain. With his hands pressed together, a dome of energy, forming a 3-foot radius, surrounded Shang Yun. He looked up at the descending Nanmo, thinking to himself that shouting out the skill indeed had a rather imposing presence. Boom. The two finally collided, or rather Nanmo crashed into Shang Yun's energy dome, while Shang Yun remained unmoved with his hands pressed together. Nanmo exerted force with both hands against the energy dome, performing a backflip and landing on his feet. Gazing at Shang Yun, he thought, what a formidable energy dome, it can completely defend against my attack. Am I to be stopped here? The villagers are still waiting for me. What should I do? Shang Yun retracted his spiritual domain and smiled, saying, Master, I concede. The boy admits defeat. What? Nanmo was incredulous. Shang Yun smiled slightly and walked down from the stage. Below, Master Rashi observed Shang Yun descending and nodded while stroking his beard, saying, Not bad, this kid is quite impressive. But this technique of his seems to completely counter my Kamehameha. Sai, truly the student surpasses the master. Shang Yun, are you injured? Krillin and Sun Wukong asked anxiously. Shang Yun, why did you concede? Bulma also asked in confusion. I'm fine, I've already obtained what I wanted. Continuing further wouldn't yield much more. Shang Yun replied with a smile. Although everyone was puzzled, they all expressed their support. In truth, Shang Yun had other considerations. He wanted to witness the growth of Sun Wukong and the others, not wanting to overly interfere with the path they needed to take. According to his past memories, Sun Wukong would fight Nanmo, and for him every battle was crucial, facilitating his growth. Having lost, Shang Yun could choose to leave according to the rules or stay to continue watching. He chose to leave temporarily because he had his own matters to attend to. At the entrance of the venue, Shang Yun spotted a familiar figure, Lan Fong. "Shang Yun, I watched your match. You truly are remarkable," Lan Fong said with a smile, still charming as ever. "Winning or losing is merely a temporary matter. What I need is to continue cultivating." "Miss Lan Fong, is there something you need?" Shang Yun said casually. "I am currently feeling lost and wish to cultivate with you. Perhaps I can learn something from you and find my path ahead." Lan Fong set aside her alluring demeanor and said earnestly, "You wish to cultivate with me? What do you hope to learn from me?" "All right, but the teachings cannot be given lightly. Do you have money?" Shang Yun thought to himself that he was in need of money, and the timing was perfect. "How much do you need?" Lan Fong asked in shock, never expecting that such a beautiful woman would accompany him, yet he still wanted money. "Not necessarily. I'll come on, help me buy something, and you can pay." Shang Yun turned and walked away, leaving Lan Fong with no choice but to follow. The two arrived at the retail store of the Universal Capsule Company, and upon entering they were greeted with a dazzling array of products. The Universal Capsule Company belongs to Bulma's family. This girl would eventually become the most powerful scientist on Earth, and even the richest person in the world. The Universal Capsule is the company's most iconic product. The seemingly ordinary small capsules possess wondrous functions. By pressing the button on the capsule, one can release the objects stored within, whether they are large items like houses, cars, airplanes, battle suits, or spaceships, or smaller items like various tools and weapons. All can appear in an instant. Moreover, when items are stored in the capsule, they are compressed to an extremely small volume, making them convenient to carry. For instance, during travel, Sun Wukong and the others often use universal capsules to carry various daily necessities and transportation tools, greatly enhancing their mobility. The application of this technology means people no longer need to worry about carrying a large number of items in their lives and work. They only need to carry a few small capsules to have everything they need at their fingertips. Of course, each product bears a blue capsule logo. "What are you doing here?" Lan Fong asked curiously. "What else can I do here?" "Of course I'm here to buy things. Just prepare the money." Shang Yun looked at the capsule products on the shelf, dazzled by the array of choices, marveling at how impressive the technology was. "Oh, what do you want to buy?" "Just so you know, I can't afford anything too expensive," Lan Fong exclaimed, looking as terrified as a little rabbit about to be eaten. "I just want to buy some daily necessities and transportation tools. I don't even know how much it will cost." "Didn't you say we would cultivate together?" "I'm going to travel, cultivating while traveling." Shang Yun was at a loss for words. "Oh, like a wandering monk." "No, wait, don't. Wandering monks usually cultivate on foot." "That's really tough. I don't want to do that." "So I need you to buy some tools. I don't like suffering either." Cultivation is meant to make one happier, not to suffer while cultivating. "All right, I know what to buy. You can browse around. I will go buy it," Lan Fong said earnestly. "Remember to get me a few new clothes." "Got it." Lan Fong walked towards the salesperson without looking back. Shang Yun wasn't worried about whether Lan Fong had money. A girl like her often liked to rob the rich to help the poor, so she surely had some money. Even if she didn't, it didn't matter to Shang Yun. He was originally going to travel and cultivate, and whether he could enjoy it wasn't important. What mattered was happiness. Only by finding joy amidst suffering could one elevate their state of mind. Girls take their time shopping, and Shang Yun quickly lost interest in the capsules. He waited at the entrance as the sky grew darker. The world's #1 martial arts competition should have ended, and the streets were gradually filling with people. Given the lack of suspense, it was probably Master Rashi who won. Lan Fong finally finished shopping, and it looked like she bought quite a bit, even carrying a backpack. The two headed towards the venue of the world's #1 martial arts competition. At the entrance, they happened to see Sun Wukong and the others coming out together. Sun Wukong looked weak after fighting all day and transforming into a gorilla, and after being beaten by Master Rashi, he was naturally very hungry. Master Rashi suggested treating everyone to a meal, and Shang Yun followed along. This meal completely consumed the prize money Master Rashi won from the competition. Master Rashi didn't expect this and was left with no tears to cry. After the meal, Master Rashi turned to Lan Fong and said, "This beautiful young lady, may I ask what your plans are? Do you need my help?" "No need, I want to travel with Shang Yun," Lan Fong replied, coolly, seeming disinterested in responding to Master Rashi. "Travel? Shang Yun, are you going to travel? Aren't you going to cultivate with Master Rashi?" Krillin asked Shang Yun with confusion upon hearing Lan Fang's words. Didn't Master Roshi say before that we have basically learned enough and the rest depends on ourselves? I just want to travel and cultivate to see other martial artists. Shang Yun smiled and replied. Yes, that's also a method. You can choose your own path moving forward, Master Roshi pondered. Ultimately, Krillin chose to continue cultivating with Master Roshi, while Sun Wukong decided to seek the 4-star Dragon Ball. The three of them parted ways, agreeing to meet again at the next world's #1 martial arts competition in 3 years. Shang Yun was unwilling to cultivate with Sun Wukong because he knew that Sun Wukong's upcoming experiences were crucial for shaping his character and would help him become a responsible and caring person. These things couldn't be taught through words, they needed to be experienced. Shang Yun didn't want to interfere with Sun Wukong's understanding of life. He worried that if he accidentally disrupted it, Sun Wukong's character might not be as it was in the previous comic, and then who would protect the Earth? Beautiful Miss Lan Fang, do you really want to travel with this kid? Shang Yun. Traveling and cultivating can be quite tough. Why not cultivate with me? I have a small island where you can row a boat and enjoy the sea. As they were about to part, Master Roshi invited Lan Fang once more. Suddenly Lan Fang regained her charming demeanor and said to Master Roshi, "Am I beautiful?" But some people seemed to ignore it. After saying this, she glanced back at Shang Yun. Bulma looked at Shang Yun with curiosity, eager to see how he would respond. Shang Yun knew this was a dig at him. He didn't want to say much, but since they were going to travel together, some things needed to be clarified to avoid awkwardness along the way. Miss Lan Fang's outer beauty is ultimately fleeting. Even with constant beauty care, it can only last for 20 or 30 years. I believe the most beautiful people in this world are those like Master Wu Tian, who possess kindness and love for all beings and the best beauty treatment. Shang Yun paused deliberately at this point. Master Roshi blushed when Shang Yun mentioned him as the most beautiful person in front of the beautiful woman. Hurry up and tell me what is the best beauty treatment. Lan Fang urged while Bulma looked at Shang Yun with great anticipation, waiting for an answer. It is a heart of compassion. When one holds compassion in their heart, their inner beauty naturally reflects in their outer beauty. Shang Yun clasped his hands together and smiled. Even this old man with his lewdness has a heart of compassion. Lan Fang and Bulma looked at Master Roshi with disdain. Master Roshi exchanged a glance with Shang Yun, who decided not to continue. Bulma left with Yamcha and even brought Oolong along. It seemed that this little fatso like Poir had become Bulma's follower. In fact, from the setup, Bulma and Yamcha really matched well, but unfortunately both were too young and had too little experience to hold on to each other. Shang Yun, you have a kind heart and are too merciful. Take this manual, the techniques inside may help you. Before leaving, Master Roshi handed Shang Yun a book. The group exchanged farewells and went their separate ways to cultivate. Shang Yun set off towards the southwest. Shang Yun, do you expect me, a girl, to carry all this luggage? It's very heavy. Lan Fang complained. Most of what's inside is for you, and since you're cultivating with me, this backpack is part of the cultivation journey. It's light, isn't it? You just said it was heavy. Did I? Yes. Hey, you're a big boy, why are you quibbling with a little girl like me? You're older than I am. You. The two continued their idle chatter. As the sun set in the west and the moon rose in the east, the two reached the wilderness with no inns around. Fortunately, Lan Fang had a universal capsule for a mobile home in her backpack. She took it out, opened it, and went inside to rest. Shang Yun did not enter. He wanted to contemplate the path ahead carefully. Now, having gained some self-defense ability in the Dragon Ball world, he could stand firm, but the real crisis had yet to begin. In 3 years, at the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, the first major boss of the Dragon Ball world, King Piccolo, would appear. With Shang Yun's current strength, he estimated he wouldn't even be able to defeat King Piccolo's egg. Shang Yun once wanted to ask Bulma for the Dragon Ball radar, but later realized that the dragons on Earth were too weak. Seeking the Dragon Balls would lead to two outcomes: one, to wish to go home, but traversing time and space with the strength of a god of Earth seemed impossible for the dragon he could summon. Thus, he could only wish to enhance his strength, enabling him to endure the events on Namek. However, Shang Yun's strength had to be cultivated through his own insights, not through external aids, lest his power regress and the situation become counterproductive. In truth, Shang Yun understood the narrative of the evil dragon. In his heart, he believed the power of the Dragon Balls was not righteous and did not align with his mindset, making it unwise to use. A night passed without incident. Shang Yun sat cross-legged, honing his mind and practicing the Heart Sutra. As dawn broke, Shang Yun had completed his morning exercises. Lan Fang was still asleep in the car. He searched for some food in the car to satisfy his hunger, and then continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. In the distance, a rapid sound of footsteps approached. Someone was running quickly. Shang Yun suddenly opened his eyes, pushed off the ground with his feet, and stood up to gaze in the direction of the newcomer, seeing the person moving swiftly, kicking up clouds of dust behind them. It seemed that the person had also spotted the mobile home, and Shang Yun gradually slowing down and stopping not far from him. As the dust settled, Shang Yun could clearly see the person before him. It was Nan Wu. Master Nan Wu, why the hurry? Where are you off to? Shang Yun asked knowingly. Little Master Shang Yun, I'm going back to my hometown. There's a water shortage, and yesterday Master Wu Tian gave me a universal capsule for a water tank. I spent the night filling it with water at the park, and now I'm rushing back to the village. Nan Wu clasped his hands together, looking exhausted as he spoke. So you haven't rested all night. As far as I know, your hometown is in the southwestern desert, which takes several days to reach by car. You look like you're planning to run the whole way. After fighting all day yesterday, can your body handle it? Shang Yun held great respect for Nan Wu. He knew about Nan Wu's hometown and the water shortage of his village, and was aware that Master Wu Tian would give Nan Wu a universal capsule for a water tank. During his time at the capsule company, Shang Yun had considered asking Lan Fong to buy a water tank for Nan Wu as well. After all, having one more water tank would be safer, and 2 tanks should suffice for the village's water needs for over a year. However, this was merely a temporary fix. The issue of water scarcity in the village couldn't be resolved through such means. Shang Yun understood the main reason for the water scarcity in Nan Wu's village. I've already delayed a night. I need to return as soon as possible to save as many people as I can. Nan Wu said earnestly. The village still needs your protection. You mustn't wear yourself out. We are going on a trip and haven't decided where to go yet. Let's make the first stop at your village to have a look. You? Who else is with you? Nan Wu asked. Miss Lan Fong, can I invite Master Nan Wu to join us in the car? It's just right that our first stop is at his hometown. Lan Fong, perhaps awakened by the earlier commotion, got out of the car. Shang Yun directly asked her, how about it? Sure. Lan Fong dressed quite lightly, stretched her arms high, and approached the two while yawning. Master Nan Wu isn't here just to find me, is he? No. It's not. Nan Wu instantly blushed, hurriedly raising his hands in front of his chest to dismiss the idea, but upon seeing Lan Fong approaching confidently, he quickly tucked his hands behind his back and lowered his head to step back. Ha ha ha. Seeing Nan Wu's reaction, Lan Fong placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. Miss Lan Fong, since you've agreed, why don't you drive? Master Nan Wu's village is located in the southwestern desert. Shang Yun timely intervened. I'm driving. You 2 big men want me to drive. Lan Feng's laughter abruptly stopped. I can't drive. Master Nan Wu lives in the desert and probably can't drive either, Shang Yun said, shrugging his shoulders. All right then. With her hands on her hips, Lan Fong walked towards the driver's seat. Shang Yun and Nan Wu exchanged a glance, and both jumped onto the roof of the car, sitting cross-legged and closing their eyes to rest. TCH. Lan Fong rolled her eyes at the sound from the roof. Shang Yun watched Nan Wu meditating and silently recited his attribute panel in his mind. Host Shang Yun. Age 13. Mind Method Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra. Level unity of knowledge and action. Knowing is the beginning of action, and action is the fulfillment of knowledge. Divine powers heavenly. I can see the birth and death of beings across the 6 realms and perceive all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Current level beginner. With a compassionate heart, awakened one can see through a radius of 100 meters. Heavenly ear can hear the words of the 6 realms beings, encompassing all sounds in the world. Current level beginner. With a compassionate heart, awakened one can clearly hear all sounds within a radius of 100 meters. Fate vision can know one's own and the destinies of beings across the 6 realms and their deeds. Current level beginner. With a compassionate heart, awakened one can perceive the experiences of others in this life. Cultivation method. 2 layers of Heart Sutra understood from the Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra, an ultimate method of chi refinement. Current level is chi refinement to spirit. Martial arts. 1 layer of Diamond Prajna power understood from the Maha Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra, an ultimate method of energy manipulation that can be integrated into any combat technique, providing unmatched strength and enhancing overall physical qualities. When activated, a diamond form appears around the body, capable of rebounding all damage as long as the form remains unbroken, with no upper limit to its level. Each elevation doubles the physical quality from the previous level. Combat technique. Turtle Sage style, Turtle School, Energy Wave, 10,000 Nations, Stunning Palm, Zen Awareness. Spirit Avoidance Technique, Zen Meditation. Void Spirit Domain. Looking at the information on the attribute panel, Shang Yun felt a sense of joy. He couldn't perceive how deeply he had understood the Mahaprajnaparmitha Heart Sutra, but the system provided prompts based on his understanding, just like how both Heavenly Eye and Heavenly Ear had improved. The 10,000 Nations Stunning Palm was recorded in the secret manual given to Shang Yun by Master Turtle Sage during their parting. He had already learned it last night. The 10,000 Nations Stunning Palm converts the body's energy into electrical currents. This current energy possesses formidable binding and offensive power, and once an opponent is struck by the current, they will remain bound for a period, making it difficult to break free while sustaining continuous damage. Though being struck by the 10,000 Nations Stunning Palm does not immediately cause fatal harm, the ongoing electric attacks inflict immense suffering and damage to the opponent's body. Master Turtle Sage once claimed this move held tremendous power, and those struck by it were likely to lose their lives. When executing the 10,000 Nations Stunning Palm, a powerful electric current generates dazzling light and intense energy fluctuations, creating a strong visual impact that can psychologically intimidate the opponent. However, this technique has its flaws. The user must first clasp their hands together to gather energy, which requires preparation time. In the rapidly changing battlefield, this may leave the user vulnerable to their opponent's counterattack. Moreover, this technique requires the user to possess a high level of cultivation and exquisite palm technique to successfully transform their energy into electrical currents and accurately hit the target. The power and effectiveness of this technique will be influenced by the user's strength and condition. Master Turtle Sage also recognized Shang Yun's control over his inner energy and his newly comprehended combat technique, Zen meditation. Void Spirit Domain, believing that the 10,000 Nations Stunning Palm would be more suitable for Shang Yun. Along the way, Shang Yun and Nan Wu exchanged insights on cultivation and combat skills on the roof of the car, while Lan Feng also joined in during their breaks. During their journey, they encountered a group of bandits, 100 strong, who had previously been dealt with by Lan Feng. Upon inquiry, they discovered that these were the same bandits who had been robbed by Lan Feng, gathering together to seek revenge after learning of her route. These bandits naturally did not require Lan Feng's intervention, as they were dispatched by Shang Yun and Nan Wu only to be robbed by Lan Feng once again. Upon entering the desert, it became inconvenient for the car to proceed, so the three got out and walked with Lan Feng dressed in a tight-fitting sun protection suit. Nan Wu, eager to deliver water to the village, raced ahead with Shang Yun and Lan Feng. They ran for a day and a night, finally arriving at Nan Wu's village by noon the next day. The villagers were sheltering indoors from the sun, but upon seeing Nan Wu return, they all rushed out to greet him. Finding an empty space, Nan Wu opened a water tank capsule, throwing it onto the ground, which exploded with a bang, revealing a giant water tank. The villagers were astonished by this miraculous scene, and after hearing Nan Wu's explanation, began to line up for water. Seeing the villagers finally able to drink, a smile appeared on Nan Wu's weary face. Master Nan Wu, has the village really been without water all this time? Lan Feng curiously asked, looking at the satisfied villagers. No, a few years ago the river near the village suddenly saw a decrease in water flow, and eventually there was no water at all. Now the riverbed has long since dried up. Even when it rains, there is no water in the riverbed. Nan Wu reminisced. Could it be that something has happened upstream? Have you ever gone upstream to investigate the cause? We did go, but due to the lack of water sources, we could only walk for a day before having to return to the village, so we never found out the reason. Nan Wu said helplessly. Then let's go upstream together tomorrow. Make sure to rest well tonight, Shang Yun suggested. The two agreed, and that evening the villagers prepared dinner to entertain the three. Though it was not very lavish, it was quite tasty, and Lan Feng shared some delicious snacks with the children. After the meal, Lan Feng went to rest at an elderly woman's house, while Shang Yun rested at Nan Wu's home. The next morning the three set off, walking along the river upstream. With Lan Feng's supplies along the way, it was not particularly difficult. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached the upper end of the river, discovering that the small river had been dammed by rocks, forming a lake. From the lake, they could vaguely hear sounds of scuffling. Nan Wu, eager to investigate, quickly jumped onto the rocks. Shang Yun and Lan Feng heard a commotion below and hurriedly followed, only to see a group of hefty dragons bathing in the water, with Nan Wu kneeling and pleading for them to release the water. It seemed they had already fought and were unable to defeat this group of hefty dragons. Shang Yun recognized that these hefty dragons belonged to the Kyrian tribe, characterized by their stout figures, large heads, and big eyes. The leader was Gailang, who had been defeated by Sun Wukong at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the stout dragon that could spit out magical chewing gum. Soon Gilong appeared, and after a brief negotiation he refused. You three think you can make us give up our water source just like that? I couldn't defeat Sun Wukong. Do you think I could be beaten by you? Gilong sneered. Then it seems we have no choice but to fight. Shang Yun signaled for Lan Fong and Nan Wu to step back and took up a fighting stance. Gilong remained dismissive and initiated the attack. Gailang, relying on his size and strength advantages, launched a fierce offensive attempting to overpower Shang Yun with sheer might. Although Shang Yun's speed was not on par with Sun Wukong's, he was still quite fast compared to Gailang, skillfully dodging Gailang's attacks, while constantly moving to find an opportunity to counterattack. Seeing that he could not defeat Shang Yun after a long time, Gilong used a unique move reminiscent of the Sky Cross Fist. This move was quite powerful, forming a cross-shaped energy attack in the air that quickly charged at Shang Yun. Initially surprised by this sudden attack, Shang Yun realized that this was a technique unique to the desert. However, he soon managed to dodge it successfully thanks to his understanding of Nan Wu's Sky Cross Fist. As Shang Yun gradually familiarized himself with Gailang's attack rhythm and technique characteristics, he began to counterattack. He utilized his speed advantage to close in on Gilong and launched a series of agile punches and kicks. Shang Yun's rapid attacks caught Gilong off guard, causing gaps to appear in Gailang's defense. After being thrown into disarray by Shang Yun's counterattacks, Gilong attempted to launch a powerful attack to turn the tide, but by now Shang Yun had completely seized the initiative in the battle. Seizing an opening in Gailang's defense, Shang Yun delivered a powerful punch to Gailang's abdomen, the impact causing Gilong to lose his combat ability, instantly his body swaying. Shang Yun followed up with a flurry of rapid attacks, thoroughly defeating Gilong. Why does your style resemble that of the long-tailed brat so much? Gilong sat on the ground, supporting his weakened body with his tail. Are you referring to Sun Wukong? He and I are both disciples of Master Wu Tian. Shang Yun gasped for breath. What? Master Wu Tian? You are disciples of Master Wu Tian. Why didn't you say so earlier? The water source is yours. Upon hearing the name of the turtle hermit, Gilong trembled all over. Seeing Gailang's reaction, Shang Yun felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he should have mentioned Master Wu Tian directly from the start. Why go through this fight? He had worried about being besieged by this group of hefty dragons. Then let's open this stone wall and let the water flow down. Shang Yun had already recovered. The healing speed of the Heart Sutra was quite fast. That's not possible. These stone walls are formed by our Kyrian tribe's special ability, spinning chewing gum, which is as tough and elastic as rubber and very hard to break. At least we can't break it. Gilong spread his hands and chuckled. What should we do then? Nan Wu said with a bitter smile. Is there any way to open a small hole to let the water flow down? Even if it's just a trickle, at least there would be some water. Lan Fong suggested. That's impossible. This rubber has magical properties and can gradually self-repair any damage. Gilong sneered, squinting at Lan Fong, feeling quite pleased. You. Seeing Gailang's contemptuous look, Lan Fong wanted to strike him, but was stopped by Shang Yun. It's futile. If we only open a small hole, the rubber will most likely self-repair, and it won't help. This is a desert. The water flow is too small, and will seep underground before reaching the village. Shang Yun explained. Oh, what should we do? Nan Wu sat on the ground, holding his head in despair. We must destroy all this rubber at once to ensure it cannot repair itself automatically. Gilong no longer hesitated and offered his advice. All at once. Shang Yun gazed thoughtfully at the stone wall. Shang Yun, do you have a solution? Lan Fong inquired eagerly. Nan Wu also looked anxiously at Shang Yun. Yes, I'll give it a try, though I'm not sure if it will work. Shang Yun responded before jumping down from the stone wall, walking 10 meters away and turning to face it. You all come down, don't get hurt later, Shang Yun reminded. Gilong dismissed Shang Yun's words, believing that even though Shang Yun was a disciple of Master Wu Tian, he could not possibly break the stone wall that their entire tribe had worked together to create. Therefore, he did not instruct his clansmen to jump down, and the Jilin tribe members stood at the edge of the stone wall, watching below. Seeing their indifference, Shang Yun stopped speaking, knowing this group was tough-skinned and hardy. He then formed his hands into a flower bud-shaped, fingers slightly bent and brought together. He slowly placed his hands, shaped like a flower bud, at his waist, stood firm, and leaned slightly forward. Focusing his mind and breathing steadily, he gradually channeled the energy within his body through his meridians and acupuncture points into the palms of his hands. As the energy continued to gather, a golden sphere appeared in his palms. Not good. Run. Gilong exclaimed in shock upon sensing the aura emanating from Shang Yun, hurriedly urging his clansmen to take flight. Ignoring Jilang's actions, the golden sphere in Shang Yun's hands gradually expanded, shooting out light between his fingers. Turtle-style Kamehameha. Shang Yun thrust his hands forward, launching the gathered energy sphere. The sphere flew towards the stone wall at incredible speed, resembling a shooting star, leaving a long tail in its wake. Boom! The stone wall was instantly shattered and vaporized. Water surged down and mist filled the air. As the mist gradually descended, the Jilin tribe members widened their eyes and dropped their mouths, stunned and motionless. Lan Fong and Nan Wu were equally dumbfounded. At this moment, Shang Yun's clothes were already soaked. After a moment, Nan Wu reacted, shouting, "It's shattered. It's all shattered. Water. Water is here." Ignoring her damp clothes that accentuated her delicate figure, Lan Fong rushed over and hugged Shang Yun, who was slumped on the ground from exhaustion. "Shang Yun, you're amazing." Shang Yun was too exhausted to speak, signaling for Lan Fong to set him down so he could sit cross-legged to recover. Once Shang Yun fully recovered and opened his eyes, he saw Lan Fong and Nan Wu sitting beside him, but not a trace of the Jilin tribe. Upon inquiry, he learned that the cowardly group had fled in fear of being dealt with by Shang Yun. The three exchanged smiles and followed the river back to the village. As they approached the village, they could hear cheers in the distance, indicating the villagers had already seen the flowing river. That night, Lan Fong took out various delicacies to celebrate with the villagers, and they didn't rest until the next day. Shang Yun and Lan Fong did not rest, and after bidding farewell to Nan Wu, they continued their journey. Time flies and the seasons flow. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed, and it was time for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Shang Yun and Lan Fong set off early to register for the competition, and everyone had already arrived. This time, Master Rashi continued to disguise himself as Jackie Chan to participate in the tournament, wishing to test the abilities of his 3 disciples. Everyone had registered in advance except for Wukong, who almost missed the registration deadline. Through conversation, it turned out that Wukong had a rich experience over the past 3 years and had even crossed to the other side of Earth. At the venue, they encountered another member of the main cast, Tianjin Fan. This fellow was bald with 3 eyes, making him easily recognizable. Beside him was Jiaozi, and leading the group was a man wearing a crane hat, sporting a goatee, wearing sunglasses, and dressed in a green crane-style martial arts outfit, giving off a mysterious and sinister aura. He was likely the crane hermit, who viewed Master Rashi as his arch-nemesis. The preliminaries proceeded normally, but unfortunately for Shang Yun, he encountered Sun Wukong during the prelims, and without a doubt Shang Yun was eliminated. The final 8 competitors were Master Rashi's son Wukong, Krillin Yamcha, Tianjin Fan Jiaozi, and a werewolf, along with a legendary genius fighter Babidi, who had won the World Martial Arts Championship twice. In the first match of the finals, Yamcha faced off against Tianjin Fan. It was a clash between disciples of the Turtle and Crane schools. As the match began, both sides refused to yield, their figures intertwining as they fought fiercely, with Yamcha holding a slight advantage at the start. Then Yamcha unleashed the new Wolf Fang Fist, but Tianjin Fan countered all his moves, even landing a punch to Yamcha's stomach. Next, Yamcha used the Turtle School's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha, but Tianjin Fan did not evade and used his own technique to reflect the Kamehameha back, prompting Yamcha to leap into the air to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Tianjin Fan launched an aerial attack, knocking Yamcha unconscious, and then excessively broke one of Yamcha's legs while he was already down, leading to Yamcha's disqualification. The second match featured the werewolf against Master Rashi. As soon as he entered the arena, the werewolf fixed a fierce glare on Master Rashi. It turned out that during the full moon, the werewolf would transform into a human, but since Master Rashi had destroyed the moon with his Kamehameha last time in the tournament, the werewolf could no longer transform during the full moon, thus holding a grudge against Master Rashi. However, there was a significant disparity in strength, and Master Rashi easily defeated the werewolf. Afterward, Master Rashi called Krillin to the stage, using hypnosis to make the werewolf mistakenly believe Krillin's bald head was the moon, allowing the werewolf to transform back into a human and run off joyfully. In the third match, Krillin faced Jiaozi. In the early part of the match, they exchanged blows back and forth with no clear winner. Later, Jiaozi employed the Crane School's unique skill, the Dance of the Sky, floating gracefully in the air, making it difficult for Krillin to land an effective hit. Jiaozi even hovered at a high altitude, continuously launching energy waves at Krillin on the arena, while simultaneously using a special ability to make Krillin's stomach ache. Later, Krillin discovered that Jiaozi's special ability required both hands, and since Jiaozi wasn't good at math, he kept asking Jiaozi questions, forcing the naive Jiaozi to habitually use his fingers to calculate, allowing Krillin to kick him out of the arena. In the fourth match, Sun Wukong fought against Babidi, who was hailed as a legendary genius fighter and had won the World Martial Arts Championship twice. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was merely a martial arts master, significantly weaker compared to those from the turtle and crane schools. As the match began, Babidi boasted about his immense strength in front of Wukong, but Wukong instantly defeated him with a series of elbow strikes, securing the last spot in the top 4. The match continues. First up is Master Roshi battling Tian Shinhan. As the match begins, Master Roshi employs the multi-shadow punch against Tian Shinhan, but Tian, with his third eye, can pinpoint Master Rose's true location and lands a powerful punch. The two engage in a fierce exchange of blows. Tian executes the solar flare, blinding Master Roshi with its brilliant light, causing him to lose his vision before delivering a deadly attack that knocks him down. Subsequently, Tian uses the Kamehameha on Master Roshi. To protect the spectators behind him, Master Roshi decides to take the blast Hedon and redirects it into the sky. It is evident that Tian possesses remarkable martial talent, as he quickly mimics the Kamehameha after observing Yanqi use it. Ultimately, upon realizing Tian's abilities, Master Roshi voluntarily concedes, allowing Tian to advance to the finals. Next up is Sun Wukong facing Krillin. From the moment they step onto the stage, both fighters give their all. They showcase their formidable strength in a heated battle. Krillin, being clever, employs various tricks, but these efforts are completely overwhelmed by Sun Wukong's power. Eventually, Krillin sneaks behind Sun Wukong and grabs his tail, knowing that if he can hold onto it, Sun Wukong will lose his strength. However, after 3 years of travel, Sun Wukong has strengthened his tail, making him immune to such tactics. In the end, Krillin's cleverness backfires, leading to his defeat, as Sun Wukong knocks him off the stage. The competition now reaches the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, featuring Tian against Sun Wukong. As two powerful contenders, Sun Wukong and Tian face each other on the stage, radiating intensity, while the audience eagerly anticipates this peak showdown. Both combatants enter and assume their fighting stances. Sun Wukong strikes first, while Tian evades and waits for an opportunity to counterattack. With his agile movements and immense strength, Sun Wukong relentlessly attacks Tian, who skillfully dodges these assaults using his excellent reflexes and combat skills, seeking openings for counterattacks. Sun Wukong launches the shadow punch against Tian, only to be exposed, prompting a ferocious barrage from Tian. Tian unleashes his ultimate technique, the Dodon Wave. Sun Wukong is caught off guard and falls to the arena floor, but he quickly regains his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Tian launches a series of fierce attacks on Sun Wukong, putting him on the defensive. The match intensifies, with both sides exchanging blows and refusing to yield. In the final moments, Tian expends all his strength to unleash the Kamehameha cannon, striking Sun Wukong and causing significant damage to the arena. Just before the arena collapses, Sun Wukong leaps into the air, evading the attack, and then counters with a Kamehameha, using its recoil to crash into the exhausted Tian. Ultimately, both fighters fall out of the ring. According to the tournament rules, the first to touch the ground loses. Tian falls first, granting Sun Wukong the victory. However, due to his bond with Tian and recognition of his strength, Sun Wukong voluntarily informs the referee that he fell first. Consequently, the referee declares Tian the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Thus, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament comes to a complete end. After an entire day of fighting, the participants are exhausted, especially Sun Wukong, who is nearly drained. As everyone prepares to eat, Krillin kindly offers to fetch the Nyoibo and Dragon Ball for Wukong so that everyone can start eating. Shang Yun realizes that the Demon King Piccolo is about to appear, but he cannot recall the details of the plot. Just as Krillin runs out, Shang Yun suddenly remembers that Krillin is in danger. Having been sealed for 300 years, Demon King Piccolo is now frail. After being released by Pilaf and his gang, he fears the emergence of another martial artist like Mateto, who might seal him again, which would leave him to die inside. Thus, he decides to seek the Dragon Balls to regain his youth and eliminate all participants of the World Martial Arts Tournament by sending his subordinate Dambalin to retrieve the contestant roster for his murderous plans. Coincidentally, Krillin encounters Dambalin and is killed. Shang Yun hurriedly sets down his chopsticks and rushes out, while Sun Wukong, who is eating, suddenly feels a sharp pain in his heart, as if he has lost something important, and immediately follows suit. Even though Sun Wukong is still weak after the battle, he is faster than Shang Yun because he summons the flying Nimbus, not bothering to inform Shang Yun, and flies over his head to the arena's resting area, where he finds Krillin has already been murdered and the killer has taken Wukong's bag and left. When Shang Yun arrives and sees Krillin lying in Wukong's arms, he is filled with intense rage, blaming himself for not recalling this scene and harboring even greater hatred for Dambalin, who killed Krillin. Sun Wukong is devastated and requests the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma. Knowing that his bag contains the 4-star Dragon Ball, he realizes that the culprit took it. By detecting the Dragon Ball's location, he can find the killer. In his fury, Sun Wukong disregards his weakened state and the advice of Master Roshi and Shang Yun, leaping onto the flying Nimbus to pursue the murderer. Having just fought Tien, Sun Wukong is physically and mentally exhausted. Upon catching up to the green-skinned Dambalin, he realizes that he is no match for him due to his extreme fatigue. Dambalin easily knocks out Sun Wukong using his pure verbal assault with the flying Nimbus, then steals the Dragon Ball radar and carelessly tosses Sun Wukong aside. After waking up, Sun Wukong feels very weak and spots a deliciously roasted fish. Without hesitation, he devours it, regaining some strength. At this moment, the fish's owner Yajirobe appears. Upon seeing his fish being eaten, they engage in a battle, with Yajirobe surprisingly holding his own against a fully fed Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Demon King Piccolo's forces begin to instill fear across the land. Piccolo is tall and muscular with green skin that carries an ominous aura. He has pointed ears and 2 long antennae on his forehead. His red eyes burn like flames, exuding a chilling and evil presence, and his wide mouth is filled with sharp teeth, making him a terrifying sight. Demon King Piccolo instructs his subordinates to kill all martial artists according to the tournament roster. Additionally, he creates a dragon-shaped subordinate named Dambalu and orders him to gather the Dragon Balls. Dambalin returns with the 4-star Dragon Ball, while Yajirobe possesses the 1-star Dragon Ball. Dambalu finds Yajirobe, who is swiftly defeated by the well-fed Wukong, and then cooked and eaten by Yajirobe. Sensing Dambalu's death, Demon King Piccolo becomes furious and sends Dambalin to continue the hunt. Sun Wukong, sensing Dambalin's approach from afar, warns Yajirobe about Demon King Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Yajirobe, terrified, throws the 1-star Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong and runs away without looking back. Dambalin quickly located Sun Wukong's position using the Dragon Ball radar. After a hearty meal, Sun Wukong's strength surged, completely reversing the tide of battle against Dambalin. Sun Wukong launched a fierce attack on Dambalin, who soon found himself unable to cope. In the end, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, reducing Dambalin to a pulp, successfully avenging Krillin. Upon sensing Dambalin's death, the Demon King Piccolo was infuriated and decided to take matters into his own hands. After boarding Pilaf's aircraft to find Sun Wukong, he directly inflicted severe injuries on him, snatching the 1-star Dragon Ball. Yajirobe, hiding behind a rock, seized the opportunity to rescue Sun Wukong, while the Demon King Piccolo paid no heed to Sun Wukong's life or death. At this moment, Master Roshi and others were also gathering Dragon Balls to revive Krillin. They had already collected 4 Dragon Balls and were approaching the 5th. The announcement of the Demon King Piccolo's arrival echoed through the broadcast. Upon learning of Piccolo's actions, Master Roshi resolved to gather the Dragon Balls to eliminate him. The 2 sides eventually met and engaged in battle. Knowing he could not defeat the Demon King Piccolo, Master Roshi knocked out Shang Yun and Tien Shinhan to leave a seed for the future and faced Piccolo alone. Tien Shinhan, having considerable strength, quickly regained consciousness, but was too weak to do anything but lay on the ground, watching Master Roshi fight alone. Ultimately, Master Roshi was overwhelmed and used his master's ultimate technique, the Demon Sealing Wave, in an attempt to seal Piccolo once more, but unfortunately missed, exhausting himself to death. From then on, the Demon King Piccolo possessed all 7 Dragon Balls. Immediately, the Demon King Piccolo began summoning the Eternal Dragon to make a wish. Kaiatsu planned to disrupt the dragon's wish at the moment Piccolo made it, but was instantly discovered by Piccolo and was killed by a ki blast. After successfully wishing for his youth, the Demon King Piccolo unleashed the Demon Mouth Cannon at the Eternal Dragon, instantly turning it into dust, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into ordinary stones. After Piccolo left, Tien Shinhan picked up the rice cooker on the ground and began diligently training in the Demon Sealing Wave recorded within. Miraculously surviving, Wukong, with Yajirobe's help, revisited Korin Tower. Under the guidance of the Cat Master, Wukong drank the super divine water. After overcoming its toxicity, his strength greatly increased, and he received a new flying Nimbus from the Cat Master, immediately heading towards the Demon King Piccolo. Seeing the vast expanse of flying Nimbus, Yajirobe also desired to join, but disregarded the Cat Master's advice and jumped down only to fall. True to his reputation as the meat-clad Yasuo, he suffered only minor injuries from the fall from thousands of meters. Meanwhile, the Demon King Piccolo stormed into the royal palace, taking the king hostage. He compelled the king to announce his abdication to the world via broadcast, declaring himself the new king and announcing a lottery by district promising to destroy whichever district was chosen. He also welcomed all martial artists to come forth to meet their demise. Tian Xinhan, believing he had mastered the demon sealing wave, took to the skies with Shang Yun to confront the Demon King Piccolo. Upon arrival, they discovered that the rice cooker had been damaged during Tian Xinhan's practice of the demon sealing wave. For the sake of world peace, Tian Xinhan stopped the aircraft midair, deciding to jump down with Shang Yun to battle the Demon King Piccolo. Influenced by Master Rashi, Tian Xinhan no longer resembled the sinister and evil Crane Hermit. At that moment, Sun Wukong also arrived just in time, engaging in a fierce battle with the Demon King Piccolo without uttering a word. Shang Yun and Tian Xinhan joined the fray, but Piccolo spat out 2 eggs that hatched, forcing Shang Yun and Tian Xinhan to fight them, leaving them momentarily overwhelmed. Sun Wukong and the Demon King Piccolo fought fiercely, and during the exchange of blows, Wukong even gained the upper hand. In the midst of the battle, Sun Wukong extended his golden staff, quickly rushing to strike the Demon King Piccolo with a heavy blow. After gathering his strength once more, the Demon King Piccolo unleashed a ki blast that knocked away Wukong's golden staff, injuring Wukong's right leg with the demonic light emitted from his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Wukong was injured, the Demon King Piccolo launched a powerful ki blast. Tian Xinhan managed to escape his opponent and used the sky dance technique to carry the injured Wukong high into the sky, allowing him to evade the attack. The opponent, who had originally been fighting Tian Xinhan, saw him leaving to rescue Sun Wukong and sneered, then teamed up with another to attack Shang Yun, putting him in an even more difficult position. First level Diamond Prajna technique. Shang Yun exerted all his strength to leap out of the encirclement, clasping his hands together, his eyes wide open in anger, channeling the Prajna true energy within him, activating his run and do meridians. Golden light emanated around Shang Yun, quickly coalescing into a one-foodle golden figure behind him, which mirrored Shang Yun's movements. The 2 henchmen of the Demon King Piccolo, sensing the aura emitted by Shang Yun, ceased their disdainful expressions, exchanged glances, and charged towards him from both sides. Unfazed, Shang Yun waited until the 2 entered 3 feet of him, then punched out with both hands, and the golden figure mirrored the strikes. The fists of the golden figure pierced through the bodies of the 2 attackers. It turned out that this golden figure proportionately amplified Shang Yun's attack distance by 1 foot. Meanwhile, noticing the difficulty in countering Sun Wukong and Tian Xinhan's assaults, the Demon King Piccolo erupted with power, pushing the 2 back. He seized Tian Xinhan as a hostage to threaten Sun Wukong into surrendering. Helpless, Sun Wukong allowed Piccolo's demonic light to break his left leg and left arm. Seeing Sun Wukong incapacitated, the Demon King Piccolo laughed heartily, dropped Tian Xinhan, and soared into the air, intent on using a ki blast to finish off Sun Wukong. At that moment, both Tian Xinhan and Sun Wukong lay powerless on the ground, helplessly watching as Piccolo's ki blast hurtled towards Sun Wukong, clenching their fists in despair. No, not everyone. There was still one person. Just as the ki blast was about to hit Sun Wukong, a massive figure radiating golden light suddenly appeared, clasping its hands together, shielding Sun Wukong. Meditation. Void Spirit Domain. A transparent shield formed around the golden figure, encompassing a 3-foot radius, shimmering with faint golden energy, protecting Sun Wukong within. The ki blast struck the shield, dissipating like snow under the spring sun, while the shield remained undisturbed. The newcomer was none other than Shang Yun, who had utilized the Diamond Prajna technique. Employing the Divine Foot technique, the Demon King Piccolo was astonished to see his ki blast vanish, as if it had never existed. His eyes widened in shock. World Shocking Palm. At this moment, Shang Yun's Prajna true energy was exhausted, but fortunately, the meditation Void Spirit Domain shield had transformed the Demon King Piccolo's ki blast into mere energy. Although it could not be absorbed, it allowed Shang Yun to retaliate in his way. He moved the ethereal energy to his hands and unleashed the World Shocking Palm to attempt to restrain the Demon King Piccolo. The reason he did not use the Kamehameha wave was that upon transferring the ethereal energy to his hands, Shang Yun felt it lacked the power to kill Piccolo. Shang Yun, who had activated the Diamond Prajna technique, remained extremely calm. The great Demon King Piccolo was momentarily stunned and was hit by Shang Yun's Shocking Palm of all nations, causing him to shout in shock from the electric current above. Shang Yun shouted with the last bit of his strength. The golden body manifestation disappeared. He exited the state of Diamond Prajna and collapsed on the ground, unable to execute the Shocking Palm of all nations anymore. Sun Wukong behind Shang Yun slammed his right hand against the ground and leaped into the air. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong once again reversed the Kamehameha, utilizing the recoil of the energy wave as he clenched his fist and charged rapidly towards the great demon King Piccolo. Just as Piccolo broke free from the control of the shocking palm of all nations and hadn't even caught his breath, he was pierced through the body by Sun Wukong. In the air, Piccolo felt the approach of his doom, praised Sun Wukong's strength, and with all his might spat out his last egg before his entire body exploded in the air. Shang Yun watched the egg flying towards the sky, knowing that it was the new great demon King Piccolo, yet he felt powerless. Watching Sun Wukong plummeting rapidly, Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan had no strength left to catch him. Just then a chubby figure rushed below Sun Wukong and caught him. It was Yichiryu. Seeing that Sun Wukong was gravely injured, Yichiryu took him to Karen Tower to seek healing from the cat sage. Meanwhile, Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan supported each other back to share the good news of the great demon King Piccolo's defeat. Through this battle, Shang Yun realized one thing: although maintaining the diamond prajna consumed immense energy, his mind was extremely calm while in this state. During the fight against Piccolo's minions, he struggled to hold on while wishing to enter the Zen realm. Perhaps due to never having experienced such a life-and-death battle before, his mind couldn't settle, making it difficult to enter the state and unleash the Zen perception. With the techniques of spirit avoidance and Zen meditation, Void Spirit Domain now at his disposal, he could utilize both battle skills while in the Diamond Prajna state. Since Shang Yun wasn't severely injured and cultivated the Heart Sutra, he fully recovered in half a day, while Tianjin Fan would need a month. Bulma proposed using the Dragon Balls to resurrect those killed by Piccolo, but Tianjin Fan informed her that the dragon had been eaten by Piccolo and the Dragon Balls had turned to stone. Upon hearing this news, everyone felt utterly helpless. After recovering, Shang Yun said he would go to Karen Tower to find the cat sage, hoping he might have a solution. He got a universal capsule with a refrigerated box and another universal capsule for a backpack from Bulma. Shang Yun then went to the sea and caught a large box full of fish. Arriving at Karen Tower, Shang Yun quickly climbed up and happened to see Sun Wukong just finishing a senzu bean, instantly recovering. Next to him lay Yichiryu, who must have carried Sun Wukong again. "Shang Yun, you're here," Sun Wukong said happily upon seeing him. "Wukong, you recovered?" "Yes, the senzu beans from the cat sage are amazing. Eating one restores all my energy and keeps me full for 10 days. "Really? Cat sage, hello, could you give me some senzu beans?" Shang Yun looked at the cat sage, clasped his hands together, and bowed. "I know you. Your name is Shang Yun, right? You performed excellently in the battle against Piccolo," the cat sage said with a smile. "However, senzu beans are not easily given away. I can exchange food for them," Shang Yun said as he opened the refrigerated box's universal capsule, revealing fish still wriggling. "I don't lack food, but this smells great." "What is it?" "Fish. It's fish." The cat sage's eyes nearly turned into hearts as he excitedly grabbed a fish and swallowed it whole, bones and all. "As long as you give me some senzu beans, all these fish are yours, and I will continue to bring you fish whenever I have time. We can keep exchanging." "All for me." "Great, great. There are several tanks over there, go get them, just leave me some for seeds," the cat sage said without turning around, carrying the bathtub into his bedroom. Shang Yun poured the senzu beans into his backpack, then retracted the backpack into a universal capsule, leaving a tank of senzu beans as seeds for the cat sage. Shang Yun did this with future battles in mind to prevent the senzu beans from being wasted by Yichiryu. After doing all this, Shang Yun informed Sun Wukong about the dragon being eaten by Piccolo and the Dragon Balls turning to stone, which could no longer be used. He wanted to ask the cat sage if there was any solution. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong rushed into the cat sage's bedroom, calling him out to inquire about a solution. The cat sage said that the souls of those killed by the demon race could never be transcended, only to drift painfully in the universe. However, there was a way to resurrect the turtle sage Krillin and Yamcha, which was to find the Grand Kai who created the Dragon Balls and ask him to revive them, then wish for their resurrection from the dragon. "The Grand Kai," Sun Wukong exclaimed. "Yes, it's the Grand Kai. The Grand Kai's temple is right above Karen Tower, and to meet the Grand Kai you must defeat me and earn my recognition. I will give him a bell. Only those who possess the bell can meet the Grand Kai," the cat sage said, hands behind his back, gazing at the sky with squinted eyes. "All right." Shang Yun and Sun Wukong exchanged smiles, swinging their arms as they approached the cat sage. "No, no. You two have proven your strength by defeating Piccolo. You've already passed the test," the cat sage said, realizing he couldn't maintain his facade, and hurriedly waved to stop them. Then the cat sage informed them that the Grand Kai's temple was just above Karen Tower, and the magical artifact connecting the tower to the Grand Kai's temple was the power pole. Initially, the cat sage lent the power pole to the turtle sage, who then passed it to Sun Gohan, and finally Sun Gohan gave it to Sun Wukong. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong realized he had lost the power pole. He quickly summoned the flying Nimbus, taking Shang Yun with him at top speed to search the battlefield, but he couldn't find any trace of the power pole. Later, he remembered he could seek help from fortune teller Baba when facing difficulties. In Baba's palace, she indicated that no one currently qualified could compete with the two who defeated Piccolo, so she agreed to help Wukong with a free divination. After learning about the power pole, the two arrived at the Turtle Hermit's house, discovering that the power pole was temporarily being used by launch. Sun Wukong retrieved the power pole, and Shang Yun informed everyone that they could resurrect the Turtle Sage Krillin and Yamcha, making sure to remind them to protect the remains of the Turtle Sage and others. After obtaining the power pole, Sun Wukong inserted it into the top port of Karen Tower, causing it to extend all the way to the bottom port of the Grand Kai's Temple. Both Sun Wukong and Shang Yun then followed the power pole to the Grand Kai's Temple. Shang Yun and Sun Wukong gripped the Rui Bang tightly, allowing it to ascend rapidly. Unaware of how long they had been rising, the oxygen around them gradually thinned, and they were nearly blown away by the strong currents generated by their ascent. Suddenly, Shang Yun spotted a black dot above them, which grew larger as they ascended. It was the Temple of the Celestial God. Before long, the two finally arrived at the Temple of the Celestial God, which was hundreds of times larger than the Korin Tower. Climbing the ladder with great difficulty, they saw a plump, dark figure sitting on a purple carpet, holding a bowl and using chopsticks to feed beans to a small bird beside him. "I am Sun Wukong, and this is Shang Yun. Are you the Celestial God?" Sun Wukong ran over to ask. "No, I am Bobo, a subordinate of the Celestial Lord. You two are impressive for managing to defeat Demon King Piccolo." "Mr. Bobo, how do you know about that?" Sun Wukong asked in surprise. "The Celestial Lord knows everything. He is truly magnificent." After noticing the house behind Mr. Bobo, he asked, "Is the Celestial Lord living inside? I want to see him." "Did you bring the proof from Master Korin?" "Ah, is this the bell?" "We brought it." Sun Wukong chuckled, and Shang Yun took out the bell as well. "Indeed, you are recognized by Master Korin and are qualified to take my test." Mr. Bobo's expression remained inscrutable. "Huh, a test?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. "Yes, you must compete with me, Bobo. If you defeat me, you will be able to meet the Celestial Lord." Mr. Bobo pointed at himself. "That sounds simple. Let's get started." Sun Wukong eagerly prepared for battle. The test in the Temple of the Celestial God will be very fun. "All right, we will continue until someone concedes, haha." Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance. "No problem, will you both fight together?" Mr. Bobo stood up and released the little bird he was holding. "I can handle this alone. Are you ready? I will astonish you." Sun Wukong laughed. "I'm so nervous I feel like I might wet my pants." Mr. Bobo joked. Sun Wukong moved swiftly, leaving afterimages in his wake. While he disappeared, "Is this the spot?" Mr. Bobo threw a punch with his left hand, and it seemed as if Sun Wukong had collided with it, getting sent flying. "Oh, that hurt." "That was just a coincidence," Sun Wukong said, covering his face. "It won't be that lucky next time. Look at my power." Sun Wukong accelerated again, launching an attack at Mr. Bobo's front. "I've hit you again, Mr. Bobo said, striking Sun Wukong in the face. "You aren't strong at all. How did you really defeat Demon King Piccolo?" "You little brat, calling me weak makes me serious now," Sun Wukong said through gritted teeth, covering his face. The little birds around Mr. Bobo flew away in fright. Your killing intent scared the birds away. "You can't win like this, Mr. Bobo reminded him. "Stop babbling. Don't underestimate me." "Ah." Sun Wukong kicked off the ground, charging at Mr. Bobo with all his strength, rapidly attacking him. Yet Mr. Bobo seemed to effortlessly evade all of Sun Wukong's strikes. "I'm truly disappointed. You are really weak. I don't know how Master Korin allowed you to come here. I cannot let you see the Celestial Lord. What about you, Shang Yun? Shang Yun, do you want to take the test? Or will you both attack together?" Mr. Bobo looked at Shang Yun. Just as he was about to respond, Sun Wukong interjected, "Ah, try this. Kamehameha." Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, but Mr. Bobo made no move. When the wave got close, he simply inhaled and devoured it. Sun Wukong was astonished, but still refused to give up. He charged in, delivering the punch that had defeated Demon King Piccolo, but it missed. To his surprise, Mr. Bobo could also fly, ascending into the air. Shang Yun stepped forward, hands clasped together. "Mr. Bobo, my strength is not as great as Sun Wukong's. Since he couldn't hit you, I believe I won't be able to either. However, we absolutely cannot concede." We must see the Celestial Lord and ask for his help in resurrecting those killed by Demon King Piccolo. Can we join forces? All right, but I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, I won't allow you to meet the Celestial Lord, Mr. Bobo said, looking at Shang Yun. Shang Yun and Sun Wukong exchanged glances and then attacked Mr. Bobo one after the other. Sun Wukong continued his rapid assault, now even faster. Shang Yun was aware of Mr. Bobo's strength and didn't just rush in. Instead, after Mr. Bobo evaded Sun Wukong's attack, he took the chance to strike, hoping to catch Mr. Bobo off guard. However, Shang Yun was overly optimistic. He still couldn't land a hit on Mr. Bobo. The two poured all their strength into attacking Mr. Bobo, unaware that someone was observing their battle through a crystal ball from the house behind. As the two launched another combined attack, Mr. Bobo, seemingly bored, flew back up into the air and looked down at them. Although you have great strength, you completely lack the ability to utilize it effectively. This won't work. Even if it's a test, it's useless. You should go back. At this point, Sun Wukong was so exhausted that he could barely stand, relying solely on his willpower. Upon hearing Mr. Bobo's words, he collapsed onto the ground, yet his expression remained excited. I can't believe it, this guy is incredibly powerful. I, Bobo, have many tasks to assist the Celestial Lord with. I'm very busy, so you should just head back, Mr. Bobo said, no longer wanting to engage with them, turning to leave. Wait, I must see the Celestial Lord. I will never give up. Wukong shouted. Mr. Bobo, please give us another chance. You still can't let it go. Your spirit and skills are too weak. You have no right to meet the Celestial Lord. Go back. Mr. Bobo didn't look back, continuing to walk forward. Do you really think defeating Demon King Piccolo makes you the strongest in the world? Don't forget the truth that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. You can't win against me, Bobo, just with brute force. Clever tricks won't work on me either. Do you understand? Hurry back, Mr. Bobo said as he turned to look at Shang Yun, who embarrassedly lowered his head, feeling ashamed. It's impossible for me to go back. I won't return until I see the Celestial Lord. Wukong clenched his fists, motivating himself. Mr. Bobo, can we use this place? Shang Yun inquired. What do you want to do? We want to train here to improve our strength and defeat Mr. Bobo, Shang Yun replied. Training? I think that would be useless, but go ahead. Haha, thank you. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and starting his training. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. Shang Yun followed suit. At that moment, Bulma and the others were dining on the island of Master Roshi. What are Shang Yun and Goku doing? Bulma sighed. Goku said he wants to find the God of Heaven to revive those killed by Piccolo Daimao. Lan Shi had turned blonde, who, although she had a fiery temper, she could still communicate normally with her friends. Only the God of Heaven can bring someone back to life, but are there really gods in this world? Lan Fong held her teacup and took a sip. If there really is a god, I'd like to see it, Oolong the little pig said with squinted eyes, skeptical as he took a bite of cake. That might not be the case. Since there is a Piccolo Daimao in this world, it's not strange that there could be gods too. Lan Shi quickly reassured everyone. Yes, I believe they will succeed, Bulma said confidently. Oh, that's right, Yamcha chimed in. Hee, I really hope Goku can tell me what a god looks like. Oolong, still with a disdainful expression, nonchalantly replied, what's your problem? Just say it out loud, okay? Lan Fong was utterly infuriated by Oolong's tone and threw a punch at him. No, I have no complaints. Oolong hurriedly dodged. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, a person was training diligently, his body sculpted with defined muscles and 3 eyes on his forehead. It was Tianjin Han. Sun Wukong, I plan to train even harder from now on. You've surpassed me in strength by so much, and I can't accept that. I still want to win the next World Martial Arts Tournament. And you, Shang Yun, I didn't expect you to have such powerful combat skills, but not show them during the match. Do you think we're unworthy to be your opponents? As Tianjin Han threw punches, he reminisced about their battle. You must come back. Wukong, Shang Yun. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Heaven. Huff, huff, ha, ha. This is strange. Sun Wukong ran around the Temple of Heaven, panting heavily, feeling very odd about how weak he had become. Shang Yun, however, chose not to do the same. Instead, he found an empty space and sat cross-legged. His method of cultivation was different from Sun Wukong's. It required more tranquility to comprehend the Heart Sutra of the great Prajnaparamita and cultivate the Prajna Heart Sutra, but he found it difficult to enter the state, feeling his breathing was heavy and his thoughts chaotic. That's because this place is very high up where the air is thin, making it hard for humans to adapt. So as you just did, having too many unnecessary movements won't work. This principle holds true anywhere. Mr. Bobo pointed out, you must be as calm as the sky, standing still and faster than lightning. He then looked at Shang Yun. Let your mind be empty. Shang Yun stopped meditating, stood up, and looked at Mr. Bobo alongside Sun Wukong. After a long pause, Sun Wukong said, "It's terrifyingly quiet. I feel absolutely nothing. All right, Shang Yun, let's do this." After saying that, Sun Wukong stood straight like Mr. Bobo, eyes wide open. "Wukong, the way you're not thinking at all must be different from the empty mind that Mr. Bobo mentioned," Shang Yun said, helplessly rubbing his head. "Oh, this is really hard," Wukong exclaimed. "Yes, and it needs to be faster than lightning." After saying this, Mr. Bobo suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Sun Wukong, facing away from him. "Wow, that's incredible. When did you run over? I didn't see you at all. You're amazing," Wukong marveled, touching his face. "Did you just touch your face with your hand?" Mr. Bobo did not answer Sun Wukong's question. "Wow, how did you know? Did you grow eyes on the back of your head?" "No. Then how did you see me?" "That's because you only look with your eyes, so you can't see me, Bobo. You have to pay attention to subtle changes in the air, not just see them, but feel them as well. That's very important," Mr. Bobo explained. Shang Yun listened intently, simultaneously validating the insights from the Heart Sutra of the great Prajnaparamita in his mind. The human body has the 6 roots: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, corresponding to the 6 dusts of the external world: form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and law. These 6 dusts are disturbances and temptations from the outside world to the human heart, and one must correctly understand these 6 dusts without clinging to any dust to attain inner peace and liberation, entering the realm of Zen. "Wow, you're amazing. No wonder I can't beat you," Wukong exclaimed. "Of course I, Bobo, have learned many things from the God of Heaven. So I'm very impressive." "So, is the God of Heaven even more remarkable than Mr. Bobo? Is that even a question? The God of Heaven is much stronger than Bobo. How about that?" Surprised, Bobo laughed. "I am surprised, but I'm so excited. It's thrilling to know there are many stronger existences than me. I'm truly exhilarated. This is great. Awesome. Awesome," Sun Wukong exclaimed, flipping in excitement. Then Shang Yun and Sun Wukong requested Mr. Bobo to teach them training. Mr. Bobo couldn't, but he could give hints, suggesting they place the bell given by Karen the Elder around their waists and attack, saying it would be another test. Shang Yun and Wukong attacked as quickly as possible, but were still evaded by Mr. Bobo. Moreover, Mr. Bobo seemed to deliberately exaggerate his dodging movements, as if he was genuinely hinting at something to the two. "Think carefully about what's different, Mr. Bobo hinted. Shang Yun had already thought of it, but did not speak, only looking at Sun Wukong. "Oh, it's the bell." Mr. Bobo's movements were so large, yet the bell didn't ring, Sun Wukong realized suddenly. "Yes, Wukong, think back to when Master Rashi taught us. Once at the top of the mountain, Master Rashi balanced a pot of water on his head, and no matter how he moved, the water didn't spill." Shang Yun reminded him. "That's right. Only Shang Yun could do it back then, but he only managed it with smaller movements. Neither Krillin nor I could do it." Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly. "Could it be that the pot of water and this bell follow the same principle? If the pot of water spills, I understand. This is what Mr. Bobo meant by too many unnecessary movements. So if we want this bell not to ring, we must avoid excessive, unnecessary movements. It seems you still have hope, but understanding alone is not enough. You still need to practice. Who knows how many years it will take. Even after years of training, you might still not beat me, Bobo." Mr. Bobo said, "What do you plan to do? Are you willing to keep trying until you defeat me, Bobo?" "I am very willing." Shang Yun looked at Mr. Bobo. "Me too. Although it might not work, I really want to try." Sun Wukong also looked at Mr. Bobo, clenching his fists in determination. At that moment, a heavy and mysterious voice came from behind the house. "I admire you both." "Ah, who is it?" Wukong asked in surprise. "Could it be the God of Heaven?" Shang Yun looked towards the house. "Exactly. Ah, really? I wish to meet you both. Come here." Klin and Aki Luobe stood on the Carinta, gazing up at the sky. "I wonder how Wukong and the others are doing," Aki Luobe said, crossing his arms. "Don't worry, Wukong, and the others will be fine," Klin said, finishing the fish in his hand. "This fish is almost gone. Oh, I really hope Shang Yun comes down soon. By the way, you mentioned that Wukong and the others have seen the face of the great god. What happened?" "They are very familiar with the great god's face. When they see it, they will definitely be shocked," Klin said mysteriously. In the dense forest, a green child looked at the 3 people who had fallen in front of him, clenching his fists and murmuring, "So my father left such powerful strength within me." He then looked up at the sky, gritting his teeth. "I hate peace, Sun Wukong. It won't be long before I personally kill you. Wait here, the great god is about to come out." Mr. Bobo led the 2 to the entrance of the temple. "Oh, I'm so excited," Wukong exclaimed. A series of thud-thud sounds came from inside the temple. A staff resembling that of the turtle hermit first peeked out from behind the door, followed by a green figure appearing. Piccolo, you're not dead. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Wukong erupted with anger and charged forward shouting, "Watch this." Before Sun Wukong could reach the newcomer, the person lightly flicked their left index finger, instantly creating a gust of air that sent Wukong flying back at an even faster speed. Shang Yun rushed over to catch him, but couldn't keep up. Oh, fortunately, Mr. Bobo caught him. Damn it. Let me down. I will definitely kill that Piccolo, the great demon king. Sun Wukong struggled in Mr. Bobo's hands. Wukong, calm down. Take a good look. This is not the great demon king Piccolo. Shang Yun hurried over to soothe Wukong's emotions. Didn't Clint tell you about my situation? That mischievous guy. The great god slowly approached and began to narrate his past to Shang Yun and Sun Wukong. Long ago, I was one with that guy Piccolo. I was a martial artist. Later I heard about the existence of a great god and came here just like you. Unfortunately, gods can die too, so I desperately wished to become the new heir of the great god. However, the great god never recognized me, though I always believed no one was more suited to inherit the great god's temple than I was. Eventually, I learned that the great god saw a glimmer of evil within my heart. After enduring arduous training, I finally expelled the evil from my heart, and that evil being was the great demon King Piccolo. I became the new great god, but he escaped to the mortal realm, bringing much suffering to the people. I am deeply sorry, but now that Piccolo has been defeated by you, I will grant your request in return. However, you must cultivate here for a while. That's great, great god. We are willing. Even if you don't say it, we will ask you to let us stay. Very well, but you should know that even gods cannot resurrect the dead. However, I created the Shenlong. I can bring him back to life, and then you can make wishes to him. The great god continued, I created the Shenlong to bring courage and hope to the world, but I did not expect it to bring more greed and war instead. Originally, I did not want to restore the Shenlong after its destruction, but you are different. Although I hesitated for a long time, I am very willing to bring the Shenlong back to life, because you are the kind of people this world still needs. Bobo, go bring out the Shenlong. All right, great god. Mr. Bobo ran into the temple and came out with a broken Shenlong model, which he quickly repaired. The great god instructed everyone to step back, pointed his hand, and a brilliant light shot from his hand towards the Shenlong model. Then the model transformed into a beam of light and flew away. Originally, the Shenlong would require a year before granting wishes, but this time you can wish directly. This is all I can do for you, understand? The great god gazed at Shang Yun and said in a deep voice, all right, thank you, great god. After the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, they remained on the Turtle Island. Bulma and the others discovered that the Dragon Balls regained their luster and summoned the Shenlong, wishing to resurrect those killed by the great demon King Piccolo. The Shenlong fulfilled their wishes and informed them that Shang Yun and Sun Wukong were training with the great god in the great god's temple. Clint and the others who had already been resurrected, along with Tianjin Fan, who was taking care of them on Turtle Island, were all shocked upon learning that Shang Yun and Sun Wukong were training with the great god. They felt it was unbelievable and began to train harder, hoping not to be surpassed too much by the two. Meanwhile, people all over the world began to emerge from the ground. On the vast sea where the wind was calm, a green-skinned child stood quietly on the surface of the water with his eyes closed. A fish swam past the child's feet, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Pointing at the fish in the water, it leaped out and landed in the boy's hands. Upon closer inspection, it was already dead. The boy took a bite of the fish and noticed a fishing boat in the distance. It seemed that the people on the boat also saw him. With a casual wave of his hand, he sank the fishing boat, snorting coldly as he continued to eat the fish. You have too many thoughts and distractions. You need to calm your mind and think of yourself as a stone, Mr. Bobo began to guide the two in their training. A stone, all right. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, but kept getting distracted, wondering how Clint and the others were doing, thinking about the delicious food Lanfang made, and whether Master Turtle Hermit was being teased by Bulma again. Smack. Ouch! A stone does not feel pain and has no thoughts, Mr. Bobo noticed Sun Wukong's distraction and tapped his head with a stick. Gradually, Sun Wukong entered a state of concentration, but soon he fell asleep. For Shang Yun, calming his heart was quite simple, because whether it was comprehending the Mahaprajna Parmitha Heart Sutra or practicing the Prajna Heart Sutra, the prerequisite was to have a tranquil heart. Moreover, since this was a non-combat situation, Shang Yun could even enter a state of Zen. This kid is interesting, Mr. Bobo was curious about Shang Yun's situation, and even the great god found it somewhat intriguing. Once the heart becomes empty, one will understand many things, Mr. Bobo ignored Shang Yun and spent more time teaching Sun Wukong in his training. It seems my training is still insufficient. Mr. Bobo, you mentioned that you once trained as well. May I undergo the same training as you? Please. Sun Wukong looked at Mr. Bobo with his big adorable eyes pleading with him. It's very tough, oh, can you endure it? Yes. Then follow me. Have you made up your mind? The celestial being asked again after learning Sun Wukong's intentions. It may be more painful than death. I don't care. Then go to Keluash Mountain and retrieve the holy crown. Crown? Is it that thing worn on the head? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. That's right. Okay, I understand. I just need to bring that crown back, right? But where is that mountain? Sun Wukong was filled with anticipation at this moment. Don't worry, I will send you there immediately, Mr. Bobo operated the machine beside him. The machine emitted a burst of colorful brilliance, and moments later Sun Wukong found himself on a mountain. Shang Yun, your temperament differs from Sun Wukong's, and your cultivation is not the same. I have already sent Sun Wukong to Keluash Mountain to retrieve the holy crown. The celestial being approached Shang Yun. At this moment, Shang Yun seemed to have merged with the sky, his aura as elusive as the gentle breeze occasionally stirring in a temple. Oh, Mr. Bobo, following behind the celestial being, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment upon seeing Shang Yun's state. Even the demeanor of the celestial being showed a hint of fluctuation, no longer as calm as before. Shang Yun awakened from his meditation, gently opened his eyes, and looked at the celestial being and Mr. Bobo, who followed behind him. His eyes were like tranquil pools, clear and free of impurities, reflecting a mind devoid of distractions. However, deep within those eyes seemed to hide an endless void, profound as the universe, containing infinite mysteries. Shang Yun's thoughts flowed as he recalled Sun Wukong's recent cultivation. The holy crown was placed atop Keluash Mountain. Once someone wears this crown, lightning will strike, and the crown will firmly attach itself to the wearer's head until they are struck by lightning. Only by surpassing the speed of lightning can one retrieve the holy crown from Keluash Mountain. Although Sun Wukong eventually obtained the holy crown, strictly speaking, he did not fully pass the trial at first and was struck by lightning, losing consciousness for a full 3 days. However, this experience greatly aided his strength enhancement, improving his agility and sense of danger. Later, the celestial being also utilized the properties of the holy crown, placing it on Raditz's head to restrict his actions and prevent him from causing harm. Understanding Sun Wukong's situation, Shang Yun did not worry about his danger. In fact, throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, while Sun Wukong's talent and effort are undoubtedly important, many individuals with greater effort and talent exist, such as the initial Krillin and Tenshinhan, and later Piccolo and Vegeta. The former continuously worked hard in their training, but were limited by their talents, while the latter not only worked hard, but were also more talented than Sun Wukong, yet in the end, they could only remain beneath Sun Wukong, without ever being able to turn the tide. Shang Yun believed that Sun Wukong's greatest fortune was having someone to guide him, directing him according to his utmost talent, and pointing him toward the best path. Every time he reached the pinnacle of a stage in his strength, there would be better teachers appearing at the next stage to continue guiding him, allowing him to strive toward the best direction without going astray, without wandering aimlessly, and certainly without regressing. Otherwise, if the direction of effort changes, even the best talent is useless. Just like Vegeta as a Saiyan Prince, his combat talent is unquestionable. However, before coming to Earth, he trained by himself, wandering in both his training direction and methods. The fact that he could have a battle power of over 10,000 was entirely due to pushing through with talent. Under such conditions, Vegeta's strength surpassed Sun Wukong's, who had a renowned teacher guiding him, illustrating the height of his talent. Later, following Sun Wukong's training, he finally had the correct direction and his strength started to soar as if propelled by a rocket, but ultimately, he wasted his youth's talent and could only remain in Sun Wukong's shadow as second. This is also why Shang Yun wished to train alongside Sun Wukong. Shang Yun, it seems you have some understanding of what Mr. Bobo said about nothing. The celestial being inquired, observing Shang Yun's thoughtful expression. Yes, my celestial lord, I believe that nothing does not mean having no thoughts or self, but rather merging oneself into all things. Within all things there is me, who I am all things. I observe the growth of all things and the occurrence of all events, neither helping nor hindering, without any stirring of thought. Shang Yun looked at the celestial being, speaking calmly. How do you manage to remain unaffected by any stirring of thoughts? The celestial being continued to ask. No matter what thoughts arise in my heart, I merely observe and then ignore them. Shang Yun continued to gaze at the celestial being, his mind free of distractions. In fact, Mr. Bobo's notion of transforming the state of mind into nothing is somewhat akin to the nothing mentioned in the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita, which does not imply thinking of nothing at all, but rather not relying on the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin to judge the myriad things of the world. Instead, one should turn inward, calm the heart, eliminate distractions, and seek the present feelings and thoughts within, finding the most original thoughts undisturbed by any distractions, and believing in oneself. You are good. I have already mentioned that your cultivation method differs from Sun Wukong's. Your talent may not be as strong as Sun Wukong's, but your comprehension is excellent. Tell me how you wish to cultivate. The celestial being nodded in approval. I need to cultivate my heart. One heart awakens, and all things arise. The heart is the most elusive and difficult to find, requiring personal comprehension. How can I assist you? I wish to reincarnate through 100 lifetimes, experiencing the lives of 100 generations. Reincarnating through 100 lifetimes requires the abilities of the King of Hell, which I cannot accomplish. However, I believe I can help you experience the lives of 100 generations. Thank you, my celestial lord. Shang Yun clasped his hands together and bowed in gratitude. Come with me, the celestial being nodded, turning to signal Shang Yun to follow. This time machine can briefly take you to the past of Earth, where you can experience the life experiences of others. I hope you merely observe and do not participate. Mr. Bobo brought Shang Yun to a machine, and the celestial being said beside them, "Can it take me to my past?" Shang Yun, hearing that he could travel through time and space, wished to return to see his wife and children, even if just for a brief moment, even if only from afar. It can take you to your past in this lifetime. Although I do not know where you come from, I can sense that your power is compassionate, which is why I did not refuse your cultivation in the temple, and I am willing to help you. However, I do not believe I have the ability to send you back. The celestial being looked at Shang Yun, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. You already know. At this moment, Shang Yun's state of mind encountered turbulence, making it impossible for him to gaze directly at the celestial being as before. Gods are beings that maintain the order of the world, and the divinity possessed by divine power is endowed by the entire world. Divine power varies in magnitude, but divinity does not. My ability cannot perceive your differences, but my divinity tells me that you are different from before. The celestial being gazed into Shang Yun's eyes, seemingly trying to discern something. Thank you, my celestial lord, for helping me conceal it. No, I have not concealed anything for you. My duty is to maintain the order of the world. Other matters are beyond my concern. If it is called help, I merely assist you in cultivating. Only what you desire in your heart can be realized when your strength has increased. Now are you ready? The celestial being raised a hand to stop Shang Yun from speaking further. I am ready. Mr. Bobo activated the machine, and a burst of colorful brilliance enveloped Shang Yun. May you smile as you witness the passage of 1,000 autumns, yet return as a youthful lad. The village is a tranquil sanctuary amidst the mundane world, like a corner forgotten by time, serene and harmonious. In the early morning, a light mist gently envelopes the village like a soft veil. The crowing of roosters awakens the slumbering world. Smoke rises from the farmhouse chimney, slowly dissipating in the breeze. In the fields, dew beads roll on the grass blades, refracting a spectrum of colors. An old yellow ox leisurely grazes along the ridge, occasionally flicking its tail. By the village's edge, a small river flows gently, producing a crisp sound. Pebbles and small fish at the riverbed are clearly visible, while the aquatic plants sway with the current. Willow trees lean gracefully along the bank, their slender branches brushing the water's surface. In the afternoon, sunlight bathes the courtyard. The elderly sit on wicker chairs, squinting in the sun while gently fanning themselves. Children frolic in the alleys, their laughter echoing against the earthen walls. Women sit at their doorsteps, engaged in needlework while chatting leisurely. In the evening, the sunset paints the sky a vibrant orange. Tired birds return to their nests, their calls particularly clear in the tranquility. Villagers carry farming tools, heading home in the fading light. The entire village is enveloped in a serene atmosphere, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. Yet the villagers seem unaware of the young man among them, clad in simple monk's robes, his gaze filled with tranquility and depth. He shares in their daily activities, cooking, chopping wood, farming, laughing and arguing, and sitting idly. They converse with him, but no one pays attention to whether he has come or whether he remains. He watches as new life arrives with loud cries, the delicate face and tightly clenched fists seemingly filled with fearless anticipation for this world. The laughter of parents and the blessings of relatives weave together into a warm, a beautiful tapestry marking the beginning of life. However, not far away, an elderly person struggles against illness on a sickbed, their body growing frail under the torment of disease, while the light in their eyes gradually fades, overshadowed by the tears and reluctance of loved ones. The impermanence of life and death is as natural, yet cruel, as the alternation of day and night, each scene an annotation on the fragility of existence. On the streets, the joys and sorrows of people unfold like a colorful mural before his eyes. The quarrels between couples shatter the tranquility, their faces twisted with anger, the sweet promises of yesteryears cast aside, in that moment, like a storm sweeping across a calm lake. Meanwhile, young lovers exchange smiles in a corner coffee shop, love flowing in their eyes, as if the world consists only of each other. This is the most beautiful manifestation of love. Those who have achieved success in their careers bask in glory amidst cheers and adoration, their spirited demeanor seeming to possess the entire world. Yet the unsuccessful weep alone in corners, burdened by setbacks that crush them like a heavy mountain, plunging them into an abyss of despair. He witnesses the successful traversing through the halls of fame and fortune, their luxurious lifestyles, and the flattery of the masses akin to dazzling fireworks. But the wheels of fate turn mercilessly when the winds of change arise. They fall from the clouds to the abyss, their wealth scattered, friends departed, leaving only loneliness and confusion. These ups and downs in the eyes of the practitioner resemble fleeting dreams and illusions vanishing in an instant. He quietly observes like a mirror, not participating in the disputes and joys around him. Behind this seemingly indifferent exterior lies his profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. Through countless observations, it is as if he has experienced rebirth through many lifetimes, with each scene striking at the essence of the soul. In this prolonged observation, he perceives the impermanence of life as a constant shadow. A healthy body may be invaded by illness in an instant, and a solid career may collapse due to a single misstep. People struggle amidst the waves of impermanence like a solitary boat adrift on the sea. He understands that desire is the undercurrent in this impermanence, driving people to chase after wealth, status, and fame. In pursuit of greater wealth, some toil day and night, resorting to unscrupulous means, losing their innate kindness in the process, blinded by greed and jealousy, trapped in a whirlpool of desire from which they cannot escape. He also witnesses the complexities of love. The love of parents for their children is selfless and profound, yet children sometimes fail to understand this love, drifting away in the rebellion of growing up. The love between couples is sweet and passionate, but it can also become fragile amidst the trivialities and temptations of reality, with quarrels and misunderstandings creating cracks that mar the beauty of love. Yet amidst these complex emotions, he also sees the power of love, as it can become a support for people in times of adversity, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He understands that everything in this world is but an illusion. The things people pursue so fervently are as light as a feather when faced with life and death. Joy and sorrow are but ripples in the river of life, ultimately fading in the torrent of time. Those who remain kind amidst suffering shine like lamps in the darkness, revealing the brilliance of humanity. They are not defeated by adversity, nor are they deceived by illusions, steadfastly holding onto the purity of their hearts. In this journey, he sees the myriad aspects of society. In the bustling metropolis, people hurry by, their eyes filled with fatigue and confusion. They weave through towering buildings, tirelessly struggling for their livelihoods, gradually losing themselves in the pursuit of material wealth. In contrast, in the remote countryside, simple villagers lead uncomplicated lives. They labor in the fields, harmoniously coexisting with nature, with neighbors caring for one another. The waves of grain in the fields and the evening smoke from cooking exude a sense of tranquility and peace. This contrast prompts him to ponder how people might seek a balance between prosperity and simplicity. He has encountered many who struggle in adversity. One businessman, once wealthy and flourishing, faced ruin due to a single failed investment. He fell into deep despair, feeling that life had lost its meaning. He said to the businessman, "Wealth is like floating clouds, appearing and disappearing without warning. The suffering you endure is an opportunity for growth. Only by letting go of attachment to wealth can you perceive the true essence of life." Under his guidance, the businessman began to reflect on his life, gradually emerging from despair. There was also a woman suffering greatly from her lover's betrayal. He told her the impermanence of love is like flowers blooming and wilting. His betrayal is his karmic debt. You should not let his wrongdoing become a shackle on your soul. Letting go of resentment is the path to liberation. The woman slowly released the pain in her heart, rediscovering herself. Through helping these individuals, he deepened his understanding of Zen teachings. He realized that Zen is not about evading reality, but rather maintaining clarity amidst the chaos of the world unbound by illusions. He is Shang Yun, who through a time machine repeatedly returns to the past, experiencing different lives, refining his spirit through worldly trials. Within the divine temple before the time machine, a burst of colorful light revealed Shang Yun's figure as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep like an abyss, as if he could perceive the myriad facets of the world. In his eyes there was a reflection of the vast changes of time, witnessing the impermanence of life and death, the intertwining of joy and sorrow, the glory of rising to greatness, and the desolation of falling into despair. He observed with cold indifference the plight and sorrow of the helpless, and regarded the emotional fluctuations of those experiencing joy and pain with a detached demeanor akin to being beyond worldly concerns. His eyes seemed to harbor the passage of years akin to white clouds and fleeting dogs. After enduring countless cycles of tribulation, he grasped the Buddhist principle of emptiness, his gaze filled with the clarity of great enlightenment. "It seems you have comprehended much. Do you wish to continue?" Mr. Bobo remarked, having witnessed the changes brought about by each of Shang Yun's transmissions. Shang Yun did not respond to Mr. Bobo's question, slowly closing his eyes, once more maintaining a prayerful posture as he sat cross-legged. "Do not disturb him. He seems poised to break through a bottleneck. Just how many lifetimes has this kid experienced?" His eyes were far too profound and too merciless. He was restraining himself, refusing to tread the path of ruthlessness. The divine being appeared behind Mr. Bobo, halting his inquiries about Shang Yun. "The machine has activated 517 times. He has experienced 517 lives," Mr. Bobo said to the divine being, glancing at the displayed numbers on the machine. "No wonder. He has almost witnessed the impermanence of life. What he can comprehend next will depend on his fortune," the divine being commented. The two of them quietly watched Shang Yun, unaware of how much time had passed. At that moment, Shang Yun's state was peculiar. His aura surged, as if he were about to transcend his limits, gaining tremendous power, then shrank back, appearing as fragile as an ordinary person, at times seemingly non-existent. Gradually, Shang Yun's aura settled, no longer fluctuating. He stood up, his eyes opening, no longer deep, but still clear, his body motionless, seemingly swaying with the wind. The gentle breeze passed through him, as if he were a void encountering no resistance. "Ding! Congratulations, host. After enduring 500 cycles, you have comprehended the essence of 500 lives, attained enlightenment of the Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, realizing the illusory and impermanent nature of self, and pursued personal liberation. Your realm has ascended to the level of emptiness of the five aggregates." Ding! Congratulations, host. The Prajna Heart Sutra has broken through to the third level. Your current realm is spirit refinement, returning to emptiness. Ding! Warning. The host has experienced 500 cycles, and his disposition oscillates between extreme emotion and detachment, guided by the supreme principles within the Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, allowing him to grasp the principle of the four great emptiness and the non-self of the five aggregates. Yet he cannot fully comprehend the truth of dharmic emptiness, which does not exist in the objective world. There lies a potential risk of demonic influence within the host's disposition. It is hoped that the host can contemplate the Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra to find a solution. Demonic influence. Open the attribute panel. Host Shang Yun, age 19 years, mind, method Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, realm, emptiness of the five aggregates. Form is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble. Feeling is like floating flowers drifting with the current. Wandering like idle clouds without a fixed place, moving like autumn leaves freely floating. Recognizing like fine dust scattering in the wind, the meaning of the emptiness of the five aggregates brings tranquility. Demonic influence. Hidden extreme emotion. Detachment. Detachment. Obliteration of emotion. Divine powers, heavenly eye, able to see the suffering and joy of beings across the six paths, and perceive all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Current level beginner, awakened compassionate heart, can see through everything within a 100-meter radius. Heavenly ear, able to hear the languages of beings suffering and rejoicing across the six paths, as well as the various sounds of the world. Current level beginner, awakened compassionate heart, can clearly hear all sounds within a 100-meter radius. Fate eye, able to know one's own and all beings' destinies through countless lifetimes and their deeds. Current level beginner, awakened compassionate heart, can perceive others' experiences in this life. Skills, Prajna Heart Sutra level 3, understanding through Maha-Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra, the supreme method of refining chi. Current realm is spirit refinement, returning to emptiness. Martial Skill Diamond Prajna Strength Level 1 Understanding. Through Maha Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra, the supreme method of martial arts can be integrated into any combat technique. Strength is unparalleled, comprehensively enhancing physical attributes. When activated, a diamond form manifests outside the body. While this form remains intact, it can rebound all damage with no limit to its realm. Each level up doubles one's physical attributes. Demonic Transformation. Combat Skill Turtle Immortal Style Turtle School Energy Wave World Shocking Palm Zen Awareness. Spiritual Escape Technique Zen Concentration. Void Spirit Domain Demonic Transformation. The realm has elevated and the disposition has reached the enlightenment of the emptiness of the five aggregates. The skills have also improved, reaching the level of spirit refinement, returning to emptiness, which would be considered a celestial level figure in the previous world of Blue Star, sufficient to navigate the human realm with ease. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, while the early stages are manageable, one will ultimately face defeat later on. Yet within this realm there appears the risk of demonic influence. Transformation, and within martial and combat skills there is also demonic transformation. What does this mean? 9527. What is this demonic influence? What does transformation mean? What use is that transformation? Shang Yun sensed something was off, but could not articulate it, hastily inquiring about 9527. The host has experienced 500 cycles comprehending the emotions of the mortal realm, with the mind oscillating between extreme emotion and detachment. However, whether leaning towards extreme emotion or detachment, both contradict Zen cultivation and are considered demonic paths in this context. Therefore, no matter which direction the host's disposition leans, it is deemed demonic, posing a risk of losing all previous achievements. As for the transformation, it may lead to the host understanding certain abilities after entering a demonic state. The nature and strength of these abilities are determined by the host's disposition at that moment. Is there a way to solve this hidden danger? Shang Yun asked. Yes, elevate your disposition. The host need not worry, this is a path all Zen cultivators must traverse. The mind is elusive and intangible, with infinite possibilities. Each stage will present challenges, and the host must remember to stabilize the mind and not what? 9527. What happened to you? Shang Yun became anxious. The strongest nirvana enlightenment system was fundamental to his existence in the world of Dragon Ball, and it must not encounter any issues. Not. It seemed 9527 had encountered a malfunction. After a long pause, the voice of 9537 echoed again. Please cultivate diligently, host. 9527. What was wrong with you just now? Shang Yun hurriedly asked, relieved to hear 9527 return to normal. Please cultivate diligently. He is watching. After another bout of intermittent speech, 9527 fell silent. 9527, are you there? Yes, host. Who is he? Shang Yun felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly inquired. Please cultivate diligently, host. Does he not allow you to tell me? Or do you not know either? Please cultivate diligently, host. Is he very powerful? Is he the one who created your existence? Please cultivate diligently, host. Alright, it seems you really cannot say. Please cultivate diligently, host. I will cultivate diligently. After ending the conversation with 9527, Shang Yun looked at the heavenly god and Mr. Bobo. Both of them wore serious expressions, seemingly worried that Shang Yun would choose the path of ruthlessness. Lord Heavenly God, Mr. Bobo, thank you both for your assistance. My strength has improved significantly. The path I cultivate is neither cold-hearted nor overly sentimental. If I must explain, I would say it is a balance between the two. Shang Yun understood their concerns and clasped his hands together, bowing in gratitude for their help and to clarify their doubts. Well, although I cannot fully comprehend your path, your power still embodies compassion, and I believe in you. The heavenly god nodded and asked, do you still wish to use the time machine to return to the past? May I ask, Lord Heavenly God, how is son Wukong doing now? Shang Yun did not answer the heavenly god's question, but instead inquired about son Wukong's current situation. Son Wukong previously used the time machine to train with Wu Taidu, who is your teacher's master. Mr. Bobo explained next. Son Wukong must battle himself to discover his shortcomings. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. I am currently unable to improve my realm in a short time, and I would like to return to the past to witness the prowess of Mr. Wu Taidu. Understanding son Wukong's training level, Shang Yun made his request. All right, Mr. Bobo operated the machine, and a burst of colorful light enveloped Shang Yun, causing him to disappear. Upon meeting Mr. Wu Taidu Shang Yun directly stated his purpose and revealed his relationship with Master Wu Tian and Sun Wukong. Mr. Wu Taidu was pleased to see another of his disciples. He checked Shang Yun's potential and talent and agreed not to reveal information about Sun Wukong and Shang Yun to the younger version of Master Wu Tian before beginning to teach Shang Yun. Wu Taidu first had Shang Yun undergo high-intensity physical training, including running, jumping, and weight-bearing exercises to enhance Shang Yun's strength and endurance. The intensity of these trainings far exceeded anything Shang Yun had experienced before, causing him considerable suffering, but it quickly improved his physical condition. Subsequently, Wu Taidu imparted some unique combat techniques and moves to Shang Yun, which not only emphasized the application of strength, but also stressed flexibility and speed. For instance, Wu Taidu taught Shang Yun how to cleverly evade enemy attacks during combat and how to exploit the enemy's weaknesses for counterattacks. Wu Taidu also focused on cultivating Shang Yun's control over his breath. He explained that stabilizing and smoothing out one's breath is crucial for battle, and only by mastering breath control can one unleash greater power. Under Wu Taidu's guidance, Shang Yun began to learn how to adjust his breathing and how to synchronize his breath with his combat movements. In addition to physical and technical training, Wu Taidu also guided Shang Yun in mental cultivation. He taught him to remain calm and focused, to avoid distractions during battle, and to maintain a clear mind. At the same time, Wu Taidu made Shang Yun understand that cultivation is not only about becoming strong, but also about protecting others and maintaining peace in the world. After a period of training, Shang Yun's strength saw significant improvement. Not only had he made great strides in combat skills and breath control, but he had also matured and strengthened mentally. Shang Yun was filled with gratitude towards Wu Taidu, knowing that the valuable experiences and lessons gained from this training would have a profound impact on his future battles. After bidding farewell to Mr. Wu Taidu, Shang Yun returned to the Heavenly God Temple amid a burst of colorful light. Shang Yun, you have returned, and it seems your strength has increased significantly. Mr. Bobo said, looking at Shang Yun. Yes, Mr. Bobo, I would like to spar with you to test the results of my training. Sure, I would be very happy to. The two moved outside the Heavenly God Temple. Shang Yun initiated the attack first. At first, Mr. Bobo could easily evade him, but later on he was occasionally hit by Shang Yun, prompting him to control his strength and counterattack. The two exchanged blows, and suddenly Shang Yun used Mr. Bobo's punch to retreat, clasped his hands together, and opened his eyes wide in fury. World-shocking palm. Shang Yun pushed his hands forward, releasing purple lightning that surged towards Mr. Bobo. Seeing this, Mr. Bobo leaped into the air, causing Shang Yun's world-shocking palm to miss. Come again. World-shocking palm. Shang Yun was not surprised that his move was evaded. Mr. Bobo's strength was far beyond his own, so it was quite normal for him to dodge. Seeing Mr. Bobo jump into the air, Shang Yun felt it was the perfect opportunity to use the world-shocking palm. However, he forgot that Mr. Bobo could perform the art of air dance, and predictably he evaded it once more. As Mr. Bobo used the art of air dance to dodge Shang Yun's world-shocking palm, he suddenly vanished into an afterimage. Realizing this, Shang Yun understood that Mr. Bobo must have assessed his strength and wanted to end the battle by unleashing his own power. Shang Yun quickly clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and tried to calm his mind, yet he felt every hair on his body stand on end. However, he still could not sense Mr. Bobo's presence, let alone know from where he would attack. But Shang Yun was not without opportunities. Zen awareness. Spirit evade technique. Mr. Bobo silently appeared on Shang Yun's left side, extending his right hand to strike Shang Yun's neck. However, Shang Yun vanished as if he had never been there. Turtle School Energy Wave. Shang Yun quietly reappeared 10 meters behind Mr. Bobo, unleashing his Turtle School Energy Wave with all his might. This was his strongest attack skill to date. Mr. Bobo sensed the energy fluctuation behind him, and his expression grew serious. Huh. Mr. Bobo turned around, his already descending right hand shaped like a knife swung back, deflecting Shang Yun's energy wave, which then flew toward the horizon and gradually dissipated. Huh, Mr. Bobo is amazing, but I still couldn't hit you. Shang Yun said, a bit pale and panting heavily. That's spirit evade technique. The spirit evade technique required immense mental energy, and having just exerted all his strength for the Turtle School Energy Wave, Shang Yun felt extremely weak at this moment. Fortunately, his cultivation of the Prajna Heart Sutra had improved, enhancing his recovery abilities. After a few breaths, Shang Yun's complexion regained some color. Your performance just now was quite impressive. Mr. Bobo praised that move is very powerful and can be a lifesaver. From the looks of you, it seems to consume a lot of energy. Yes, mister. Bobo, it consumes a lot of energy and the conditions for use are quite harsh, Shang Yun replied. However, this flaw does not overshadow its brilliance. It is still a very powerful life-saving technique. Mister. Bobo nodded. Mister. Bobo, I have a request. Regarding Mr. Bobo's praise, Shang Yun did not feel proud, but suddenly recalled something and made a request to Mr. Bobo. What request? I would like to ask Mr. Bobo to teach me the art of void dance, and I hope you can teach me. The art of void dance, you don't need to say, oh, I will teach you. Sun Wukong has already learned the art of void dance. Mr. Bobo smiled. Wukong has learned the art of void dance. What is he doing now? He is fighting against himself. Fighting against himself? How does one fight against oneself? You will know later. This is the final training in the Divine Temple to conquer oneself. Mr. Bobo also made it sound mysterious. Alright, you start learning the art of void dance. Once you master it, you will also have to fight against yourself. After finishing his words, Mr. Bobo began to teach Shang Yun the art of void dance. In the world of Dragon Ball, the art of void dance is a skill that allows one to fly in the air. Shang Yun's purpose in learning the art of void dance was naturally for combat, as most battles in the later stages of the Dragon Ball world occurred in the air. Otherwise, even a casual wave from a battle could potentially destroy the earth. Although Shang Yun possessed the Zen Buddhist technique of Shinzu Tong, which was undoubtedly more powerful than the art of void dance, Shinzu Tong was more akin to teleportation, allowing one to ignore time and space at advanced levels, while the art of void dance enables one to stand in the air as if walking on solid ground, making it more suitable for combat. Initially, Shang Yun had also considered, like Sun Wukong, who learned teleportation, to charge his combat technique to its critical point and then use Shinzu Tong to instantly move inside his enemy's belly. The thought of it was quite beautiful. However, the reality was that Shang Yun was overthinking it. The Zen Buddhist technique is cultivated alongside reaching a profound state to relieve the worries of all beings, and it arises naturally. One must maintain a calm heart, awaken compassion and empathy to perform it. If one shows off and uses it to extract benefits from others, bringing suffering and disaster, then no matter how great the ability, it can't be used, and it may even vanish as if it had never been obtained. In simple terms, these Zen techniques cannot be used for killing or committing heinous acts. Shang Yun had also created some light techniques similar to those in the martial arts novels of his past life, like the ladder cloud technique, golden goose skill, and grass flying technique, which allowed him to jump higher and run faster, but these techniques were somewhat inadequate in the Dragon Ball world. So in the end, he still had to learn the art of void dance. The training principle of the art of void dance relies on the control of one's own chi. First, one must perceive the existence of chi and be able to freely control its flow within the body, continuously enhancing the precision of chi manipulation during battles and training. By gathering chi at the feet or other parts of the body, adjusting the direction and intensity of chi release, one can create a reactive force to propel the body off the ground and fly. Just like a jet plane uses the thrust produced by its engine to gain lift, the art of void dance uses chi as the power to fly. Soon Shang Yun mastered the art of void dance, and Mr. Bobo brought him to a room where they saw a boy with a hairstyle just like Sun Wukong's. No, to be precise, he should be called a man now. This was the grown-up Sun Wukong. Unknowingly, the two had been training in the Divine Temple for nearly 3 years, and they had both grown. At this moment, Sun Wukong was battling a doll that resembled Krillin. Seeing Shang Yun approach, Sun Wukong was very happy. Just as he was about to greet him, the doll Krillin kicked him in the face, sending him flying to Shang Yun's side. Shang Yun, you are here. That's great. How has your training been? I heard from Mr. Bobo that you have been using a time machine to go back to the past. Did you meet Master Mateto? Did you see the young Kame Sunin? Sun Wukong covered his face, stood up, hugged Shang Yun, and exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Wukong, it's so good to see you. I have met Master Mateto, and I also met the young Kame Sunin, and even the girl that Kame Sunin likes. Shang Yun also hugged Sun Wukong and chuckled. After some small talk, Mr. Bobo allowed Sun Wukong to continue battling the doll Krillin while arranging for Shang Yun to fight against various dolls. Through fighting against the dolls, Shang Yun learned to cope with various styles of attacks. In facing agile dolls, Shang Yun's reaction speed greatly improved, allowing him to dodge rapid attacks more precisely while finding opportunities for counterattacks during evasions. Fighting against the dolls also made him more adept at controlling the rhythm of battle, knowing when to attack and when to defend. Shang Yun became more flexible in utilizing his own abilities. When facing strength-type dolls, he learned how to better use chi to enhance his strength and defense, ensuring he did not fall behind in strength confrontations. Later on, after Shang Yun and Sun Wukong could handle various dolls, Mr. Bobo directly pulled a hair from each of their heads to create dolls that mirrored them, allowing them to battle against their own counterparts. Fighting against one's own doll was quite interesting. At first, Shang Yun was very confused facing a doll that looked just like him. This doll could mimic Shang Yun's combat techniques, including his Zen techniques right down to his meditation, the void spirit domain, and Zen awareness. The spirit evasion technique, and even the diamond prajna skill could be utilized. While battling his own doll, Shang Yun had to cope with familiar attack patterns while thinking of ways to break through. The doll would not tire and had no emotional fluctuations, making it a tough opponent. This forced Shang Yun to give his all, constantly searching for weaknesses in the doll during battle, trying new techniques or faster speeds to attack, thereby further honing his combat skills and reaction abilities. After all, humans are thinking beings. How could one defeat a doll that possesses the same strength and combat skills as oneself? Moreover, this doll had no emotions, did not tire, and could perfectly unleash its full strength. The only answer was that one must exert more than 100% of their strength. Shang Yun's method was to enhance his strength. The Heart Sutra had just leveled up, and it was unrealistic to quickly enhance his strength to crush his opponent, so he could only find a way through combat techniques. After much deliberation, Shang Yun decided to focus his efforts on breaking through the martial technique of diamond prajna. Luckily, since the doll was still a doll, it could only imitate Shang Yun's existing power, but could not replicate Shang Yun's insight. As he was continuously defeated by his own doll, Shang Yun's diamond prajna finally broke through to the second level, increasing his strength fourfold, but at the same time the consumption of inner chi and mental energy also increased. Shang Yun could only perform it once. With his current strength and spirit, he could only last 10 seconds, and with the second level of diamond prajna, he didn't even take a second to defeat his own doll, truly making him a man of 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host. Diamond prajna has been upgraded to the second level, increasing strength by 4 times. Ding! Friendly reminder. Each upgrade of diamond prajna increases the consumption speed of inner chi and spirit by double. Using the second level of diamond prajna consumes twice as much as the first level. The mechanical voice of 9527 appeared in Shang Yun's mind as his diamond prajna upgraded. This is not hard to understand. Every level of diamond prajna doubles the strength from the previous level, while the consumption speed of inner chi and spirit only increases by 1-fold. For example, using the 6th level of diamond prajna increases strength by 64 times, but the consumption speed is merely 6 times that of the first level. No need to say more, it is truly a divine skill. Thus, Shang Yun passed this level in a slightly clever way. In terms of combat talent, Shang Yun indeed could not compare to Sun Wukong, but fortunately Shang Yun was not a warmonger. During the battles with his own doll, Shang Yun often engaged in quiet meditation, contemplating the essence of nature. The environment of the heavenly divine palace was serene and peaceful, making it ideal for cultivating a tranquil mind. Shang Yun spent considerable time in deep meditation, calming his heart and eliminating distractions and stray thoughts to achieve a state of tranquility. This mental cultivation helped him maintain composure during battles, allowing him to swiftly adjust his mindset in the face of various unexpected situations and enter a state of Zen. Surrounding the heavenly divine palace were beautiful natural landscapes where Shang Yun would immerse himself in the essence and rhythm of nature, such as listening to the birds' songs, feeling the gentle breeze, and observing the changes in the clouds. Through his connection with nature, he gained a deeper understanding of the laws governing all things, allowing him to integrate this comprehension into his own mental state. Shang Yun also trained in energy perception, learning to sense the fluctuations and changes in the energy of his surroundings. With this training, he could detect the presence and energy movements of enemies in advance, enhancing his combat reaction speed and adaptability. Shang Yun felt that if this energy perception could be combined with the Fate Insight technique, it might even enable him to instantly learn his opponent's skills and techniques. Speaking of which, Shang Yun had once used the Zen technique of Fate Insight to investigate the past of the heavenly god and Mr. Bobo. Due to his prior knowledge from comics, he was able to glimpse some fragments of the heavenly god's training. However, he could not perceive anything about Mr. Bobo's past, possibly due to his insufficient strength or perhaps because his mental state was not on par with Mr. Bobo. After defeating their own dolls, the heavenly god equipped Sun Wukong and Shang Yun with weighted clothing. It must be said that the magic of the Mike Star people is indeed fascinating, as they effortlessly conjured a perfectly fitting outfit. In the 3 years, both grew rapidly, and every time the heavenly god helped them change into new clothes. Now each of their outfits weighed over 100 kilograms, with each wrist bound by a 20-kilogram weight and each shoe weighing 20 kilograms. Both chose to wear martial arts uniforms from the Turtle Sage style, emblazoned with the character for Turtle on the front. After a week of adjustment, they became accustomed to their new weighted attire. They spent their time either training or sparring, often coming up with ingenious ideas to enhance their strength. Shang Yun even approached the heavenly god, requesting to go to Keluoshan to retrieve the sacred crown, simply to be struck by lightning, hoping to absorb the power of lightning to better master the universal thunder palm. However, it turned out to be nothing but a whimsical idea. The universal thunder palm involves converting all the Bodhis energy into tens of thousands of watts of electric current, then shooting it towards the opponent to immobilize them while continuously attacking with the electric current. The key lies in the control of one's own energy and the ability to transform it into electric current, requiring a strong mastery of qi and unique skill cultivation rather than relying on the uncontrollable and extremely dangerous method of being struck by lightning. Such an act would not only fail to help Shang Yun grasp the essence of the universal thunder palm, but could also inflict fatal harm on the cultivator. Fortunately, the recovery capability of the Heart Sutra he cultivated was sufficiently powerful, allowing him to repeatedly attempt being struck by lightning. Through these reckless actions, Shang Yun's resistance to lightning increased significantly, and while the Heart Sutra repeatedly healed his scorched body, it surprisingly revealed a trace of purple lightning energy within his vital force. This trace of lightning energy enhanced Shang Yun's speed and power in converting electric current during the execution of the universal thunder palm severalfold. Gradually, their eccentric ideas' reckless actions reached their limits. During their training, whenever Sun Wukong had free time, he would pester the heavenly god and Mr. Bobo for new training sessions. Initially, both the heavenly god and Mr. Bobo stated that they had taught everything they could, and Sun Wukong needed to focus on mastering the methods he had learned, stressing not to be greedy. Shang Yun also advised Sun Wukong against this, but Sun Wukong argued that having learned the methods, he could practice them gradually later. Now was the time to seize the opportunity to learn as much as possible in the heavenly divine palace. Hearing Sun Wukong's reasoning, Shang Yun found it reasonable and ceased his discouragement, even joining in whenever he had the chance. The heavenly god and Mr. Bobo felt helpless regarding the duo's eagerness to learn. At first, Mr. Bobo intervened, knocking them down and reminding them that their cultivation was insufficient, urging them to continue their efforts. As a result, the two gradually developed a tacit cooperation, even mastering some joint techniques, compelling Mr. Bobo to exert his full strength to defeat them. In the end, with no other options, the heavenly god decided to have Mr. Bobo send Shang Yun and Sun Wukong to the Spirit and Time Room for training. Shang Yun knew about the Spirit and Time Room, a unique place in the Dragon Ball universe where 1 year of cultivation inside equates to merely 1 day outside. This time differential allowed Shang Yun and Sun Wukong to gain significantly more training time than they would have outside, rapidly enhancing their strength. Moreover, the air inside was thin and breathing would be quite challenging, posing a significant test for their physical fitness and endurance, requiring them to continuously adapt to this environment for effective training. The gravity inside was 10 times that of Earth, and training and moving in such a high-gravity environment imposed greater pressure on their bodies, effectively strengthening their muscle power, coordination, and reaction capabilities. The temperature fluctuated between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius, creating extreme temperature differences that necessitated overcoming discomfort from these changes, placing high demands on their willpower and adaptability. The room was spacious, akin to Earth, allowing cultivators to engage in various forms of training and practical exercises without worrying about space constraints. Additionally, it was fully equipped with food, water, and living facilities, enabling long-term life and training without concerns about basic needs. This was simply the most ideal training location. However, training inside had certain influences. Individuals would age normally, as if they had truly experienced that length of time, and hallucinations could occur. Those with weak wills or scattered thoughts were prone to experiencing illusions, which not only tested the mental fortitude of the cultivators, but also increased the difficulty and unpredictability of their training. Furthermore, the Spirit and Time Room was not available for unlimited use. A person could only spend a total of 2 years inside throughout their lifetime, or else the exit would vanish. However, it was precisely this limitation that allowed each person to stay for only 2 years, a restriction that was later broken by Bu, who forcefully opened a hole to exit with his immense energy, although this hole would gradually close. This meant that as long as one possessed sufficient strength, they could train indefinitely in the Spirit and time room, simply opening a hole to exit whenever they wished by using their powerful energy. Nonetheless, the greatest feature of the spirit and time room was that one day of training inside equated to 1 year outside, but for later warriors the environment inside might not hold as much significance. Only by truly entering the spiritual and time house to practice can one appreciate how harsh the environment inside is. How should I put it? Sun Wukong could not endure it after just 3 days frantically clamoring to get out, while Shang Yun could only last 5 days before he could no longer bear it. Staying inside was so challenging that even entering the realm of Zen was quite difficult. After exiting the spiritual and time house, both Sun Wukong and Shang Yun had become much more subdued. They recognized their own shortcomings and stopped asking the celestial beings and Mr. Bobo for new training methods, instead immersing themselves in diligent practice to hone their bodies and minds. At the registration area for the world's #1 martial arts tournament, 3 years have passed since Sun Wukong defeated Demon King Piccolo, and the world's #1 martial arts tournament is about to commence again, with heroes from all corners of the world appearing to register. As everyone had been training separately, including Krillin and Yamcha, they later bid farewell to Master Roshi and set off on their own journeys, leaving everyone unaware of each other's whereabouts. It was drizzling at the moment, and the blue-haired Lan Chi was waiting at the registration office with Master Roshi under an umbrella. What's taking so long? It's so slow. At this moment, Lan Chi, with her fluffy blue hair, was looking around, unsure if she was searching for them or for someone else. They wouldn't have forgotten this important day, would they, eh? Master Roshi, dressed in a black suit with a black hat covering his round shiny head, lifted his hand and looked at his watch, saying, "Time has truly flown by in these 3 years that feels like it has passed in the blink of an eye." At that moment, a yellow car stopped in front of them, and Oolong and Poor got out of the back seat to greet Master Roshi. "Long time no see, Master Roshi." Oolong, do you still enjoy collecting girls' panties as much as you did before?" Master Roshi casually teased Oolong. "Oh, it's been 3 years, and you still ask that." Oolong's face instantly turned bright red as he drooped his ears in resignation. "You're still as lecherous as ever." Master Roshi chuckled at this. "What the heck? You're just as bad," Oolong retorted angrily. At this moment, the passenger door of the small car opened, and a beautiful blue-haired girl stepped out, dressed in a purple dress and holding a purple umbrella, smiling as she walked over. "Wow." Upon seeing her, Master Roshi lost his composure. "Master Roshi, Miss Lan Chi, long time no see. Where are they? Have they not arrived yet?" "Bulma," Lan Chi asked uncertainly. "Oh, this is just perfect. I didn't expect that after 3 years, Bulma, you've become even more charming." Master Roshi, eyeing Bulma's figure, drooled, and unable to resist temptation, reached out to touch her. "Stop. No rudeness." Bulma, shedding her earlier gentle demeanor, turned and elbowed Master Roshi in the face. "Oh, that hurts. That hurts. It hurts. Seriously, how has your personality not changed at all?" Master Roshi sat on the ground, covering his face and complaining. Bulma ignored Master Roshi and continued chatting with Lan Chi when a yellow-haired girl dressed in blue casual wear slowly approached from a distance. She came to Bulma's side and looked at Master Roshi, saying, "Haven't you changed at all, Master Roshi?" "Lan Fong, you're here too." Bulma greeted Lan Fong with a smile, as if the earlier elbowing of Master Roshi had never happened. Seeing the newcomers, Master Roshi stood up. Looking at the 3 girls standing together, gentle, lively, and sexy, he exclaimed, "Wow, so big. This one is even bigger. Oh, I can't take it anymore." Master Roshi's nose bled once again. The 3 girls giggled at this and turned their heads to chat affectionately. "Is Yamcha not with you?" Lan Fong asked. "No, that guy said he wanted to train and didn't take me with him. Now I don't even know where he has run off to Humph." "Yamcha is the same. Krillin also hasn't come back since he went out." Krillin too. "It seems that the impact Sun Wukong had on them 3 years ago was quite significant," Lan Fong remarked with a sigh. "Are you forgetting someone?" Bulma leaned down towards Lan Fong, squinting her eyes with a smile. Who? Of course. Shang Yun." "Oh, right. There's also Shang Yun. I wonder how they are now. How strong have they become?" Lan Fong seemed to just realize it. Her face flushed. "Yes, I really want to see how amazing they have become." Bulma, seeing this, stopped teasing Lan Fong and echoed her sentiment. A balloon floated past the group and got stuck in a tree, followed by a little girl who stood under the tree crying. "It's okay, big sister will help you get it down." Bulma approached to comfort her. However, due to her height, she still couldn't reach the balloon. "Oolong, you come and get it." Bulma turned to Oolong. "Huh? Me? Are you kidding? I'm not even as tall as you." Oolong pointed to his head in confusion. "Can't you transform into a tall, handsome boy?" "Oh, that's true," Oolong replied. Hey, wait a second, don't rush me, I'll get it, but what's the reward? Just as Oolong was about to transform, he was stopped by Master Rashi, who smiled at Bulma. What a... Bulma frowned and said angrily. No, there's no reward. Master Rashi waved his hands repeatedly. Here. While the two were talking, someone approached Bulma, reached for the balloon string, and handed it to her. The newcomer held a red umbrella, wore an orange martial arts uniform, had a blue belt tied around his waist, and carried a red staff on his back, with a white cloth band wrapped around his head. Huh, who are you? Do you know me? Bulma asked in confusion, then turned to the others. Do you recognize him? Everyone looked at the newcomer and shook their heads. Here you go, Bulma. The newcomer extended the balloon towards Bulma. How did you know my name is Bulma? Bulma took the balloon and handed it to the little girl. The little girl happily said thank you and left. Another person stepped out from behind the first, dressed in the same martial arts uniform with a crew cut, holding a black umbrella, smiling at the group. Hello everyone. Grandpa Rashi, you're back to life, the first person said to Master Rashi. Huh, Grandpa, who are you? Master Rashi was even more confused. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan, where are they? You guys are Wukong. Shang Yun. The group exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong with you? Of course it's me. With this cloth wrapped around my head, you couldn't recognize me, Wukong said as he untied the cloth to reveal the same hairstyle he had as a child. Hello everyone. I'm Shang Yun. Shang Yun looked at the scene, still smiling. So how is it? Am I still the same? Bulma and Grandpa Rashi, have you both gotten shorter? Wukong pointed at Bulma in confusion. It's you who has grown taller. I have indeed grown a bit taller. You've changed so much, no wonder we didn't recognize you. All contestants participating in the martial arts tournament, please complete your registration procedures, quickly shouted the staff at the registration desk through a loudspeaker. You should hurry and register too, Master Rashi said to Sun Wukong and Shang Yun. At this moment the rain had stopped. Yes, Grandpa, Shang Yun replied. Have Krillin and the others registered? Sun Wukong asked. Krillin and the others haven't arrived yet. All right, then we'll go ahead, said the two as they proceeded to register. Wow, I can't believe it, Sun Wukong has grown into such a handsome young man, Bulma said, cupping her face with her hands, shyly watching as Sun Wukong walked away. Shang Yun has gotten more handsome, Tu Lanfang reminded. Yeah, we didn't even notice until you mentioned it, she replied. Well, what? Yamcha will definitely become a very handsome young man too. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Frivolous woman. Huh. After Shang Yun and the others finished registering, they returned to chat with a few people about their training at the Heavenly God Temple. The registration deadline is approaching in 5 minutes. Those who haven't registered should do so quickly. The staff once again picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. Oh, what's going on? What are they doing? Why aren't they here yet? Bulma suggested, why don't Oolong and Puar transform into their forms to register? We can register, but we need a minute to rest after every transformation. We can only register 2 people. Then let's register Krillin and Yamcha. Tien and Kaiatsu are too pitiful. While they were discussing strategies, Shang Yun and Sun Wukong's eyes brightened as they exchanged glances, saying they're here. Several figures zipped past Bulma and the others, rushing towards the registration desk, creating a gust of wind that ruffled the hair of the 3 girls. It was Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Shang Yun, Wukong, it's so great to see you, Krillin exclaimed as he rushed towards Sun Wukong and Shang Yun, and the 3 embraced, expressing 3 years of longing. After the 4 registered, they all went to the room that Master Rashi had already booked, reminiscing while recuperating to prepare for the competition the next day. Early the next day, everyone arrived at the preliminary venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Without a doubt, everyone advanced, indicating that they had all been diligently training. It is worth mentioning that Shang Yun encountered Tao Bai during the preliminaries. At this time, Tao Bai had been revived by Crane Hermit after being injured by Sun Wukong. Crane Hermit spent all his life savings to turn Tao Bai into a half-mechanical assassin. His purpose for participating in the tournament was twofold: to take revenge on Sun Wukong and to eliminate Tien and Kairatsu, clearing out his rivals, as well as to kill all disciples of the Turtle School to prove that the Crane School was superior. Thus, Shang Yun was also on his kill list. Both sides entered the ring and assumed their fighting stances, but did not immediately attack. Shang Yun fell into contemplation as he waited. He still held gratitude towards Tao Bai. After all, it was Tao Bai who indirectly saved him at Doran Temple. Initially, Tao Bai was at a loss when facing the seemingly flawless Shang Yun. Seeing Shang Yun gradually become distracted, Tao Bai seized the opportunity to launch an attack, but even losing the first move, Shang Yun was still able to easily evade Tao Bai's strikes and deliver effective counterattacks. Unbelieving of his defeat, Tao Bai leaped into the air again and kicked only to be casually knocked back by Shang Yun's raised hand. After landing, Tao Bai Bai did not give up and charged at Shang Yun again with extreme speed, each attack more ferocious than the last, targeting Shang Yun's vital points. Seeing the clear gap in strength between himself and Tao Bai Bai, Shang Yun recalled the life-saving grace he owed him and initiated a persuasion mode, urging Tao Bai Bai to reconsider and not to struggle in vain. Tao Bai Bai could not accept Shang Yun's persuasion, believing it was a mockery directed at him. At the last moment, he directly severed his arm, revealing a sharp dagger from the stump, and swung it at Shang Yun, but was still evaded by Shang Yun, who directly broke his sword with his hand. After the sword was broken, Tao Bai Bai quickly created distance between himself and Shang Yun, raising his right hand to unleash the Super Dodo Wave. This was his strongest move, as yellow wave energy gathered in his right hand, and he confidently believed that this strike could obliterate Shang Yun. Looking at Tao Bai Bai, who had lost his rationality due to rage and shame, Shang Yun shouted, dispersing Tao Bai Bai's Dodo Wave. The light faded, and Shang Yun hadn't even moved a step, while Tao Bai Bai staggered back in shock. Shang Yun dashed forward in a swift motion, delivering a knife hand strike to the back of Tao Bai Bai's neck, knocking him unconscious. Shang Yun chose not to kill him, for Tao Bai Bai had once been his savior. After the announcer declared Shang Yun the winner, Shang Yun picked up Tao Bai Bai and jumped off the stage, handing him over to Crane Hermit, who upon seeing this said nothing and took Tao Bai Bai away from the tournament venue. Soon the results of the preliminaries were announced. The top 8 contestants of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament were Sun Wukong, Krillin, Shang Yun, Tin, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, and Shun. Piccolo was naturally the one that the old Demon King Piccolo had spat out before his death. Piccolo was intrinsically linked to the Heavenly God itself, and it was due to this egg's existence that the Heavenly God had not been killed. This time he came to take revenge for his father and to kill Sun Wukong. Shun was the embodiment of the Heavenly God. Concerned that Sun Wukong and Shang Yun might not be able to defeat the new Piccolo, he decided to come down and gather powerful martial artists together to confront the Demon King Piccolo, preventing him from wreaking havoc once more. As for Chi-Chi, she would naturally become Sun Wukong's future wife, the daughter of Ox King Master Rose's second disciple, who once promised to marry him. She's straightforward, loyal, and passionate, and she also came to make Sun Wukong fulfill his promise. At this time, Chi-Chi had long, shiny black hair tied into a high ponytail, giving her a very capable and spirited appearance. The ponytail swung with her movements, adding a lively and dynamic quality to her demeanor. Her eyes were large and bright, conveying determination and confidence, while also displaying a hint of youthful shyness and annoyance. A small nose and cherry-like lips enhanced the delicacy of her facial features. With round cheeks, slightly chubby, she appeared both cute and playful. In her youth, Chi-Chi wore a pink martial arts uniform styled after the Turtle School, with a fitted top that showcased her figure. The choice of pink not only suited her youthful persona, but also made her stand out among the other contestants. She wore a black belt around her waist, which served both decorative and functional purposes, accentuating her waistline. Her lower half was paired with black martial arts pants, complementing the top and presenting a clean and elegant overall look. She wore a pair of white sneakers, allowing her to move flexibly during the competition. The first match is between Krillin and the new Bu, hereafter referred to as Bu. Before the match begins, Shang Yun and Sun Wukong have already informed everyone about Bu's identity, his strength techniques, and his relationship with the gods. Therefore, Krillin is well aware of his opponent's power and is eager to see just how strong the one who once killed him truly is. Even before the match starts, the atmosphere has already reached an intense peak. Krillin stands on the arena facing the cold expression of Bu. The former Demon King Bu brought great disaster to the world, and Krillin's friend Sun Wukong is the hero who defeated him. Now the son of the Demon King Bu stands before Krillin, and the intertwining of old grudges and new enmities fills Krillin's eyes with determination and resolve. The spectators below hold their breath, knowing that this match will be exceptionally fierce. As soon as the bell rings, Krillin, following Shang Yun's advice, decides to forego testing the waters and launches a full-force assault on Bu. In an instant, he unleashes 2 energy waves from his hands, shooting towards Bu like arrows released from a bow. At first, Bu thinks these attacks are trivial and lightly leaps, expecting to dodge them with ease. However, the waves emitted by Krillin possess a homing function, catching Bu off guard. He continually shifts his position midair, but the energy waves relentlessly pursue him. Left with no choice, he resorts to countering with his laser eyes. Bu fires 2 lasers from his eyes, precisely hitting the energy waves and nullifying them. Just as he finishes dispelling the dual waves, Krillin appears behind him. It turns out that while Bu was occupied with the energy waves, Krillin quickly moved behind him. Seizing the moment before Bu could react, Krillin delivers a powerful punch. This punch is incredibly swift and forceful, and Bu cannot completely evade it and is sent flying. Meanwhile, Krillin swiftly returns to the arena, ready to face Bu's next counterattack. Bu, furious that Krillin struck him and then fled, flies directly toward the center of the arena. Upon returning, his eyes burn with rage as he realizes that Krillin has improved significantly. At this moment, Krillin attacks Bu once more, his punches coming faster, each accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Despite Bu's overwhelming strength, he blocks all of Krillin's attacks, but finds them increasingly bothersome. Thus, Bu soars into the air again, and Krillin, not to be outdone, follows closely behind. Just as Krillin reaches Bu, the latter kicks at him. The kick is immensely powerful, and everyone thinks Krillin will be sent flying out of the arena. Surprisingly, however, Krillin halts just at the edge of the arena. The spectators did not expect that Krillin had learned the art of flight, a skill taught to him by Shang Yun last night. Shang Yun knew that future battles would primarily take place in the sky, so everyone must master this ability. Thus, he taught Krillin the technique last night, preventing him from being knocked out of the arena. Seeing Krillin's tenacity, Bu couldn't help but feel surprised. He returns to the arena and says to Krillin, "You have surprised me twice. Now, let me show you my full power." As he finishes speaking, Bu's muscles begin to swell, making him appear more robust and somewhat rounder. Through the third eye on Tien's forehead, one can see the dark energy emanating from Bu. Transformed, Bu coldly laughs at Krillin. "Haha. Do you see my power? Are you trembling? Here's your chance to surrender. If you admit defeat willingly, I can spare your life. My target today is Sun Wukong. Think carefully, this is your only chance. Otherwise, I will end you just like my father did." Hearing this, Krillin felt humiliated and resolutely replied, "A man may be killed, but not humiliated." Thus, Krillin charges at Bu once more. Krillin's punches rain down upon Bu like a torrential storm, but Bu's strength far exceeds Krillin's. Bu effortlessly blocks every punch while mocking Krillin for being as slow as a cow. Then with a single punch, Bu sends Krillin flying. Krillin crashes heavily to the ground, but does not give up. He stands up again and charges at Bu. Seeing Krillin's determination, Bu feels a sense of respect. However, he knows he cannot kill Krillin now. According to the rules of the match, killing would result in disqualification. Thus, he cannot kill Sun Wukong in front of everyone and announce his return as the Demon King. Therefore, even though Bu admires Krillin's tenacity, he will not hold back. Bu launches another attack, kicking Krillin into the air. In midair, Krillin realizes this is his last chance, so he quickly charges up the Kamehameha. As Bu appears behind him, Krillin turns and unleashes the wave at Bu. However, Bu's speed is extraordinary. This is merely an afterimage from his vanishing punch, while the real Bu strikes Krillin hard from behind. Krillin is hit so hard that his head spins, and he swiftly plummets toward the arena. Below, Sun Wukong and the others fear Krillin might be knocked out, and they are deeply worried. After knocking Krillin down, Bu descends quickly, landing and expressing his dissatisfaction. "You are quite tenacious, but I still managed to hit you. What a waste of time." He feels that Krillin's stubbornness has made this fight somewhat difficult. After all, he senses that Sun Wukong has been training with the gods in the Divine Temple for 3 years. Although he does not know how strong Sun Wukong has become, he is certain that he is not much weaker than himself. Moreover, with Shang Yun as a powerful support nearby, he must conserve his energy to ultimately defeat Sun Wukong. Once Sun Wukong is dead, killing others will merely be a matter of time. After all, Bu the Demon King has all the time in the world. Just when everyone thought that even if Krillin wasn't dead, he should at least be unconscious, to their surprise, Krillin rises once again. Although Krillin stands up now, he has no more strength left. Realizing he can no longer continue fighting, he sits down and directly surrenders. Shang Yun and Sun Wukong hurriedly come to help Krillin off the stage, while Master Roshi watches Krillin with pride, thinking, "This kid Krillin is impressive. He truly is my disciple." Master Roshi cannot help but reminisce about their first encounter. The battle between Bu and Krillin ultimately ends in Krillin's defeat, but his bravery and perseverance earn him the respect of all. The second match was between Shang Yun and Chi-Chi. Shang Yun knew of Chi-Chi's connection with Sun Wukong, so he had no intention of competing seriously against her. As both sides took their positions on the stage, Chi-Chi dashed forward and delivered a stunning side kick to Shang Yun. At that moment, Chi-Chi was in her prime, and her movements flowed gracefully, showcasing her remarkable spirit. Shang Yun cooperated by falling backward, propelled by Chi-Chi's kick, and flew off the stage. No one expected such a swift end to the match in the top 8, not even Chi-Chi herself, who was surprised at her strength in defeating Shang Yun who once fought alongside Sun Wukong against the evil King Piccolo. The host took a long moment to react before announcing Chi-Chi's victory. Shang Yun got up, rubbing his head, and laughed as he walked, saying, "Wow, that was impressive, too strong it hurts." After a while, Chi-Chi realized that Shang Yun had let her win, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry, saying, "You rascal. Just you wait." Sun Wukong stepped forward and asked Shang Yun what happened. "I felt her energy was weak. How could you lose?" Shang Yun chuckled, "That's because you are stronger than me." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong mumbled, "No way. During the battle at the Heavenly Temple, I was fully committed, and I could barely keep up with you." Clin, who was nearby, overheard Sun Wukong's words and exclaimed, "What? Shang Yun, you could actually match Wukong evenly. You are that strong. You threw the match on purpose, didn't you?" Bulma chimed in excitedly, eager to stir up trouble. "Come on, Shang Yun, do you like her?" After speaking, she tugged at Lan Fang, who remained silent, frowning as she watched Shang Yun, awaiting his response. Seeing the conversation spiraling out of control, Shang Yun hurriedly explained, "No way. This is the first time I've seen her." Bulma continued to fan the flames. "First time meeting, and you're willing to lose the match. That's love at first sight. Shang Yun, I didn't expect you to have such a side to you, always looking so mature and composed." Although Lan Fang thought Bulma was going too far, she understood that Bulma was speaking up for her, so she didn't stop her. Shang Yun looked at Bulma's excited, flushed face and helplessly said, "That girl is Wukong's friend." "Huh, a friend? I don't remember that." Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing to himself in surprise. Seeing this, Shang Yun decided not to elaborate further, waving his hand and saying, "Just wait, you'll find out later." Seeing Shang Yun unwilling to say more, everyone stopped asking, feeling regretful that Shang Yun lost the match, but he himself didn't mind. Meanwhile, from a distance, Piccolo heard Sun Wukong say that Shang Yun's strength was comparable to his own. Remembering the unusual techniques Shang Yun possessed from the memories his father had given him, he couldn't help but retract his earlier disdain. It must be noted that the sensory perception of the Namekians is exceptionally acute. The third match was Yamcha versus the Divine Incarnation Shun. Through arduous training, Yamcha had significantly improved his strength. With confidence and anticipation, he participated in this martial arts tournament, quickly advancing into the top 8. His opponent, the Divine Incarnation, was of unfathomable strength, but during the preliminaries he cleverly misled everyone with a series of seemingly ridiculous actions, such as almost being late and performing unprofessional warm-up exercises, making everyone think he was just an ordinary contestant. When the match bell rang, Yamcha and the Divine Incarnation, Shun, stood on the stage. Yamcha looked at Shun, who appeared unremarkable and acted oddly, and couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking he had drawn a favorable lot. After all, judging from his appearance and Shun's previous performance, he didn't seem like a formidable opponent. Yamcha wore a confident smile, even with a hint of disdain, and said to Shun, "Hey, old man, don't get beaten too badly by me, okay?" Shun wore a naive smile, scratching his head, looking quite comical. Seeing this, Yamcha took the initiative to attack. He dashed forward, unleashing his signature Wolf Fang fist. His figure moved like a phantom, with his fist striking at Mr. Shun at incredible speed, the punches creating a flurry of shadows as if countless fists were attacking simultaneously. This move was Yamcha's signature technique, which had played a crucial role in many battles. However, Shun remained remarkably calm in the face of Yamcha's onslaught. Although he appeared to stumble, his body swayed, he managed to cleverly evade Yamcha's punches at critical moments. Yamcha's attacks consistently missed, causing a surge of confusion and irritation within him. He increased the intensity and speed of his attacks, but still couldn't land a hit on Shun. After a round of strikes, Shun suddenly counterattacked. He kicked out casually, but the speed was astonishing. Yamcha had no time to evade and was struck in the abdomen. The force of the kick was immense, causing Yamcha to feel a sharp pain as he staggered back several steps. Holding his abdomen, he wore a face of pain and surprise, realizing that Shun was not as simple as he had imagined. However, Yamcha did not back down. He gritted his teeth and resumed his battle stance. After their earlier exchange, Yamcha clearly recognized that Shun's strength was not to be underestimated. He decided to unleash his ultimate technique, Energy Sphere. Yamcha gripped his right wrist with his left hand, gathering energy into his right palm to form an energy ball. This energy ball radiated a powerful aura, as if the surrounding air were being distorted. Yamcha shouted loudly and launched the energy sphere at Shun. The sphere spun rapidly through the air, carrying immense destructive power as it flew toward Shun. Shun's eyes widened with a flicker of surprise upon seeing the energy sphere fly toward him, but he quickly regained his composure. Unhurriedly, he extended both hands and caught the energy sphere with ease. The energy sphere spun continuously in his hands trying to break free, but it couldn't escape Shun's control. Shun smiled slightly, flicked his hands, and tossed the energy sphere aside. After neutralizing Yamcha's energy sphere, Shun began to press the attack. His speed suddenly increased, his figure moving like a ghost, constantly flashing around Yamcha. With each flash, there was an accompanying strike, whether a punch or a kick, with the angles of attack being very crafty, leaving Yamcha with no chance to defend. Yamcha could only struggle to cope evading and blocking, yet he still sustained multiple hits from Shun's attacks. He bore several wounds, and his breath became erratic. After an intense battle, Yamcha was battered and exhausted, his strength and chi nearly depleted, while Shun still appeared at ease. Seizing an opportunity, Shun suddenly launched his final strike. He leapt high into the air, spun around, and then crashed down with his elbow towards Yamcha. This strike was incredibly fast and powerful, leaving Yamcha no chance to dodge. With a loud bang, Yamcha was struck by Shun's elbow, his body flying out like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily outside the ring. The referee immediately declared Shun the winner upon seeing Yamcha knocked out of the ring. The audience was stunned. They had initially thought this would be a one-sided match, but Yamcha had fought Shun for so long. Yamcha lay outside the ring, filled with unwillingness and pain. He realized the vast gap in strength between him and Shun, but he also recognized his own shortcomings through this battle. In the end, Yamcha reluctantly accepted his defeat, greeted everyone, and along with Poir prepared to leave the martial arts tournament site in disappointment. Seeing Yamcha's current state of mind, Shang Yun hurriedly caught up and quietly said to him, "Yamcha, don't be disheartened. That Shun is a powerful incarnation. It's normal that you couldn't defeat him, not even Sun Wukong could." Yamcha asked in confusion, "A powerful incarnation? Not even Sun Wukong could beat him? Who is he?" Shang Yun shook his head. "I can't say just yet. He'll explain later. Come on, let's go back and watch the matches." After saying this, Shang Yun pulled Yamcha back to the competition area, concerned that if he revealed the Divine Temple identity, it might be overheard by Piccolo, whose sharp ears were always listening. Fortunately, Piccolo was currently focused elsewhere. This match also made Yamcha realize that he still had a long way to go in the world of martial arts. The fourth match pitted Sun Wukong against Tien Shinhan, about eagerly anticipated by all, for they had been the champion and runner-up of the previous tournament. Everyone longed to see who would prevail after 3 years of rigorous cultivation. This match carried the highest betting odds thus far. Shang Yun, who always knew the outcome in advance, had consistently profited handsomely, this time borrowing a substantial sum from Bulma and adding it to his prior winnings, secretly placing his entire fortune on Sun Wukong's victory. He kept it secret, of course, to avoid Kaiatsu finding out. Word might reach Tien Shinhan, and that would wound the warrior's pride. The World Martial Arts Tournament arena teemed with spectators. Every seat was filled. The moment the announcer declared the commencement of Sun Wukong's match against Tien Shinhan, the atmosphere ignited. Cheers erupted, hearts raced, and anticipation crackled in the air. Whispers rippled through the crowd as fans debated the likely victor. Some believed Sun Wukong's 3 years of training had elevated him beyond measure. Others insisted Tien Shinhan, as last year's champion, remained a force of formidable caliber. Sun Wukong strode onto the ring from one side, clad in his signature orange martial uniform, eyes resolute and radiant with quiet confidence. He stretched his limbs, settling into readiness for battle. Tien Shinhan emerged from the opposite side, bald, draped in pristine white, his expression stern and unwavering. His 3 eyes gleamed with piercing intensity. They met at the center of the ring, gaze locked, mutual respect and fierce martial yearning shimmering between them. The referee stepped between them, briefly outlined the rules, then raised his hand and declared the match officially begun. No sooner had the announcer's voice faded than Tien Shinhan launched his assault, blurring into motion, fists flying at speeds nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, each strike carving a howling gale of force. Sun Wukong remained unruffled. With preternatural agility and razor-sharp reflexes, he evaded every blow effortlessly. While doing so, he studied Tien Shinhan's rhythm, timing, and openings, searching for the subtle flaw beneath the storm. Failing to land a single strike, Tien Shinhan intensified both speed and power. His fists rained down like a tempest, relentless and unyielding. Sun Wukong danced across the ring, leaping, rolling, twisting. Each movement a masterclass in evasion, each dodge precise and graceful, slipping past every onslaught as if guided by instinct alone. After this measured exchange, Sun Wukong seized the initiative. With a mighty leap, he soared skyward, and Tien Shinhan followed without hesitation. High above the ring, their duel escalated into a breathtaking aerial ballet of speed and fury. Their movements accelerated further, fluid lightning fast, each collision echoing like thunder. Tian Xinhan unleashed his signature technique, the Dodon Ray. With a swift upward thrust of his palm, a searing beam of energy shot forth towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he caught the beam barehanded and sent it hurtling back toward its source. Tian Xinhan stared in silent astonishment as such effortless deflection defied all expectation. He instantly repositioned himself and surged forward once more, launching a renewed barrage. Sun Wukong answered in kind, unleashing his Kamehameha wave. The two beams collided midair in a cataclysmic detonation, shockwaves rippling outward, shaking the very stands, leaving the audience breathless before its raw, staggering might. They descended back to earth, but the clash did not cease. The instant their feet touched the ring, both vanished again, reappearing only in bursts of motion. Their speed was blinding. Spectators could barely track their forms, catching only the sharp percussion of fists and feet colliding, echoing like rapid drumbeats across the arena. Tian Xinhan darted across the ring with dizzying velocity, shifting positions constantly, seeking an opening to strike from behind. Sun Wukong, attuned to the subtlest shifts in ki, sensed each maneuver before it unfolded, and responded with flawless instinctive precision. He sidestepped, parried with his forearms, and even countered at opportune moments. After this sustained ferocious exchange, both warriors bore signs of fatigue, yet their spirits burned brighter than ever. Once more their figures materialized atop the ring, hands locked, arms straining, muscles coiling like taut springs. Veins bulged along their forearms, sweat glistened on brows drawn tight with effort. Launch cheered for Tian Xinhan with a sharp gunshot. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, then exploded backward, pivoting his hips and launching a devastating kick that sent Tian Xinhan spiraling high into the air. Tian Xinhan executed 3 flawless somersaults before landing firmly on his feet. Regaining his footing, he acknowledged Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength and resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the four-way fist. With that technique, he split into 3 identical clones, each possessing full awareness, combat capability, and formidable power. 4 Tian Xinhans encircled Sun Wukong, striking simultaneously from every direction. Flawless coordination, relentless pressure. Caught off guard by the sudden multiplicity, Sun Wukong faltered, but only for an instant. Then he stilled, observing closely. Their motions, their rhythms, their subtle tells. He discerned the truth. Though the four-way fist created 3 copies, each clone possessed only 1/4 of Tian Xinhan's original strength. Moreover, for the briefest fraction of a second, during every synchronized strike, the 4 bodies fell out of perfect harmony. Sun Wukong seized that infinitesimal window and unleashed his solar flare. A technique he'd learned during their prior battles. Pressing his palms to his forehead, he generated a blinding flash of light, so intense it robbed sight instantly. The searing radiance struck all 4 Tian Xinhans at once, plunging them into sudden disorienting blindness, shattering their coordination and aim. Seizing the advantage, Sun Wukong became a whirlwind, darting between the 4 figures with impossible speed, striking vital points with surgical precision. His fists fell like meteoric rain, relentless, unerring, unstoppable. Tian Xinhan fought back blindly, his blows wild, unfocused, futile. One by one, Sun Wukong drove each incarnation from the ring, securing his decisive victory. The crowd stood as one, thunderous applause erupting, cheers swelling like a tidal wave, honoring not just the winner, but the sheer artistry and valor displayed by both warriors. Spectators marveled at Sun Wukong's astonishing growth and paid heartfelt tribute to Tian Xinhan's indomitable spirit. Though defeated, he earned profound respect, not as a loser, but as a true martial sage. Victorious, yet humble, Sun Wukong approached Tian Xinhan, extended his hand, and helped him rise. Unbowed by defeat, Tian Xinhan offered warm congratulations and openly acknowledged Sun Wukong's superiority in strength and mastery. They embraced, 2 warriors bound not by rivalry alone, but by deep, abiding friendship. This match was more than a contest of power. It was a testament to trust forged in the crucible of mutual respect. Meanwhile, Shang Yun slipped away quietly to collect his winnings. After repaying Bulma, he still held over 30 million zeni. It was undeniable those who crave thrill were often rich indeed. Yet Shang Yun was no mere miser. He understood while the Buddhist precept greed, anger, and delusion were the 3 poisons to be avoided. Money itself was the most perilous attachment of all. His purpose in amassing such wealth was singular: to present it as a wedding gift for Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, daughter of the Ox King, was born to nobility, yet knew nothing of commerce. When her father's vast fortune vanished beneath volcanic ash, her circumstances grew dire. And son Wukong, the insatiable warrior, knew only battle, not business. Both possessed pure, guileless hearts, a truth confirmed even by the mystical flying nimbus cloud. To entrust either with enterprise would be folly. After their marriage, son Wukong and Shishi settled peacefully in Poza Mountain, its fertile fields and dense forests stretching wide and wild. Their son Wukong cultivated crops and hunted game, achieving self-sufficiency and sustenance. Yet life demanded currency. Consider how swiftly Shishi aged in later years, proof enough that prosperity required more than rice and meat. Shang Yun knew he could offer no grand transformation, nor did he wish to alter their simple way of life. He sought only to lend a modest hand to ease their path, to support Shishi and son Wukong with quiet, sincere devotion. Thus, the top 4 contenders of this martial arts tournament have been decided: son Wukong, Chi-Chi, Bic, and Shun. After confirming that all 4 have regained their strength, the host announced the beginning of the drawing for group matches. The first match features Bic facing off against the embodiment of the celestial being Shun. The spectators of the world's foremost martial arts competition are filled with anticipation for this showdown between the final 4. For Shang Yun, the odds for betting on the top 4 contenders are significantly higher, and he is preparing to place his bets only to be spotted by Lan Fong, who has been closely observing him. Lan Fong followed closely behind Shang Yun, surprised to see him covering his face while approaching the betting table, not expecting him to secretly gamble. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Lan Fong hurriedly approached to ask him about it. With no choice, Shang Yun explained to Lan Fong about Chi-Chi and son Wukong, as well as the purpose of his betting, urging her not to reveal this to avoid disrupting the couple's fate. After learning about the story of son Wukong and Chi-Chi, Lan Fong visibly relaxed and felt quite embarrassed about her earlier distrust of Shang Yun. She then took out all her savings and decided to bet alongside him. When the two returned to the competition venue, the host had already announced the start of the match. Bic stood on the stage with a stern expression, his eyes brimming with confidence and arrogance, as if the entire venue was under his control. Clad in a black battle suit, his green skin stood out vividly under the lights, and his white cape fluttered gently in the breeze, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. On the other side, the mortal body used by the celestial being appeared ordinary, but his gaze revealed a profound wisdom and unwavering conviction. He stood quietly opposite Bic, emanating a mysterious aura. When the referee announced the start of the match, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes focused on these 2 contestants. Once the match began, neither Bic nor the celestial being rushed to attack, but moved slowly around the ring, observing each other's actions and weaknesses. Bic was the first to launch a simple energy wave attack, attempting to test the celestial being's reaction. The energy wave shot towards the celestial being like lightning, who calmly sidestepped and easily evaded the strike. Then the celestial being retaliated with an energy wave, which Bic also dodged effortlessly. In this phase of probing, both moved with remarkable speed, their figures darting around the stage, dazzling the audience. The spectators could only see 2 figures flickering and moving, unable to discern their specific actions. Bic's expression gradually became serious as he realized the celestial being was not as easily dealt with as he had imagined. Meanwhile, the celestial being secretly marveled at Bic's strength, knowing that this battle would be extremely challenging. After a brief period of probing, the 2 began their intense clash. Bic unleashed his immense power, launching a series of punches and kicks at the celestial being. Each of his moves was filled with force and speed, as if he aimed to defeat the celestial being in an instant. The celestial being, however, utilized his superior combat skills and agility to deftly evade Bic's attacks, countering at opportune moments. Though the celestial being's counterattacks appeared simple, each was perfectly timed, effectively blocking Bic's onslaught. The collision between their fists and kicks resonated with powerful sounds. The entire stage trembled under their battle, as if it might collapse at any moment. At this stage of the fight, Bic gradually gained the upper hand. His attacks became increasingly fierce, and the celestial being began to struggle. A smug smile appeared on Bic's face as he believed he was on the verge of defeating the celestial being. However, the celestial being did not give up. He continued to search for Bic's flaws, preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, Bic demonstrated his newly acquired skill, which allowed him to enlarge his body. In an instant, his body swelled dramatically, becoming colossal, resembling a small mountain towering above the stage. Each of his movements carried immense power, causing deep cracks to form beneath his feet. The audience was astonished by this sight, gasping in awe. The celestial being now appearing even smaller in comparison to Bic's enlarged form. His attacks had little effect on Bick, whose massive body rendered his defenses even stronger. The celestial being found himself in a predicament, constantly dodging Bick's attacks, but gradually losing strength. Taking advantage of the situation, Bick launched even more ferocious attacks, his fists crashing down on the celestial being like boulders, forcing the latter to barely defend with his hands. Just when Bick thought victory was at hand, the celestial being suddenly seized an opportunity. As Bick launched another attack, the celestial being skillfully utilized Bick's force, redirecting his strike to the side and quickly closing in on Bick's body to launch a flurry of rapid attacks. The celestial being's attacks fell upon Bick like a rainstorm, catching him off guard. Bick's enormous frame became a disadvantage at that moment, slowing his movements and making it difficult for him to evade the celestial being's strikes. The celestial being's counterattack inflicted some damage on Bick, whose face contorted with anger. Bick attempted to attack again, but the celestial being had already identified his weaknesses, continuously assaulting his vulnerabilities. After an intense battle, both found themselves in a stalemate. Bick returned to his normal size, panting heavily as he stood on the stage, his eyes filled with reluctance. The celestial being was also somewhat fatigued, his breathing rapid, yet his gaze remained resolute. At this moment, the two communicated in an alien language. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "He is the celestial being, no wonder he is so powerful." When the crowd inquired about the reason, Shang Yun helped explain their relationship, and everyone understood. Yamucha, upon hearing that Shun is the embodiment of the celestial being, let go of his earlier misgivings and regained his fighting spirit and confidence. Upon learning the celestial being's true identity, Bick laughed heartily. "You old god certainly can't destroy me. If I die, you won't survive either." The celestial being remained silent, knowing that Bick spoke the truth, but he could not allow Bick to do as he pleased. Their dialogue left the audience puzzled, as they were unsure of the nature of their relationship. After a brief exchange, the two launched into their final showdown once again. Bick concentrated all his power, preparing to unleash his strongest strike. A powerful glow of energy enveloped his body, resembling a miniature sun. The celestial being also sensed Bick's formidable strength and concentrated his own power, ready to meet Bick's attack. Bick let out a roar, shooting his energy wave towards the celestial being. The celestial being responded by thrusting his hands forward, sending forth a powerful energy wave to collide with Bick's. The collision between the two energy waves created a massive explosion, enveloping the entire arena in a brilliant light. The spectators shielded their eyes, unable to gaze directly at the overwhelming brilliance. After the explosion, the stage lay in ruins, with both Bick and the celestial being collapsed on the ground. The referee began the countdown as both struggled to rise. Ultimately, Bick stood up first, though he was severely injured. The celestial being managed to rise just as the referee counted the last second. The battle concluded in a tie, but both knew that this fight had not truly come to an end. After the announcer declared Bick the winner, the celestial deity turned to glance at Sun Wukong, who was also looking back at him. They exchanged a brief gaze and nodded. The celestial deity's body cannot descend to the mortal realm, it can only appear in this form of possession. However, Shun is ultimately just an ordinary person, and the celestial deity cannot exert full power through his body. Understanding Sun Wukong's determination to fight, Bick the celestial deity used the remaining qi within him to heal Shun's injuries before departing from his body. Suddenly, Shun's body slumped to the ground, and after a moment he awoke, looking around in shock before running out of the martial arts venue, exclaiming, "Ah, where's this place? It's terrifying." At this moment, Chi-Chi was backstage, feeling a mix of emotions as she prepared. She had a remarkable encounter with Sun Wukong when they were young. At that time, Wukong was naive and inadvertently offended her, leading to their engagement. Years passed, and Chi-Chi held on to that promise. She trained diligently, hoping to reunite with Sun Wukong on this day and have him fulfill his promise. Looking at herself in the mirror, Chi-Chi took a deep breath, trying to calm her nervous and excited heart. She wore a simple martial arts outfit, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, her eyes revealing determination and confidence. She knew that Sun Wukong was incredibly strong, but she believed her years of effort would not be in vain, as she had to make him remember their promise. The announcer declared the contestants' entrance, and Chi-Chi stepped onto the stage first. With determined strides, she walked up to the platform, her eyes fixed on the opposite passage, eagerly awaiting Sun Wukong's appearance. The audience was filled with curiosity about this mysterious female contestant, buzzing with discussions about her identity and strength. Sun Wukong walked onto the platform amidst the cheers of the crowd, looking bewildered at the sight of Chi-Chi. Although Shang Yun had reminded him, Sun Wukong still did not recognize her. Seeing Sun Wukong's reaction, a surge of anger welled up in Chi-Chi. She gritted her teeth, vowing to make Wukong remember her. The referee stood between the two, briefly introducing the competition rules before announcing the start of the match. Chi-Chi immediately launched her attack, her form agile like a swift leopard as she charged at Sun Wukong. Her fists sliced through the air with a fierce wind, aiming for Sun Wukong's face. Startled by Kiki's sudden assault, Sun Wukong instinctively stepped back, narrowly avoiding her punch. "Why did you suddenly attack me?" Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Chi-Chi replied angrily, "You idiot, you don't even recognize me. Have you forgotten our promise?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, more confused. "Promise? What promise? Shang Yun just said I know you, but I can't remember." Seeing that Sun Wukong had truly forgotten, Kiki's anger intensified. She launched another attack, each strike aimed at his vital points. Though Sun Wukong didn't understand why Chi-Chi was so furious, he did not dare to let his guard down, starting to seriously counter her attacks. Sun Wukong's body deftly dodged Kiki's strikes. His speed was remarkable, always just out of reach of her fists. As Chi-Chi grew anxious from her attacks, yielding no results, she increased her force and speed, trying to defeat Sun Wukong as quickly as possible. Sun Wukong sensed Kiki's change and began to exert himself gradually. He crouched slightly, pushing off with his feet and leaping into the air. Seeing this, Chi-Chi leaped up, as well continuing her assault on Sun Wukong. They engaged in an intense battle, midair, fists and feet colliding with loud thuds. As the battle progressed, both Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong gradually found their rhythm. Kiki's attacks became increasingly fierce, each move infused with tremendous power, as if aiming to defeat Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong no longer just evaded, he began to counterattack, his fists as hard as steel, each strike infused with immense impact. Sun Wukong sidestepped to avoid Kiki's flying kick, then quickly punched towards her abdomen. Chi-Chi reacted swiftly, immediately blocking Sun Wukong's punch with her arm, yet the overwhelming force still pushed her back several steps. Steadying herself, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, as she hadn't expected Sun Wukong's strength to be so formidable. "You've really become so powerful," Chi-Chi praised. Sun Wukong smiled and said, "You're not bad, either, managing to keep up with me this long." They both charged at each other again, plunging into an even more intense battle. Their figures moved swiftly across the stage, dazzling the audience. The crowd watched in awe, erupting in cheers for their spectacular performance. At this moment, Sun Wukong gradually began to recall some past moments with Chi-Chi, though he remained uncertain. While battling her, he attempted to remember more. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was determined to make Sun Wukong remember their promise, and her attacks grew increasingly ferocious, as if venting all her pent-up frustration. "Who are you? Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" Sun Wukong asked. Chi-Chi shouted, "You idiot, Chi-Chi. You promised me as a child that you would marry me." Upon hearing Kiki's words, Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. He finally remembered their childhood promise, and a wave of guilt surged within him. Looking at Chi-Chi, he was at a loss for words. "Bride!" Krillin, Bulma, and others exclaimed in surprise, turning to look at Shang Yun. Shang Yun, adopting an air of feigned profundity, crossed his arms, gazing ahead and nodding slightly. Seeing Shang Yun like this, the others lost interest in cooperating. Boring. Standing atop a pillar, Bick, while recovering his strength, looked down at the duel on the stage, scoffing dismissively. Knowing he couldn't ascertain Sun Wukong's strength through Chi-Chi, and that Sun Wukong would surely win, he stopped paying attention to the match and closed his eyes to fully recuperate. In that moment of distraction for Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi seized the opportunity and quickly closed in, unleashing a powerful attack. Sun Wukong failed to evade in time and was hit in the chest by Kiki's fist, stumbling back several steps. Chi-Chi thought she had finally defeated Sun Wukong and felt a surge of pride. However, Sun Wukong was not significantly harmed. He quickly steadied himself. Looking at Chi-Chi, his eyes filled with regret, he said, "Chi-Chi, I remember now. I did promise to marry you. I'm sorry I forgot before." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Kiki's anger instantly dissipated. A shy smile appeared on her face as she replied, "It's okay, as long as you remember now." Sun Wukong gazed at Chi-Chi, his heart filled with emotion. He knew she had been waiting for him all these years, and he could not let her down. Thus, he decided to stop fighting Chi-Chi and instead proposed to her. "Chi-Chi, since I promised to marry you, I am now asking you to be my wife." Kiki's face radiated happiness, and without hesitation she answered, "I do." The audience erupted in excitement upon hearing Sun Wukong's proposal, showering the couple with applause and cheers. The referee, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, quickly regained composure and announced the match between Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi concluded with Sun Wukong as the victor. After the match, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi descended the platform hand in hand, both wearing blissful smiles, as if everything around them was inconsequential. Krillin, Yamcha, and others watched Sun Wukong and Kiki's interaction with knowing smiles. They felt happy for Sun Wukong and wished him and Chi-Chi a joyful and fulfilling life. The two decided to hold their wedding as soon as the world's #1 martial arts tournament concluded, beginning a new chapter in their lives. Next comes the most thrilling championship final. Chi-Chi knows that Bai Ku is none other than the former Demon King, Bai Ku, who after being defeated by Sun Wukong spat out an egg containing his soul and all his powers. This egg gave birth to the current Bai Ku, who has come here to kill Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi couldn't help but silently pray for Sun Wukong's victory, though she wasn't sure who she was praying to. If it was to the gods, it likely wouldn't be of any use. At the finals of the martial arts conference, the audience is filled with excitement, cheers rising and falling. Of course, the betting odds are unprecedentedly high, and Shang Yun continues to bet everything on Sun Wukong, with Lan Feng following suit. Sun Wukong, dressed in a simple martial arts uniform, confidently strides onto the stage, his gaze firm, filled with a thirst for battle. After 3 years of training, his body has become more robust, and his aura is increasingly powerful. Bai Ku, on the other hand, appears in a black combat outfit, his eyes cold, exuding an evil vibe. His tall stature and prominent muscle lines showcase his immense strength. The moment Bai Ku appears, the atmosphere becomes tense, and the audience feels the oppressive aura emanating from him. The referee stands in the center of the stage, introducing the basic information about both contestants. When the relationship between Bai Ku and the former Demon King Bai Ku is mentioned, the audience erupts in an uproar. They begin to worry for Sun Wukong's safety, while also filled with anticipation for the outcome of the battle. Sun Wukong and Bai Ku lock eyes, filled with hostility. The air seems thick with the scent of gunpowder. The tense atmosphere causes everyone present to hold their breath, all waiting for the battle to commence. The bell signaling the start of battle rings out, and Sun Wukong launches the first attack. He flashes forward, appearing before Bai Ku, and throws a punch. This punch comes with lightning speed, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. However, Bai Ku reacts swiftly, easily sidestepping Sun Wukong's attack. Bai Ku immediately counters, extending his palm as a powerful wave of energy shoots from his hand straight towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly leaps to dodge. The energy wave strikes the stage with a loud bang, leaving a deep crater. Once stabilized, Sun Wukong immediately unleashes his signature technique, the Kamehameha. He clasps his hands together, gathering all his strength as a blue energy glow sparkles in his palms. With a loud shout, a powerful Kamehameha wave rushes towards Bai Ku. Unwilling to back down, Bai Ku thrusts his hands forward, releasing his own energy wave, which collides with Sun Wukong's Kamehameha in midair. The two powerful energies clash, erupting in a tremendous sound and dazzling light, causing the entire stage to tremble slightly under the force. As the exchange continues, both Sun Wukong and Bai Ku exert all their might, continuously ramping up their energy output. Both display strained expressions, but their eyes are filled with determination and resilience. After a brief pause in the energy exchange, the two quickly close in for close combat. Sun Wukong, leveraging his agility and nimble movements, throws punches and kicks, targeting Bai Ku's vital areas. Bai Ku defends and counters with his strong physique and superb combat skills, each of his counterattacks packed with power, making Sun Wukong wary. Sun Wukong rolls and positions himself behind Bai Ku, attempting a sneak attack. Yet, as if he had eyes on his back, Bai Ku swiftly turns, using his elbow to block Sun Wukong's strike. Subsequently, Bai Ku kicks out, and Sun Wukong quickly raises his arm to block the force, pushing him back several steps. After a round of close combat, the two once again create distance. At this point, Bai Ku unleashes his ultimate move, the demonic energy bomb. He clasps his hands together, gathering a massive amount of energy as a red energy beam shoots from his palms, carrying immense destructive power that distorts the air around it. Sun Wukong senses the formidable power of the demonic energy bomb. He takes a deep breath and once again unleashes the Kamehameha. This time, he pours all his strength into the Kamehameha, making the blue energy wave even more dazzling and powerful. The two ultimate techniques meet again in the air, and the massive energy clash causes the entire martial arts venue to tremble. The audience covers their ears, avoiding the splintering energy fragments. The stage begins to crack under the impact of this force, seeming as if it could collapse at any moment. In the clash of the demonic energy bomb and the Kamehameha, Bai Ku gradually gains the upper hand. He continuously amplifies his energy output, making it increasingly difficult for Sun Wukong to withstand. Ultimately, Sun Wukong is struck by the residual shockwave of the demonic energy bomb, sending him crashing hard onto the stage. Sun Wukong bears multiple wounds, blood flowing freely. His complexion turns pale, yet his eyes still brim with fighting spirit. He struggles to rise, determined to continue the fight. Baiko looks at the injured Sun Wukong, revealing a triumphant smile. He begins to mock Sun Wukong, saying he could never defeat him and urging Sun Wukong to give up. However, Sun Wukong is undeterred by Baiko's provocation. Gritting his teeth, he stands up once more. Sun Wukong feels Baiko's strength, but does not back down. He recalls his training in the Heavenly God Temple and the teachings of his masters, a powerful force surging within him. He decides to no longer hold back, launching a full-scale attack. Sun Wukong employs his newly learned technique, the sky dance. He flies freely in the air, dodging Baiko's attacks, while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Baiko is astonished by Sun Wukong's sky dance, but quickly regains his composure and continues his assault. Sun Wukong dodges Baiko's attacks in midair, gathering all his strength. He decides to deliver the final blow to end this battle. He clasps his hands together and unleashes the Kamehameha, once more, this time more powerful than any before. Baiko senses the might of Sun Wukong's strike and prepares to meet the attack with all his strength. He thrusts his hands forward and again releases the demonic energy bomb. The two powerful energy waves collide in midair, once more, this impact more intense than the previous ones. The entire martial arts venue is engulfed in the light of the energy, making it nearly impossible for the audience to see the situation on the stage. After a fierce clash, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha ultimately overpowers Baiko's demonic energy bomb. The energy wave sends Baiko flying, crashing heavily outside the stage. Sun Wukong, however, collapses on the stage from the immense fatigue. As the energy's light gradually fades, the referee steps onto the stage to check on both fighters. In the end, the referee announces that Sun Wukong has won the championship of the 23rd World Martial Arts Conference. The audience erupts in warm applause and cheers, celebrating Sun Wukong's victory. Lying on the stage, Sun Wukong displays a weary yet satisfied smile. He does not gloat over his victory, but acknowledges Baiko's strength. He knows that Baiko is a formidable opponent, and this battle has taught him immensely. Baiko lies outside the stage, filled with resentment. He had originally thought he could defeat Sun Wukong and avenge his father, but ultimately he failed. Nevertheless, he recognized Sun Wukong's strength through this battle and resolved to continue training, vowing to challenge Sun Wukong again in the future. Wukong. After the host announced the results, everyone rushed onto the stage to check on Sun Wukong's injuries. "How are you?" Chi-Chi held Sun Wukong in her arms, examining his wounds. "I'm fine, just exhausted," Sun Wukong said with a smile. "I'm going to kill you." Seeing that Sun Wukong was not seriously hurt, Krillin charged at Piccolo, blue energy waves swirling in his hands, intent on destroying him. "Krillin, stop!" Shang Yun shouted. "Krillin, don't!" Sun Wukong also hurriedly called out to stop him. "Why?" Krillin looked at Shang Yun and Sun Wukong in confusion, but he still retracted the energy wave in his hand. "I can sense that he is no longer purely evil, and he could be a formidable opponent," Sun Wukong said firmly. But Krillin, though trusting Sun Wukong, still hesitated to let Piccolo go. Seeing this, Shang Yun stepped forward and said sternly to Piccolo, "Piccolo, we will let you go this time, but you must promise not to harm anyone before defeating Sun Wukong." "You will regret your decision today," Piccolo replied, turning to glance at Shang Yun, snorting coldly before staggering to his feet and flying away. As everyone watched Piccolo fly away, they no longer paid him any mind and eagerly picked up Sun Wukong to celebrate their victory. Shang Yun also went to collect his winnings from the gambling pool, totaling over $1 billion, largely thanks to Bulma's generous initial investment of $10 million. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament gradually calmed down amidst the excitement, yet a different, exhilarating atmosphere filled the air, that of Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong's wedding. The echoes of the tournament still lingered in people's hearts as guests from all around carried their blessings and hurried towards the warm and memory-filled island of Master Roshi. This small island held countless memories of Sun Wukong's growth from a fledgling child to a renowned warrior, and now it would witness the most important moment of his life. The sunlight spilled over the shimmering sea, reflecting golden rays as if nature had meticulously prepared a grand decoration for the wedding. Boats headed towards the island, each filled with familiar faces. Bulma, with her usual confident smile, held a high-tech gift specially prepared for the wedding, a device that could capture every wonderful moment and project it into the air, creating a dreamlike scene. Yamcha helped carry items nearby, occasionally teasing Bulma, but his eyes were full of anticipation for his friend's wedding. Master Rashi stood early by the shore to greet the guests, his signature floral shirt fluttering gently in the sea breeze. His face radiated a proud smile as he watched Sun Wukong grow from a young boy into a man on the verge of marriage filled with emotions. Nearby, the turtles slowly crawled around, seemingly busy with preparations for this joyous day. Krillin and Shang Yun were the busiest, taking on most of the organizational tasks for the wedding as Sun Wukong's close friends. They rushed around checking every detail from the decoration of the wedding stage to the seating arrangements for the guests. The wedding stage was adorned with vibrant flowers all picked from near Karen Tower, carrying a mysterious and fragrant aura. The flowers were dazzlingly colorful, with red roses symbolizing passion, white lilies representing purity, and blue irises signifying eternity interwoven to form a magnificent sea of blooms. On the other side of the island, Chi-Chi was making the final preparations. She wore a traditional white wedding gown, its material soft like clouds embedded with delicate diamonds that sparkled under the sunlight. The gown's design was simple yet elegant, fitting Kiki's figure perfectly, highlighting her beauty and grace. Her hair was styled up with a few strands framing her cheeks, adding a playful touch. Bulma stood by helping her adjust the veil, tears of emotion shimmering in her eyes. "Chi-Chi, you look absolutely stunning today," Bulma said softly. Chi-Chi blushed, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation as she replied, "Really? I feel like I'm dreaming right now. I never thought this day would come so quickly." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, dressed in a black suit, stood in front of the mirror, feeling somewhat lost. He was not used to such formal attire and kept fidgeting with his collar. Tianjin, Fan, and Dumpling watched him from the side, unable to suppress their laughter. "Sun Wukong, you can't be your usual careless self today. This is your wedding," Shang Yun said. Sun Wukong scratched his head and grinned. "I know, it's just that this outfit is really a bit uncomfortable." As the wedding bells rang, the guests began to take their seats. Melodious music played, created by Bulma, using advanced technology to simulate the most beautiful orchestral ensemble in the world. The music floated in the sea breeze, wrapping around everyone's ears. Chi-Chi walked slowly towards the wedding stage, accompanied by her father, the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King was dressed in a splendid suit today, his eyes filled with reluctance and blessings for his daughter. His steps were steady as he led Chi-Chi towards her happiness. Sun Wukong gazed at Chi-Chi, approaching, his eyes shining with pure love and deep affection. When Chi-Chi reached his side, he couldn't help but grasp her hand, warm and strong. The wedding was officiated by Master Rashi, who cleared his throat and began the solemn ceremony. "Today we are here to witness the union of this young couple, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Their love is like an exciting martial arts duel filled with passion and perseverance. Sun Wukong, do you take Chi-Chi to be your wife, to accompany her through sickness and health and poverty and wealth for the rest of your life?" Sun Wukong answered loudly, "I do." His voice was firm and powerful, echoing across the entire island. Master Rashi then looked at Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, do you take Sun Wukong to be your husband, to face everything in life together with him?" Kiki's eyes sparkled with tears as she smiled and said, "I do." In the cheers of the crowd, the couple exchanged rings. The rings were crafted under the guidance of celestial beings, radiating a mysterious glow as if imbued with a special power to bless the couple's love with eternal constancy. Next was the banquet. The tables were laden with a variety of delicious foods, including Master Rose's favorite grilled octopus special barbecue brought by the Bull Demon King from Fire Mountain, and various exquisite pastries prepared by Bulma. Everyone enjoyed the food while sharing memories of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Lu Ping stood up, raising his glass. "I still remember the first time I met Sun Wukong. He was just a clueless little kid, and now he's getting married. His love with Chi-Chi is truly enviable. I hope you both find eternal happiness." Everyone raised their glasses in response, toasting to the newlyweds. Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi moved among the guests, accepting everyone's blessings. Shang Yun also took the opportunity to give Chi-Chi a universal capsule, telling her to open it the next day, filled with the money he had won. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. Bulma activated another surprise she had prepared, and colorful fireworks lit up the sky. The fireworks blossomed in the night sky, forming various beautiful patterns, including the shape of Sun Wukong's cloud and Kiki's headband, as well as hearts symbolizing their love. Hand in hand, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi walked to the shore, watching the fireworks sparkle in the sky. The sea breeze gently brushed by, bringing the scent of the ocean. They embraced and kissed on this beautiful night under the blessings of friends and family. Their love was as brilliant as the fireworks and as deep and eternal as the sea. They knew that life ahead might hold challenges, but they would face them together, just like on the path of martial arts, forging ahead fearlessly, for they had each other and this invaluable love. This wedding was not just the union of two individuals, but a new beginning for a legendary love story that would forever be etched in everyone's hearts. In the south and north of the village, the cuckoos are busy, and the fragrance of rice flowers fills the air in front and behind the village. The ambition of Piccolo to conquer the world has been completely shattered, revealing a scene of peace in the world. After the wedding, everyone went their separate ways to cultivate, occasionally gathering together. Shang Yun built 3 houses near Sun Wukong's home and settled down, practicing while waiting for the arrival of Wukong's brother Raditz. He knew Raditz would come, but had forgotten when. Lanfang found it too boring and decided to travel. A few days later, Chi learned that Shang Yun had given them a universal capsule containing 1 billion, and from Lanfang, she found out that this was almost all of Shang Yun's savings. Determined to return the money to Shang Yun, she was rejected. After repeated pulling back and forth, Shang Yun helplessly said that this money was for the child, and they should not use it recklessly, as there would be many expenses when they had a child. Upon hearing Shang Yun's words, Chi was momentarily stunned, but eventually blushed and agreed, suggesting that their future children should recognize Shang Yun as their godfather. Shang Yun naturally agreed. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, had no concept of how much money Shang Yun had given, but was very happy that his child recognized his good brother as a godfather. The 5 years of life after Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi's marriage were filled with both sweetness and troubles. After marriage, the couple settled on Baozi Mountain, and their initial life was quite pleasant. Chi-Chi played the role of a virtuous wife, managing the household affairs with great order. Although Sun Wukong was not very understanding of emotional matters, he enjoyed the warmth of family that Chi-Chi provided. A little over a month later, Chi-Chi became pregnant, and the Bull Demon King also moved in to help take care of her. For convenience, he stayed at Shang Yun's house. The Bull Demon King was very grateful to the one who had helped his child's family so much. Soon after, when Chi-Chi was about to give birth, Bulma helped to find the best hospital. In memory of his deceased grandfather, Sun Wukong named the child Sun Wufan. The arrival of Sun Wufan brought much joy to everyone and made Chi-Chi even busier, as she devoted a lot of energy to caring for and educating Wufan. However, as time passed, problems gradually emerged. As a martial arts enthusiast, Sun Wukong's passion for cultivation had never diminished. He often went out to train or participate in martial arts tournaments, paying less attention and contribution to the family, which made Chi-Chi somewhat resentful. She hoped Sun Wukong could take on the responsibility of providing for the family, but Sun Wukong believed that cultivation was for the protection of the earth, leading to frequent conflicts between them. There were also differences in their approach to educating their child. Chi-Chi hoped that Wufan could become a scholar and have a stable life in the future, discouraging him from practicing martial arts, while Sun Wukong wished for Wufan to inherit his martial arts talent. This divergence became more pronounced after Wufan displayed strong martial potential. Chi-Chi worried that Wufan would follow Sun Wukong's path and neglect his studies, while Sun Wukong wanted to cultivate Wufan's fighting abilities. Whenever the couple had conflicts, Shang Yun would take Sun Wukong away to train, while the Bull Demon King would comfort his daughter. Despite the many conflicts, there was still a deep bond between Chi-Chi and Wukong. Chi-Chi would prepare sumptuous meals for Sun Wukong when he returned from training, doing the laundry and cooking, while Wukong would show concern and protection for his family at critical moments. Though life was ordinary, it was filled with various stories. Wukong maintained his pure and persistent heart, pursuing the perfection of martial arts. Chi-Chi worked hard to maintain the stability of the family and the growth of the children amidst the trivial matters of family life. Though their personalities and lifestyles were completely different, it was precisely this complementarity that allowed their marriage to experience the joys and sorrows of life amidst quarrels. Seeing Sun Wukong's family in such harmony, Shang Yun couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, thinking of his own wife and child, reminiscing about the past life that, despite the quarrels and grievances, was filled with love. No matter how good the relationship, there would always be conflicts and quarrels. What resentment could a couple have? Why didn't he see it clearly at that time? Under this huge psychological gap, Shang Yun lost interest in cultivation and could no longer comprehend the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra. He decided to travel and cultivate, continuing to perceive the myriad aspects of life. After all, if one has never experienced loss, how can they say they don't care? Without immersing in the mundane world, how can one transcend it? Thus, Shang Yun spent most of his time traveling around the world, experiencing the customs and cultures of various places, sometimes staying for a few days and sometimes residing in a place for several months. Of course, every year for Sun Wufan's birthday, Shang Yun would return to celebrate and bring stories and toys from around the world. Perhaps because Shang Yun missed his child too much, he regarded Sun Wufan as his own child, always wanting to give him the best and to accompany him well. However, Shang Yun also understood that Sun Wufan was not his child, and he could not get too close. He had his own parents. One day, Shang Yun thought of the shortcomings of his rebirth, or rather the flaws of being human, which was the need for oxygen to survive. In later battles, it would be easy to blow up the Earth. If he were in space without oxygen, even if he could be resurrected, he wouldn't last long before dying again. Repeatedly experiencing life and death felt no different from sealing himself away. Thus, Shang Yun found Bulma borrowed the Dragon Radar and began collecting the 7 Dragon Balls. First, he borrowed the 4-star Dragon Ball from Sun Wukong, and after a month, he finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon as the sky suddenly turned dark. Shang Yun sensed several powerful auras approaching, thinking that Sun Wukong and the others must have come to see who was using the Dragon Balls. Shang Yun wished for the ability to survive in any environment. The Eternal Dragon said it was impossible, so Shang Yun chose to no longer rely on oxygen and to survive in space. This time, the Eternal Dragon helped fulfill the wish. The 7 Dragon Balls turned into stones scattering in all directions, and Shang Yun seized the 4-star Dragon Ball as it flew out. The sky instantly brightened, and Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien, Shin, and Yamcha, and the others all arrived. Even Piccolo showed up. Upon seeing Shang Yun, everyone except Sun Wukong was surprised, not expecting someone as selfless as Shang Yun to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Seeing the others, Shang Yun understood their thoughts and doubts. After greeting them, he said, "My cultivation has hit a bottleneck, and I want to gain insight in the universe beyond Earth, so I requested the Eternal Dragon to allow me to survive in space." Everyone suddenly understood this was something Shang Yun could do. After a brief chat, they all returned to their training. Shang Yun returned the Dragon Radar to Bulma, bought 2 large boxes of universal capsules, a box of food and water, and then went to the sea to fill a box with fish. He flew to Korin Tower to exchange for the latest batch of senzu beans with Master Roshi. In the past, Shang Yun traversed through the time-space machine of the Heavenly God Temple over 500 times, experiencing the joys and sorrows of human life. Yet deep within, he always felt a sense of unreality, believing it to be merely an illusion, like a film. Now Shang Yun realized this truth as well. After bidding farewell to everyone, he continued his journey through the world, culminating his understanding. When he finally reached the critical point, Shang Yun flew to the Heavenly God Temple, greeted the deities and Mr. Bobo, and borrowed the venue to enter a state of meditation. On a tranquil full moon night, Shang Yun ascended into the air, flying towards the bright moon hanging high in the sky. His figure sliced through the night, like a shooting star racing towards the cool moon with determination and anticipation. As his feet lightly touched the barren and mysterious land of the moon, Shang Yun slowly sat cross-legged, his heart a mix of emotions. There was both trepidation towards the unknown cultivation and yearning to break through his bottleneck. He closed his eyes and focused, attempting to completely immerse his body and mind into the vast universe. At first, his thoughts were like a wild horse, difficult to tame. In this endless silence and void, Shang Yun strained to empty his mind, as if groping for a path to merge with the universe in the darkness. Time passed quietly, and he could gradually perceive the subtle rhythm of cosmic energy. It was a presence that transcended time and space, vast and profound, evoking awe in his heart, its mystery almost leading him astray. Uncertain of how long it had been when he opened his eyes again, a dazzling light flooded his vision. It was the sun, distant and scorching, mercilessly radiating endless light and heat. The brilliance of the sun filled the vast cosmos, its fiery rays piercing the sky, its heat scorched like flames, consuming the waves of the ocean. As dawn broke, it spread warmth over the world. As dusk fell, it sprinkled the remaining light, reflecting upon the clouds. It hung high in the universe, revolving endlessly, bearing witness to the changes of the world. Shang Yun gazed at the sun, feeling an inexplicable shock surge within him. He felt the sun's scorching warmth as if it could instantly melt everything in the world. This power filled him with reverence. He also sensed the sun's indifference, unyielding to anything, silently following its own trajectory, of solitude and resolve that touched him deeply. In this heat and indifference, Shang Yun's thoughts inevitably drifted to the Zen Buddhism's Great Sun Buddha. The Great Sun Buddha, like the sun hanging in the sky, gazed down upon all sentient beings with compassionate eyes. Its radiance illuminated every corner of the world, bringing warmth and hope, allowing all things to grow and reproduce. This compassion evoked admiration in Shang Yun. However, when the world's sins and darkness surge, the punishment of the great Sun Buddha is as merciless as the fierce sun, capable of instantly destroying all evil. This justice made him ponder deeply. The sun and the great Sun Buddha are both compassionate, yet indifferent, ruthless, yet deeply loving. They are impartial, treating all beings with absolute fairness. Shang Yun immersed himself in this profound insight, his mind struck by a lightning bolt, instantaneously becoming clear. In that moment, a surge of uncontrollable excitement and thrill welled up within Shang Yun. He slowly raised his hands, palms up, as if to bear the weight of the entire universe. His arms trembled slightly, gradually stabilizing with each breath as that power slowly coalesced within him. Shang Yun knew he had broken through and comprehended a new combat skill. This combat skill involves placing one's spirit in the void 3 feet above one's head, thus entering a state of absolute rationality and clarity. Shang Yun took a deep breath, suddenly bringing his palms together at his chest, closing his eyes tightly, concentrating all his mental energy. His body leaned slightly back, with veins bulging in his neck, as if struggling against an invisible force. Gradually, his spirit rose like a wisp of smoke, slowly condensing into a barely visible ball of light 3 feet above his head. At this moment, Shang Yun's state of mind was unprecedentedly calm. He could feel the emotions deep within him surging, akin to a tamed beast, powerful yet no longer out of control. In this state, human emotions do not diminish, rather they become a source of power. Driven by emotion, one can often unleash even greater strength. However, ordinary people easily lose their rationality in the tide of emotions, leading to misjudgments and loss of control in actions. The combat skill that Shang Yun comprehended allows one to maintain a clear mind even under intense emotions, not being swayed by feelings, thus fully unleashing absolute and complete power in that current state. Shang Yun understood that the key to this combat skill lies in the balance and control of the heart. He recalled his various experiences in the mundane world, those mistakes made due to emotions, the regrets stemming from losing rationality. Once in anger, he accidentally harmed others. In joy, he lost his direction. Those past experiences were like thorns in his back, constantly reminding him of the importance of cultivation. Now he had finally found a method to transcend the shackles of emotion. Amidst the distant stars around, cosmic spaceship sped towards Earth like a shooting star. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the void of the universe, initially grasped the true essence of the great Sun Buddha, and the Heart Sutra has broken through to the 4th level. Your current realm is refining void and merging with Tao. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your martial skill Diamond Prajna Force has broken through to the 2nd level, allowing you to enhance your physical attributes fourfold when executed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended a new combat skill that allows your spirit to transform into a deity residing 3 feet above your head, illuminating yourself, maintaining absolute rationality, and not being controlled by any emotions, thus fully unleashing absolute and complete power in your current state. Please name this skill. Zen Heart, 3 feet deity. Shang Yun named the new combat skill Zen Heart, 3 feet deity, implying that there is a deity 3 feet above, constantly reminding him to maintain reverence while acting and thinking, harnessing the power of emotions with absolute rationality and clarity. To proficiently master this combat skill, Shang Yun began a long and arduous training on the moon. He immersed himself day and night in a deep exploration of his spirit and emotions, continually adjusting and refining. Each training session was a challenge to the limits of his heart. Each breakthrough was an elevation of his self-awareness. During the training process, Shang Yun encountered numerous difficulties and challenges. He discovered that accurately placing his spirit in the void 3 feet above was no easy task. It required a high degree of refinement and control of spiritual power, necessitating extremely keen perception and strong focus. Moreover, when emotions surged, how to swiftly enter an absolute rational state required repeated practice and honing. Initially, he often fell short in the concentration of his spirit, and emotions would always break through the defenses of rationality, which left him feeling frustrated and defeated. However, Shang Yun was not daunted by these difficulties. With unwavering faith and tenacious willpower, he steadily advanced towards the pinnacle of the combat skill. He spent countless days and nights on the moon, experiencing numerous failures and setbacks. Yet each failure deepened his understanding of the essence of the combat skill. Each setback strengthened his resolve to succeed in cultivation. He continually reminded himself that this was the tempering of cultivation. Only by persevering could one achieve greatness. as Shang Yun devoted himself to cultivating Zen Heart 3 feet deity. A round cosmic spaceship was flying into the Earth's atmosphere from the other side of the planet. On the other side of the Earth, the sun was shining brightly. Ever since Sun Wukong defeated the Demon King Piccolo, the world had returned to peace, but this tranquility was about to be shattered by an unexpected visitor. An ordinary farmer was diligently working in his fields, holding a hunting rifle and vigilantly guarding his crops. Suddenly, a strange light streaked across the sky, and a fireball shot past the farmer's head like a meteor, crashing into a nearby hillside and producing a tremendous explosion. Boom! What was that thing? Go check it out. The farmer felt both fear and curiosity, picking up his rifle and driving towards the source of the explosion. Upon arrival, he discovered a massive pit had been created in the ground, and at its center lay a round metal sphere. Suddenly, the sphere opened and a tall figure with a tail and long hair flew out, landing not far from the farmer. So those on this planet are still alive, huh? Heck, cockroach, you fool. Are you? Who are you? The farmer raised his gun, aiming at the figure. The figure, dressed in a peculiar battle outfit, looked down upon the farmer with disdain. The machine in front of him emitted a beeping sound, and moments later a smirk of mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. Humph, what use is that broken gun to you, garbage with a combat power of only 5? The farmer was startled by this strange individual, but instinctively raised his gun at him. The figure merely waved his hand lightly and caught the bullet with his bare hands. Odd. The farmer was horrified. The figure flicked the bullet away, and it shot back towards the farmer at an even faster speed. The farmer didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed to the ground lifeless. Such a weak race. The figure looked disdainfully at the farmer's corpse. Suddenly, the detector in front of him beeped again. There's someone with great power nearby, 4,880 units away. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the figure's eyes. He loved challenging the strong, and without hesitation, he flew towards the source of the signal. The direction he was heading was where Piccolo was located. At this moment, Piccolo had also sensed a powerful aura approaching, strong enough to make him tremble. Who is this? Such tremendous power, could it be Sun Wukong? Before long, accompanied by a strong gust, the figure arrived in front of Piccolo. You are not Kakarot, who are you? The figure questioned Piccolo in an undeniable tone. What do you want from me? I am not here to find you. Then what are you doing here? Looking for death? Ha ha ha, you have quite the spirit. The figure activated the machine in front of him and glanced at Piccolo. The machine emitted a beeping sound. Combat power 322. I didn't expect to have to exert some effort, but you were still no match for me. What did you say? Do you have any idea who you were talking to? Piccolo felt deeply insulted by the newcomer and was furious. I do not know. Piccolo, filled with rage, raised both hands to launch a blast of demonic energy at the figure, yet the figure simply stood there, arms crossed. Boom. As the smoke cleared, the figure remained unscathed. Mere tricks, just raising a bit of dust, utterly useless. The figure waved his hand to brush off the dust in front of him and disdainfully said, Now it's my turn to strike. Let me show you my true skills. At this moment, Piccolo, seeing that his full force attack left the figure unscathed, was shocked into silence, feeling a chilling dread rise within him as he involuntarily began to tremble. The figure raised his right hand, gathering energy, while looking at Piccolo mockingly, saying, What's the matter, little monster? Are you afraid of me? Piccolo knew he was no match for this person, but he would not easily submit. Just as the figure was about to make his move, the machine in front of him emitted a signal again. Beep, beep. There's another powerful force over there, very strong, likely the strongest force on this planet. It must be Kakarot. After saying this, the figure frowned temporarily, letting Piccolo go as he flew towards the new target. Have you lost the dignity of being the strongest warrior in the universe, Kakarot? Seeing the figure leave, Piccolo slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. It can't be, I was actually intimidated by that person. At this moment on Turtle Island, everyone was holding a gathering. By the way, Bulma, where's Yamcha? Krillin asked while eating snacks. Yamcha, don't mind that guy, he really makes me mad. You two always love to argue. The turtle sage remarked. Don't worry about him. By the way, where's Launch? I don't know, she went out with Tenshinhan 3 years ago and hasn't come back since, Krillin replied. This power. So strong. Could it be Sun Wukong? Just as Piccolo had recovered, he sensed a powerful force appearing not far away. Indeed, it was Sun Wukong, who was holding Son Gohan, riding the flying Nimbus, to Turtle Island for the gathering. At this moment, the two had just arrived at Turtle Island. Wukong, who is this? When did you become a babysitter? Bulma asked curiously upon seeing Son Gohan in Wukong's arms. He is my son, Son Wukong chuckled. Ah, your son. That's right, come on, greet everyone. Son Wukong said to Son Gohan. Hello everyone, Son Gohan said in a baby voice. Hey hi. Everyone quickly responded. His name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan, I see. You named him after your late grandfather, that's quite surprising. I didn't expect Wukong to have a son. The turtle sage exclaimed. Gohan, how old are you? 1, 2, 3, 4 years old. I can't believe Wukong's son is so polite. Bulma patted Son Gohan's head. It's all thanks to Shishi's good teaching. By the way, where are Shang Yun and Lan Fong? Krillin asked. Lan Fong is at home with Shishi. Shang Yun went to ponder the mysteries of the universe after making a wish to the dragon a half-year ago and is training on the moon. Before he left, he came to me to get a large box filled with food and water enough to last half a year. Considering the time, he should be back soon. Bulma said with her big, lovely eyes. Godfather. Godfather hasn't come to see Gohan in a long time. Gohan misses Godfather. Son Gohan shouted upon hearing Shang Yun's name. Godfather. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. It's Shang Yun, Gohan's godfather as decided by Chi-Chi. Goku scratched his head and explained, at my wedding with Chi-Chi, Shang Yun gifted a tremendous sum, 10 billion zeni. Chi-Chi insisted it be returned, but after discussion they agreed to use the money for Gohan's upbringing, and thus Gohan formally became Shang Yun's godson. 10 billion. Shang Yun truly is selfless. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that must represent his entire life savings. Gohan, now that you're growing up, what do you wish to become? Bulma asked. I want to become a great scholar. A scholar? Bulma spotted the tail swaying behind Gohan. He has a tail. Could this child possibly do something unusual? Goku, for instance, on nights of the full moon, does his body undergo any transformation? What are you talking about? The full moon. I have no idea. I've never noticed anything. Shang Yun always urged us all to go to bed early, and we've long since adopted that habit. Goku, could your son be as strong as you are? I don't know. I'm not allowed to train Gohan. Chi-Chi believes the world is at peace now and cultivation is unnecessary. She says the future belongs to scholars and intellectuals. Who would have thought that carefree girl would grow into such a devoted wife and mother? Master Roshi sighed wistfully. What a pity. Wait, is that a Dragon Ball embroidered on Gohan's cap? Krillin gasped. Yes, it's the 4-star Dragon Ball brought back by Shang Yun after he granted his wish in memory of his late grandfather. The 3-star and 6-star balls remain safely at home. How nostalgic. Shall we gather the Dragon Balls and make a wish? But right now, I have no wish to make. As the group chatted idly, Goku suddenly sensed a powerful, malevolent aura rapidly approaching. Someone's heading this way. Goku's expression hardened. Could it be Yamcha or Tien Shinhan? No, this one is far stronger. Instantly sensing danger, Goku stepped forward and shielded Gohan behind him, eyes locked warily on the sky. The figure descended slowly from a spacecraft onto the island, gaze fixed unflinchingly upon Goku. So, you're Kakarot. I never expected you'd live so comfortably on this lowly planet. Goku frowned in confusion. Who are you? I'm not Kakarot. I'm Son Goku. I am Raditz, your elder brother. We are both scions. You were meant to join me in conquering worlds, not waste your days among these feeble earthlings. Goku's brother. Impossible. It can't be. Kakarot, you were sent here to eradicate every human on this planet. Though you arrived as an infant, scions transform into giant apes under the full moon, and with your power subjugating this world would have been effortless. Raditz gazed haughtily at Krillin and the others. Where is your tail, eh? He recoiled in shock upon seeing no tail behind Goku's back. My tail? It was severed long ago, Goku replied calmly. No wonder you coexist so peacefully with them. Raditz nodded as if recalling distant truths. Scions were always a minor race, and our homeworld was obliterated by an asteroid impact. Most perished, including our parents. I've come to recruit you. We've located a rich, promising planet, but its resistance is formidable. Your strength is needed to crush them, then sell the world for maximum profit. I am not Kakarot, and even if you are my brother, I refuse to go with you. Leave this place. Goku shook his head firmly. I will not go. I have family and friends here on Earth. I will protect them. Raditz scoffed disdainfully with that. You haven't the faintest grasp of your own potential or the Scion destiny. But no matter. If you won't follow willingly, I'll take you by force. That child behind you, is he yours? Raditz's eyes narrowed upon spotting Gohan. No, what do you intend? Humph. You cannot deceive me. His tail betrays your bloodline, the unmistakable mark of a scion. Raditz declared arrogantly, I'll take him with me. Think it over, and come find me when you've decided. Hey, wait. Whether or not you're Goku's brother, you're unbearably arrogant. Krillin could bear it no longer. He lunged at Raditz's, fist raised. Get back, Krillin. Goku shouted desperately. Too late. Raditz flicked his tail, sending Krillin hurtling through the air. Incredible strength. Krillin spat blood, collapsing motionless on the ground. You despicable fiend. Enraged, Goku charged, only to be struck down by a single blow, clutching his abdomen and collapsing to his knees. I'll take your child. If you wish him back, obey your brother without hesitation. Raditz coiled his tail around Gohan. Wah, wah, daddy, let Gohan go now. Goku staggered, too injured even to rise. Unbelievable. Goku couldn't withstand even a single strike. Krillin lay paralyzed with shock. If Shang Yun were here, fighting alongside Goku, we might have stopped him. You have no choice but to join us. First, prove your resolve. Don't worry, it won't be difficult. By this time tomorrow, kill 200 humans on this planet and pile their corpses here. Do so and you earn your place among us. Fail, and your son dies. Understand? Raditz sneered down at the fallen furious Goku. Krillin and Master Roshi stood frozen, stunned by Raditz's chilling aura. None had ever heard murder spoken of so casually. I'll return tomorrow to hear your answer. After all, he is my nephew. I'd rather not kill him. Daddy, ah. So terrifying. Papaya, save me. Ah. Gohan shrieked in terror. How vile, to threaten a child. Exactly. Goku would never commit murder. Master Roshi and the others glared furiously at Raditz. Then it makes no difference, if he values the boy's life so little. Yet even if he survives today, your fate is sealed. Once we seize that planet, Earth shall be our next target. Raditz glanced sideways at Master Roshi, voice ICOF. In less than a month, 3 Scions will slaughter every human on this planet, without exception. What a... Daddy, save me. Ah. If I expect you to make a wise decision, it don't make it difficult for me. With your undeveloped combat power, you won't stand a chance against us, ha ha ha. Raditz flew away with Sun Wufan. Ah. Dad. Goodbye, I'm so looking forward to tomorrow's arrival. Damn it. Quickly give Wufan back to me. Ha ha. Dad. Wufan. Damn it. What a joke. After Raditz flew away, Master Roshi and Bulma dared to approach to check on son Wukong's condition. Wukong, are you alright? I'm sorry, we couldn't help much. Damn it, Nimbus. Son Wukong clutched his stomach and prepared to chase after. Don't be impulsive. Wukong, do you think you can defeat him by chasing after him now? Krillin quickly grabbed son Wukong. Damn it, what do you suggest I do then? There must be a way, you need to pull yourself together. Krillin helped son Wukong up to sit on the steps. I know you're very upset, unexpectedly meeting your older brother, who turns out to be a great villain, but his strength is beyond what we can handle. Bulma comforted son Wukong. The tail? Ah, yes, the tail. If we can grab his tail, he should lose all his power. That's how it was for me before, right? That makes sense. Master Roshi quickly replied. But how are you going to grab your brother's tail? Krillin quickly held back the excited son Wukong. Just relying on me alone won't work. Son Wukong calmed down. If only Shang Yun were here. Bulma sighed. Yeah, with Shang Yun's abilities, he could definitely block Raditz's attack. Unfortunately, Yamcha and Tianjinhan are also not here. Yeah, if the 3 of us could deal with him, maybe we could. But as for me, I really don't have much confidence. Krillin muttered to himself, turning to Bulma and saying, Bulma, if I die again, please ask Shenron to bring me back to life. No problem. Leave it to me. Bulma patted her chest in agreement. That's impossible. Have you all forgotten? Shenron won't grant the same wish a second time, son Wukong said with a serious expression. Ah. Shenron has already brought Krillin and Master Roshi back to life. Once have you all forgotten. So this time there is no way to. Ah. Really? But. I don't care. Krillin shouted. You're willing to help me. Of course. Master Roshi also shouted quickly. Right? I have an idea. If we gather 7 Dragon Balls and ask Shenron to save the world, what do you think? Is that okay? Bulma said excitedly. Ah, that's right. Great idea. Hey, do you think we can gather the Dragon Balls in a single day? Ah, that's true. Let's launch a surprise attack on Raditz. He definitely won't expect us to strike first, so he'll likely be caught off guard. Son Wukong suddenly stood up, fists clenched, and said firmly. But how will you determine Raditz's location? Bulma, did you bring the dragon radar? Ah, right. I just remembered the ball embroidered on Sun Wufan's hat is the Dragon Ball. We can use the dragon radar to locate the Dragon Ball, and then we can find that guy's location. Bulma quickly took out the dragon radar and located the 7 Dragon Balls. The dragon radar displayed the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls, one of which was moving at high speed. There's a response. You see, 1 Dragon Ball is moving very quickly. Soon that Dragon Ball also came to a halt. It has stopped. Right here. Great. He's still on Earth. He hasn't gone to space. Awesome. Let's go. Fate is in our hands. Wait for me, Wufan. That's right, even if we can't win against him, we're destined to be killed anyway. So we might as well go all out and fight him. There might still be hope. As the group was formulating their plan, Piccolo had already followed Sun Wukong's energy to the skies above Kame House. You can't do it alone. Piccolo looked down from above at the people on Kame House. Sun Wukong and the others looked around, but couldn't see who was speaking. Krillin looked up at the sky and spotted Piccolo. Oh, Piccolo, Piccolo the Great Demon King. Piccolo the Great Demon King, why are you here? Piccolo slowly descended and coldly said, I came here following him. You've already encountered Raditz, haven't you? Piccolo, Sun Wukong, said to Piccolo. That's right, even if you guys went, you wouldn't be able to defeat him. He'll go with you. What? I know better than anyone how strong that guy is. He is not an enemy that you or I can easily defeat. However, if we join forces, there is a chance we can take him down. Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong and said, Piccolo, why did you suddenly change your mind? Don't get me wrong. I'm not suddenly turning over a new leaf hoping for world peace, and your son's life has nothing to do with me. However, the existence of those guys is an obstacle to my conquest of the world. Piccolo sneered, my cooperation with you is limited to defeating that guy and his companions. Once they are dead, the next will be to defeat you, and then it's world conquest. You rest, but given the current situation, I think cooperating with you is a good proposal. It's the only way. Ha 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 ha, that's right, you'll just have to endure it. Factually, just thinking about having to compromise to help you makes me quite uncomfortable. Bulma, please lend me the dragon radar. Sun Wukong reached out to Bulma beside him while keeping his eyes on Piccolo to prevent him from making any moves. Okay. After obtaining the dragon radar, Sun Wukong jumped up onto the Nimbus and said to Piccolo, can you keep up with the speed of the Nimbus? Don't underestimate me. This great Demon King's flying technique is far superior to your useless flight technique. Good. With that, the two set off in the direction indicated by the dragon radar. Watching the two quickly disappear into the horizon, Bulma and the others were left in a daze. Shouldn't we be happy? Krillin said blankly. It's nothing. With those two teaming up, they are the strongest in history. Perhaps we really can defeat that Scion. Master Roshi was somewhat excited at this point. But can we trust Piccolo the Great Demon King? That's true too. What are you all talking about? This is a rare and wonderful spectacle. Bulma, do you still remember the location marked by the dragon radar? Let's set off to take a look. At this moment in the home of Sun Wukong on Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi was busy tidying up the house. I wonder if Wukong and the others are having fun on Kame House. Oh dear, the homework from tutoring class Gohan has only done half of it. Chi-Chi looked at Son Gohan's homework notebook and sighed, saying, oh dear, I wonder if there will be any problems. Ah, Daddy, I'm so scared. Son Gohan was hiding under the dead farmer's cart, crying silently. Raditz impatiently lifted the cart with one hand, and with an energy wave smashed the cart into pieces above Son Gohan's head. At this moment, Son Gohan was utterly helpless and terrified, unable to suppress his emotions any longer, and began to cry loudly. Shut up. How long are you going to cry before you stop? Don't forget the blood of brave Scions runs through your veins. Get in there. Raditz grabbed Son Gohan and walked into the pit, throwing him into the spaceship, closing the hatch, and turning away, leaving Son Gohan, who was even more terrified, continuously banging on the window of the hatch. Wait. Let me out. Please let me out. Let me out. It's almost time, or I need to go find some food now. Raditz ignored Son Gohan and was about to go find food when the battle power detector emitted a beep beep sound. Moi. Strange, why is it emitting a warning signal? Battle power 710, it's very close to me. Raditz quickly scanned the surroundings and finally locked onto the spaceship in the pit, specifically Son Gohan inside it. How is that possible? Raditz was very shocked, but soon the battle power detector calmed down again. It seems the battle power detector must be malfunctioning. Raditz muttered to himself. In the sky, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were rushing over with all their might. We're getting close. It would be better for us to land here first and approach slowly. Sun Wukong looked at the position displayed on the Dragon Ball radar and suggested to Piccolo. No need, we can just go straight there. That guy has a strange machine that seems to be able to detect the intensity and location of markers. So, does that mean he knows we're approaching? Maybe he should have noticed by now. Is that true? Then we have no choice but to launch a frontal assault. At this moment, Raditz had already eaten his fill. He had devoured an entire mammoth. It seems that Scions have hearty appetites. Holding several pieces of fruit, Raditz ate, while walking back, taking a bite and tossing one aside. Beep beep. The battle power detector emitted a warning again, still pointing at Son Gohan inside the spaceship. Battle power 710. It really is malfunctioning. Beep beep. There are two reactions. They're quickly coming towards me. 1-2 battle power 322 and 334. One of them has capabilities similar to Kakarot. Raditz turned his head to look at the sky. But that kid shouldn't be here. He should understand that resisting me is almost zero chance of success, and he shouldn't know I'm here. Oh no, the battle power detector must be broken. Raditz turned to find a place to rest. Beep beep. Wait, they're coming. At this moment Raditz could already see Sun Wukong and Piccolo approaching in the sky. Could it be that it hasn't broken? Raditz seemed to realize something and turned to look at Son Gohan inside the spaceship. Wait a minute, if it hasn't broken, how could that little guy have a battle power of 710? Before Raditz could continue to ponder Son Gohan's situation, Sun Wukong and Piccolo had already arrived above him, and Sun Wukong flipped backward and landed behind Raditz. Raditz turned to look at the two leisurely biting a piece of fruit, looking at Piccolo with disdain, and said, I see the other person is you. How did you know I was here? I won't tell you. Sun Wukong snorted. All right, then let me ask you in another way, what are you here for? What else is there to ask? I'm here to take back my son. I didn't expect you to be foolish to this extent. You aren't planning to team up against me, are you? Give up that thought. Piccolo directly threw off his cape, which landed on the ground with a dull sound. Sun Wukong stopped talking nonsense with him. Oh, Piccolo, are you training in heavy clothes too? Seeing this, Sun Wukong exclaimed. That's right, just like you. My body hasn't felt relaxed for a long time. Then Sun Wukong also took off the weights he was wearing. Looks like you've been working hard on your training too. That's good with you around. It shouldn't be as disastrous as last time. Beep beep. Kakarot's battle power has risen to 416, and that guy's battle power has also risen to 408. Raditz looked at the data displayed on the battle power detector, tossed the fruit in his hand, and laughed heartily. If you think this makes you strong, it's truly ridiculous. With this level of strength you dare to challenge me. You really underestimate yourselves. In battle, it's not just brute force that matters. We have already devised a battle plan. Sun Wukong said confidently. Kakarot, I've given up on letting you join us because you would lower our overall strength. You are a disgrace to our kind Dai. Raditz shouted angrily, charging towards Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Sun Wukong and Piccolo quickly took defensive stances, but still couldn't defend against Raditz, who instantly appeared behind them, delivering an elbow strike that sent them flying. Fortunately, both were experienced fighters and quickly adjusted their bodies, turning over to regain their stances. Incredible speed, amazing. He came charging from the front, and in the blink of an eye he jumped behind us to attack. Your defense is quite clever, but unfortunately you will eventually die by my hand. Be warned, from now on I will strengthen my attacks. The gap in strength is so vast. We must find a way to grab his tail to disable his strength. It's useless. No matter how you attack, you cannot defeat me. Before you die, let me tell you something. Aside from me, the other two surviving Scions have battle powers even higher than mine. What? Damn it, the remaining two Scions are even stronger. What on earth is happening? Piccolo gritted his teeth in shock upon hearing Raditz's words. Only now do you realize the terror of the Scions. It's already too late. Raditz laughed heartily at Piccolo's shocked expression. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have listened to him. Sun Wukong was also stunned. Are you feeling spirited now, Sun Wukong? I feel like I've just been drenched with cold water, trembling in fear. Soon you will be even more desperate. Raditz snorted coldly. Stop wasting time. Where's my son? Where have you hidden him? I haven't hidden him. That kid has been crying non-stop, or it was driving me crazy, so I locked him up. Isn't there a pit behind you? He's right there. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Sun Wukong hurried over to check, seeing Son Gohan crying at the window. Daddy, come save me. Son Gohan also spotted Sun Wukong. Gohan, don't worry, Daddy will come to save you soon. Don't get your hopes up. You won't be able to save him at all, because before that I've already killed you both. Alright, let's make our move. It was about time. Knowing the strength of Raditz, Wukong and Piccolo no longer held back and attacked with all their might. The two launched an attack on Raditz simultaneously, with Sun Wukong throwing a right punch straight at Raditz's face, while Piccolo kicked from the side. However, Raditz reacted swiftly, dodging both attacks with ease. Before the two could react, Raditz had already moved behind them, kicking Sun Wukong and Piccolo away with a frog kick. After landing, Sun Wukong and Piccolo quickly got up and attacked again. They coordinated perfectly, attacking Raditz from both sides. Raditz, however, calmly flew into the air. The two adjusted their trajectories and charged at Raditz again. Just as they were closed, Raditz slowly opened his arms, gathering energy rapidly and unleashing two beams of light. Seeing this, Sun Wukong quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the beam. The beam grazed his body and shot towards a distant hill, resulting in a loud boom as the hill disappeared in an instant, leaving a deep pit. Meanwhile, Piccolo was caught unaware, hit by the beam, severing one of his arms and causing him to fall to the ground in pain. "Are you okay, Piccolo?" "Don't worry, even with one arm missing, I can still fight. With both of you working together, this is the best you can do. I'm truly disappointed." Raditz laughed heartily. "Your time to die is approaching, ha." Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin were on their way in a plane. "Master Roshi, is Wukong and the others all right?" "I have an ominous feeling. I've never felt like this before. I hope nothing bad happens." "Don't worry, Wukong and the others together won't be easily killed. I'm actually more worried. What if that Piccolo betrays Wukong and teams up with Raditz against him? If Wukong and the others can't defeat that guy, then we're just waiting to die. What happened? Why is everyone so low-spirited?" Raditz looked at Sun Wukong and Piccolo with a cold snort. "Sun Wukong, do you have any new tricks up your sleeve?" Piccolo asked Wukong, suppressing the pain from his severed arm. "To be honest, I really don't. You slacker. I have developed a new technique after hard training." "Is that so? Can you use it with one hand?" "No problem, but using this technique requires a long time to gather energy. Before that, you need to fight that guy to attract his attention." "All right, but are you sure that technique will work on him?" "It should work fine. If this technique doesn't work, then we're truly out of options. It was originally meant to kill you," Piccolo said confidently. "So it's actually going to help me instead, huh? Once I kill that guy, you'll be next." "All right, I'm waiting for your technique. For now, I'll try to hold him off." "Yeah." Sun Wukong adjusted his body and charged at Raditz again. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood in place, extending his remaining right hand, raising his index and middle fingers to his forehead, and shouted, "Demon Flash Cannon." "Haha, looks like you're ready to die." Seeing Sun Wukong charge again, Raditz sneered. Sun Wukong attacked Raditz with all his might, trying every way to draw Raditz's attention. He moved quickly around Raditz, looking for an opportunity to strike. Raditz was enraged by Sun Wukong's provocation, turning around to attack Wukong with full force. Although Wukong tried his best to dodge, he was still hit multiple times by Raditz, sustaining serious injuries. To buy more time, Sun Wukong leaped into the air, placing his hands on his waist, gathering all his strength, and shouted, "Kamehameha." Beep beep. What a... Impossible. His battle power is continuously increasing. 924. 925. Oh, this guy actually found a way to concentrate all his energy at one point and increase his power. Raditz exclaimed in shock. Beep beep. The battle power detector emitted a warning sound again, and Raditz turned to look at Piccolo, who was gathering energy. Oh, that guy's battle power is actually 1020. Unbelievable. And it's still increasing. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed a full-power Kamehameha, a powerful energy beam shooting towards Raditz. Initially, Raditz attempted to dodge, but Sun Wukong could control the direction of the Kamehameha, keeping it in pursuit of Raditz, a technique learned from Yamcha. Seeing this, Raditz no longer dodged, steadied himself, raised both hands, and actually caught the Kamehameha, reversing it back at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was unable to dodge, hit by his own Kamehameha, and fell from the air. Meanwhile, Piccolo focused on gathering energy, preparing to unleash the Demon Flash Cannon. As the energy continued to gather, a powerful aura surrounded Piccolo. "You really are tenacious. Now you can go die." Just as Raditz was gathering energy to kill Sun Wukong, Piccolo shouted, "The one going to die is you." Beep beep. Battle power 1330, concentrating all energy at my fingertips. Damn it, these guys can freely control their own power. Raditz roared. "Watch me. Demon Flash Cannon." Piccolo pointed at Raditz, unleashing the demon converging light cannon infused with all his strength towards Raditz. A golden wave of energy surged forth, carrying tremendous force which Raditz could not afford to underestimate. With all his effort, he managed to evade it. What? He dodged it. What kind of monster is he to move so fast? He easily shattered my armor, truly impressive. If he had hit me directly, I would have been doomed, but missing renders it meaningless. Raditz looked at his shattered right shoulder armor, chuckling with lingering fear. "You dared to leave a scar on me. I will never let you go. Prepare yourself. I will finish you in one blow." Raditz was furious, gathering energy again for a deadly strike against Piccolo. "Oh, it's over now. Oh." Just as Raditz was about to kill Piccolo, his body suddenly went limp, unable to muster any strength. It turned out that Son Goku had seized the opportunity, soaring up from the ground and grabbing Raditz's tail. The tail of a scion is a fatal weakness. Once Raditz was caught, he instantly collapsed to the ground. Ha! You were too careless. I've got your tail now. Ha! Hey! With that, Son Goku tightened his grip on Raditz's tail, leaving Raditz lying on the ground, without even the strength to stand. You. When did you sneak up behind me? Piccolo, hurry. While this guy is unable to resist, unleash your previous ultimate move again. Son Goku ignored Raditz's question and shouted to Piccolo. Got it. Piccolo, having survived the ordeal, trembled with excitement, placing his finger on his forehead, while saying to Son Goku, well done. Goku, hold his tail tight. This ultimate move can only be used once more, and it will be my limit. Kakarot, you actually plan to kill your only brother. Raditz realized the power of Piccolo's ultimate move, which could kill him, and began to fear. Don't give me that nonsense. I will never recognize you as my brother, a cruel and evil guy like you. You even want to kill your own nephew, and you have the audacity to say such things to me. With that, Son Goku tightened his grip even more. I realize my mistakes now. Raditz, having only breath left, desperately pleaded, I am willing to turn over a new leaf. I am willing to become a better person. I am willing to leave this planet. Don't be fooled by him, Son Goku. What he's saying is to disturb your heart. He will never repent. Piccolo heard Raditz's pleas and saw Son Goku wavering, urging him loudly while gathering energy. I beg you, please believe me. My dear brother, I know I did wrong in the past. I'm sorry, but I will keep my word. Is that true? In the end, Son Goku was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to let Raditz die. It's true. Raditz seemed to see hope of survival, his tone becoming softer. No, you cannot let go of his tail. This is his trap. Piccolo, seeing Son Goku gradually relaxing his grip, shouted anxiously, gathering all his strength. I beg you, Kakarot, please believe me. Raditz, fearing Son Goku would heed Piccolo's words, pleaded even more earnestly. Ultimately, Son Goku released his grip on Raditz's tail. Son Goku, Piccolo shouted in terror upon witnessing this scene. Ha! Raditz felt his strength returning, shaking off his earlier weak demeanor and standing up with a sinister grin, turning around to deliver an elbow strike that sent Son Goku flying. Son Goku, believing Raditz was genuinely pleading for mercy, did not put up any defenses and took the brunt of Raditz's furious strike, collapsing to the ground. Ha! Raditz leaped and stomped on Son Goku's stomach, laughing heartily. Son Goku, you fool! Piccolo, in despair, shouted loudly and let go of his finger that had been pressed against his forehead, seemingly having given up resistance. He wasn't wrong at all. A fool like you is rarely seen these days. Raditz laughed triumphantly, saying, I was just joking, and you took it seriously. You truly aren't cut out to be a warrior. But I'm different. Oh, I am a top-tier warrior, and I can mercilessly kill even my own brother. How despicable. Son Goku suffered a heavy blow, now being stomped by Raditz, completely devoid of the strength to resist. Ha ha ha. Now let me demonstrate. Die. Raditz suddenly pressed down hard with his foot. Oh. Son Goku could only scream in agony. Wow! Dad, curled up in a corner of the spaceship, Son Gohan heard Son Goku's cries of anguish. Does it hurt? Raditz repeatedly stomped on Son Goku's stomach, laughing heartily. Suffer a little more. Ha ha. Each time Raditz kicked, Son Goku would let out a cry of pain. Ha. Seeing Son Goku on the verge of death, stripped of the ability to resist, Raditz ignored him and turned to face Piccolo coldly, saying, what's wrong? Aren't you going to continue? Come at me again like before. It's too late. Even if I tried, I wouldn't hit him. Piccolo trembled all over. Dad? On the Bowsy Mountain, amidst the chirping of birds and fragrant flowers, a wisp of smoke curled up as Shishi was cooking in the kitchen, humming a tune, while holding Son Gohan's 100-point exam paper. La 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 la, Gohan, that kid really. He promised to show me his test results after finishing, but this score is really not bad at all. Setting down her ladle, Shishi smiled happily. It seems that forcing him to attend 8 hours of tutoring classes every day wasn't in vain. Goku will definitely be very pleased to see this. Looking up at the boiling soup in the pot, Shishi sighed. Where are Goku and Gohan? It's taking too long. Huh. Aha. Cry out. Scream. You're next. Be prepared for death. Ha ha. After savoring Son Goku's suffering, Raditz sneered at Piccolo. Die? Kakarot. Beep. Beep. Huh. Raditz raised his fist for Goku's final blow, when suddenly his scouter shrieked again. He scanned the desolate plain. Only the three of them stood beneath the vast sky. A gentle breeze stirred the tall grass, startling a flock of birds into flight. Silence fell like a shroud. Crack, crack. Faint, irregular fractures echoed. The spacecraft imprisoning Gohan was splintering apart. Shards of metal and hull exploded outward as Gohan leapt from the crater, executed a flawless somersault, and landed barefoot upon the earth. His cap tumbled off. His small frame trembled, not with fear, but with incandescent fury radiating raw volatile power. Opt. Goku's son. No. Impossible. Gohan, run. Run. All three figures froze, stunned by the overwhelming energy surging from the child. Beep. Beep. His battle power, it surged to 1307. Raditz stared dumbfounded at the scouter's display. Even Goku and Piccolo, hearing the number, stood paralyzed, eyes wide, breath suspended. You will not hurt my father. Ah. Gohan's aura continued to escalate. Writhing heat distorted the air around him. With a thunderous push, he shot forward like a comet. Raditz, still reeling, failed to evade, and took the full impact square in the chest, his armor fracturing inward. Gohan landed beside Goku. Seeing his father alive, tears welled in his eyes as he choked out, Dad. Daddy. Gohan, run. Goku lifted his head, voice ragged, limbs too broken to rise. Beep. Beep. Strange, now it reads just one. Battle power fluctuates wildly with emotion. Raditz clutched his abdomen and advanced toward Gohan. Such a brat deserves death. With one brutal punch, he sent Gohan flying, tumbling across the ground before collapsing unconscious. Gohan! Goku cried out in anguish. As Raditz strode forward again, Goku dragged himself forward, pleading, No. Please. You mean I shouldn't waste time on a mere child? Foolishness. This boy's power already surpasses yours. I must eliminate him now, while he lacks control. Rest assured you'll soon reunite, in the afterlife. Ha ha ha. Raditz sneered down at Goku. Yeah. Huh. Just as Raditz gathered energy to strike Goku lunged upward, clamping Raditz from behind in a desperate iron grip. Weakened by Gohan's earlier assault, Raditz struggled futilely to break free. Damn it. Let go. Let go. Release me, you wretch. Piccolo, use that technique. Now. I foresaw this very moment. I've been preparing since the start. Ha ha ha. Just a little more time. Why didn't you grab his tail, eh? Because Saiyans can sever their own tails at will. You knew that, didn't you? So you knew all along. Piccolo, hurry. Act now. Damn it. My power has been steadily declining since that brat struck me. Don't be foolish. Holding me means your death too. Let go. Yeah. I willingly die with you. What did you say? Have you lost your mind? If this is the only way to defeat you, Goku, I won't hold back. Killing you alongside me is no tragedy. It's a gift. Piccolo chuckled darkly. Leave it to me. Your friends will surely gather the Dragon Balls to revive you. Piccolo, now? While I still hold him. Strike. You let go. Quick, strike. Beep. Heavens. His technique's power reads 1480. Raditz staggered, his knees buckling under the scouter's damning redoubt. Desperation cracked his voice. Kakarot. Let go. I beg you. I swear. I'll never return to this planet. Let go. Let go. Do you think I'd fall for that twice? This time I speak truth. Believe me, Kakarot. Let go. Let go. Piccolo, strike now. Forgive the wait, Goku. Prepare yourself. Piccolo's attack reached its zenith. Twin fingers, index and middle, blazed with compressed, searing energy. A radiant sphere pulsed violently, crackling with arcs of white lightning. Strike. Wait. Makankasapo. Stop. A blinding beam pierced Raditz and Goku, ripping through their chests, then carving a molten channel through the distant hillside before vanishing into the horizon. I cannot accept this. To fall to such lowly beings. Raditz lay prone, gasping in shallow, ragged breaths. Huff, huff. You earned this fate. Piccolo approached slowly. That fool Kakarot sacrificed his life for Earthlings. Pathetic. Humph. Idiot. He'll be revived soon enough. What did you say? This world possesses mystical artifacts called Dragon Balls. Gather 7, summon the eternal dragon, and grant any wish, even resurrection. Damn you. You've given me good news indeed. My 2 comrades light years away in deep space have already heard everything since yesterday. Once they learn I fell to you, they'll descend without mercy, not just upon you, but upon every human on this planet. None shall survive. Then I'll be resurrected with those Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha. And reign anew. What a... Those 2, when will they arrive? Goku strained to lift his head, voice barely a whisper. 1 year. In 12 months your victory will be 0. Savor these fleeting days. Your triumph is brief. Soon you'll be crushed beneath their feet like ants. Raditz laughed smug once more. Yeah. Piccolo could endure no more. His finger lanced through Raditz's skull. Raditz died instantly. On Baozi Mountain, Shishi sat inside the house mending son Wukong's martial arts uniform. Gohan must be having a wonderful time on Turtle Island. I wonder how well they're getting along. Surely there's no cause for concern, he's such a polite boy. Hee hee, I wish I'd gone with him when I knew he'd be away so long. A plane descended before the gate. Ox King had arrived. Gohan, it's Dad. Shishi hurried outside. Where's that boy Gohan? Gohan, Grandpa brought you so many gifts. Come out quickly. Bypassing Chi-Chi, Ox King strode straight to the doorway in search of Gohan, but his massive frame jammed firmly in the entrance. Haha, Dad. Seeing this, Shishi's heart swelled with warmth. Well, then we should be near the area now. Bulma gazed down from the plane at the landscape below and said to Master Roshi and Krillin, this must be the place. Roshi and Krillin pressed their faces against the window, scanning the ground for Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Huh, there are people down there. Several figures are lying motionless on the ground. Quick, let's descend and investigate. Finally dead. At least he stopped prattling on before the end. Piccolo confirmed Raditz' death and exhaled in relief, then turned to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, the enemy is slain. As he spoke, Piccolo glanced upward. Another plane was descending Bulma's aircraft. That figure standing there, it's Piccolo. Krillin murmured softly, noting that only Piccolo remained upright. What on earth happened here? Upon seeing Sun Wukong's allies arrive, Piccolo ceased addressing Sun Wukong and turned aside to recover his strength. Far beyond at the edge of the cosmos lay a ravaged planet. Scorched earth, collapsed buildings, and raging fires marked the aftermath of brutal combat. In a dense jungle beside a quiet stream, two figures sat on the ground, eating roasted meat from an unknown beast. That worthless Raditz is dead. Pathetic fool. How disgraceful. Slain by someone with a mere combat power of 1,000. So what shall we do now? Shall we depart for Earth? Raditz whispered something intriguing before dying. Was it the Dragon Balls? Yes, their magic grants any wish. Then let us depart immediately. Shall we resurrect Raditz? Don't be absurd. I refuse to revive such useless trash. Instead, let us wish for immortality, eternal life. What do you think? With endless lifespans, we could savor battle forever. Ha! What a brilliant idea. Ha! Ha! And thus the matter stands. Piccolo recounted the battle's events to Master Roshi and the others. Ah, I see. Goku. Goku. Pull yourself together, Goku. Krillin shouted desperately at Sun Wukong. Gohan's unharmed. He's merely fainted. He'll be fine. Bulma lifted the sleeping Gohan into her arms as he breathed deeply and peacefully. I won. Now I won't have to face Shishi's scolding. Goku. Krillin grasped Sun Wukong's hand tightly. Krillin. Death truly is loathsome. Yes, What nonsense are you spouting, Goku? You must pull through. Those words don't sound like you at all. This time, it really seems hopeless. You needn't worry. We'll revive you instantly using the Dragon Balls. I entrust it to you. Sun Wukong closed his eyes and perished. Goku. Goku. Beyond Earth upon the moon, Shang Yun sat cross-legged in midair, palms pressed together, eyes shut tight, levitating 10 meters above the lunar surface. Astonishingly, he sustained perfect stillness using the flight technique, even as the moon orbited Earth. A shimmering aura enveloped him, the signature effect of the martial art, Zen meditation void spirit domain. As the moon rotated, Shang Yun remained perpetually sunward-facing, yet sunlight striking his aura was absorbed entirely, casting a perfect circular shadow upon the moon behind him. Clearly, Shang Yun was refining the technique, Zen meditation void spirit domain. As if sensing something, Shang Yun's brow furrowed faintly within the aura, his chi momentarily destabilized. Just as his eyelids began to lift a soft light, 3 chi above his head flickered sharply, whereupon his expression eased, his aura steadied, and all turbulence vanished as though nothing had occurred. The gentle luminescence lingered steadily, 3 chi above his crown, intricate patterns on his aura grew sharper, coalescing faintly yet unmistakably into the looming visage of a fearsome divine beast. Indeed, Bulma's estimate had been accurate. For the former Shang Yun, those provisions would have lasted only half a year. Yet now, having broken through to the refining the void and merging with the Tao realm, he drew nourishment directly from the internal chi stored within his dantian, slowing hunger, gradually purifying meridians and bones, and enhancing innate constitution. His need for sustenance had thus diminished markedly, not to mention his ample supply of senzu beans. On that distant planet, 2 Scions finished off the last surviving humans and approached their spacecraft. 1 point warrants attention. Kakarot's son possesses combat power far exceeding that of Scion children his age, abnormally so. Indeed, but did we perhaps mishear? No mistake, we heard clearly. Raditz suffered critical injury precisely because that child struck him. Evidently, crossbreeding scion bloodlines with Earthlings yields hybrid offspring of extraordinary power. Super scion. I see. Then let us propagate our lineage on Earth. Thus reviving the scion race's golden age will no longer be a dream. Don't jest. Once those brats mature, the balance of power will shift, and we will be the ones who die. You raise a valid point. In any case, every human on Earth deserves annihilation. 3 days will suffice to eradicate them all. Until then, let us sleep deeply. It's been ages since we've closed our eyes. Indeed, it has. As they spoke, both climbed aboard their spacecraft, sealed the hatches, and ascended slowly, then blazed with searing light hurtling from the planet toward distant Earth. Goku, 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 you cannot die. Bulma and the others wept uncontrollably over Sun Wukong's body, only to watch stunned as it began to fade away. It vanished. Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. I understand now. That meddling Kami is behind this. Only he possesses such power across the entire world. Piccolo watched intrigued, then paused in thought before scoffing. TCH, that wretch. No doubt he's scheming some trivial manipulation involving Sun Wukong. Again, what trivial manipulation? What then does the god of Earth truly intend? Yet if it is the god's doing, we need not fear. No matter what, we must locate the remaining 6 Dragon Balls to revive Goku. Krillin picked up Gohan's hat, which had fallen to the ground, and gazed at the 4-star Dragon Ball embroidered upon it, murmuring to himself. How utterly annoying. Yamcha always vanishes at the most critical moments. Where on earth could he have run off to? Bulma grumbled as she held Gohan in her arms. Didn't you yourself forbid him from coming? Krillin stared blankly at Bulma. Yes, but how then did Goku's elder brother instantly discern our exact location? How strange. Because he bears a peculiar device upon his face, one capable of detecting both the strength and position of adversaries. Piccolo, now cloaked in his flowing cape, spoke calmly. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Bulma handed Gohan to Master Roshi and gestured for Krillin to retrieve the battle scanner from Raditz's face. Bulma withdrew her portable toolkit, carefully dismantled the battle scanner, and examined its intricate internal structure. What an astonishing device. Though damaged with minor repairs, it should function once more. Her eyes gleamed with fascination at the device's exquisite craftsmanship. Wow, Bulma, you're incredible, Krillin exclaimed in awe. It's nothing special. They'll take it back and modify it. Perhaps then we can pinpoint Yamcha's, Master Roshi's, and even Yajirobe's locations. Regardless, let us return to Turtle Island first. Remaining here serves no purpose, Master Roshi suggested. Very well. I shall resume my search for the Dragon Balls later. Piccolo the Demon King, what are your intentions? All 3 turned toward Piccolo, only to behold him slowly raising the ragged stump where his arm had been severed, raw flesh, ruptured vessels, and frayed tendons still exuding faint wisps of white vapor. His body trembled faintly beneath the agony. Gritting his teeth against the torment, Piccolo channeled his inner energy to initiate self-repair. At the wound's edge, cells surged into rapid division and proliferation. A soft emerald luminescence flickered across the site, like countless tiny spirits laboring in unison. At first, delicate granulation tissue cautiously emerged, interweaving and coiling until they formed the nascent outline of an arm. Gradually, skeletal architecture began assembling within the tender mass, emitting subtle rhythmic click-click sounds, as though a master architect were erecting a flawless framework. Capillaries unfurled like fine, intricate networks along the emerging limbs' pathways, delivering ceaseless streams of vital energy and nourishment to the burgeoning tissues. Muscle fibers aligned and wove themselves with meticulous precision, sharpening the limb's contours and steadily restoring its latent power. Finally, skin, smooth and supple as jade-green silk, gently draped itself over the new limb, seamlessly enshrouding every regenerated element. In the end, a fully formed arm stood anew. Piccolo flexed it, joints, fluid muscles taut with renewed vigor. Bulma and the others recoiled in shock. It's just like a lizard's tail, Krillin whispered. You may pursue the Dragon Balls as you wish. Even the god of Earth, for all his might, cannot resurrect the dead. Yet, I shall take Goku's son with me. Arms crossed, Piccolo regarded them coldly. What do you mean to do? Krillin immediately stepped forward, shielding Gohan. I know. You plan to devour him, don't you? Preposterous. What possible purpose would that serve? Piccolo roared, stung by the accusation. Then what do you intend? Bulma too moved protectively before Gohan. This boy, Gohan, once rigorously trained, will stand beside us against the approaching Saiyots. That seems unwise. Shouldn't we first seek consent from Gohan's mother? We have neither time nor patience for such formalities. Hesitate further, and I shall slay you first, then claim him. 1 year hence, I shall bring the child to you. If Goku returns to life, convey this message: await me, quietly and obediently. With that, Piccolo extended a finger toward Gohan, cradled in Master Roshi's arms. Gohan floated gently upward, then settled into Piccolo's grasp. Without another word, Piccolo turned and soared away. What now? I refuse to handle this. It's none of my concern. Gohan is doomed. Even if he survives, he'll surely become a delinquent. Goku and Chi-Chi will be absolutely furious in the yellow springs of the underworld. Form orderly lines. Enter with decorum. You there? No cutting. Single file only. No double rows. A spectral warden bellowed through a megaphone, directing the flow of souls along the yellow springs path. Nearby in the hall of Yama, the colossal King Yama sat upon his throne, reviewing the book of life and death, while beside him stood the god of earth and sun, Goku, halo-crowned. This is the matter at hand, your majesty. I've brought him forth to humbly request permission for his training under King Kai. Son Goku. His deeds are indeed extraordinary. He merits ascent to heaven. Yet why risk the perilous serpent path? Is meeting King Kai truly so urgent? King Yama observed Goku's entry in the book of life and death. Indeed. So, all who perish arrive here. Goku glanced around the surreal underworld. Correct. And extraterrestrial beings. Likewise. Upon death, all souls report here for judgment, determining whether they ascend to heaven or descend to hell. Your majesty, before I arrived, did a being named Raditz pass through? Goku asked directly. Show proper respect. The god of earth hastily intervened. Raditz? Yes, he passed through. He is your brother, and has already been consigned to hell. King Yama flipped through the book until he located Raditz's page. Did he cause trouble? Naturally, but I subdued him myself. Whoa. Then you must be incredibly powerful to restrain him. Goku beamed, turning excitedly to the god of earth. I think I'll train right here instead. Your voice is far too loud. Such disrespect toward his majesty is unacceptable. The god of earth urgently hushed Goku's outburst, then leaned close and whispered, Be silent. King Kai surpasses even his majesty in strength. Remember that. God of earth. I heard every word. What? You heard. Upon your death I shall sentence you to hell. Forgive me, your majesty. I had no idea you'd overhear. I stand in awe of your hell air. Please grant me mercy. The god of earth hastily offered flustered apologies, while Goku merely observed him impassively, neither startled nor impressed. Son Goku, do you possess no sense of humor? King Yama asked, puzzled. Very well. If you insist on meeting King Kai, proceed then. Wait beyond that gate. I shall dispatch an escort shortly. Understood. Goku sprinted toward the exit. But heed this warning. If you fall from the serpent path, I bear no responsibility for the consequences. Understood. Goku, persevere. Your success hinges entirely upon this year's cultivation. Yes, I may not yet grasp the full meaning, but I vow to meet King Kai. Farewell, god of earth, and please convey my regards to Mr. Popo. The fate of earth is truly dire, having attracted the attention of such tenacious individuals. I fear this is a moment of life and death. Those two scions are incredibly strong. Even if we were to request the dragon to eliminate them, it is doubtful whether the dragon possesses the power to do so. After receiving guidance from Lord Kai, how much stronger can Sun Wukong become? Alas, the only hope we have left is Sun Wukong's son Gohan. No matter how much Piccolo trains him, time is ultimately needed. As for Shang Yun, he's gone to train on the moon. Who knows when he will return? Yesterday, I sensed his energy fluctuating wildly. I wonder what technique he is practicing. Previously, Shang Yun's strength was similar to that of Sun Wukong. I wonder how much he can improve in a year. He's been in seclusion for far too long. I hope he can arrive in time. If Sun Wukong and he join forces, our chances of success should increase. The heavenly god gazed at the disappearing Sun Wukong at the doorway, lost in thought, murmuring to himself. So noisy. Do you think I can't hear you? Get out of here. Don't be a hindrance. King Yin slammed the table and shouted at the heavenly god. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm leaving. The heavenly god was startled by the loud shout and hurriedly bowed to King Yin, awkwardly laughing as he ran away. Thank you for waiting. Now I will take you to the head of the Serpent Road. The Serpent Road is quite treacherous. Is your body still in good health? If not, it will be very difficult to traverse. The ghostly assistant said to Sun Wukong while driving. Well, I don't really know. After death, one can't exactly claim to be in good health, right? May I ask what kind of person Lord Kai is? Haha, that's a good question. Lord Kai is the greatest deity, the most remarkable god. Oh, then he must be very strong, isn't he? This will definitely be known by Shishi. Krillin, I think you should tell Shishi. He'll go. I've heard Shishi is a very strict mother. She will surely beat you to death. The ghostly assistant brought Sun Wukong to the front of a massive serpentine head. The body of the serpent extended endlessly behind it, hidden in the clouds with no end in sight. All right, we've arrived. Is this the serpent road? Yes, start from the serpent's head, do not turn, and walk to the end to see where Lord Kai resides. Wow, it's so long. Of course, it is said this path is 1 million kilometers long. 1 million kilometers. Has anyone succeeded in walking it? Well, it seems that 100 million years ago, only King Yen succeeded. Is he that uncle? Since someone has managed to complete it, I believe I can too if I give it my all. Just remember not to fall below the clouds, for beneath them lies hell. If you fall, it's all over, you won't return. Oh, I should have brought food with me. Don't worry, you're already dead and the soul doesn't get hungry. There's something I need to ask of you. What is it? Do you know about the fortune teller Granny? Oh, she comes around often. That's great. Next time she comes, please ask her to inform Master Roshi not to resurrect me within this year. Alright, I've noted that down. Thank you. So I just need to be careful not to fall off the serpent road, right? Yes. Sky dance technique. Sun Wukong used the sky dance technique to fly in a straight line, bypassing the serpent road. How cunning. The ghostly assistant watched as Sun Wukong disappeared, then turned around and drove away. The serpent road is a mysterious path leading to King Kai's planet, narrow and long, winding through the vast yellow springs and the cosmos, resembling a giant python suspended in the endless void. On either side lie bottomless abysses of hell. A single misstep could send one plummeting into an irretrievable fate. The surface of this road is also covered with strange energy fluctuations, posing a significant test to the stamina and spirit of those who run upon it. Sun Wukong flew for a while using the sky dance technique, but was soon suppressed by the power of the serpent road and had to land to run along it. At first, Wukong's steps were light and powerful, his body moving like a nimble leopard swiftly gliding across the serpent road. The road beneath trembled slightly, as if cheering for this brave warrior. His gaze was firmly fixed ahead, with a single belief in his heart to reach King Kai's planet as quickly as possible and grow stronger. However, as time passed, the power of the serpent road began to take its toll. That invisible energy fluctuation began to erode Wukong's body, making each step increasingly arduous. His breathing became rapid, sweat soaked his martial arts uniform, yet his eyes remained resolute. During his run, Sun Wukong encountered various sudden dangers. At one point, the serpent road suddenly shook violently, with massive cracks forming on the ground. Wukong's figure flashed effortlessly, leaping over the cracks, but immediately after, countless sharp stones rained down from the sky, battering him like raindrops. Calmly, Sun Wukong swiftly moved his hands, smashing the incoming stones one by one. But before he could catch his breath, a powerful gravitational force suddenly appeared ahead, attempting to pull him into the endless dark abyss. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his feet firmly planted on the ground, every muscle in his body bulging from the effort as he struggled to step forward one arduous step at a time. Despite the overwhelming difficulties, Sun Wukong never gave up. He continuously adjusted his breathing and rhythm, trying to find a breakthrough in this harsh environment. He remembered his Master Roshi and the days spent fighting alongside his friends. Those precious memories became the source of motivation for him to persevere. I cannot lose, I must protect everyone. Sun Wukong shouted in his heart, and unknowingly his speed increased once more. As time passed, Sun Wukong's stamina gradually wore thin. His steps became unsteady, and each stride felt as though he were expending all his strength. Yet just as he was about to collapse, he suddenly felt a mysterious force surging within him. It was the potential awakened by his desire to grow stronger and to protect his friends and family. Wukong's eyes shone with renewed light, as if a surge of power had once again erupted within him. Bolstered by this force, he sped along the serpent road like a gust of wind. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, Sun Wukong saw the distant King Kai's planet shining brightly. King Kai's planet floated in the depths of the vast universe, resembling a mysterious gem that existed in isolation. It was small in size, but emitted a unique and gentle glow. That light seemed alive, sketching the round contours of the planet against the backdrop of the endless dark universe. Sun Wukong's heart was filled with joy and excitement. Using the last ounce of his strength, he leaped toward King Kai's planet. However, just as he was about to reach it, a powerful gravitational force pulled him down onto King Kai's planet, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. Oh, smack. At the towering temple of the gods, the great god has already notified Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi Yamucha, and Krillin through Aki Luobe that they are to come to the temple for special training. Coincidentally, when Aki Luobe arrived at Kame House, the fortune teller Granny was also there, informing Master Rashi that their son Wukong's soul is training at the King Kai's place and should not be revived within a year. Shishi was initially furious that son Wukong had spent too much time playing with son Gohan, delaying his studies, and flew to Kame Island in a plane. The Bull Demon King, missing his little grandson, followed along. However, upon learning of son Wukong's death and that son Gohan had been taken away by Piccolo, Shishi let out a scream and fainted in the Bull Demon King's arms. Seeing Shishi collapse, Krillin finally relaxed his tense heart, breathed a sigh of relief, greeted Master Rashi and Bulma, and then, following the indicators on the power detector, went to find Tianjin Fan and Yamucha. The great god and Mr. Popo assigned a series of training methods to Tianjin Fan and the others, appointing the hardworking and strict Tianjin Fan as the leader to train the other three. Standing on the platform of the Temple of the Gods, Tianjin Fan's gaze was firm and cold as he looked at the floating clouds on the horizon. He slowly spoke, "Everyone, we have only heard a little about the power of the Scions, but it is certain that our current strength is far from sufficient. This year will be a crucial period for our transformation." Krillin scratched his head, a hint of worry on his face. "Tianjin Fan, you are right. But can we really achieve enough improvement in such a short time? The Scions are a warrior race in the universe." Yamucha, crossing his arms, confidently said, "Humph, don't let others be bold and extinguish our own spirit. We are not weaklings. As long as we give our all this year, we will definitely achieve results." Jiaozi nodded silently beside them, softly saying, "Tianjin Fan, we will follow your arrangements. No matter how tough the training is, we will not back down." Tianjin Fan nodded slightly, turning to look deeper into the Temple of the Gods. "Then we will start with the basics of physical fitness and energy control. The great god has prepared some special training methods for us, and we must strictly follow them." As the first rays of sunlight poured over the Temple of the Gods, Tianjin Fan led everyone to begin physical training. "Run around the Temple of the Gods for 100 laps as a warm-up." Tianjin Fan issued the order. Yamucha's eyes widened. 100 laps. That's quite a number. Krillin, however, had already sprinted out. "Stop complaining, Yamucha. Let's get moving." Everyone had no choice but to follow Krillin's lead. At first, they could maintain a relatively fast pace, but as the laps increased, fatigue gradually set in. Yamucha panted and said, "I can't do it anymore. My legs feel like they're filled with lead." Tianjin Fan shouted from the side, "Hold on. If you give up now, how can we talk about fighting the Scions?" Jiaozi gritted his teeth. Although he was also exhausted, he still encouraged everyone, "Come on, we can do it." Thus, amidst the pouring sweat and continuous self-struggle, they finally completed the 100 laps of warm-up running. However, this was just the beginning. Next came high-intensity strength training. Tianjin Fan brought over huge stones. "Use your strength to lift these stones and hold them for an hour." Yamucha looked at the stones and said with a wry smile, "Tianjin Fan, are you trying to kill us?" But complaints aside, they all approached the stones and tried to lift them. Krillin's face turned red as he tightly gripped the stone and lifted it with all his might, shouting, "Ah!" With a loud shout, he finally lifted the stone, but his arms were trembling uncontrollably. Tianjin Fan effortlessly lifted a larger stone, saying, "While lifting this is not only a test of strength, but also a training of your endurance and willpower." After a period of physical training, Tianjin Fan realized that energy control was equally vital for enhancing strength. "Now we will learn how to control our chi more precisely," Tianjin Fan said. He first demonstrated by gathering his chi in the palm of his hand, forming a small energy ball that emitted a stable and bright blue light. Krillin looked on curiously. "Tianjin Fan, this is so difficult. I can never control it properly." Tianjin Fan walked over to Krillin, saying, "You must feel the chi within you as you would feel your heartbeat. Then slowly guide it and concentrate it at one point." Yamucha tried beside them, but the chi he gathered was always unstable, fluctuating between large and small and eventually dissipating. "Why is this so hard?" Jiaozi closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and gradually gathered his chi according to Tianjin Fan's guidance. Although the energy ball he gathered was very small, it was relatively stable. "Yamucha, don't rush, take your time." Tianjin Fan looked at them and encouraged everyone, "Don't lose heart. This requires time and patience. Only by mastering energy control can we unleash greater power in battle." Through continuous practice and attempts, they gradually gained some understanding of energy control, able to gather their chi more stably and conduct some simple energy attack exercises. As the training deepened, practical combat drills became an important part of the training. Tianjin Fan divided everyone into two groups. Yamucha and I will be one group, Krillin and Jiaozi will be the other. We will conduct a practical combat drill. Remember to apply everything you have learned in training. As the battle began, Yamucha quickly charged at Krillin, throwing a punch. Krillin dodged to the side and countered with an energy wave. Yamucha jumped up to avoid it while launching his own Wolf Fang fist, sending waves of fist wind slicing towards Krillin. While dodging, Krillin shouted, "Yamucha, your punches are still too slow." On the other side, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were also engaged in fierce combat. Tianjin Fan, leveraging his advantage as a three-eyed tribe member, could better predict Jiaozi's movements. Jiaozi, on the other hand, utilized his agile and nimble form, constantly darting around Tianjin Fan, looking for opportunities to attack. Jiaozi, your attacks are too one-dimensional. It's easy for your opponent to see through them, Tianjin Fan reminded. Jiaozi flipped in midair, changing his attack pattern, kicking from below. Tianjin Fan caught the kick with both hands and then threw Jiaozi away. During the practical drills, everyone continuously discovered their shortcomings and worked hard to improve through mutual communication and learning. In addition to physical fitness, energy, and practical combat skills, training Tianjin Fan understood the importance of mental will in battle. In addition to physical training, energy control, and combat techniques, the celestial being also devised methods to strengthen the mental will of Tianjin Fan and the others. The four of them understood well the importance of mental will in battle. When facing the powerful Scions, we must not be governed by fear. We must forge our mental will, ensuring we remain calm and resolute in any situation, Tianjin Fan stated. Mr. Popo led everyone to a tranquil place within the Celestial Palace, surrounded by ancient runes and an aura of mystery. Now we will meditate here, clearing our minds of distractions and focusing solely on our inner selves and our goals. Yamucha frowned. Meditation. That sounds rather dull. Krillin, however, sat down earnestly, saying, "Yamucha, don't underestimate meditation. It could be immensely beneficial for us." Everyone sat down and began to meditate. At first, various thoughts flooded their minds. Fear of the Scions, longing for family and friends, and fatigue from training. But as time passed, they gradually learned to control their thoughts, and their hearts became increasingly calm and steadfast. After one session of meditation, Jiaozi opened his eyes with a newfound depth, saying, "I feel as if my inner strength has grown stronger." Tianjin Fan nodded. Indeed, this is the power of meditation. We must continually engage in such training until our mental will is unbreakable. However, the path of cultivation was not smooth sailing. As time went on, they each encountered bottlenecks. Krillin faced an insurmountable obstacle in energy control. No matter how much he practiced, he could not elevate his energy to a new level. Feeling somewhat dejected, he sat in a corner of the Celestial Palace, saying, "Is this all I can ever achieve?" Tianjin Fan approached him, patting his shoulder. "Krillin, bottlenecks are something every cultivator encounters. Don't give up. Let's brainstorm some solutions together." Yamucha also found himself in a bind regarding combat techniques, realizing he kept making mistakes with the same moves and struggled to discover new breakthroughs. Am I just not suited for battle? Yamucha questioned himself. Tianjin Fan looked at him seriously and said, "Yamucha, don't say such defeatist things. When we face difficulties, we must overcome them. We can learn from each other and draw on each other's strengths." Thus, they began to reassess their training methods and share experiences with one another. Krillin consulted Tianjin Fan about the details of energy control, while Tianjin Fan sought inspiration from Yamucha's combat experience, and Jiaozi shared his insights on cultivating mental will. Through everyone's joint efforts, Krillin finally broke through the bottleneck in energy control, significantly increasing his energy. Yamucha also discovered new combat strategies, making his techniques more flexible and varied. As the day of the Scion's arrival approached, their training in the Celestial Palace entered its final sprint. Tianjin Fan looked at his companions who had shown marked improvement, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Everyone, over the past year of training, we have put in a lot of sweat and effort. Though we do not know how powerful the Scions truly are, we are no longer the same as we were a year ago. Krillin clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. That's right, we must defend Earth and not allow our home to be destroyed. Yamucha also spoke with fighting spirit. Let those Scions see the strength of Earth warriors. Jiaozi waved his little fists beside them, saying, "We can definitely do it." In these final days, they continued to reinforce their training results, constantly honing their physical strength, energy control, combat techniques, and mental will. They poured their last drops of blood within the Celestial Palace, making the most thorough preparations for the impending life-and-death battle, filled with love for Earth and unwavering determination for victory, awaiting the arrival of the seethes. On the moon, Shang Yun, enveloped in an energy shield, sat cross-legged with hands joined his mind in meditation as the faint light above him became increasingly difficult to perceive. Just recently, on the night of the full moon, when the bright moonlight bathed Shang Yun, he felt his spirit ascending like a clear spring, gradually rising to the void above him, filling his heart with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and rationality, his emotions under his control, like docile sheep, no longer reckless. Grateful and content, Shang Yun appreciated the universe's revelations and felt gratified by his perseverance. The deeper his cultivation of Zen heart, 3 feet of divinity, the fainter the light orb above him became, until it completely merged into the void, marking the completion of his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Combat skill Zen heart, 3 feet of divinity, has reached full mastery. Ding! Friendly reminder: gaining power through emotion is ultimately not the right path. Before achieving full mastery of Zen heart, 3 feet of divinity, please use caution lest you lose control of your emotions and suffer backlash, falling into the demonic path. Oh, it seems the risk of falling into darkness has increased again. It's true that one cannot blindly pursue power. Son Gohan, a kind-hearted child endowed with Saiyan blood, was led by Piccolo on a path of cultivation filled with thorns and challenges. Oh, I think you already know your father is dead. Dad, wow. Upon hearing the news of Goku's death, Son Gohan was at a loss, bursting into tears. Shut up. Stop crying. Piccolo shouted impatiently. Goku's companions will gather the Dragon Balls to revive him. In a year 2, even stronger Saiyans will come to Earth. I need to train you to become a powerful warrior to resist the seethes. Oh, me? I can't fight. I've never trained. My dream is to become a great scholar. That's fine. Once we defeat the seethes, you can become anything you want. Piccolo picked up Son Gohan and tossed him toward a nearby mountain, saying, "Don't underestimate yourself. Let me show you just how terrifying your potential is." Oh, Son Gohan, suddenly thrown toward the mountain, closed his eyes in fear, shouting to mask his anxiety. However, in an instant his inner anger was ignited, and with clenched fists, energy waves emanated from his body, striking the mountain with a tremendous crash, shattering it to pieces. Oh, this little guy's power exceeds my expectations. Piccolo was astonished, gazing at the flattened mountain. Did you see that? That's your potential. Now let's begin training. Piccolo walked over slowly and picked up Son Gohan, who had returned to normal and fallen to the ground. Wait. I'm hungry. What a hassle. Under duress, Piccolo prepared grilled fish for Son Wukong, carefully dividing it into small pieces. Wukong, from today onwards your training will be akin to hell. Piccolo's stern face showed no signs of wavering, and an air of authority seemed to emanate from his dark green skin. He stood atop a towering sand dune, his figure appearing particularly resolute against the raging winds and swirling sands, like an immovable statue. The training grounds Piccolo arranged for Son Wukong were off in the vast, scorching deserts. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, resembling a gigantic fireball, radiating endless fury, pouring down scorching rays without restraint. The endless dunes shimmered in the sunlight, dazzlingly golden like a sea of gold, yet also resembling a merciless purgatory. The howling winds surged past, whipping up clouds of yellow sand akin to ferocious beasts rampaging through the sandy ocean, where waves of sand rolled and obscured the skies, plunging the entire desert into chaos and haze. Son Wukong gazed at the terrifying desert before him, his small face filled with fear and unease. Uncle Piccolo, this desert is so hot I feel like I can't breathe. His voice was weak and powerless against the howling winds, nearly drowned out by the sound of the sandstorm. However, Piccolo remained unmoved, his gaze cold and resolute. If you can't endure this heat, facing the seethes will leave you with no escape. Here you must learn to find water sources and discern directions. These are the basic skills for survival in the desert. After a period of physical training, Piccolo abandoned Son Wukong in the depths of the desert and disappeared. Wukong stood alone in the sea of sand, surrounded by silence and desolation. He looked up at the sky, where the relentless sun scorched him, as if trying to extract every drop of moisture from his body. His throat was parched, burning like fire, and each swallow brought excruciating pain. The scorching sand beneath his feet felt like hot coals, making it seem as if he was stepping on embers. Son Wukong's steps grew heavier each stride, feeling as though he was exerting all his strength. But recalling Piccolo's words, he steeled his resolve and began to search for possible water sources based on his fragmented memory. He struggled to climb the dunes, the fierce winds whipping the yellow sand against his face, causing him pain. His eyes could only squint into a narrow slit, desperately searching for even a hint of a clue in his blurred vision. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally discovered a small patch of damp sand in the shadow of a dune. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he hurriedly crouched down, digging with his hands. Sweat soaked his clothes, streaming down his cheeks and dropping onto the yellow sand where it was instantly absorbed. After a long and arduous digging effort, he finally unearthed a small amount of murky water. Sun Wukong eagerly cupped the water in his hands, disregarding the mud and sand within, and drank it down in one go. Though the water was murky, it was like a sweet rain, barely sustaining his energy and allowing him to escape from this desert predicament. Piccolo had been observing Sun Wukong from the sky, and after he escaped danger, Piccolo brought him to a dark valley where towering peaks loomed and jagged cliffs resembled fierce beasts overlooking everything in the valley. The valley was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere, eerie and terrifying. When the massive beast exuding a menacing aura appeared before Wukong, its enormous body nearly filled half the valley. The beast's eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, exhaling waves of hot air, its sharp claws scratching deep marks into the ground, producing a chilling sound. Sun Wukong stood before the beast, his legs trembling involuntarily. "Uncle Piccolo, I'm so scared." His voice trembled noticeably. "Wukong, this is your opponent. Do not expect me to assist you," Piccolo said coldly from the side. He stood atop a giant rock, arms crossed over his chest, his expression serious and stern, quietly watching Wukong and the beast. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, gathering his courage to charge at the beast. At first, his attacks were chaotic, each punch laced with hesitation and fear. The beast easily dodged his strikes, then suddenly swung a claw, creating a whistling sound. Sun Wukong narrowly dodged to the side, the sharp claw grazing his body. "Focus and observe its movements," Piccolo shouted loudly. His voice echoed in the valley like a clap of thunder, reaching Sun Wukong's ears. Wukong struggled to calm himself and began to pay attention to the beast's attack patterns. He noticed that the beast would crouch slightly before each attack, so he patiently waited for the opportunity. Finally, after the beast missed its strike, Sun Wukong seized the moment, channeling all his strength for a powerful attack. His fist struck with a whoosh, landing a heavy blow on the beast's vital spot. The beast let out a painful roar, its massive body swaying a few times before crashing to the ground. Sun Wukong looked at the fallen beast, his heart a mix of emotions. There was joy in overcoming an opponent, but also a reflection on the harshness of this training. The arduous training during this time transformed Sun Wukong from an innocent child into a strong warrior. Throughout this challenging journey, he continually pushed his limits, both physically and mentally. And all of this was to ensure that when the impending crisis of the Seance arrived, he could protect the Earth and his loved ones, giving him a shred of confidence and courage when facing this formidable enemy. As time passed, Sun Wukong continued to grow under Piccolo's training. Their training scenes frequently changed, sometimes in the wild under fierce storms where icy rain lashed him like bullets, and the muddy ground made each step incredibly difficult, at other times in the silent, deep night forest where darkness concealed various unknown dangers. Eerie sounds echoed, testing Wukong's courage and vigilance. During one training session in the forest, Piccolo set a trap, tasking Wukong with finding a mysterious orb hidden within the forest that contained immense energy. Stepping into that deep forest felt like entering a realm of demons. Twisting ancient vines coiled like giant snakes, shadowy trees concealed lurking spirits, and the swamp resembled a monstrous beast ready to swallow him whole, while hidden scorpions posed lethal threats. Danger lurked everywhere, chilling to the bone. Sun Gohan weaved through the dense woods where towering trees loomed overhead, their intertwining branches and leaves obscuring the sky, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through, creating patches of illumination. The layer of decaying leaves underfoot piled up like a mountain, exuding a pungent odor, and with each step it felt as though he were sinking into a swamp. Suddenly, Sun Gohan sensed a powerful aura surging nearby. He cautiously halted, scanning his surroundings. At that moment, a gigantic spider monster slowly descended from the tree. Its body was as large as a house, its furry legs scraping against the trunk, producing a rustling sound, and its 8 eyes glimmered with an eerie light. "Gohan, this is one of the trials you must face in your training. You must conquer it to obtain the orb," Piccolo's voice echoed from the depths of the forest. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, no longer filled with the initial fear, but rather imbued with determination. He boldly launched an attack against the spider monster, cleverly dodging its strikes, using the environment of the forest while searching for its vulnerabilities. After an intense battle, Sun Gohan finally discovered the spider monster's weakness and delivered a fatal blow, successfully obtaining the mysterious orb and completing this training trial. The sky of King Kai's planet was a splendid sight, with radiant bands of colorful energy crisscrossing like a painting whimsically crafted by the gods. From time to time, shooting stars streaked across the sky, trailing long tails that momentarily illuminated the entire expanse before vanishing, leaving behind a fleeting yet brilliant memory of light. On this mysterious planet, it felt as if every inch of space was infused with rich, peculiar energy for cultivators to absorb. As soon as Sun Wukong arrived on King Kai's planet, he was weighed down by the planet's gravity, making it difficult for him to move. His soul form initially struggled to adapt, staggering with each step as if battling against an invisible force. At that moment, a short, peculiar figure appeared before him, that of King Kai. King Kai had long ears and a lively tail, and his eyes revealed deep wisdom and authority. Sun Wukong, you reckless fool, though your courage is commendable, you are far too heedless of the consequences. King Kai's voice resonated deeply within Sun Wukong's soul. Sun Wukong scratched his head, revealing his signature goofy smile. Lord King Kai, the situation was dire at that moment. All I thought about was preventing Raditz from continuing his evil deeds. Around King Kai's residence were two unique pets. One was a massive babirusa as large as a mountain, its thick fur glittering in the light of King Kai's planet. The other was a fierce rabbit-like creature, the Giragrili, with eyes as red as flames bouncing around, as if emanating a fierce aura. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, they exhibited wary expressions. The babirusa let out a deep growl that seemed to shake the ground. The Giragrili hopped around, baring its fangs in an attempt to intimidate the unexpected visitor. Sun Wukong was undeterred by their hostility. He understood that animals could be touched by sincerity. He slowly crouched down, emanating a warm aura of goodwill, his gaze filled with gentleness and friendliness. The babirusa sensed this sincerity and gradually calmed down its large nostrils, now exhaling steadily. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong gently approached, extending his hand to cautiously stroke the babirusa's fur. The babirusa closed its eyes in comfort, emitting a low rumble from its throat, as if expressing enjoyment. The Giragrili, witnessing this scene, also softened its demeanor and curiously hopped over to King Kai's side, watching Sun Wukong with wide eyes. King Kai observed Sun Wukong's interaction with the pets, nodding slightly, feeling an increase in goodwill towards this earthling. Sun Wukong, now that you are here, you must train diligently. First, you must adapt to the gravity here. Only by firmly establishing your footing in this powerful gravitational environment can you pursue higher-level cultivation. King Kai said sternly. He informed Sun Wukong that the gravity on King Kai's planet was 10 times that of Earth, and that the planets where the Scions lived had the same gravity as King Kai's planet. This revelation filled Sun Wukong with pressure, and he began the arduous task of gravity adaptation training. He started with the most basic stance: legs slightly apart, knees bent, and struggled to adjust his center of gravity. Every second, he was engaged in a fierce battle against gravity, sweat trickling down his forehead. Although he was merely in a spiritual form, the fatigue and soreness were conveyed to his consciousness with startling clarity. Gradually, he managed to take a small step, then 2, 3. His figure moved slowly across the surface of King Kai's planet, each step leaving a deep imprint. As Sun Wukong gradually adapted to the gravity, King Kai began to teach him a powerful technique, the Kaioken. This Kaioken can instantly enhance your combat power with a multiplier depending on your own abilities, but each increment will heavily burden your body. When executing it, you must concentrate all your energy, unleashing power from your dantian while maintaining a calm mindset, otherwise it is easy to be backfired by the power. King Kai explained in detail while personally demonstrating. A faint glow enveloped King Kai's body, his aura instantly heightened, and the surrounding air seemed to be compressed by a powerful force, producing a sizzling sound. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, filled with a yearning for this new technique. He immediately began to try as per King Kai's guidance. He first closed his eyes, calming his mind and feeling the flow of energy within his soul form. Then he gradually gathered his energy at the dantian, exerting force and shouting Kaioken. A surge of power erupted from within him, his hair blowing in the wind, and a faint glow appeared around his body. But in an instant, a wave of intense pain surged through his entire body, causing him to sway unsteadily, nearly falling. Haha, Sun Wukong, achieving such results on your first attempt is commendable, but you still need to practice continuously. King Kai encouraged. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and continued practicing repeatedly on King Kai's planet. With each attempt at the Kaioken, he felt the changes in power striving to allow his body and soul to better adapt to this overwhelming impact. As he delved deeper into the training of the Kaioken, Sun Wukong began to attempt increasing the multiplier. To execute a double Kaioken, he spent a considerable amount of time and energy. While practicing the double Kaioken, his body was under immense pressure, his muscles were tense, and his veins seemed on the verge of bursting. Yet relying on his indomitable willpower, he repeatedly pushed beyond his limits. While adapting to the planet's intense gravity and mastering the King Kai Fist, King Kai introduced Sun Wukong to another awe-inspiring technique, the Spirit Bomb. The Spirit Bomb is a supreme technique that gathers vital energy from all living beings across the cosmos. You must open your heart and perceive surrounding energies with absolute purity, be it mountains, rivers, grasses, trees, soaring birds, or leaping beasts. Each harbors the life-sustaining spirit energy. When you forge a spiritual bond with them, they will freely channel their energy into you. Seated atop his tiny mushroom-shaped house, King Kai explained patiently. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and followed King Kai's guidance, calming his mind to sense the subtle energy fluctuations permeating King Kai's planet. At first his thoughts swirled in chaos. He barely detected faint, elusive traces of energy, like distant whispering calls. Yet he refused to yield. He regulated his breath, settling his spirit into profound stillness. Gradually he sensed the rhythmic pulse of life emanating from nearby flora, their spirit energy flowing toward him like gentle, ceaseless streams. He raised his palms upward, striving to gather and condense this energy. Slowly a faint luminescence coalesced within his hands, unstable, yet undeniably the auspicious beginning of mastery. During breaks from training, Sun Wukong often conversed with King Kai, deeply curious about the sage's past and the ancient history of King Kai's planet. Lord King Kai, have you always dwelled upon this planet? Have you ever journeyed to Earth? Sun Wukong asked wide-eyed. Gazing into the distance, King Kai drifted into reverie. I have guarded this realm for eons upon King Kai's planet. Earth, I have observed it from afar, a vibrant, pulsating world brimming with life and vitality. Sun Wukong nodded, thoughtfully, memories of Earth's loved ones flooding his heart. I yearn to grow stronger, swiftly, so I may return and protect Earth. My friends await me there, I cannot let them suffer harm. Watching Sun Wukong's resolute gaze, King Kai smiled gently. So long as you persevere in cultivation, your wish shall surely be fulfilled. Days flowed onward. Sun Wukong's command of the King Kai Fist grew increasingly refined. He could now execute the one-fold King Kai Fist with remarkable ease. During one session, standing upon the vast plains of King Kai's planet, he drew a deep breath, his aura surging instantly. One-fold King Kai Fist. With a thunderous cry, radiant light flared around his form as immense power erupted forth. He moved with blinding speed, striking like gales, each blow tearing through the air with deafening, shrieking force. Yet he remained unsatisfied, his ambitions soared higher. He began striving to transcend into the twofold King Kai Fist. When unleashing it at full power, even space itself warped under the pressure of his overwhelming energy. His body strained under titanic stress, as if poised to shatter, but his eyes burned with unshakable resolve. Gritting his teeth, a single conviction echoed within to become stronger. Sun Wukong, do not rush your progress. Though your body and soul grow ever more formidable, cultivation obeys immutable natural law. King Kai cautioned gently from the side. Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, then gradually dissipated the King Kai Fist's energy. Lord King Kai, I understand. I simply wish to attain the strength to shield Earth, without delay. I fear returning too late, lest Earth fall to calamity. In spirit bomb training, Sun Wukong had also made tremendous strides. He discovered that when approaching the planet's life forms with sincerity, they willingly shared their spirit energy with him. He wandered among ancient forests, conversing with venerable trees and playful creatures alike. In his palms gathered a luminous sphere, a potent mystic orb radiating profound sovereign power. As he absorbed ever greater reserves of spirit energy, the orb swelled in size and brilliance. His interactions with King Kai's pets likewise deepened. He played simple games with Babulus, tossing stones back and forth to hone his reflexes. With a mighty swing of his colossal arm, Babulus hurled stones like cannonballs towards Sun Wukong, who nimbly leapt aside before snatching one up and hurling it back with precision. Gregret meanwhile clung to Sun Wukong, begging him to recount tales of Earth. Sun Wukong would sit upon the ground, vividly describing its majestic rivers and mountains, his cherished companions and legendary battles. Gregret listened rapt, eyes wide and unblinking, as though transported into Earth's wondrous realm. Earth must indeed be a land teeming with life and vitality, mused King Kai, moved by Sun Wukong's words. Yes, Lord King Kai. It is home to those I love and who love me. I will return. Sun Wukong clenched his fist tightly. Through relentless training and heartfelt exchange, Sun Wukong achieved not only staggering growth in power, but also profound maturity of spirit. He grasped that true strength serves not merely conquest but protection. Within cultivation, he learned to feel the sacred pulse of life. Through communion with King Kai's planet, he embraced harmony and symbiosis. This chapter of cultivation upon King Kai's planet would become the unshakable foundation upon which he'd confront far greater adversaries. Like a star forged in fire, he gleamed ever brighter, awaiting the moment he would blaze once more across Earth's skies. He knew his destiny remained unfinished, and this celestial sanctuary was but a pivotal waypoint along his eternal odyssey. Here beneath tenfold gravity, he would unearth the boundless potential slumbering within his soul, carrying King Kai's wisdom, newly mastered techniques, and the enduring bonds with his companions, back to Earth to vanquish the invading Scions. As time advanced, Sun Wukong's training on King Kai's planet entered an entirely new phase. His mastery of the King Kai fist had reached extraordinary heights. He could fluidly shift between one-fold and two-fold forms, and now pressed onward toward even greater multipliers. During one trial against the planet's savage storms, he unleashed the threefold King Kai fist, its colossal power manifesting as a shimmering barrier deflecting torrential rain, howling gales, and crackling lightning. Winds roared seeking to topple him, but he stood unwavering, a timeless monument upon King Kai's planet. In spirit bomb cultivation, Sun Wukong had grown adept at gathering the planet's ambient spirit energy and compressing it into a devastating concentrated sphere of power. In his conversations with the King of the Realm, Sun Wukong learned more about cosmic energy and soul cultivation. The King of the Realm told Sun Wukong that every soul of life contains immense energy, once awakened, and control that can break through one's limits. Sun Wukong began to delve deeply into the mysteries of soul energy, sitting alone on the mountain peak during the tranquil night on the King of the Realm's planet, meditating and contemplating, feeling the rhythm of his own soul. Sun Wukong's relationships with Baburus and Guregli grew increasingly close. Baburus became his training partner, using his immense strength to engage in combat training with Sun Wukong, helping him better master the application of power. Guregli, on the other hand, would accompany him during his soul energy training, using his unique perception abilities to protect Sun Wukong from external disturbances. Sun Wukong knew that the day of his return to Earth was drawing near. His heart was filled with longing for his family and friends, while also brimming with anticipation for the challenges ahead. Every moment of training on the King of the Realm's planet was dedicated to ensuring that when he returned to Earth, he would be able to defeat the invading Scions and protect all that he loved. In the depths of the mountains, far from the noise of the world, Piccolo was conducting an extremely rigorous special training session with the young but highly promising Son Gohan. The solitary peak pierced the sky, resembling a sword that shattered the heavens. Its cliff stood 1,000 feet tall, steep as if carved with jagged rocks like a giant axe. The peaks reached toward the heavens. Not a foot away, withered pines hang down against the sheer cliffs. The sparse pines, rooted in the crevices of the rocks, stood resilient against the biting north wind, their branches twisted and needles frosted. The summit touched the clouds, connecting with the heavens. Only the long wind howling past could be heard, making it seem even more lofty and perilous, like a giant independent from the world, witnessing the vicissitudes of time in this vast, desolate land, narrating endless solitude and pride. Gohan, if you wish to survive in this perilous world and protect all that you cherish, you must endure countless trials and overcome both your inner and physical limits. Piccolo's expression was stern, yet a glimmer of expectation for Gohan's future shone in his eyes. He suddenly waved his hands, fiercely lifting Son Gohan, as if he were a chick, and then using his waist and abdomen strength, he hurled Gohan toward a massive rock on the mountain peak. Gohan's small body helplessly tumbled through the air, accompanied by the whistling wind, and finally, with a thud, he heavily landed beside the boulder, kicking up a cloud of dust. As night fell like ink, the temperature at the mountain top plummeted sharply, and the cold wind became even more biting. Gohan, exhausted to the extreme, gradually closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Piccolo sat cross-legged, slowly rising into the air, hovering in the middle of the sky. His dark green body resembled a statue in the night, his cold gaze fixated on the sleeping Gohan below. Although a trace of reluctance stirred in his heart, he knew that only through such cruel trials could the power hidden deep within Gohan awaken. At this moment, a bright moon was quietly rising in the sky, full and bright, hanging serenely in the dark sky, its light cascading like a silver waterfall covering mountains and lakes. The earth seemed cloaked in a layer of dreamlike frost, every being revealed in this clear brilliance. The round silhouette resembled a jade plate meticulously carved by the hands of heaven, flawless and plump, breathtakingly beautiful, ensnaring one in a trance without awareness. In his dream, Gohan was awakened by the urge to urinate. Blinking drowsily, he stood up unsteadily. Without realizing it, he looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful force surged within him like a raging tide. The Scion bloodline seemed to be fully ignited by the light of the full moon, and the rays emitted from the moon acted like a key to unlock forbidden doors, directly reflecting into Gohan's eyes, then sweeping over his entire body through his furry tail. Gohan's body began to expand at an astonishing speed, muscles rapidly inflating like inflating balloons, and his bones crackled as if being reshaped. His eyes gradually filled with blood red, and a low wild roar escaped his mouth, transforming him into a gigantic and ferocious ape. Piccolo was startled by this sudden commotion, and when his gaze fell upon the towering Gohan, exuding an endless aura of ferocity and unprecedented panic surged in his heart. Wherever Gohan went, boulders were easily hurled aside, some even crushed to dust by his massive hands. The mountain peaks trembled violently under his rampage, as if they might collapse at any moment. This power is simply terrifying. If he continues to wreak havoc without restraint, Earth may be doomed before the Scions even arrive to invade. Piccolo's heart raced with urgency, his thoughts running wild like a runaway horse. Scenes of battling Raditz alongside Sun Wukong flashed through Piccolo's mind, and Raditz's arrogant, yet warning words echoed in his ears. On the night of the full moon is when Scions are at their strongest. At that time we will be invincible. At this moment, Piccolo realized that the root of all this lay in that damned moon and Gohan's tail. He knew he had to stop Gohan's crazy actions to save the Earth from peril. He darted through the air like a ghost, trying to find an opening in Gohan's attacks. However, after transforming into the ape, Gohan's power surged, and his attacks became utterly unpredictable. With every punch he threw, a howling wind followed the force of his massive fists, cleaving through the air, making it difficult for Piccolo to approach. As Piccolo drew near, he was forced to retreat repeatedly by Gohan's powerful shockwaves. Several times he barely escaped being struck by Gohan's arms, which were as thick as stone pillars. The consequences of being hit would be unimaginable. What to do? Is there really no way? Sweat beads formed on Piccolo's forehead, glistening like pearls under the moonlight. Piccolo spiraled rapidly in the air, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. His gaze occasionally fell upon the swaying tail behind Gohan, and a thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps by severing his tail, he could restore him to normal. However, Gohan was in a state of extreme fury, and forcibly severing his tail might severely injure him during his struggle and resistance. Piccolo's heart was torn in a fierce struggle, his hands unconsciously clenching and relaxing. Suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Only by destroying the moon can we perhaps completely sever the source of this power. Piccolo took a deep breath, slowly descending and firmly standing atop a massive rock on the mountain peak. He swiftly extended his hands forward, palms facing each other, as the energy within him converged towards his hands like a rushing river. A dazzling energy sphere rapidly formed in his palms, and as energy continued to pour in, the brilliance of the sphere intensified, ionizing the surrounding air with a crackling sound. A grave expression appeared on Piccolo's face. He gritted his teeth and let out a furious roar. Disperse. The shockwave surged forth like a lightning bolt, carrying a destructive force toward the sky, aiming directly at the high-hanging moon. With a deafening roar, the moon shattered under the powerful assault of the shockwave. Countless fragments flew into the depths of the universe like meteors, and the once bright moonlight vanished completely in that instant. Deprived of the moon's radiant light, the violent power within Son Gohan seemed to be drawn from its very foundation. His body began to shrink gradually, his muscles relaxing, and the blood-red hue in his eyes faded away. Before long, he returned to his original small and adorable form, and then his legs weakened, and he fell into a deep sleep. Piccolo slowly descended beside Son Gohan, watching the sleeping boy with mixed feelings. Scions can harness the power of the moon to become so strong. If I hadn't destroyed the moon in time, I would have surely faced utter despair in future battles with other scions. Piccolo crouched down and gently stroked son Gohan's head, a wave of guilt rising in his heart. Gohan, this is all to protect you, to protect Earth. I had no choice. Piccolo stood up, his gaze falling upon the now still tail behind son Gohan. He reached out, grasping the tail gently, and with a slight tug pulled it off. Looking at the smooth Gohan, Piccolo pondered for a moment, then opened his right hand, pointing at son Gohan, while muttering incantations. A radiant glow emanated from his right hand, and a set of battle armor similar to that of son Wukong gradually materialized around Gohan, the characters on the chest and back replaced with a prominent demon character. Piccolo then conjured a sword radiating cold light from the void and placed it beside Gohan. Gohan, I hope you can become truly strong soon. The road ahead is still long. Piccolo raised his head to gaze at the moonless night sky, silently contemplating the future battles with the Scions. He knew this was just the beginning, and Gohan would be the key force for Earth against the Scions. He must train Gohan more rigorously so he could stand alone in future crises. One does not need a lotus seat to attain enlightenment. Even in the depths of the mortal world, one can meditate. Shang Yun stood on the desolate and vast land of the moon, surrounded by endless silence. His figure appeared small yet resolute against the silver-gray lunar soil. There was no noise of earth, no sound of wind or rain, nor whispers of any living beings, for the universe is inherently a vast realm of silence. The distant and blazing sun, a massive fireball, continuously radiated light and heat, its brilliance traversing the expansive starry sky to reach where Shang Yun stood. In this tranquility, Shang Yun's gaze drifted among other celestial bodies in the universe. Those bright or dim stars each seemed like a mysterious world containing boundless unknowns. In this soundless universe, Shang Yun's ears were no longer disturbed by external sounds, allowing him to turn his attention inward. He could clearly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. That steady and rhythmic pulsing seemed like the most primal drumbeat resonating from the depths of the universe. Each heartbeat was accompanied by fluctuations of thoughts as he began to explore his inner self, reflecting on his past, present, and future. As time passed on this serene moon, Shang Yun's mastery of the Eye of Heaven and Ear of Heaven subtly advanced. His Eye of Heaven could pierce through the cosmic fog, observing subtle changes in distant galaxies. The twinkling lights seemed to conceal the secrets of the universe's birth and evolution. Meanwhile, the Ear of Heaven allowed him to capture the faintest voices from deep within, a spiritual resonance that transcended the material world, a prelude to his unity with the universe. Ding! Congratulations, host, your Eye of Heaven and Ear of Heaven levels have increased. The mechanical voice of 9527 interrupted Shang Yun's meditation, pulling him back into consciousness. Still unable to break through. It seems my aptitude is insufficient. I can't seem to advance my level again. Should I go back to find the Dragon Balls and ask Shenron to help transform my aptitude into that of a king? Shang Yun awakened from his training, seemingly hitting a bottleneck, unable to calm down and continue his practice. Never mind, this obsessive pursuit of power will only lead to reminders from 9527 about affecting my state of mind. If I fall into madness, the risks will be even greater. Shang Yun feared truly falling into madness. If his power were to advance, it would be fine, but if it regressed and caused the system to leave, it would be a loss. Shang Yun stood up on the moon, looking at the sun, thinking, at least I haven't returned empty-handed. Indeed, this lunar journey not only created the Zen heart, 3 feet of divinity, but also advanced my training to perfection. Zen meditation void spirit domain and Zen perception spirit avoidance technique have been improved. The spirit avoidance technique can carry others, but the more people there are, the greater the consumption of mental energy. While using the Zen meditation void spirit domain, it's no longer necessary to sit cross-legged. Movement is allowed, but it can only absorb and transform energy attacks. Opponents can enter the energy shield and engage in close combat with Shang Yun. However, those who enter the shield will have their internal energy gradually shifted by Shang Yun's consciousness, meaning the larger the opponent, the more fatigued they become, while Shang Yun can potentially convert their energy attacks back at them. Thinking of this, a grin unconsciously spread across Shang Yun's face. Just as Shang Yun was laughing, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a light wave approaching from the corner of his eye, and a sudden sense of crisis surged in his heart. Fortunately, at this moment, Shang Yun remained in the state of Zen heart, 3 feet of divinity, and was not affected by his emotions. Zen perception spirit avoidance technique. Just as the dazzling light wave was about to strike the moon, Shang Yun executed the technique, Zen Perception Spirit Avoidance Technique. His figure twisted and instantaneously shifted like a wisp of green smoke appearing in the void not far away in the blink of an eye. Almost at the moment he left, that terrifying wave of attack, carrying overwhelming power, crashed down with a thunderous roar. Accompanied by blinding light, the moon was vaporized and disappeared. Shang Yun stood stunned, staring at the spot where the moon once existed, murmuring, the moon was attacked. Only those few guys could destroy it, and the motive to destroy the moon could only be Son Gohan, transforming into a great ape. No, Sun Wukong and Shishi know that Gohan will transform into a great ape upon seeing the full moon. They shouldn't let Gohan see it. Moreover, the aura from that light wave. It was Piccolo. Oh no, the Scions are coming. Shang Yun deduced the reason the moon had been attacked to prevent the Scions from transforming into great apes. The battle must have already begun, but he had no idea where the battlefield lay. He shot toward Earth at blinding speed, heading straight for the lookout, certain that the Kami would be monitoring the conflict and would know its location. Upon arriving at the lookout, Shang Yun saw 4 martial artists locked in combat: Tien Shin, Yamcha, Krillin, and Kairatsu. Sensing his arrival, the 4 immediately ceased fighting and turned to identify the newcomer. Shang Yun, you're back. Krillin recognized him, instantly rushed forward and threw his arms around Shang Yun, bursting into tears as he cried, Shang Yun, Goku is dead. Shang Yun was knocked flat by the embrace. His mind raced. Goku truly perished. These 4 are still training, so Raditz has already arrived, yet Vegeta and Nappa have not yet come. Everyone is diligently preparing to confront the Scions. And the moon, it must have been destroyed by Piccolo after Gohan transformed into a great Saiyaman. Relief softened his thoughts. Things had not yet descended into utter catastrophe. Shang Yun helped Krillin to his feet and gently calmed him. Krillin, knowing Goku could be revived, had simply been overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Shang Yun again. Shang Yun exchanged greetings with the others, the Kami and Mr. Popo, and learned the current situation. Less than 1 month remained before the Scions' arrival, the deadline they had been given a year earlier. Shang Yun, your strength used to match Goku's almost exactly. Now that you've returned from training, our chances of victory have grown significantly. Yamcha suddenly exclaimed, elated. Tien Shinhan and Krillin's eyes lit up at those words. Just as the Kami approached, leaning on his cane, and asked, Shang Yun, what is your current level of power? That's right. Shang Yun, what is your current level? When you arrived at the lookout just now, none of us sensed your presence. Not even now can we gauge your true strength. Tien Shinhan stared intently at Shang Yun with all 3 of his eyes. Your strength? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself, Shang Yun replied. For some time, Shang Yun had devoted himself to mastering the Mahaprajnaparamita Heart Sutra. His mental cultivation had soared to extraordinary heights. He believed he had nearly reached the apex attainable by mortals. One more breakthrough might shatter that boundary and elevate him to the realm of Arhat, or immortal. Yet the chasm between mortal and celestial remained as vast as heaven and earth. How could he possibly bridge it through self-guided insight alone? Yet profound spiritual attainment did not equate to raw power. Shang Yun's innate constitution was limited. His physical strength had improved only modestly. Though the Prajna Heart Sutra had advanced to its 4th stage, refining the void and merging with the Tao, his internal energy had begun gradually transmuting into true Qi, which in turn subtly refined his innate aptitude. Still, this process was painstakingly slow, and even enhanced his foundational potential remained inherently constrained. Time, their most desperate shortage. I honestly don't know my exact level. My natural aptitude is limited, so progress has been gradual. My cultivation method is unique. The current stage is refining the void and merging with the Tao. Shang Yun closed his attribute panel, met the group's expectant gazes, and scratched his head with an awkward smile. Refining the void and merging with the Tao. What does that mean? Sounds incredibly powerful. Krillin remarked, intrigued. Simply put, it means establishing communion with the void itself, dissolving the self into boundless emptiness. Upon full mastery, one's power undergoes a qualitative leap. But until then, external manifestations remain subtle. Shang Yun explained, meeting each of their eyes. Ah, so that means. Kaiatsu began only to be silenced by Tien Shinhan's quiet gesture. However, my techniques emphasize defense and control. They should still prove useful in battle. Unwilling to disappoint them, Shang Yun continued, I've devised an original combat technique. One I can teach you all. It may bolster our collective strength. Excellent. I've also created a new technique. Please take a look and tell me how it might be improved. Krillin, eager to ease his friend's discomfort, quickly added. Shang Yun then revealed the cultivation method for Zen Heart 3-foot divine clarity. As elite martial artists, they needed no lengthy exposition to grasp how profoundly emotion influenced combat prowess, and how unchecked passion could impair both training and battlefield judgment. After Shang Yun finished explaining, they fully appreciated the profundity of Zen Heart 3-foot divine clarity, and any lingering underestimation of him dissolved completely. Krillin then described his newly developed Qi Yuan Slash, using focused spiritual energy to gather and compress his inner Qi into a dense sphere within his palm, then channeling intense concentration to set the sphere into high-speed rotation. Its centrifugal force further compacting the energy while imbuing the technique with formidable cutting and piercing power, finally shaping the whirling sphere into an impossibly thin disc-like blade to maximize its slicing effect. The technique culminated in launching the rotating disc in a straight line at the foe, its devastating cutting and penetration power capable of cleaving an opponent cleanly in two. Having heard Krillin's description of the Qi Yuan Slash, the group stood awestruck by its staggering destructive potential. Tian Xinhan then shared the cultivation methods for his Kikaho and solar flare techniques. The solar flare converted inner Qi into radiant light energy, producing an intensely blinding flash to temporarily blind opponents. The practitioner placed both hands above the forehead, gathered and controlled Qi with precision, then released it as pure light. Greater Qi intensity yielded brighter flashes, and thus more potent visual disruption. The Kikaho, meanwhile, involved compressing Qi between the palms before unleashing it explosively, generating overwhelming concussive force and devastation capable of overpowering foes far stronger than oneself. Yet it demanded extreme physical exertion. Poor control could even endanger the user's life. This bore resemblance to the Kamehameha wave, but surpassed it in raw power. Unlike the Kamehameha, however, the Kikaho could not be charged incrementally. Its output depended solely on the user's innate Qi strength, making it far more taxing on stamina. Yamcha then presented his perfected, controlled Qi sphere. By concentrating his entire body's Qi into his right palm, he formed a volatile energy orb. Forming the sphere required absolute mental focus and exquisite Qi control to ensure stable, sustained accumulation within the palm, yielding an orb of significant destructive potency. During compression, Yamcha also harnessed electrical energy to guide and stabilize the Qi. This synergy between electricity and Qi enhanced the orb's coherence and maneuverability, key to the technique's distinctive versatility. Once launched, the orb could be steered midair by extending the index and middle fingers, enabling agile directional shifts, repeated assaults, or even subterranean ambushes. Such precise manipulation demanded extraordinary spiritual fortitude, making the controlled Qi sphere an attack of exceptional adaptability and stealth. Hey, Klin Yamcha, your techniques rely on mental energy, can't they be combined? This way the Qi Yuan Slash could be directed like the Qi Ball, making it even stronger. After sharing their technique, Shang Yun raised a question he had been curious about in his past life. Exactly. Upon hearing Shang Yun's suggestion, both of them suddenly realized, clapping their hands in agreement. Thus they began to study the combat techniques and conducted fusion experiments which took 2 days, but ultimately failed. Both techniques require a powerful mental energy as a foundation, so combining them necessitates an even stronger mental energy. Given their current strength, it is quite difficult for them to simultaneously condense a high-speed rotating Qi Yuan Slash and control its direction at will. This is why Klin's Qi Yuan Slash has a strong attack power, but a single attack direction, making it easy to dodge, while Yamcha's Qi Ball is flexible but lacks sufficient power. Speaking of mental energy, Dumpling possesses a strong mental force since he specializes in it. However, although both techniques rely on powerful mental energy, the fundamental factor is still the strong Qi within oneself. Dumpling's strength is insufficient, and even if he manages to execute it, it's a weakened version with no real attack power. However, everyone did not leave empty-handed. Klin and Yamcha learned from each other's techniques, allowing the Qi Yuan Slash to be slightly adjusted in direction after it was unleashed, which is already impressive. Meanwhile, the Qi Ball became smaller through compression, significantly increasing its power and agility. Of course, Shang Yun's mental energy allows him to use both techniques simultaneously, but after attempting to execute them, he discovered that the internal Qi in his Dantian had not fully transformed into true Qi. Regardless of which type of Qi he used, his attack power was inferior to Klin's. While they were discussing, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Shang Yun. Seemingly coming up with something, he hurriedly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes tightly, and joined his hands in prayer, even invoking the 3-foot divine light. Shang Yun, what's wrong with you? Seeing the faint light above Shang Yun's head, the others were puzzled, and Clin quickly approached to inquire. Clin, don't disturb him. Shang Yun must have had some insights. Tian Shun, who better understood Shang Yun, quickly stopped Clin from reaching out to push him. But what exactly is happening with Shang Yun at this moment? What has he thought of? It turns out Shang Yun remembered his current realm. All 5 aggregates are empty. The 5 aggregates refer to the form aggregate, feeling aggregate, perception aggregate, action aggregate, and consciousness aggregate. The form aggregate encompasses all material phenomena, including our bodies and the external world. It represents the tangible existence we can perceive. However, Zen Buddhism believes that the form aggregate is empty, meaning these seemingly real and solid materials do not possess an independent eternal essence. For example, our bodies are composed of countless cells, which constantly undergo metabolism. From birth to aging, the body is always in a state of change, and there is no fixed entity that can be called the body. The feeling aggregate refers to the sensations we experience through our senses when interacting with the external world, including pleasant, painful, and neutral feelings. When we savor delicious food, we feel joy, or when we encounter setbacks, we experience pain. However, these feelings arise from the convergence of conditions and are fleeting. They depend on external stimuli, internal states, and various conditions interacting with each other, and do not possess independent characteristics. Hence, they are also empty. For instance, the same cup of tea may taste fragrant and sweet when one is in a good mood, but when feeling down, it might seem bland and unremarkable, indicating that the feeling aggregate is not inherently fixed. The perception aggregate encompasses mental activities such as cognition, imagination, and concepts that arise from sensations. We name, categorize, and judge things, constructing various ideas and thought systems. However, these thoughts are formed based on subjective consciousness and past experiences and do not represent the true essence of things. For example, regarding a flower, different people may have different perceptions and associations due to cultural backgrounds and personal preferences. The concept of flower is merely a human-made designation and does not possess an absolute fixed flower nature. Thus, the perception aggregate is empty. The action aggregate primarily involves mental activities and behavioral inclinations, prompting us to take action, pursue goals, and make choices. However, these actions are also driven by numerous conditions and are not autonomous or eternally existent. For instance, a person striving for fame and fortune is influenced by greed, anger, ignorance, and various factors such as social environment and family background. When these conditions change, the motivations and methods of behavior will also change, demonstrating that the action aggregate similarly lacks substantiality and is empty. The consciousness aggregate refers to the mental subject that recognizes and distinguishes various phenomena, including eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and mind. The consciousness aggregate relies on the other 4 aggregates for its existence that plays a crucial role in perception and cognition, but is not an independent entity. For example, during deep sleep or a comatose state, the function of the consciousness aggregate temporarily ceases or diminishes, indicating that it also depends on specific conditions for its existence, and its essence is empty. However, the idea of all 5 aggregates are empty reveals emptiness from the perspective of human physical and mental sensations, cognition, and will show Shang Yun's cultivation has always focused on the transcendence of thought while neglecting the transcendence of the physical body. This exchange with everyone made Shang Yun realize that the mind and body are indeed one and should be cultivated together. This realization clarified why Shang Yun's realm had been unable to progress for so long, as his understanding of the Heart Sutra of Great Prajnaparamita remains superficial. Within all 5 aggregates are empty, there is also all 4 greats are empty. The 4 greats refer to earth, water, fire, and wind. The earth element represents the characteristics of hard solid matter such as bones and rocks. The water element symbolizes moisture and flow like blood, bodily fluids, and the rivers and lakes of nature. The fire element indicates warmth and heat, including body temperature and the sun's heat. The wind element manifests through movement and gas flow, with breathing and air movement being expressions of the wind element. Zen Buddhism holds that all things in the world, including the human body, are composed of these 4 elemental forces through convergence. For instance, a house is made up of wood, earth, nails, earth, paint, water, heat generated by inhabitants, fire, and air circulation within wind, among various factors. There is no eternal entity named house independent of these elements. When these elements disperse, the house ceases to exist. The human body is similar. The 4 great elements mutually depend on and interact with each other throughout life. Once life ends and the 4 elements separate, the body will gradually decay and dissipate, hence all four greats are empty. The phrase five aggregates are emptiness emphasizes the emptiness of existence from the holistic perspective of the human body and mind, highlighting the subjective experience and the illusory nature of the perceived world, while four elements are emptiness focuses more on the fundamental constituents of the material world, elucidating the inherent emptiness of all things from the objective material perspective. The two concepts complement each other, jointly aiding practitioners in deeply comprehending the essence of all phenomena in the world, thus liberating themselves from attachment and craving for the body, mind, and material world, leading them towards the path of liberation and enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita and grasped the profound meaning of the four elements are emptiness, combining it with the five aggregates are emptiness, elevating your mental state to the realm of all Dharma is emptiness. Friendly reminder, host, you finally thought about cultivating your body. Luckily, you haven't strayed too far off the path, not too foolish. Remember, cultivating both spirit and body is the true way. Shang Yun never expected to be mocked by 9527 one day. Ding! Congratulations, host. By leveraging the realm of all Dharma is emptiness and combining the solar fist Qi Yuan slash and Qi control bullet, you have created a new combat technique. This technique utilizes Qi Yuan slash as a medium, allowing you to control its direction at will after launching it, as well as enabling it to self-destruct according to your will, causing damage while emitting a blinding light to interfere with the opponent. Additionally, by harnessing its high-speed rotation, Qi Yuan slash can stand upright to defend against the opponent's attacks. Please name the technique. Zen meaning. Yuan light shield slash. Open the attribute panel. Host Shang Yun. Age 24. Mind method Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita. Realm all Dharma is emptiness, all forms are like dream flowers, the nature of phenomena is hard to confine, all dissolve into bubbles scattered with the wind, emptiness is free and rhythmically profound. Are they all just illusions scattered by the wind, free and profound? Entering madness, concealing to be deeply emotional, forgetting emotions, severing emotions, eradicating emotions. Supernatural powers, heavenly, able to see the birth, death, suffering, and joy of beings in the six realms, and perceive all forms and colors in the world without obstruction. Current level beginner. With a compassionate heart awaken, you can see through a radius of 1,000 meters and briefly sense the current inner fluctuations of others. Heavenly, you're able to hear the words of suffering and joy from beings in the six realms, as well as various sounds in the world. Current level beginner. With a compassionate heart awaken, you can clearly hear all sounds within a radius of 1,000 meters and briefly sense the current inner fluctuations of others. Fate sense, able to know one's own and the fates of beings in the six realms across countless lifetimes and their deeds. Current level beginner. With a compassionate heart awaken, you can perceive others' experiences in this life. Technique Prajna Heart Sutra fourfold, understood from the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita, an unparalleled method of Qi cultivation, current realm refining void and merging with the Tao. Martial skill Diamond Prajna Force, second level, understood from the Heart Sutra of Mahaprajnaparamita, an unparalleled method of Qi manipulation can be integrated into any combat technique with unmatched strength and a comprehensive enhancement of physical qualities. When activated, a diamond form manifests outside the body, capable of reflecting all damage until the form is broken with no upper limit to its realm. However, when executed, it rapidly consumes internal Qi and spirit, and with each elevation of realm, the enhancement of physical qualities doubles, while the consumption rate of internal Qi and spirit also doubles. Transforming Demon. Combat techniques Turtle Sage Style, Turtle School, Qi Cannon Wave, Universal Astonishing Palm Sky Dance Technique, Zen Perception. Spirit Avoidance Technique, Zen Meditation. Void Spirit Domain, Zen Heart. 3-foot Deity, Zen Meaning. Yuan Light Shield slash Transforming Demon. Shang Yun's strength has increased, and his attacking methods have diversified. The next task is to fully transform the internal Qi in his dantian. Silently reciting Close the attribute panel, he opened his eyes. At this moment, Shang Yun found himself alone, likely because everyone else had no idea when he would awaken and had gone to cultivate. Shang Yun knew that what he lacked most now was time, so he sought out the celestial being, explained the reason, and requested to enter the mental and time chamber. In the mental and time chamber, 1 day equates to a year outside. Each person may only stay for 2 days in their lifetime, and Shang Yun had already spent some time inside before, so he could not stay for 2 full years. Soon 2 days passed, and Shang Yun stepped out of the mental and time chamber. At this moment, Shang Yun's aura was restrained, appearing like an ordinary person with no offensive capability. Indeed, Shang Yun's internal qi in his dantian had fully transformed into true qi, and he had also integrated the charging technique of Tianjin Fan's combat skill qi cannon into the Universal Astonishing Palm, allowing the lightning strikes from Universal Astonishing Palm to be swifter and more powerful. However, this also posed a risk of excessive energy consumption, endangering his life. Shang Yun, you're out. How is it? Clin turned to see Shang Yun emerging as he heard the sound of the door opening and approached to inquire. Clin, I feel my strength has increased. Let's spar a bit. Sure. Tianjin Fan and the others paused upon hearing Shang Yun's intention to spar with Clin. Clin no longer joked, his expression serious. He knew Shang Yun would not attack first. Taking a deep breath, he initiated the attack, his palms moving rapidly, launching chi blasts like shooting stars toward Shang Yun. Seeing this, Shang Yun did not evade. He pressed his palms together and shouted Zen meditation, void spirit domain, and charged towards the chi blasts. A faint golden chi shield formed 3 feet around Shang Yun, easily blocking Clin's attack. The chi blast collided with the shield, producing no sound as it was assimilated by the shield. Seeing this, Clin ceased launching chi blasts. His figure flickered, instantly closing in on Shang Yun. He unleashed fierce fist and leg techniques, each strike accompanied by a whooshing sound. Shang Yun raised his hands to counterattack, and their speeds increased with each exchange. Shang Yun usually surrenders in fights. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Tianjin Fan remarked, watching Shang Yun fiercely battling Clin. He just doesn't like fighting. It doesn't mean he's weak. Being fellow disciples, Yamucha felt he couldn't allow Tianjin Fan to belittle Shang Yun. Meanwhile, the two combatants in the air began to show signs of change. Clin's forehead was already beaded with sweat, while Shang Yun appeared relatively relaxed. Seeing this, Clin used Shang Yun's kick to leap out of the chi shield. Knowing Shang Yun's unmatched defense, he no longer hesitated and shouted, "Take this move, Chi Yuan slash." Clin quickly stabilized his stance, a look of determination flashing in his eyes as he raised his right hand high above his head, and a swirling vortex rapidly formed. Clin forcefully struck the Chi Yuan slash towards Shang Yun in the air. Shang Yun was prepared, swiftly dodging the Chi Yuan slash. Just as he was about to launch an attack on Clin, he noticed Clin bringing his right hand's index and middle fingers together, making a slight motion. Shang Yun's instincts kicked in, and he felt the hairs on his body stand on end, cold sweat pouring down. It turned out Clin had already begun to subtly control the direction of the Chi Yuan slash, and that slash, which Shang Yun had dodged, actually turned around and flew towards Shang Yun from his right side. This time Shang Yun was unprepared, and it was too late to evade. Moreover, judging from the previous confrontation, it was evident that Zen meditation, void spirit domain, might not be able to withstand the attack of Chi Yuan slash. Zen heart, 3 feet of divine light. Zen awareness, spirit avoidance technique. At a critical moment, Shang Yun hurriedly unleashed the Zen heart, 3 feet of divine light, allowing himself to remain unaffected by the slightest emotion, returning his heart to tranquility as he quickly executed Zen awareness. Spirit avoidance technique, once again evading Clin's chi element slash. It disappeared. Where did it go? Yamcha was greatly astonished to see Shang Yun vanish in an instant. Over there. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes widened as he spotted Shang Yun appearing in the sky 100 meters away. So impressive. He didn't even notice. How did he manage that? Jiaozi wore an expression of disbelief. Is it because he's too fast? Yamcha murmured. No. This should be a technique of Shang Yun's that can be activated instantly in the face of danger to evade it. Tianjin Fan explained thoughtfully, when we fought against the old King Piccolo, Shang Yun used the same move, but I didn't expect him to evade even further this time. Moreover, that guy Shang Yun held back. I remember, he can control where he appears after evading. If he were to show up behind Clin, while Clin is feeling pleased after thinking he succeeded. At this point, beads of cold sweat began to surface on Tianjin Fan's forehead. Shang Yun is truly not someone to provoke lightly. Oh. Yamcha and Jiaozi felt a chill run down their spines from the scene described by Tianjin Fan. After finding Shang Yun's position, Clin actually gripped his right wrist with his left hand, attempting to control the chi element slash again to change its direction. At this moment, Clin was already drenched in sweat. Judging by his grim expression, it was evident that his mental energy had reached its limit. The chi element slash traced a larger arc in the air, once again flying toward Shang Yun. Due to excessive consumption of mental energy, Clin collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Shang Yun decided to test out his new combat technique. He suddenly widened his eyes, a fierce light bursting from them, and shouted Zen intent. Primordial light shield slash. With a downward flick of his right hand and fingers spread wide, the surrounding air seemed to begin to condense. Strands of light seeped from his palm, gradually coalescing into a primordial light shield that emitted a soft halo with Zen patterns faintly visible on its surface. Shang Yun flicked his right hand forward again, sending the primordial light shield flying toward the incoming chi element slash. The two spirals collided, producing intense sparks, and after a moment the chi element slash was deflected. Not good. Clin, get out of the way. Just as everyone was engrossed in the scene, Tianjin fans suddenly shouted, and they hurriedly looked at Clin. The chi element slash, after being deflected by the primordial light shield, changed direction, but astonishingly, it was headed straight for the collapsed Clin. Clin's head was pounding, and he was powerless to evade. He could only cross his fists in front of his chest defensively. As everyone rushed forward to rescue Clin, Shang Yun also noticed Clin's predicament. He clenched his right fist, extending his index and middle fingers, controlling the primordial light shield to fly toward Clin at greater speed. Oh, Shang Yun. No. They thought Shang Yun was going to use the primordial light shield to strike the chi element slash again, but at this moment the chi element slash was less than 3 meters away from Clin. Even if the primordial light shield could catch up, the direction after the collision could not be determined. Oh, Clin shouted, gathering energy in his arms to enhance his defense. In that split second, the primordial light shield finally surpassed the chi element slash. Control, Shang Yun shouted, and the primordial light shield adjusted its position, standing upright. Just as the chi element slash was about to make contact with Clin, it quickly inserted itself between the two, blocking in front of Clin. The chi element slash, emitting a piercing cold light, collided again with the primordial light shield. The shield, which had originally held the advantage, began to tremble violently under the fierce impact of the chi element slash. Cracks spread across the shield's surface like a spider web, distorting the Zen patterns. The edges of the chi element slash rubbed against the primordial light shield, igniting countless sparkling energy sparks. With each collision and friction, the brilliance of the chi element slash and the primordial light shield dimmed a bit, and the outlines of the two spirals gradually became blurred. From the originally clear, deadly disc shape, it began to twist and deform, its dazzling radiance gradually fading. As more energy was consumed, the rotation speed of the chi element slash gradually slowed, ultimately dissipating into nothing amidst a faint wave of energy. Simultaneously, a crisp, yet muffled sound erupted as the cracks instantly traversed the entire primordial light shield, scattering light in all directions. The fragments flew out like shattered glass, sparkling under the sunlight before gradually dissipating into the air. Everyone watched as the two spirals gradually disappeared, feeling the lingering energy fluctuations in the air, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Clin, are you okay? Shang Yun landed beside Clin, helping him up and inquiring about his injuries. Clin, how are you? Clin, are you alright? Upon Shang Yun's prompting, everyone rushed over to check on Clin's condition. Fortunately, Clin only needed some time to recover from his excessive mental energy consumption. Shang Yun, what was that technique you just used? Why did it resemble Clin's chi element slash so much? Seeing that Clin was fine, Yamacha felt relieved and turned to Shang Yun, asking the question in his mind. I combined your chi control bullet and Clin's chi element slash techniques along with Tianjin Fan's solar fist and integrated my own insights to create this move, which I call Zen intent. Primordial light shield slash. Shang Yun explained with a grin. You're incredible. Yamacha expressed his admiration for Shang Yun's comprehension. Solar fist. Why didn't I see the characteristics of the solar fist? Jiaozi glanced at Tianjin Fan and questioned Shang Yun. My primordial light shield can also self-destruct, causing damage while emitting a strong light similar to the solar fist. Shang Yun answered Jiaozi's question, but his eyes were on Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, Yamacha, Jiaozi, let's spar a bit. Shang Yun proposed. I'd rather not. I can't even defeat Clin. Yamacha shook his head repeatedly. I won't fight either. Your mental energy is stronger than mine. Jiaozi also declined. Everyone looked at Tianjin Fan, who became somewhat annoyed by their gaze. The veins on his forehead bulged as he glared at Shang Yun, saying, Don't think just because your technique completely counters me that I won't dare to fight. Come on. Having said that, Tianjin Fan stepped forward a few paces, glaring at Shang Yun with his three eyes. Shang Yun smiled slightly, stood up, and squinted his eyes, confronting Tianjin Fan's three eyes as the air around them fell silent, as if it were about to freeze. At the celestial temple, the air hung taut and still, so thick with tension it seemed frozen in time. Even the celestial deity and Mr. Popo had emerged from the sanctum. Krillin and the others held their breath, eyes locked upon the two figures standing in stark opposition upon the temple's arena. Tien Shinhan's strength was beyond dispute, the second most formidable warrior known, surpassed only by Son Goku and Piccolo. Now he stood tall and unwavering, his gaze bearing the cold, seasoned composure of a veteran forged in countless battles. Opposite him, Shang Yun radiated an aura equally formidable, mysterious spiritual energy rippling faintly around his form, unmistakably the manifestation of his Zen heart technique. The 3-foot divine presence, a gesture of profound respect and solemn acknowledgement toward Tien Shinhan. Today let us settle this here, fulfilling the unfinished duel we never had at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sensing Shang Yun's intent, Tien Shinhan's expression softened slightly. He broke the silence, first his voice low, yet resonant with unshakable power. Shang Yun offered a faint smile. As I wish, Tien Shinhan. Though truth be told, back then I truly could not match your strength. Without another word, Tien Shinhan blurred into motion, activating his flight technique, and shot skyward in a single fluid ascent. He circled once above the arena before hovering high, gazing down upon Shang Yun with commanding presence. Shang Yun did not yield. With a light press of his feet against the earth and a surge of spiritual energy within, he rose steadily into the air, meeting Tien Shinhan's gaze at equal altitude, their stances locked in poised confrontation. Tien Shinhan's eyes sharpened. His hands flew to his forehead, fingers splayed wide as he chanted solar flare. In that instant, blinding light erupted from his palms, like miniature suns detonating in unison, searing beams lancing toward Shang Yun with merciless intensity. Shang Yun was engulfed in blinding white, his vision obliterated in an instant. Yet he had anticipated it. Eyes clenched shut, he inwardly murmured, my mistake. Meditative stillness, void spirit domain. A ripple shimmered across the space around him, and a translucent golden barrier bloomed outward, holding the searing light at bay like an unyielding shield. Seizing the momentary disruption, Tien Shinhan repositioned his hands, index fingers extended, and aimed squarely at Shang Yun. Dodoria beam. Razor-sharp beams of condensed energy burst forth from his fingertips, cutting through the air like celestial blades, shrieking with lethal velocity straight toward Shang Yun. Though sightless, Shang Yun sensed every shift in the void spirit domain, perceiving the onrushing danger with perfect clarity. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he amplified the void spirit domain to its peak, whereupon the beam struck the golden barrier, sending out concentric ripples before vanishing entirely. Sharp reflexes, Tien Shinhan muttered coolly, stabilizing himself midair before resolving to unleash a far greater technique. His back arched sharply, muscles coiling, bones cracking audibly, as two additional arms erupted from his shoulders, fully formed and bristling with power. Four-way demon fist. With a thunderous cry, all four arms whirled in synchronized fury, leaving afterimages in their wake, stirring gales as they launched a tempestuous assault upon Shang Yun. Shang Yun slowly opened his eyes, resolve blazing within them. His hands moved swiftly, conjuring twin spirals of chi, Zen intent. Primordial light shield slash. With a sharp flick of his wrists, he hurled the primordial light shield backward while surging forward to engage Tien Shinhan directly. Tien Shinhan's gaze darkened as he beheld the shield orbiting behind Shang Yun. He knew well the devastating potency of this technique. His four arms now strained ceaselessly, parrying Shang Yun's relentless offense, while simultaneously diverting attention to the shield's unpredictable interference. But the shield moved too swiftly, its angles too cunning. Time and again it darted between them, just as Tien Shinhan's strike neared its mark, even halting midair before his fist blocking his blow outright. Gradually, fatigue began to weigh upon him. This cannot continue. A flash of resolve hardened in Tien Shinhan's eyes. He halted his assault, retreated, and drew every ounce of his ki inward, his body blazing with incandescent golden light. Four-body fist. At his roar, his form split instantly into four identical Tien Shinhans, each converging upon Shang Yun from a different cardinal direction. Shang Yun flinched, unprepared for such a technique. Yet he steadied himself, at once expanding the void spirit domain to its fullest extent. Within its realm, Tien Shinhan's internal energy burned faster, while Shang Yun absorbed and redirected that very energy into his own strikes. And with four bodies drawing upon that reservoir, the rate of conversion accelerated exponentially. Soon Tien Shinhan recoiled inwardly, feeling an inexorable gravitational pull siphoning his strength at terrifying speed. A subtle smile curved Shang Yun's lips. He intensified his assault upon two of the clones, while simultaneously guiding the primordial light shield to strike the remaining pair. Just as the shield hurtled toward one clone, the third eye upon Tian Xinhan's brow snapped open, releasing a searing beam of pure light directly at the shield. The collision unleashed a cataclysmic wave of raw energy, warping the very fabric of space around them with violent distortion. Amidst the chaotic resonance, Tian Xinhan wrenched free from the void spirit domain's grip. His four forms merged seamlessly into one. Then, drawing a deep centering breath, he drew his palms apart before his chest, amassing an overwhelming torrent of energy. His face tightened with grim gravity. He knew this final technique would drain him utterly. Yet there remained no alternative. "Kikaho," he roared. From between his palms erupted a colossal beam of golden energy, a roaring serpentine dragon of pure destruction, jaws agape, as it lunged toward Shang Yun. The Kikaho carried apocalyptic force, ionizing the very air along its path, crackling with blinding arcs of electricity. Shang Yun felt its annihilating might and dared not hesitate. He chose not to deploy Zen awareness, spirit evasion technique. Instead, he channeled every shred of his true chi into the void spirit domain, its golden barrier surging with renewed density, its luminous patterns blazing with intensified brilliance. Simultaneously, he gestured sharply, recalling the primordial light shield from its orbit around Tian Xinhan and positioning it squarely before his chest. The Kikaho slammed into the void spirit domain with a deafening detonation, but the domain, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of energy, failed to transmute it in time. The beam pierced through, striking the primordial light shield Hedon, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface as Shang Yun staggered violently backward. At the epicenter of the cataclysm, both warriors clenched their jaws, every sinew straining, every fiber of willpower summoned to withstand the storm. Tian Xinfan's complexion grew increasingly pale, sweat cascading down his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, continuously channeling the qi within him into the qigong cannon. On the other hand, Shang Yun's body was also trembling slightly, although the barrier of the void spirit domain and the Yuan light shield temporarily negated much of the qigong cannon's attack. The overwhelming impact made him feel a surge of blood and qi. As time passed, the power of the qigong cannon gradually weakened, while the cracks on the Yuan light shield expanded, ultimately shattering and dissipating into the void spirit domain. With Tian Xinfan's current strength, the qigong cannon was no longer a life-threatening forbidden technique after just one use. Just as Tian Xinfan intended to mobilize energy to use the qigong cannon again, Shang Yun seized the opportunity and shouted, "Ha!" He retracted the void spirit domain, and the pale golden barrier around him rapidly constricted. With a powerful thrust of his hands, he transferred a portion of the energy converted from the qigong cannon through the void spirit domain entirely into his palms. Then he took a deep breath, slowly raising his hands with palms facing each other, the muscles in his arms tensed, veins bulging. As the power converged, dazzling arcs of electricity began to flicker between his hands, the crackling sound of electricity shattering the surrounding silence, the brilliance intensifying as if it would overshadow the sun. When the energy reached its peak, Shang Yun let out a fierce shout, 10,000 nations, shocking palm. The sound reverberated through the skies with sound waves rippling outward. His palms shot forward with incredible speed. In an instant, the sky changed color. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, lightning and thunder rolling within the clouds, as if the entire world trembled before this power. A colossal hand composed purely of energy and shimmering with countless arcs of electricity surged from Shang Yun's palm, racing towards Tian Xinfan. The massive hand remained connected to Shang Yun by threads of electricity, growing larger as it flew, momentarily blocking out the sun, with its palms patterns clearly visible. The air along its path instantly ionized, emitting a sharp, howling sound. Tian Xinfan was already mobilizing the energy within him, attempting to unleash the qigong wave again. Faced with the sudden 10,000 nations shocking palm, he was unable to adjust his stance to evade. He was directly immobilized by the overwhelming sense of oppression, unable to move, only able to watch helplessly as the gigantic hand carrying boundless electricity surged towards him like a raging tsunami. Tian Xinfan could only let out a tragic scream. After being struck by the 10,000 nations shocking palm, his body was instantly enveloped by endless currents of electricity. His clothes were torn to shreds by the immense energy, the fragments reduced to powder and scattered in the air by the force of the electric current. The outer layer of his skin was quickly charred, deep and grotesque wounds opening up, blood gushing forth, yet evaporating instantly under the high temperature, leaving only charred remnants. His eyes widened in agony, filled with pain, the bloodshot orbs seeming as though they would pop from their sockets. His mouth gaped open, wanting to scream, but unable to make a sound due to the paralysis caused by the electric current, only weak croaks escaping his throat like a life struggling to breathe. His body trembled uncontrollably, muscles spasming violently under the continuous stimulation of the electric current, while his bones seemed to emit painful cracking sounds, as if they might snap at any moment. Just as the moment passed, all of this occurred in the instant Tianjin Fan was struck by the 10,000 Nations shocking palm. Shang Yun did not anticipate that after incorporating the Qigong Cannon's propulsion technique, the explosive power and suppressive force of the 10,000 Nations shocking palm would increase so dramatically. Fortunately, the energy harnessed for the 10,000 Nations shocking palm was merely what Shang Yun had converted from Tianjin Fan's previous use of the Qigong Cannon through the Void Spirit domain, and did not draw from the remaining true Qi in his Dantian. Seeing Tianjin Fan's miserable state, Shang Yun hurriedly severed the connection with the 10,000 Nations shocking palm, the electricity in his palms gradually fading, and the arcs enveloping Tianjin Fan dissipated into the air. The sky instantly restored its brightness, cloudless for miles. Without the control of the 10,000 Nations shocking palm, Tianjin Fan could no longer exert the sky dancing technique and began to fall. From the moment Tianjin Fan was struck to when Shang Yun retracted his palms was merely a matter of seconds, though under the blinding light of the electric arcs and the overwhelming roar, no one noticed Tianjin Fan's situation. Tianjin Fan, senior brother. Seeing Tianjin Fan's plight, Jiaozi hurriedly flew over to try and catch him. However, Shang Yun was faster, seizing the moment to catch the falling Tianjin Fan. At this time, Tianjin Fan still had residual electricity in his body, which transmitted to Shang Yun, causing even him to feel a bit numb. Had Jiaozi been allowed to catch him, given Jiaozi's strength, both of them might have fallen from the Hall of the Gods. Tianjin Fan was not unconscious, merely unable to speak due to numbness, but he still strained to glare with his 3 eyes at Shang Yun, though his gaze was somewhat dim. Shang Yun gently landed on the ground of the Hall of the Gods, placing Tianjin Fan down and feeding him a healing bean. In an instant, a soft golden light emanated from Tianjin Fan's body, the glow rippling outward, enveloping his battered form. The bones that were on the verge of being shattered by electricity emitted faint cracking sounds in the light, as if invisible hands were swiftly piecing them back together. The cracks miraculously healed rapidly, and the wounds on his skin closed and vanished at a visible rate, leaving behind smooth skin as if untouched. Tianjin Fan's breath gradually became steady and strong, his previously dim gaze rekindling with bright light, filled with spirited determination and boundless vitality. He suddenly stood up, muscles taut, though his clothes were tattered. They could not conceal the resurgence of his power. He seemed to leap from the brink of death to a peak state, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Senior brother, are you all right? Jiaozi flew to Tianjin Fan's side, tears welling in his eyes as he embraced him. I'm fine, Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan gently patted Jiaozi and turned to Shang Yun. Shang Yun, you're impressive, but I will defeat you. Haha. Shang Yun chuckled and scratched his head, explaining that 10,000 Nations shocking palm didn't originally have such power. I incorporated your Qigong Cannon's propulsion technique and didn't expect the power to increase so much. You don't need to explain. The fact that you can merge 2 combat techniques is your skill. Tianjin Fan regained his cool demeanor, though no longer arrogant, clearly acknowledging Shang Yun. Tianjin Fan and the others understood the function of the divine beings. Before coming to the Heavenly God Palace, they first gathered at Carlin Tower, where Carlin the Immortal gave them a bag of divine beings and informed them of their effects, aiming to encourage them to cultivate without reservations. As long as they did not die, the divine beings would restore them to their original state, but due to their previous rigorous training, they had long consumed them all. Later, when they sought Carlin the Immortal at Carlin Tower, they were told that the divine beings had already been eaten by Yakalobe, and the new batch had not yet reached harvest time. Unexpectedly, Shang Yun also had divine beings in hand. Seeing that Tianjin Fan was fine, he greeted the heavenly gods and turned to find a place to meditate and recover. Tianjin Fan watched Shang Yun's departing figure and silently vowed to continue his training and enhance his strength. One day, he would have a rematch with Shang Yun and determine the true victor. In the depths of the vast universe, on the mysterious and distant planet King, a strange aura enveloped the surroundings as the king stared solemnly at Sun Wukong, who had completely mastered the secret of the spirit bomb. The king's unique, sharp voice echoed like a current, breaking the silence of space, clearly and seriously, saying, Wukong, you must try to use the spirit bomb as little as possible. You must understand that all things in the universe are imbued with the ceaseless life force. This technique can gather the life force of all entities in the world, even that massive blazing sun hanging in the sky, which releases endless light and heat, is no exception. If there is even the slightest error during its execution, this power strong enough to defy destiny could very well destroy the earth, the very foundation of your existence, in the blink of an eye, reducing it to cosmic dust, dissipating into the endless darkness. Sun Wukong habitually scratched his spiky hair, and a momentary pure and innocent smile appeared on his face. Yet his eyes sparkled like cold stars in the deep night sky, conveying unwavering determination. Lord King, I understand. I will exercise utmost caution and will not use it lightly. The king slightly nodded, just about to say something else, when suddenly a thunderous realization struck him like lightning in his mind. His expression immediately turned pale. Oh no. My forgetful memory, the Scions are set to arrive on Earth tomorrow, yet I completely forgot to factor in the long journey you took through Snake Way. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was also taken aback, his mind flashing back like a film reel to the arduous journey he had faced on that long and perilous Snake Way, where he had endured hardships for 6 months. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Lord King, what shall we do? Time is of the essence, yet I am far away on planet King and can hardly make it back in time. The king anxiously paced back and forth, resembling an ant on a hot pan. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head, determination flashing in his eyes. Wukong, quickly establish a telepathic link with Master Roshi. Through me, have him use the Dragon Balls to revive you. This may be the only way to address this urgent situation. Sun Wukong, not daring to be negligent, quickly focused his mind, concentrating all his spiritual energy in an attempt to establish that interstellar telepathic bridge with Master Roshi far away on Earth. Meanwhile on Earth, Master Roshi was enjoying a rare moment of tranquility in the toilet, humming a little tune, completely immersed in his own world. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed in his mind, sounding like Sun Wukong's urgent call. Grandpa Roshi. Startled by the sudden voice that seemed to appear out of thin air, Master Roshi nearly fell off the toilet. He hurriedly adjusted his clothes, still shaken, and exclaimed, Wukong, you little rascal, how come you're speaking to me like this all of a sudden? You nearly gave my old bones a heart attack. Grandpa Roshi, have the Dragon Balls been gathered yet? Sun Wukong asked hastily. Master Roshi gradually calmed down, took a deep breath, and replied, yes, they've been gathered a long time ago. What's wrong, Wukong? Has something major happened? Grandpa Roshi, I am currently on planet King and cannot return, but the merciless Scions are arriving on Earth tomorrow. I urgently need you to wish for my revival using the Dragon Balls so I can rush back. Master Roshi frowned, a deep worry etched on his wrinkled face. Wukong, are you sure this is the only way? Can you make it back? Sun Wukong's tone was resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Grandpa Roshi, I am absolutely certain. Please revive me quickly so I can hurry back. Master Roshi quickly replied, all right, Wukong. I will make the wish right away. But you must promise me come back safely. Sun Wukong's voice was filled with deep gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Roshi. I will definitely return alive. Master Roshi slowly walked out of the toilet, calling Bulma to bring out the Dragon Balls, placing them on the open ground of Korin Tower. He gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls radiating mysterious light, silently praying for everything to go smoothly. He slowly brought his hands together, his lips trembling slightly, beginning to chant the ancient and mysterious incantation to summon the dragon. Come forth, Shenron. In an instant, the originally clear sky was engulfed in ominous clouds, swirling like a massive black tide, thunder and lightning clashing, as if the apocalypse was upon them. A colossal dragon, obscuring the sun and radiating dazzling golden light, slowly rose from the Dragon Balls, its majestic and thunderous voice resonating through the heavens. State your wishes, and I can grant any one of them. Master Roshi took a deep breath, mustering all his strength, and shouted, Dragon, please revive Sun Wukong. The dragon's enormous eyes glimmered, as if confirming something. Sun Wukong, are you certain you wish to revive him? Master Roshi did not hesitate, his gaze as steadfast as rock. Yes, Dragon. The earth needs him, please revive him. The dragon nodded slightly, its massive body swaying in the clouds. As you wish. Sun Wukong is about to be revived. On planet King, Sun Wukong distinctly felt a mysterious and powerful force surging towards him like a tide, the halo above his head fading away. He understood that Master Roshi's wish had indeed succeeded. He turned to face the king, bowing respectfully. Lord King, I am going back now. I will do everything in my power to protect the earth, and I will not let you down. The king looked at Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. Wukong, go quickly. You will definitely make it in time. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, adjusting his breath to prepare for the perilous journey back to Earth. His heart was filled with anticipation for the impending, thrilling battle intertwined with a touch of nervousness and unease. He knew well that the Scions were not to be underestimated. They hailed from a distant and powerful extraterrestrial race, possessing terrifying strength and a cruel nature. But for the sake of Earth, for those friends who shared life and death with him, he had no other choice but to forge ahead boldly. Even if the road ahead was fraught with peril and anguish, he would charge forward without hesitation, defending the peace and tranquility of Earth with his own blood and life. Meanwhile on Earth, Master Rashi quietly watched as the divine dragon gradually vanished into the clouds, the Dragon Balls returning to their ordinary stone forms. He silently murmured, "Wukong, the next part is all up to you. May fortune favor you, may you overcome all formidable foes and return safely." But can Vegeta and Nappa really stay in that small spaceship for an entire year? The answer is evidently no. What did they experience before arriving on Earth? Not long ago, in the vast and boundless depths of space, the Scion warriors Vegeta and Nappa were racing towards the distant Earth aboard their spaceship. The Scion race is renowned throughout the universe for their formidable combat instincts and insatiable thirst for battle. Vegeta, as the Prince of the Scions, harbored an intense ambition to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Nappa was his loyal follower, a hulking figure with immense strength, always obedient to Vegeta. Their spaceship darted through the stars like a shooting star across the dark tapestry of the universe. During the prolonged journey, resupply became a necessity. One day, the spaceship's detection system discovered a mysterious planet. According to the data, this planet seemed to harbor some valuable resources, perhaps an energy source or precious materials. To the Scions, any unknown planet could be a treasure trove for gaining power and wealth. The spaceship slowly landed on this planet. As the hatch opened, Vegeta and Nappa stepped out, immediately struck by the scene before them. The bustling scene they had hoped for did not appear. Instead, they were met with desolation. The cities that might have once existed had now become ruins, with remnants of walls scattered everywhere and the ground riddled with massive cracks, as if torn apart by some powerful force. Thick smoke filled the air, the acrid smell making it hard to breathe, while the sky took on a strange dark red hue, as if stained with blood. What on earth is going on? Nappa frowned and said in a deep voice, "It looks like it has endured a devastating war." Vegeta, with a cold gaze, scanned the surroundings and replied, "Regardless, let's take a look around. Oh, perhaps we can find something useful." Just as they were preparing to search, two insectoid beings suddenly sprang from the ruins. These two insectoid beings had peculiar appearances, their bodies covered in hard shells with long antennae swaying constantly and compound eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Insectoid A cackled, "Look at these two guys, all dusty and dirty. Are they here to beg for scraps?" Insectoid B joined in, "Haha, they must be pitiful creatures who can't survive in the universe." Vegeta's expression darkened, and he angrily retorted, "You lowly creatures dare to speak to me like that." With that, he was ready to strike. The insectoids, however, showed no fear. They quickly took their stances and launched an attack on Vegeta and Nappa. Insectoid A swung its sharp forelimbs like blades, slicing through the air and aiming directly at Vegeta's throat. Insectoid B sprayed a corrosive liquid from behind, targeting Nappa. Vegeta swiftly dodged the attack from Insectoid A and then delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen. Insectoid A was sent flying, crashing heavily against a boulder with debris scattering everywhere. Nappa opened his mouth wide and let out a roar, the sound wave acting like a powerful force that scattered the corrosive liquid sprayed by Insectoid B. Then he strode forward, seizing Insectoid B and squeezing it tightly, eliciting a pained scream. However, despite their seemingly frail appearance, these two insectoids possessed a tenacious vitality. Insectoid A picked itself up from the ground and charged at Vegeta again, shouting, "Don't get too cocky. When you meet King Moai, you'll know what real power is." Vegeta and Nappa exchanged glances, curiosity bubbling within them. Vegeta thought to himself, just who is this King Moai? What could make these two little minions so brazen? Thus, Vegeta decided to change his strategy. He signaled Nappa to halt, then said to the insectoids, "Humph, let's see what this King Moai is capable of. Lead us to him." Insectoid A and B exchanged glances, a hint of smugness in their eyes. They escorted Vegeta and Nappa deeper into the planet. Along the way, Vegeta and Nappa remained vigilant of their surroundings. They noticed the planet was strewn with signs of battle. Massive skeletal remains of creatures lay scattered beside the road, some bones still bearing deep scars, as if recounting tales of fierce battles. This planet must have been very prosperous in the past. I wonder what caused it to become like this, Nappa whispered. Vegeta remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead as he contemplated various possibilities. Eventually, they arrived in front of a massive castle. This castle towered into the clouds, its architecture ominous and terrifying with the walls covered in various strange symbols and patterns. The castle's main door slowly opened, releasing a powerful aura. King Moai was colossal and oddly shaped, his body, seemingly a mix of rock and metal, incredibly hard. His head resembled a massive tumor covered in eyes that shimmered with a chilling light. His limbs were thick and powerful, causing the ground to tremble with every step. King Moai spoke in a deep voice, "So these are the outsiders you speak of. They don't seem particularly special." Vegeta snorted, "Are you the leader of this wretched place?" "Just a facade, nothing more." King Moai angrily retorted, "Impudent. What are you doing on my territory?" Vegeta replied, "We were merely passing through, but were provoked by your two foolish subordinates. We want to see what you're capable of." Nappa chimed in, "King. More like a big monster, you'll see what I mean soon." King Moai laughed heartily, "Ignorant fools, you won't leave here alive today." With that, King Moai waved his hand, and a swarm of subordinates poured out from the castle, surrounding Vegeta and Nappa. The subordinates of King Moai were of various forms. Some had sharp claws, while others carried enormous weapons. They roared in unison as if waiting for King Moai's command, ready to pounce on Vegeta and Nappa at any moment. However, Vegeta and Nappa showed no fear. They stood back to back, vigilantly observing the surrounding enemies. Vegeta was secretly calculating in his heart. He knew that in this situation he could not blindly attack. He must first understand the strength and weaknesses of his enemies. Nappa, however, could hardly contain himself. He whispered to Vegeta, "Your Highness, these guys look so arrogant. Let me teach them a lesson first." Vegeta quietly interrupted, "Not so fast, let's see how things unfold first." Seeing Vegeta and Nappa's calm demeanor, King Moai felt a hint of confusion. He had originally thought that these two outsiders would be intimidated by his aura, but he did not expect them to be so composed. "Do you think I will let you off easily?" King Moai roared again. Vegeta sneered, "Do you think you can stop us? We Scions are not to be trifled with." Just as the two sides were at a standstill, a sudden alarm sounded from within the castle. A subordinate hurriedly ran to King Moai and anxiously said, "My king, there's a problem with the energy core. It seems something is invading." King Moai's expression changed. He realized that these two outsiders might not be his greatest trouble after all. "You keep an eye on them. I will check what's going on with the energy core." After King Moai finished speaking, he turned and walked deeper into the castle. Vegeta and Nappa saw this opportunity and exchanged a knowing smile. Vegeta quietly said, "It seems our chance has come." They quickly sprang into action. Vegeta dashed towards the nearest enemy like a bolt of lightning, raining down punches upon the foe, each hit infused with immense power, causing the enemy to retreat in defeat. Nappa exploited his strength advantage, charging like an enraged bull, knocking aside the enemies surrounding him. After a fierce battle, Vegeta and Nappa successfully broke free from the enemy's encirclement. They pursued the direction of the energy core, eager to discover what was invading the energy core of this planet. When they arrived at the room housing the energy core, they saw a massive energy apparatus. The device shimmered with dazzling light, and some strange creatures flitted through the glow. These beings appeared to be composed of energy, their bodies transparent, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. King Moai was engaged in battle with these energy beings. Although he was large and powerful, he struggled against the agility of these energy creatures. "What are these things?" Nappa asked in astonishment. Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied, "They seem to be some kind of energy life form. They might be after the energy source of this planet." Vegeta and Nappa did not immediately join the battle. Instead, they observed from the sidelines, trying to find the weaknesses of these energy beings. After careful observation, Vegeta discovered that the core area of these energy beings seemed to be their weak point. Attacking their cores would eliminate them. "Nappa, let's attack their cores," Vegeta instructed. Nappa nodded, and they both charged towards the energy beings. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique, the Prince's Combat Technique, moving swiftly to evade the attacks of the energy beings while looking for opportunities to strike their cores. Nappa utilized his strength, charging directly at the energy beings to draw their attention, creating openings for Vegeta. Under the coordination of Vegeta and Nappa, the energy beings fell one after another. King Moai, witnessing this scene, felt both astonished and grateful. "Thank you for your assistance, King Moai said. "I misunderstood you earlier." Vegeta replied indifferently, "We just don't want to get involved in unnecessary troubles. Now, we must continue on our way." King Moai nodded, understanding that these two powerful warriors had their own mission. Vegeta and Nappa left Moai planet, boarding their spaceship and flying towards Earth. This brief stop, although filled with twists and turns, allowed them to witness more strange creatures and unknown dangers in the universe. On King Kai's planet. King Kai watched the gradually disappearing Goku and said with relief, "Scions truly are a fighting race. I didn't expect Goku to become this strong after just a short year of training here. Indeed, and judging from Goku's recent aura, he seems even stronger than you, King Kai." The little grasshopper Gregor looked over at King Kai. Roar. Beside them, the gorilla Baburus thumped his chest in agreement, seemingly in full support of Gregor's words. "Ah, is that so? Ha ha ha. But his sense of humor can't match mine." King Kai scratched his head to ease his embarrassment, laughing. "I wonder when Goku will arrive. I hope it's not too late. I should notify the Earth's Kaioshin to prepare the warriors on Earth." In the Kaioshin's temple, a tranquil and mysterious training area, seemingly isolated from the world, Shang Yun, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Din were fully immersed in their intense training. Every drop of their sweat sparkled with resolute brilliance under the radiant sunlight, every movement infused with the power and determination to protect Earth, striving to hone themselves for the sake of safeguarding their beloved blue planet in this vast universe. Shang Yun remained seated in the air with his eyes tightly closed, hands pressed together, moving with the wind. Krillin was deeply focused, immersed in his own training world. His movements were as agile as a leaping spirit monkey, each punch and kick accompanied by a fierce wind, as if the air itself was being torn apart by his actions. Yamcha furrowed his brow, the veins on his forehead slightly protruding, seemingly contemplating every flaw in his techniques, constantly adjusting his moves in an effort to break through his limits. His focused expression suggested that the world around him was of no concern, only training and becoming stronger mattered at this moment. Tien Shinhan's expression was serious like a steady mountain. His aura was calm, yet powerful, as he and Din worked in perfect harmony, engaging in specialized training. Their figures intersected and intertwined in the training area, reflecting a deep rapport cultivated over a long time, with every glance and motion executed flawlessly. Just as the tense atmosphere of cultivation reached a climax with Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan, the god suddenly received a mental transmission from the king of the realm, resonating like a thunderous bell in his mind. The god instantly changed his posture, his already hunched figure bending even more, adopting an extremely respectful stance as he listened to the mental transmission from the king of the realm. Moments later, his previously calm expression suddenly transformed like a serene lake disturbed by a massive stone, becoming tense. His eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. The voice of the king of the realm echoed in his mind. "Earth's god, the Scions, will arrive in less than a day. Sun Wukong has just been revived and is rushing back to Earth via the Snake Way, but it is uncertain if he will arrive in time. Before he comes, the warriors of Earth must withstand the Scions." Shang Yun sensed the god's aura becoming chaotic, slightly furrowing his brows. He slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at the god, pondering deeply. The god took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumultuous panic surging within him. He understood that he needed to be the stabilizing force for everyone, maintaining composure to convey this shocking news to those in training. He walked slowly towards Tianjin Fan and the others, each heavy step seeming to carry the weight of the world. The others seemed to keenly sense the god's unusual demeanor, halting their cultivation and looking at him with curiosity and unease in their eyes. The god gazed at them and slowly spoke. "Everyone, the king of the realm has just transmitted a message. The Scions are about to attack and time is pressing. They will arrive on Earth in less than a day. Sun Wukong has already been revived and is on his way, but we do not know when he will arrive." Although his voice was calm, it could not hide a trace of worry. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone revealed shock and seriousness. Krillin's eyes widened, filled with urgency, as he exclaimed, "What? I knew preparations were necessary, but I didn't expect this day to come so soon." His voice trembled slightly, and his hands instinctively clenched and relaxed, betraying his deep unease. Yamcha tightened his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. A hint of tension reflected in his eyes. "Yes, it's infuriating. We have no idea how strong these two Scions are." His brows knitted tightly, as if shrouded in a fog of uncertainty, filled with an unknown fear toward the approaching enemies. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the calm atmosphere around him, and firmly stated, "No matter what, we cannot retreat. Our cultivation during this time has not been in vain. We must believe in our strength." His words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating in the hearts of everyone present, gradually calming their previously frantic minds. Jiaozi silently nodded by the side. Though he did not speak, his eyes were filled with determination. That unwavering gaze seemed to silently express his resolve to share life and death with everyone. Shang Yun slowly descended beside everyone, looking at them with a smile, saying, "Everyone, don't worry. Wukong will definitely make it in time. Besides what are scions to us, we will not be easily defeated. This is our Earth to protect, and even if it costs us our lives, we will make them understand our might. Now that we know the scions will arrive in less than a day, we shouldn't push ourselves too hard in cultivation anymore. Let's rest well, adjust our states, and prepare for battle. His tone was gentle, yet his words were filled with authority and determination. A powerful confidence seemed to emanate from his being, enveloping everyone present. Tianjin Fan looked at everyone and spoke loudly. Indeed, Shang Yun is right. What we need to do now is to adjust ourselves and conserve our energy. This battle concerns the life and death of Earth. We cannot afford to be careless. His voice echoed throughout the God Temple like a military order, prompting everyone to dismiss their distracting thoughts. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully aware of the importance and brutality of this battle. Though their hearts were filled with tension and unease, there was no sign of retreat in their eyes. Instead, those eyes burned with a fierce flame, ready to fight to protect the Earth. Krillin took a deep breath and said, "Then let's rest for a while, adjust our states, and face this life and death battle with our best spirits." Thus, everyone dispersed to find a quiet place to rest. However, they could not calm their hearts as scenes from their recent training floated in their minds, contemplating the strategies for the upcoming battle. Some silently recalled the techniques they had learned, while others considered how to cooperate with their teammates to unleash their maximum power, each preparing for the imminent life and death struggle. Time passed second by second, and the entire God Temple was enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Shang Yun quietly sat in a corner, hands clasped together, silently praying for son Wukong. He believed that Wukong would create a miracle and return in time. His resolute face was filled with determination and expectation, as if his faith could transcend time and space, reaching the heart of son Wukong, who was racing along the Snake Way. Krillin paced back and forth in his room, his steps hurried and chaotic, trying to relax, but his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The thump-thump of his heart sounded particularly clear in the quiet room. He recalled the days he trained alongside son Wukong. Those arduous training sessions had now become their capital for battle. Each fall, each injury, served as a source of strength in his heart, gradually calming him. Yamcha sat on the edge of his bed, gripping his weapon tightly, the handle soaked with his sweat. He continually encouraged himself, telling himself not to be afraid. He gazed out at the sky, silently vowing to protect this land. Under this sky lay everything he cherished: friends, family, and homeland. He would not allow anyone to destroy it. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi sat nearby, closing their eyes to meditate. Their breathing was steady and deep, striving to achieve their best mental and physical state. Tianjin Fan repeatedly practiced various combat scenarios in his mind, contemplating strategies for different situations, while Jiaozi silently sensed Tianjin Fan's thoughts. Their minds seemed to draw closer in this tranquil atmosphere, preparing to face the impending powerful foes with perfect coordination. At this moment, son Wukong was exerting all his strength to perform the sky dance technique on the serpent path. His figure darted like a bolt of golden lightning, racing along the winding serpent road. His eyes were filled with anxiety and determination. He knew that the Earth was facing a grave crisis, and he had to return as quickly as possible. Each leap he took was imbued with his concern and protective heart for the Earth. His speed had surpassed all limits, as if he were racing against time. Damn it, how did the scions arrive so quickly? I hope everyone can hold on. Son Wukong thought to himself, accelerating even further. The serpent path beneath him trembled slightly from the shock waves generated by his explosive speed, as his figure gradually vanished into the endless distance, leaving behind a golden silhouette racing towards the Earth. As the time drew near, the warriors of Earth had already prepared for battle. They gathered outside the celestial hall, gazing at the sky, waiting for the scions to arrive. Their expressions were resolute and calm, exuding an aura of fearless determination, as if they were a group of warriors about to charge into battle. Shang Yun looked at everyone and said, "Everyone stay focused. No matter what happens, do not panic. We must unite and bring forth our strongest strength." His voice was deep and powerful, like an invisible force being injected into every person's heart. The crowd responded in unison, "Okay." That voice resonated like thunder across the sky, showcasing their resolve and courage. On that seemingly ordinary day, the skyline of Earth was abruptly torn apart by a dazzling light radiant enough to seem as if it could rip the sky. It was a small spacecraft piloted by Vegeta and Nappa, rapidly cutting through the atmosphere with an unstoppable force, like a meteor out of control, hurtling straight towards the Earth. As the spacecraft drew closer, the air beneath it seemed to be frantically squeezed by an invisible yet powerful giant hand, producing deafening roars reminiscent of the heavens collapsing as if the sky were emitting a mournful roar from unbearable pain. The enormous spacecraft landed with immense force in the heart of a bustling and chaotic city. In an instant, it was as if the impact of a real meteor striking the Earth unleashed a colossal shockwave centered around the spacecraft, spreading outwards like a tidal wave. The towering skyscrapers, symbols of humanity's architectural achievements, appeared fragile, like toys in the hands of children, before this overwhelming force that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell. The building closest to the landing point of the spacecraft was shattered in an instant, countless concrete fragments and sharp glass shards bursting forth like a torrential downpour in a nightmare, splattering in all directions. Those inside the building who were previously engrossed in their daily routines were buried mercilessly beneath the mountain of ruins before they could even utter a cry for help, extinguishing the flames of life in a brutal manner. Meanwhile, the solid ground was smashed into a bottomless pit that seemed to lead into an endless dark abyss, and the surrounding streets appeared to be mercilessly kneaded by an unseen devil's hand. The originally smooth and flat roads cracked open in an instant like spider webs spreading out of vehicles were overturned like ants tossed aside by an invisible force, and utility poles collapsed like soldiers with broken spines sparking in the ruins as if they were the final struggles of desperate souls in the dark. The entire city was instantly thrown into chaos, resembling the onset of the apocalypse. Such a heart-stopping and terrifying scene naturally drew countless citizens like moths to a flame to come and watch. Some fled in panic from the nearby crumbling buildings, their faces pale with fear and their steps unsteady. Others were already on the street witnessing this terrifying scene as if a demon had descended. Terror and disbelief were etched on the faces of the people, their eyes wide open as if they might pop out of their sockets, mouths slightly agape but unable to make a sound due to overwhelming fear, as if time had been cruelly frozen by an invisible hand. What on earth is this thing? Could it be an alien invasion? A young man, his voice trembling like the strings of a lute in the wind, spoke to his equally pale companion. Beads of sweat like large pearls rolled down his forehead, tracing the contours of his fear-stricken face. I really don't know, but we must leave here quickly. His companion responded, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as he hurriedly grasped the young man's hand, desperately pushing through the crowd as if demons from hell were chasing them. However, this was merely the terrifying beginning of the impending catastrophe. A towering, muscular figure seemingly forged from steel stood coldly beside the spacecraft like a dark god surveying the chaos before him. It was Nappa, his lips curling into a disdainful and arrogant smile, as if that smile contained the utmost contempt for the lives of Earth. Nappa slowly raised his trunk-like arm palm, facing upward as a brilliant and dazzling energy sphere began to gather in his palm at a chilling speed, as if it harnessed the power of the sun. The light of the energy sphere grew ever more intense, resembling a small star in gestation, its radiance painfully blinding, while the surrounding air seemed to ignite with the surging energy, emitting a sizzling sound, as if the air itself were moaning in anguish. These earthlings are simply too weak, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Nappa coldly snorted, his voice like a winter wind chilling to the bone. Let them truly witness the invincible power of the Science, and let them experience what real bone-deep terror feels like. As the energy gathered reached a peak capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, Nappa suddenly hurled the sphere, which seemed to contain the power of the apocalypse, towards a nearby city. The energy sphere flew like a small sun off its orbit, carrying an endless aura of destruction, trailing a long flame-like tail, slicing through the once azure, now fear-draped sky, and striking the heart of that city with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, a blinding light flashed with enough intensity to blind the world, followed by a deafening explosion that seemed capable of shattering souls. The entire city trembled under the powerful energy shock, reminiscent of a force from the depths of the universe, capable of reshaping the stars, as if it were ruthlessly trampled by a colossal beast from ancient times. Skyscrapers crumbled before this force, turning into a wasteland of ruins. The streets were obliterated beyond recognition, with dust rising like a roaring sandstorm blotting out the sun. The shockwave from the explosion spread outward at a terrifying speed exceeding that of sound, leveling everything in its path, erasing both sturdy buildings and vibrant lives in an instant. Countless lives vanished in this fleeting moment like lightning, while the survivors emitted heart-wrenching cries and calls for help amidst the ruins, plunging the entire city into an endless abyss of despair and darkness. Standing by, Vegeta watched this tragic scene unfold with a satisfied and proud smile, his arms crossed, exuding the aura of a deity, who controls the fate of the world, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain, as if the lives of Earthlings were no more significant than insects in his sight. This is the power of we seethes. These Earthlings are simply not qualified to contend with us, Vegeta stated in a condescending tone, his voice dripping with contempt for the people of Earth. Indeed, Your Highness, they are as insignificant as ants before us, Nappa said, his face adorned with flattery, bowing slightly in the utmost respectful manner. What shall we do next? Continue searching for those with combat potential. I want to see how many opponents on this planet can excite me, Vegeta coldly replied, his gaze revealing a thirst for blood, as if anticipating a more intense battle. This sudden disaster, reminiscent of the apocalypse, spread rapidly, like a plague, becoming the headline news on major global television networks. In a television news studio, anchor Emily struggled to suppress her inner fear and trembling, reporting this event tensely into the camera. Dear viewers, we interrupt for an urgent news report. Just minutes ago, our city was struck by an unknown attack. A massive, unidentified flying object landed in the city center, triggering a series of explosions and destruction. Currently, we have lost contact with the disaster-stricken area, and the casualty situation remains unclear. However, from the footage coming in from the scene, the situation appears dire. This is nothing short of a nightmare. Emily's voice trembled noticeably, and despite her best efforts to remain calm, the fear in her eyes overflowed like a surging tide. The camera shifted to aerial footage of the disaster site, revealing a scene of devastation that appeared abandoned by the world, leaving the audience profoundly shocked. The once thriving city had now turned into a wasteland, smoke rising amid the ruins, concealing countless lives and hopes beneath, while endless fear and sorrow filled the hearts of the people. Could this be a terrorist attack? Or are there really aliens invading Earth? Emily posed her question, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with confusion and concern. We will continue to monitor this event's developments. Please do not panic and stay in safe places. In another corner of the city, Master Roshi lay leisurely on his tranquil island, enjoying the warm sunshine with a cup of steaming tea beside him. Bulma, Lanfeng, Oolong, and Puar were enthusiastically tinkering with some bizarre inventions nearby. Hey, why does it suddenly feel like the ground is shaking during the day? Oolong raised his head in confusion, his round head scanning the surroundings, his eyes full of bewilderment. I don't know, could it be some large-scale construction going on somewhere? Puar chimed in, his small ears twitching as if trying to capture more information. Bulma furrowed her brow, slightly, a sense of foreboding welling up within her. She quickly opened her laptop and began typing rapidly, searching for news reports. When she saw the news about the unidentified flying object attacking the city on the television, her face turned pale, as if all the blood had drained from her body. This is not an ordinary incident, it could be the seethes. Bulma exclaimed in terror, her voice tinged with despair, her eyes filled with fear. Lan Fang's previously carefree demeanor vanished in an instant. She stood up immediately, her expression becoming serious and grave. The seethes. They have finally come. What should we do? Goku hasn't returned yet. Bulma said anxiously, tears glimmering in her eyes, filled with fear of the unknown fate and longing for Goku. Don't panic. We need to clarify the situation first. Master Roshi stood up, speaking, though his heart was also filled with worry. He knew that remaining calm was crucial at this moment, or everything would plunge into further chaos. Bulma, can you find the others? Perhaps Yamcha or Krillin? Bulma nodded hurriedly, taking out the scouter and attempting to locate Yamcha and Krillin. However, after a series of beeping sounds, no information came through. I can't find them, they might be too far away. Bulma said anxiously, her hands continuing to manipulate the scouter as if it were her last glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in another part of the Earth, Vegeta and Nappa were searching for their targets using their newer, more advanced scouters. The scouter displayed combat power readings from various locations on Earth, and when they discovered multiple targets with combat power exceeding 1,000, excitement flashed in Vegeta's eyes, mingled with a craving for battle and anticipation for strong opponents. It seems there are some opponents with a bit of power on this planet, Vegeta sneered, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Which one should we go after first? Nappa asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Let's find the strongest one first. These lowly creatures are not worth our time, Vegeta stated as he focused on the direction indicated by the scouter, locking in on the locations of Piccolo and Gohan. His eyes conveyed a sense of determination and coldness, as if in his view Piccolo and Gohan were merely obstacles on his path to conquering Earth. No matter who you are, don't think you can stop me, Vegeta. After I kill you, I will search for the Dragon Balls. Vegeta muttered to himself, then flew toward the target with Nappa, leaving behind a wasteland and panicking people in their wake. The land was shrouded in fear and despair enveloping every life, and at that moment the fate of Earth was teetering on the brink of collapse. At the temple of the gods, the deities Mr. Popo, Shang Yun, Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi stood at the railing, their eyes wide as they gazed down. When Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth, everyone sensed the two powerful and evil auras. "They are here," Krillin shouted after sensing it. "Yes, they have landed in the city center and are currently wreaking havoc." Due to his divine duties, the deity could observe any situation on the ground, but for the same reason, he could not descend to the ground. "Then let's hurry. We can't let these guys be so arrogant." Yamcha shouted urgently, about to jump down from the temple of the gods. "Yamcha, wait. That's the city center. If a battle breaks out there, it will affect others." Shang Yun quickly stopped Yamcha's impulsive behavior. "Didn't Krillin say they have a combat power detector? It can show people's strength and location. Those two scions wanting to conquer Earth will first come after us strong ones. Let's wait a bit. As for those killed by the scions, once we defeat them, we can ask Shenron to revive them." Tianjin Fan stared intently with his three eyes, trying to see the situation below, but it was evidently a bit difficult. Meanwhile, Jiaozi looked at his senior brother with admiration. "They have set off." The deity suddenly shouted excitedly, "They are going to find Piccolo." "Piccolo? They must think Piccolo is the strongest. It seems Piccolo has become even stronger." Krillin reacted first, and then shouted, "Oh no, Gohan is still with Piccolo." Without considering the others, Krillin sensed the auras of Piccolo and son Gohan, jumped down from the temple of the gods, and rushed over. Hearing Krillin's words, Shang Yun also reacted quickly, jumping down immediately, while the others greeted the deity, before following closely behind. Shang Yun knew that with Piccolo there, he wouldn't let Son Gohan come to harm, but still one could never be too cautious. In a flurry of concern, he activated the Zen Heart. With the 3-foot divine being, he exerted his full power in the sky dance technique, quickly surpassing Krillin and leaving him far behind. Krillin, flying at full speed, suddenly heard a voice by his ear. Krillin am going ahead. Immediately, a blazing golden light shot past him like lightning, causing the space around it to ripple slightly, leaving behind a long golden light trail resembling a comet slicing through the sky. That was Shang Yun, although he could only see the long golden light behind Shang Yun. Ding. Congratulations, host has comprehended one of the 6 divine powers of Zen, the Divine Realm Passage, also known as the Body as Desired Passage and Divine Foot Passage. This ability allows one to move freely without obstruction, unaffected by the constraints of time and space, appearing at will. The current level is beginner. With the Heart of Compassion awakened, one can instantly move within a radius of 1 kilometer. Hearing the mechanical voice of 9527, Shang Yun was momentarily stunned, recalling his anxious training on the moon, wanting to break through, and couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that Shang Yun's previous accumulation had not been in vain, it just needed an opportunity to break through. At this moment, under the influence of the urgent desire to save his son, he unexpectedly comprehended the Divine Realm Passage. The Divine Realm Passage, also known as the Body as Desired Passage and Divine Foot Passage, is too one-sided regardless of what it is called. Because after mastering the Divine Realm Passage, one not only possesses the ability to move freely and appear at will, but also can create clones appearing in different places without the constraints of time and space, and can change one's body form at will, appearing in any form, among other abilities. Of course, with his current realm, he merely grasped a bit of the surface level of the Divine Foot Passage. At this moment, Shang Yun's sky dance technique was greatly enhanced because of his urgent desire to save his son, as he infused a hint of the Zen essence of the Divine Realm Passage, resulting in this significant transformation. Although I still need to awaken the Heart of Compassion, at least I don't have to sense danger like with the Zen awareness technique to execute it. I hope it will be useful in the upcoming battle. Within 1 kilometer, I can move freely, right? Then fine. Shang Yun stopped in midair, contemplating a direction, and activated the Divine Realm Passage. In an instant, his figure vanished into the void like a wisp of smoke, without making any sound, not stirring a single cloud, as if he melded into the vast sky, leaving no trace behind. Then, at a cloud above 1 kilometer away, Shang Yun's figure quietly appeared, soundless, as if he had emerged from the seams of time, as if he had already existed in that piece of sky. He gazed firmly without a moment's pause, once again activating the Divine Realm Passage, his figure disappearing from the original spot and reappearing at the next kilometer, repeating like a specter in the sky, racing towards Son Gohan, while that piece of sky seemed untouched by his presence, remaining tranquil as ever. In a quiet and slightly desolate mountain area on Earth, it seemed like a forgotten corner of the world. The surroundings were filled with jagged stones with massive boulders stacked layer upon layer resembling a fortress built by the ages. Some boulders resembled sprawling behemoths, exuding an ancient and dignified aura, while others stood like giant pillars reaching the sky, as if competing in height with the heavens. Sparse vegetation struggled to survive in the crevices of the stones with a few dry weeds trembling in the gentle breeze, as if recounting the hardships of life. Sunlight poured down but could not penetrate the solitude and chill of this place. The shadows of the stones crisscrossed, forming dim patches, as if darkness and light were engaged in a silent contest here. Piccolo sat cross-legged with his eyes closed atop a towering boulder, his dark green body resembling an ancient and mysterious statue in this grayish environment, as if he had merged with this mountain area, silently guarding the peace of this land. His aura was steady and profound, like a deep ocean concealing endless power beneath its calm surface. Suddenly his eyes shot open, two beams of sharp light piercing through the surrounding silence. Son Gohan stood a short distance away, now much taller, his posture compared to before more upright, resembling a robust young tree, still carrying the boyish innocence, but already showing signs of resilience. His tousled black hair swayed gently in the wind, as if whispering to the breeze. Son Gohan's face still retained a trace of childhood softness, yet his eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve and fearless determination, silent testament to the fact that he was no longer the naive boy of yore. He wore a simple blue cotton tunic, its hems frayed and worn, whispering tales of past adventures. His trousers were plain hemp breeches, and his boots, dusted with earth, anchored him firmly to the ground, radiating an aura both humble and valiant. Piccolo leapt down from the boulder with the grace of a swallow, landing soundlessly and steadily before Gohan. His expression grave, he said, "Gohan, they're coming. Two overwhelming presences approach us, those two Saiyots. Their strength is not to be underestimated. But do not fear. You are no longer the frail child you once were. Within you lies immense power, untapped potential even you have yet to fully awaken. Now is the time to unleash it. Your clothes are torn. Change into something new, and prepare for battle." Gohan clenched his fists slightly, a flicker of instinctive tension crossing his gaze, the natural response to facing overwhelming might. Yet it swiftly gave way to steely resolve. Tilting his head up toward Piccolo, he declared, "Uncle Piccolo, I understand. I will fight with all my strength. Uncle Piccolo, I want a set just like yours." Piccolo glanced at Gohan, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curving his lips as he murmured, "Humph. Very well." With that, he extended his right hand toward Gohan, fingers splayed, and cast a spell. A vibrant emerald light burst forth, lively as a spirit, coiling around Gohan's form. In the shimmering radiance, Gohan's attire transformed. A matching turban now cradled his tousled hair, and a billowing cape snapped in the wind. He ran his fingers over the turban, a confident smile blooming across his face, as if in that instant boundless power had already surged through his veins. The two stood in silent vigil, awaiting their foes, the very air around them seeming to thicken and still. Then, without warning, a figure materialized beside them, utterly soundless. Neither Piccolo nor Gohan reacted, neither startled nor shifting position, as though the third presence had always belonged there. The newcomer bore short dark hair and wore an orange martial arts uniform emblazoned with the kanji for turtle on both chest and back. Shang Yun, who had pushed his divine realm technique to its limits, arriving with astonishing speed. "Gohan, you've grown taller," Shang Yun said, squinting gently at him, a quiet smile playing on his lips. "Who?" Piccolo, wholly absorbed in sensing those two formidable auras, recoiled in shock at the voice beside him. In one fluid motion, he seized Gohan and vaulted backward, far and fast. "Piccolo, it's been a long time. Looks like you've trained my son well," Shang Yun remarked, warmly, visibly moved by Piccolo's instinctive protection, carrying Gohan even mid-evade. Piccolo gave a slight nod. "It's you, Shang Yun. When did you arrive? How did I fail to sense you? And why is your aura so faint, so feeble, as if you're on the verge of death? I barely detected it at all. Have you truly lost your edge?" Cough, cough. "Relax, Piccolo. I'm perfectly capable. My cultivation art is unique. My current realm remains unstable." Shang Yun offered the explanation lightly, with little elaboration. Gohan, beaming with joy, dashed forward and threw his arms around Shang Yun, calling out, "Godfather." His voice brimmed with unshakable trust and delight, as if Shang Yun's presence alone guaranteed victory. Yet in the next breath, tears welled in his eyes. "Godfather, why did you take so long to return? Dad is gone." Shang Yun stroked Gohan's hair gently and reassured him, "It's all right. Master Roshi has already summoned Shinran to revive your father. Hey son, you look absolutely fierce in that outfit. Are you aiming to become as awe-inspiring as Uncle Piccolo? This attire suits you perfectly. You look every bit a young warrior. I have no doubt you'll shine brilliantly in battle. Gohan scratched his head bashfully, a soft blush rising to his cheeks. As Piccolo watched speechless while Shang Yun comforted Gohan, Vegeta and Nappa finally entered their field of vision. Piccolo's gaze turned instantly glacial and razor-sharp, like twin stars burning cold. Shang Yun moved to shield Gohan behind him, but Gohan refused, stepping resolutely between Shang Yun and Piccolo, glaring defiantly at Vegeta and Nappa. Shang Yun observed Gohan, no longer the child he remembered, and smiled warm and wordless. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa landed with deliberate, thunderous force, cracks spiderwebbing violently across the earth for over 100 meters. Vegeta stood tall and imperious, his battle armor radiating a chilling metallic sheen beneath the sun, a sight that chilled the blood. His eyes, deep and frigid as distant stars, seemed to pierce through all weakness and insignificance. Nappa, massive and brutish, bore a face carved from raw aggression. Each bulging muscle spoke of savage power. His very presence loomed like a moving mountain, suffocating and oppressive. I am Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, a cosmic sovereign. Today I descend upon this inferior earth, not only to avenge Raditz, but to eradicate every living being here, then sell this planet. Hand over the Dragon Balls willingly, and I shall grant you a swift, painless death. Refuse, and you shall suffer. His voice cut through Earth's stillness like a blade of ice, each syllable dripping with absolute arrogance and crushing authority. I am Nappa, the Saiyans' mightiest warrior. You Earthlings are nothing but insects. Prepare for annihilation. Vegeta's gaze lingered on Piccolo, then paused, his lips curling into a faint, mocking smirk. Humph. Green skin, wrinkled ears, those peculiar antennae. You must be a Namekian. Legends speak of your people's extraordinary power, but today marks your end. Piccolo frowned, puzzled, yet fearless. His voice low and unyielding replied, Namekian, I know nothing of what you speak. Vegeta, do not waste time with riddles. I care not where you hail from. Your arrogance will cost you dearly. And make no mistake, I am no easy prey. Another presence approaches. Vegeta tilted his head skyward as his scouter emitted sharp, insistent beeps. At that very instant, a violent gust of energy roared down from the heavens. Just as Vegeta looked up, a strong gust of air swept down from the sky, and a figure instantly landed beside Shang Yun. It was Krillin, who had been following closely behind. Nappa, watching the data on the power level detector, let out a wild laugh. Ha! A group of lowly beings, those with weak combat power. The green one has the highest power at only 1220. The child beside him is at 981, and that bald kid is at 1083. Ha! There's even one with a power level of only 10. With your meager power, I could crush you like ants with just one hand. Before us Saiyans, you Earth beings are nothing but lowly creatures. Vegeta, aware that matters were not that simple, frowned and said to the arrogant Nappa, do not rely too much on that thing. They can change their power levels. These Earthlings seem to always unleash unexpected power in dire situations. Though Nappa was somewhat confused, he complied and threw the power level detector aside. It kicked up a cloud of dust on the ground, as if trembling for the impending battle. Vegeta, however, ignored Nappa's arrogance, his thoughts still lingering on Piccolo, as he continued, you Namekian, stop playing dumb. I believe the Dragon Balls on Earth are your creation, right? Those wondrous orbs that can grant wishes must be the work of you Namekians. Piccolo was even more bewildered, thinking to himself, what place is this Namek that Vegeta speaks of? Is it my homeland? Those Dragon Balls were created by that old deity. What does it have to do with me? But he did not want to dwell on this. Instead, he kept a vigilant eye on Vegeta, his energy quietly surging, ready for the impending battle. Piccolo knew that the two enemies before him were immensely powerful, but as the great demon king Piccolo, he would never take a step back, thinking to himself, this Earth will only be conquered by me. I've got it, Nappa. Kill them all. Vegeta seemed to have thought of something. What about the Dragon Balls? Nappa looked at Vegeta, puzzled. No worries, I've already thought of that. That guy is a Namekian, and we just need to go to Namek to find even more powerful Dragon Balls. Vegeta said with a cold smile. Just then Tien Kaiatsu and Yamcha arrived like three gusts of wind. They landed on a nearby hill. Hen stood tall and firm like a pine tree in a storm, his gaze steady and fiery, as if burning with the flames of battle. Faced with Vegeta's overwhelming aura, Shang Yun did not react much, while Krillin looked at Shang Yun seriously, saying, Shang Yun, you seem so calm. Do you have a plan? Shang Yun shook his head slightly. No. Then how can you be so calm? I'm trembling all over, and your mentality is truly impressive. Truly fearless, Krillin said, helplessly shaking his head with a smile. Shang Yun paused slightly, then said with a faint smile, fearless. Perhaps, but fear has no use, we still have to fight. But I admire you the most, Krillin. In truth, Shang Yun knew he was just a coward. His calm demeanor stemmed from the knowledge that he could be revived, that Sun Wukong would appear at a critical moment, and that Sun Wukong would defeat Vegeta. Knowing that his side would win naturally made him fearless. But this was not true fearlessness, as he knew he would not die. He knew the outcome of this battle, the future of this world, and the laws governing the universe. In contrast, Krillin, Piccolo, Tin, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Gohan did not know. They only knew they were facing the formidable Vegeta. They might die, but they also understood that if they did not defeat Vegeta, not only would they perish, but the Earth would be destroyed. Despite their trembling bodies unable to heed their commands, they still stepped forward to face their fears, buying time for Sun Wukong's arrival. That was true fearlessness. As for Krillin, he knew he had already been revived by the dragon once. In his understanding, if he were killed again, he would have no chance of revival. Yet facing the might of Vegeta and Nappa, risking the danger of being killed at any moment, he still stepped forward. In Shang Yun's heart, to fight for justice, knowing the impossibility, yet doing it anyway, was true great fearlessness. Vegeta raised his chin slightly, and with a mocking tone proposed, "Humph, it seems the warriors on Earth have all arrived. How perfect it is to catch you all at once. Nappa, let them have onion matches with the vegetable people. This is a chance for these Earthlings to showcase their so-called courage before me. All right, Prince Vegeta, haha, there just happen to be 7 plant people. Each of you can take one, don't fight over them." Nappa said, then took out a small bottle containing 7 oval-shaped seeds. He squatted down using his fingers to make 7 holes in the ground, opened the cap, and planted the seeds one by one, covering them with soil. He then took out another bottle filled with a dark green liquid and carefully watered each planted seed. In an instant, the ground trembled like a disturbed giant beast. Soon a tender green shoot cautiously poked its head out of the soil, as if testing this world. Under the gaze of everyone, the shoot seemed to gain infinite support and grew wildly upward. It branched and leafed out, its slender stem rapidly rising with broad and thick leaves growing in layers, swaying gently in the wind. At the very top of the stem, a human-like silhouette began to appear. The head gradually bulged, the round shape becoming clearer. The limbs appeared to be finely sculpted, transforming from blurry to distinct, long and powerful. The features of the face gradually materialized under the influence of that energy, with the eye sockets slightly sunken, the nose straight, and the mouth tightly closed, wearing a calm expression laced with a hint of mystery. Ultimately, a complete plant person seemed to awaken from slumber, standing silently there, surrounded by a layer of dark green light that flickered, as if narrating his extraordinary origin, his eyes fixed on Nappa, seemingly awaiting his command, ready for battle. Following that, the other 6 plant people also emerged, all gazing at Nappa, waiting for his orders. Each of these plant people has a power level of 1200, just like the Namekian, with the highest power among you. I won't bully you, you can go one by one, ha ha ha. Nappa laughed as he looked at Piccolo and the others. Humph, with such trash I could destroy them with a casual flick. Piccolo was about to step forward to eliminate these plant people, wanting to prove to Vegeta and Nappa not to underestimate him, but was stopped by Shang Yun. Shang Yun intercepted Piccolo, who wanted to defeat the 7 plant warriors with a single strike, and whispered, "Piccolo, we promised them that Goku has just been revived and is currently on his way back to Earth. We don't know when he will arrive, so we need to buy some time." "Humph, then you go ahead." Piccolo halted, letting out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with their reliance on Son Goku. "He'll go first." Tianjin Fan was aware of the plan to stall for time, which they had discussed back in the Temple of the Gods. Thus Tianjin Fan jumped down from the mountaintop and into the battlefield, shouting loudly, "You guys don't underestimate Earthlings. Today let me show you my strength." "Humph, you go. Kill him." Seeing Tianjin Fan take the initiative to fight, Ba couldn't help but snort, signaling one of the plant warriors to approach. That plant warrior seemed to sense Tianjin Fan's lack of strength, smirking in disdain as it charged forward. As the battle began, Tianjin Fan saw the plant warrior rushing towards him and did not dodge. He spread his legs and adopted a horse stance, taking a deep breath. With both hands on his forehead and fingers splayed, the chi within him rapidly converged, and with a loud shout, he unleashed the solar fist. In an instant, a beam of intense light as bright as the sun erupted from his palm, flooding the entire battlefield in brilliance, attempting to disrupt the plant warrior's vision. This technique was one of Tianjin Fan's signature skills, using blinding light to create opportunities for attack. He thought to himself, this move will surely throw that monster into disarray. Immediately afterward, Tianjin Fan moved like a phantom, darting forward as he unleashed a series of rapid kicks. Each kick was imbued with powerful force and cunning angles, as if he could tear through the air, while he shouted, "This kick is for the earth that you trample upon." The plant warrior struggled to defend itself, being forced to retreat under Tianjin Fan's relentless onslaught. Seizing the advantage, Tianjin Fan leapt high into the air, spinning his body, and placed his right hand atop his left, shouting loudly as he executed the Kamehameha. With both hands, Tianjin Fan unleashed the Kamehameha. A torrent of energy surged forth like crashing waves towards the plant warrior, sending it flying several meters away. The plant warrior steadied itself in midair and then opened its mouth to spit out a white liquid with a pungent odor shooting towards Tianjin Fan like a white arrow. Tianjin Fan quickly dodged, but the white liquid splashed onto the ground, creating a large pit that emitted a sharp smell. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan's expression turned serious, and he thought to himself, "This monster's power is formidable, but I will not be easily defeated." He then held nothing back, unleashing his full power with punches howling through the air and leg shadows looming large, each attack infused with all his strength and determination. Just as the plant warrior could no longer withstand the onslaught, Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity to grab one of its legs and delivered a side kick, instantly knocking the plant warrior to the ground. The plant warrior fell, writhing in pain as it struggled to get back up. Ba's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "How is this possible? How can this weak earthling possess such strength? I have already told you not to overly rely on the power level detector's readings," Vegeta said with a cold tone, narrowing his eyes at Ba. "Their true power is far more complex than what the detector shows. They should all be above 1200. These Earth warriors seem to possess not only hidden abilities, but also the means to enhance their power through energy gathering. Truly worthless you go." Ba, seeing the defeated plant warrior that Vegeta had annihilated, was impressed by Vegeta's actions and commanded another plant warrior to go into battle. Initially hesitant, the new warrior could not withstand Ba's fierce glare and steeled itself to step forward. "This guy is truly cruel, even to his own kind," Krillin said, frowning at this scene. Indeed, judging by their behavior, their goal in seeking the Dragon Balls is likely not to resurrect Raditz, but something far more sinister. Shang Yun struggled to recall Vegeta's purpose for coming to Earth for the Dragon Balls. Regardless of what the wish is, it must be stopped. These two evil beings likely harbor no good intentions. Krillin gritted his teeth and said, "Tianjin Fan, take a break, you'll go." Seeing Tianjin Fan effortlessly take down a plant warrior, Yamcha also requested to join the fight. "Alright, be careful of what that monster spits out." Tianjin Fan nodded. Yamcha took a deep breath, adjusting his state, feeling both anger towards the enemy and a hint of nervousness. Just as Yamcha entered the battlefield, Shang Yun suddenly felt a tightening in his chest, quickly recalling the battle from the original story, worrying if Yamcha would face any danger. Yamcha's fighting style was agile and versatile, adept at combining close combat with ranged attacks. He dashed toward the plant warrior, executing the Wolf Fang fist in a graceful arc in midair. Yamcha's fists rained down on his opponent like a storm, the speed of his attacks leaving afterimages in the air as he roared in his heart, "I must fight for Earth's honor." The plant warrior could only passively defend itself. Seeing that Yamcha had not gained much ground in close combat, he quickly distanced himself, placing his hands at his waist and shouting Kamehameha. A dazzling blue energy wave surged like a mighty tide toward the plant warrior, and with a loud explosion, the plant warrior was struck by the energy wave, falling to the ground motionless. Yamcha let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was assured of victory. He turned to Shang Yun and the others with a victorious smile, intending to leave the battlefield. But at that moment, the plant warrior surprisingly staggered back to its feet and lunged at Yamcha with lightning speed. "Yamcha, be careful." Just as the plant warrior struggled to rise, Shang Yun suddenly remembered that this plant warrior could self-destruct, and with a power level of 1200, its self-detonation would be unbearable for any of them. Shang Yun hurriedly warned Yamcha not to let his guard down and activated God's Realm teleportation, instantly moving between Yamcha and the plant warrior, attempting to kick the plant warrior away. However, the distance between Yamcha and the plant warrior was too close, and Shang Yun had only just grasped God's Realm teleportation. He was still unable to move freely, and ultimately was a step too slow, as the plant warrior had already grabbed Yamcha from behind. Just as Shang Yun's figure appeared next to Yamcha, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted from within the plant humanoid. Yamcha's eyes widened in terror, filled with despair and reluctance, and then with a loud bang, the vegetable man's body exploded. Yamcha was instantly overwhelmed by the immense force, his body flying far away like a kite, with its string cut landing heavily on the mountainside before rolling down to the ground. By the time Yamucha's body came to a stop, his eyes were tightly shut, and he had perished. In the last moment of his life, his heart was filled with reluctance for Earth and rage towards his enemies. Shang Yun had just emerged and had not yet had the chance to perform any defensive techniques when the shockwave from the explosion sent him flying crashing to the ground, coughing up blood and struggling to stand. This guy actually wasn't killed by the plant humanoid's self-explosion. Naba looked at the struggling Shang Yun on the ground, puzzled at how this guy, with a combat power of only 10, could survive so close to the explosion. Humfei already said not to overly rely on the combat power detector. This guy's been hiding his strength, and didn't you notice how he suddenly appeared? Yes, he was just over there on that mountain peak, and then suddenly appeared. Naba only then noticed that Shang Yun's method of appearance was somewhat different. This guy must have some special means. Vegeta smirked slightly, showing some interest in Shang Yun. How could this happen? I clearly could have saved Yamucha. Shang Yun's gaze was vacant, his expression despondent, unable to comprehend how he had known Yamucha would die and had been ready to rescue him, yet despite having divine realm communication, he still failed to save Yamucha. Shang Dad. Son Gohan, seeing Shang Yun injured, was extremely anxious and wanted to fly over to check on him, but was stopped by Piccolo. I'm fine. Gohan, don't come over. Shang Yun quickly stopped Son Gohan's movements, preventing him from entering the battlefield. At the same time, he stopped overthinking and quickly mobilized the chi in his dantian to heal his injuries, keeping his eyes fixed on the battlefield situation to prevent any further accidents. Klin flew over to check as Yamucha was blasted away and fell to the ground. Yamucha? Oh, you guys, you're really damned. Yamucha's death filled Klin with rage and grief. His eyes instantly turned red, his inner fury like a volcano ready to erupt. I said we should have wiped out these plant humanoids in one go from the start, Klin snorted coldly. With a powerful push of his legs, he rushed towards the remaining 5 plant humanoids. Though Klin was now filled with rage, he did not lose his rationality. While launching a rapid attack, he looked for openings in his opponents. He shouted angrily and swiftly charged at the remaining plant humanoids, his body weaving like an eel, simultaneously executing the Phantom Fist. In an instant, multiple afterimages of Klin appeared on the battlefield, making it difficult for the vegetable men to discern between reality and illusion, causing them to miss repeatedly. Seeing the plant humanoids' reactions, Klin knew the time had come. Taking advantage of the plant humanoids' panic, Klin leaped high into the air, spinning his body and kicking rapidly like propellers. The immense power and speed caused the plant humanoids to be struck repeatedly, each kick hitting them like a heavy hammer. Then Klin quickly gathered energy in his hands, 2 whirlwinds forming in his palms. With Shang Yun's assistance, he was now able to execute the chi element slash with both hands. You guys die? Klin forcefully unleashed the chi element slash, which cut towards the plant humanoids like a flying disc, splitting the air and producing a sharp whistling sound. Bang, bang, bang. With a few loud bangs, 3 plant humanoids were instantly cut in half. To prevent the remaining plant humanoids from self-destructing, Klin manipulated the 2 chi element slashes to intersect and rotate, shattering the 3 plant humanoids. The rapid battle had Klin panting slightly, and at that moment the other 2 plant humanoids stopped their attack on Klin. Having witnessed Klin's methods of killing the 3 plant humanoids, they felt some trepidation and attempted to flee, but Naba scolded them, threatening to kill them if they didn't fight. The 2 plant humanoids helpless exchanged glances and lunged at Klin, only to be struck by 2 beams of light, exploding instantly. It was Piccolo who had flown into the air and timed his magic flash perfectly. Klin turned to look at Piccolo and nodded his thanks. I'm not doing this to save you. You can't all die, though I still want you to watch me defeat these guys, and then kill you myself, conquering Earth. Piccolo looked at Klin and snorted coldly. Seeing all the plant humanoids killed, Naba was utterly enraged. He shouted loudly, gathering several blinding laser waves in his hands and shooting them unhesitatingly at the people present. Tianjin fan hugged Jiao Zi and dodged Naba laser waves. Klin also used the air dance technique to fly into the air, avoiding it, while Son Gohan, shocked by the brutality of the battlefield, was momentarily distracted and failed to dodge. Son Gohan stood there in a daze, the recent fierce battle striking his young heart. The image of Yamucha being blown up kept surfacing in his mind. In this critical moment, 2 figures quickly appeared in front of Son Gohan. It was Shang Yun and Piccolo. This time Shang Yun did not use divine realm communication, appearing first to directly embrace Son Gohan, shielding him from the laser wave. Piccolo also unhesitatingly flew in front of Son Gohan to block the laser wave hit Piccolo's body, splashing a dazzling light. Piccolo grunted, his body swaying slightly, Yet he stood firm, gritting his teeth, letting out a cold snort, his eyes filled with determination and resolution, clearly realizing he had underestimated this scion, who was far stronger than those plant humanoids. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan cried out loudly upon seeing Piccolo get hit, worried that Piccolo might also die. Piccolo endured the immense pain in his body, secretly healing his wounds, and turned to look at Son Gohan, signaling him to not worry. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The surrounding mountains had long been destroyed and collapsed by Nab's indiscriminate laser waves, turning into a wasteland. The mountains collapsed one after another, ruins scattered everywhere, and the ground was filled with cracks, as if the earth itself was groaning in pain. The sky was completely obscured by smoke, and the sun's rays could not penetrate the shadow of death and despair enveloping the entire world in darkness and fear. Klin gazed at the tragic scene before him, his sorrow transforming into a deeper hatred for the enemy. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening with the effort, silently vowing, "I must avenge the fallen Yamcha, who I cannot allow these two scions to succeed." His eyes burned with the flames of vengeance, ever ready to plunge back into battle. Shang Yun, meanwhile, kept a vigilant watch on Nappa and Vegeta while monitoring Sun Wukong's condition. He knew that Sun Wukong possessed immense potential, but at that moment his heart was wounded. Shang Yun gently reassured Sun Wukong, "Wukong, pull yourself together, we cannot give up yet. You must believe in your strength." Sun Wukong slightly lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes, yet he resolutely nodded. He understood that this was not the time for sorrow. He had to fight bravely for the fallen Yamcha and for Earth. Nappa, enraged by the fact that Piccolo had blocked his attack, charged toward Piccolo and Wukong, each step shaking the ground beneath him. He swung his powerful arms, cutting through the air with a whoosh, as if intending to crush everything in his path. "Let's take them on together." Seeing that the situation had spiraled out of control, Shang Yun no longer hesitated. He shouted loudly, set Sun Wukong down, and charged at Nappa. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi followed closely behind, while Klin spread his arms, and two spiraling currents of energy rapidly formed, ready to be unleashed toward Nappa. Piccolo shielded Sun Wukong behind him, focusing all his energy on recovering from his injuries, while his right fingertip quickly coalesced the demon-focused light cannon. Zen Heart. 3-foot Divine Being. Zen State. Void Spiritual Domain. As Shang Yun charged toward Nappa, he unleashed two powerful techniques. A faint golden energy shield enveloped him, and a speck of starlight slowly ascended from the top of Shang Yun's head, fading as it reached 3 feet high. "This guy indeed has hidden abilities," Vegeta thought as he observed Shang Yun's transformation. Shang Yun shot forward like a bolt of orange lightning, suddenly accelerating and launching into the air. His body twisted mid-flight, legs moving rapidly like a pair of swiftly spinning wind wheels as he aimed a kick toward Nappa's temple. However, Nappa remained motionless, merely tilting his head slightly, allowing Shang Yun's fierce kick to graze past his cheek. His eyes still showed disdain and arrogance as he taunted, "You're too slow." Tianjin Fan quickly followed up, joining Shang Yun in the assault against Nappa. As Shang Yun's strike missed, he executed a backflip in midair, landing steadily several meters away. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he exerted force, launching himself toward Nappa like an arrow released from a bow. This time he unleashed the turtle school style, his fists raining down upon Nappa's chest like a dense shower of raindrops, the wind of his punches howling, even carrying the faint sound of sonic booms. Nappa remained unfazed, lifting his sturdy arms with ease, effortlessly blocking each of Shang Yun and Tianjin Fan's attacks. With each collision of fists and arms, visible ripples of energy erupted, producing dull thuds that resonated like war drums, causing the surrounding air to hum. It seemed Nappa had grown bored once again as his left arm collided with Shang Yun's right leg. His right hand swiftly grasped Shang Yun's ankle, and he swung Shang Yun around, sending him crashing toward Tianjin Fan, who was caught off guard and sent flying. Nappa slammed Shang Yun onto the ground with great force, repeating the action 3 times. Thankfully, the energy shield provided protection, preventing significant injuries, though Shang Yun felt a bit dizzy and the faint glow above his head flickered. Seeing that Shang Yun had stopped moving, Nappa flung him into the air, opened his mouth, and fired a powerful energy blast toward Shang Yun, aiming to create a spectacular aerial explosion. This was Nappa's strongest technique, immensely powerful and devastatingly harmful. In midair, Shang Yun quickly adjusted his form, locking eyes with Nappa, placing his hands on his forehead, and shouted, "Solar Fist." In an instant, light erupted between the two like a miniature sun, blinding Nappa's vision. "Oh!" Nappa winced as his eyes stung and instinctively shut them. Zen Sense. Spirit Avoidance Technique. Though Shang Yun briefly obscured Naba's vision, the energy blast had already been fired, and with no time to evade in the air, he had no choice but to enact the spirit avoidance technique. Now's the time. Clin seized the moment, launching the energy slashes from his hands, which rapidly flew toward Naba. Tianjin Fan also took the chance to charge forward once more. Jiaozi also took advantage, soaring into the air like a flash of lightning swiftly approaching Naba. He launched a series of dong-dong waves with both palms, sending blue energy beams raining down upon Naba. Naba, be careful. Vegeta, having witnessed the power of the energy slashes, shouted a warning to Naba. Hearing Vegeta's warning, Naba tightly closed his eyes, let out a roar, crossed his arms over his head, and formed a faint golden energy shield around himself. Jiaozi's dong-dong waves struck the shield, creating only faint ripples akin to an ant shaking a tree, failing to create any real impact. Clin's two energy slashes collided directly with the energy shield, piercing through it and striking Naba's armor. However, the shield absorbed most of the attack, merely tearing a gash in Naba's armor. Naba felt a sharp pain in his chest, looked down to see blood trickling from the scratch, and erupted in fury, shouting, "You lowly earthlings dare to make a noble scion bleed." Taking advantage of this brief moment, Tianjin Fan leaped high into the air, curling his body into a ball, and then suddenly extended like a cannonball, his legs tensed, coming down with the force of a mountain upon Naba's head. If this explosive knee strike hit an ordinary person, would surely have their brains splattered. However, Naba merely squinted slightly, and as Tianjin Fan approached, he let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Try that again." Naba swiftly extended his large hand, accurately grasping Tianjin Fan's ankle like a vice. Tianjin Fan gasped in shock, struggling desperately, but unable to break free from Naba's grip. A cruel smile crept onto Naba's lips as he suddenly swung Tianjin Fan, sending him flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily into a distant mountain peak. A deafening roar echoed as the mountain was struck, stones flying and dust swirling, burying Tianjin Fan's figure within. Naba walked over slowly, intending to deliver a final blow to Tianjin Fan, but suddenly stumbled, nearly losing his balance. It turned out that Jiaozi was using his unique ability against him, extending his hands forward, concentrating with a focused expression, his eyes fixed intently on Naba. "It's you bastard." That Naba looked up and scanned the surroundings, finally realizing that it was the fault of the dumpling. Infuriated, he broke free from the dumpling's peculiar abilities and casually unleashed an energy wave. Shang Yun had already secretly activated Divine Realm Communication, ready to assist at any moment. Upon seeing the dumpling in peril, he quickly teleported in front of the dumpling and blocked Naba's energy wave with the Void Spiritual Domain. Then Shang Yun executed a feint, placing his hands on his forehead and shouting, "Solar Fist." Naba, unaware of the trickery, slightly lowered his head and raised his arm to shield his eyes. Tianjin Fan rushed over quickly, leaping high into the air, his leg muscles taut, delivering a rapid and fierce whirlwind leg that swept towards Naba's head like a sharp blade. "You're quite resilient." Naba remained unfazed, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head slightly and evaded the powerful strike. Immediately, Naba swung his hand, and a surging energy wave roared towards Tianjin Fan like a raging beast. Tianjin Fan's expression darkened as he swiftly crossed his arms over his chest, instantly consolidating his energy, gritting his teeth to withstand the powerful energy. With a thunderous crash, Tianjin Fan was propelled backward like a cannonball, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, dust swirling around him. "Is that all you've got? Then prepare to die," Naba mocked with a scornful grin. Tianjin Fan clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, filled with rage. He took a deep breath, jumped into the air, placed his right hand over his left, aimed at Naba, and concentrated all his energy, shouting, "Energy wave." A powerful wave of energy surged forth like an invisible tsunami, engulfing Naba. Seeing this, Naba's expression tightened slightly, and he quickly raised his hands to defend. In an instant, the two powerful forces collided and compressed, producing a deafening roar. The surrounding rocks shattered under this immense force, crumbling like fragile blocks into countless tiny stones, raising clouds of dust that gradually obscured the figures of both fighters. However, an insurmountable gap in strength existed between Tianjin Fan and Naba. As he continued to exert energy, his stamina gradually waned like a receding tide. Naba keenly seized this moment, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He bellowed, "Scion Blade." A crescent-shaped energy blade shimmered with a cold glow, shooting forth like an unparalleled sharp weapon. At this point, Tianjin Fan was already at his limit, unable to evade. With a thud, his right arm was cleanly severed, blood spraying like a fountain onto the ground, staining the dust a dazzling red. Yet relying on his indomitable will, he continued to gather energy with his remaining left arm, his body trembling slightly as he aimed to unleash the energy wave once more. But Naba offered no chance. His figure flashed forward, crashing into Tianjin Fan like a small mountain, kicking him in the abdomen. Tianjin Fan was powerless to resist, flying away like a kite with its string cut. Meanwhile, Shang Yun attempted to use divine realm communication again, but this time it seemed even more elusive, unable to be cast instantly. He ultimately forced it out, appearing behind Tianjin Fan and catching him as he flew back, the two crashing heavily against a distant mountain. The void spiritual domain absorbed some of the impact, but the entire mountain still shook and countless stones rolled down, mercilessly burying them. Tianjin Fan! Shang Yun cried out as he jumped out of the rubble, realizing that Tianjin Fan had lost his breath in his arms, shouting anxiously. Upon hearing Shang Yun shout, the dumpling understood that his senior brother had died. His small face instantly flushed with rage, his eyes filled with fury and determination. His tiny body seemed to contain boundless anger, moving like a streak of lightning towards Naba. He rapidly unleashed a series of drilling waves, blue energy beams shooting towards Naba like dense raindrops. However, Naba merely smirked, revealing a cold smile as a faint golden energy shield enveloped him. The drilling waves struck the surface, creating only faint ripples like an ant shaking a tree, failing to generate any real disturbance. Naba ignored the dumpling and turned his gaze towards Piccolo on the distant mountaintop, walking over slowly. The dumpling's heart sank. He knew that his meager power was merely a drop in the bucket against Naba, unable to harm him in the slightest, yet there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted loudly, "Even if I die, I won't let you go unscathed." Dumpling! No! Krillin realized the dumpling's intent and shouted to stop him. The dumpling rushed up and pressed against Naba's back, his body beginning to swell slowly, as if the surrounding air was stirred by his determination. As his body swelled, the light grew brighter, and he shouted, "Senior brother, I'm coming." With a thunderous explosion, it was as if the sky was collapsing. The immense energy erupted like an uncontrollable nuclear bomb, engulfing everything around it. The dust spread like a surging black tide, and the ground trembled violently under this force, as if the apocalypse had arrived. But as the dust began to settle, Naba stood there unharmed, though the armor on his back had shattered and his back was charred. Naba shook his head, his face filled with disdain, and said, "You overestimate yourself." At the moment of the dumpling's explosion, Naba had already focused his energy on his back to form a defense. "Oh, Goku, why aren't you here yet?" Krillin, seeing the dumpling's self-detonation and Naba's indifference, knelt on the ground, crying in anguish. 9527. Why can't I use divine realm communication or the diamond wisdom technique? Shang Yun, holding Tianjin Fan's corpse, glared at Naba with crimson eyes. The starlight above Shang Yun's head had manifested, regaining its brightness and emitting a slight tremor as if struggling. Ding! Alert to the host. Zen techniques require a heart of compassion and mercy to use, and so does the diamond wisdom technique. At this moment, the host is assisting in killing with no compassion in his heart. The mechanical voice of 9527 sounded again. Vegeta and Naba intend to kill everyone on Earth. They are villains. I am helping Krillin and the others to eliminate villains and save all the Earthlings. Isn't that compassion? Shang Yun, confused, roared loudly, the starlight above shaking more violently. Warning to the host, the host's murderous intent is too strong. The Zen heart, the divine being on the 3-foot platform, can no longer suppress the anger. Answer me. Host, good and evil bear no absolute definitions. The boundary lies solely within the heart. Though you claim that slaying evildoers is an act of compassion, you have yet to truly comprehend its underlying rationale. No, while speaking contrary to one's heart is itself a transgression. Unit 9527 reminded Shang Yun. Upon hearing Unit 9527's words, Shang Yun felt a sudden daze. In his past life, he had been born in an era of peace, raised under teachings that emphasized law-abiding conduct and kindness toward others. Never once had he engaged in brawls, let alone taken a life. In that information-rich world, he had heard the maxim eradicating evil is virtue and accepted it superficially. Yet he had never probed its depths. Moreover, in his understanding, neither the righteous nor the wicked granted him the authority to kill. Such judgment belonged solely to the enforcers of justice. Thus, deep within Shang Yun's consciousness, killing was inherently evil. As he sank into silent contemplation, Nappa already stood before Piccolo. Piccolo strode forward with furrowed brows and solemn expression. He knew full well the peril posed by his opponent. Yet not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes, only an unquenchable flame of battle urge burning fiercely. With deliberate slowness, Piccolo gathered a brilliant emerald energy sphere between his palms. As spiritual energy converged, the orb blazed ever brighter, like a miniature jade-green star pulsing with contained might. With a thunderous roar, Piccolo hurled the sphere forth, a cataclysmic projectile radiating annihilation streaking toward Nappa like a falling meteor. Piccolo surged forward in its wake. Meanwhile, Krillin charged in, as well, seizing every opportunity to land a decisive blow upon Nappa. His hands blurred, swiftly conjuring two rapidly spinning keyblades. Though he knew their power would barely scratch Nappa, even a glancing strike could force evasion and expose a fatal opening. Krillin roared and launched both keyblades. They cleaved the air like twin scimitars forged from pure light, slicing toward Nappa with lethal precision. Yet Nappa remained utterly unperturbed. With steady hands, he caught Piccolo's energy sphere, and then bulging muscles coiling beneath his arms crushed it effortlessly. The seemingly omnipotent orb dissolved into nothingness like bursting foam. With a mere flick of his wrist, he deflected Krillin's keyblades aside. When Krillin, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of energy waves, Nappa simply crossed his arms and blocked them all without flinching. At that very instant, Piccolo appeared behind Nappa, driving a vicious kick toward his back, a strike humming with razor-edged wind. But Nappa sensed it before it landed. Without turning, he seized Piccolo's ankle in a vice-like grip, then hurled him down with brutal force. A deafening crunch echoed across the battlefield as Piccolo struck the earth, carving a massive crater and sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. Realizing energy attacks were futile, Krillin closed the distance for hand-to-hand combat, only for Nappa to casually swat him aside. Krillin crashed hard onto the ground. Seizing the moment, Nappa fired a devastating energy wave straight at Krillin, striking true, overwhelming him completely and leaving him motionless, stripped of all fighting strength. Piccolo rose swiftly from the crater, fierce as a maddened leopard, and lunged into close-quarters combat with Nappa. His fists rained down like a storm, yet Nappa's body proved impervious iron-hard. Each blow merely made him sway faintly, as though a giant endured the tickling of an insect. Suddenly Nappa struck, his fist massive as a mortar bowl slammed into Piccolo's abdomen with a howling gust. Agony seared through Piccolo's frame and blood erupted from his mouth in an involuntary spurt. Huh, so this monster isn't so fearsome after all. Nappa laughed wildly, the sound echoing like thunder across the ruined wasteland. Piccolo wiped the blood from his lips, eyes blazing crimson as he snarled, "You're the monster." Once more he gathered every ounce of his strength, surrounding himself in a radiant, deep emerald aura, as he prepared to unleash the Mekankasapo. But Nappa would grant him no such chance. In one fluid motion, he channeled his entire power into his palms and fired a colossal golden energy beam, blinding as a sunburst, striking Piccolo dead. Piccolo crumpled slowly to the ground, his gaze filled with raw, unyielding defiance. Nearby, young Gohan watched his friends fall one by one, and within him a furnace of fury ignited. Though still a child, he harbored immense latent power. His small face tightened, eyes blazing with resolve and wrath as he charged headlong toward Nappa without hesitation. Gohan shot into the air, then dove at Nappa with furious speed, unleashing a tiny yet potent fist. It struck Nappa's torso, but met unyielding resistance, as if tapping a mountain with a pebble. Undaunted, Gohan pressed on, drawing deeply upon his inner ki, then thrusting both palms forward to fire a concentrated energy wave. Nappa watched, a sneer curling across his lips. With effortless contempt, he either slapped the wave aside or absorbed it barehanded. Mid-combat, Nappa seized an opening, delivered a crushing blow to Gohan's frail frame, and sent the boy hurtling backward like a cannonball, slamming hard into the earth. Before Gohan could rise, Nappa fired another energy wave, striking him squarely. The impact left Gohan grievously wounded, his body limp and powerless. As Gohan hovered on the brink of death, Piccolo, barely clinging to consciousness, dragged himself to the boy's side. His gaze, though dimming, held unwavering tenderness and ironclad conviction. "Gohan, don't give up. Focus inward. Feel your ki." Speaking softly, Piccolo placed his palm upon Gohan's chest and channeled the last vestiges of his own life force into the child. Gohan felt warmth flood his veins, a profound surging current of strength. His breathing steadied. "Uncle Piccolo, I won't give up," he whispered through clenched teeth. With Piccolo's aid, Gohan slowly regained strength and vitality, while Piccolo himself slipped into stillness, his eyes closing forever. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cried out, tears streaming. At the sound, Shang Yun stirred, his awareness returning, his gaze locking onto Piccolo's fallen form. Piccolo is gone, and the Guardian too. The Dragon Balls are now useless. Krillin murmured hollowly, his eyes vacant. Oh! Shang Yun threw back his head and roared, a tempest of rage erupting from his core. Above him, starlight trembled violently, threads of ominous black light beginning to coil through the heavens. Alert, host is succumbing to demonic corruption. Recenter your spirit immediately. An alert, host is succumbing to demonic corruption. Recenter your spirit immediately. An alert, host is succumbing to demonic corruption. Recenter your spirit immediately. Silence. To hell with your demonic corruption. Shang Yun bellowed, ignoring Unit 9527, entirely casting aside all notions of virtue or sin. In that moment, only one truth remained: he would kill Nappa.